when it does, he dey pay. When I said as he dey pay them, he dey see with us. As he dey see with us, he go dey pay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
from Eurocopo Studios in New York City, welcome to Wetin Concern Me, your favorite news and current affairs quiz show. I am your host, Dr. Njakiri Damages.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi.
On Saturday. I tell you. On Saturday. The day Mama, the day Waruka. You will go there on Saturday. Okay? You will go there on Saturday and constitute nuisance. Okay? Do what? Okay? That Ubanka, you will go there on Saturday and do anyhow. We will chop your father that day.
The person where they your mind. My people, I take God beg una. Election no be war, oh. No follow anybody fight because of vote. Una get luck, say Nigeria be one country where una fit choose your next leader. This chance where una get, mean say you suppose put body for this election. No waiting day. And no cause any yawa on the election day. God go bless Nigeria. God go bless America. Safe joining.
Well, Asiwaju Jagaban, Atiku, Obi, my own yes sir. Anyone wey choose come yes sir. I no get time. If you like, man, I go mumu myself choose wrong leader come. My own they tell me say alpha key. Now one man, one bullet, no time. Oh. Man, I use my head wisely. Choose wisely. Nigeria, show you here.
Use of BVAS for identification, verification, and authentication. Let's start with identification. The APO1 shall, step 1, collect the PVC from the voter. Step 2, Type in the voter's last name in the field provided, or enter the last 6 digits of the voter's VIN in the field provided. You can also click on the bar or QR code scanner button on the elections dashboard to scan the barcode on the PVC or the QR code on the register of voters. This will lead you to the accreditation dashboard. Step 3. Click on the accreditation button to search for the voter's record. If a voter is duly registered in the polling unit, his or her information will be displayed. Verification and authentication. The APO1 shall, Step 1. Clean the BVAS with the prescribed disinfectant wipes after every use. Step 2. Click on the voter's image displayed on the screen of the BVAS and then click Verify to initiate the authentication process. 2 options are available for the voter's authentication. Using the Verify fingerprint option. This option activates the fingerprint scanner in readiness to authenticate the fingerprints of the voter. Click on the Verify fingerprint icon to activate the fingerprint scanner and request the voter to place his or her finger on the fingerprint window on the BVAS to authenticate the voter. If successful, the dashboard will indicate verification successful, and then click Return, which will then request you to accredit another voter. If it fails, the dashboard will show the message, Verification failed. Please try again. Click Verify fingerprints and then reattempt. If this fails after 3 attempts, use the Verify photo option to authenticate using the facial of the voter. Using the Verify photo option, this option activates the device camera to capture a photo of the voter for facial authentication. Click on Verify photo icon to launch the camera and wait for the camera to align with the voter's face before capturing a passport photo of the voter. The BVAS will automatically compare the captured photo with the voter's photo stored on the BVAS, and it will return a verification successful message if it successfully authenticates. Click Return to continue. You will also notice that accredited voters has changed from 0 to 1 after the successful accreditation.
Good day, everyone. I wanted to remain silent, to just go and cast my vote, but in the other way around, the way we take politics in this country, I did not understand. What is party? What is party? You are talking of the future of our children. You are talking of party. A party, a political party, it's an organization, not a country. It's an organization that coordinate candidates to compete in a particular country election. It's an organization. We are talking of our country. So what is party? You are here telling us that it is your party, you want your party to win. If your party did not bring the right candidate that will rule us, must you die there? Are you working for a party or you are working for a country? For God's sake, what is party? I'm a APC member. You can see it. This is my membership card. Look at it very well. This is my picture. Look at it very well. See it? I'm a APC member. See my name? As you can see, I'm an APC member. So because of these cards that I'm carrying, I should go and vote for somebody that my children will suffer, so that their generation will suffer. What is party? I reject the party. I tear it. I reject the party. If because of this party I reject it, I tear it. I tear the party. But I will vote for a candidate that will do well, not a party. A party is an organization, not a country. I'm trying to vote for my country, which I'm fully obedient. To help with the party,
Well, gentlemen of the press, I'd like to thank you for coming. I'm sure you, just as I has told you, we've just finished a meeting. The service chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, the DGDSS, represented by the Director of Operations, the DGNI and the CDI, all of us looking at the security for the elections. And as you know, the police is the lead agency for elections security. And we have compared notes and assessed the entire situation, and we are good to go. The assessment is that we are set on all fronts. We equally got representation from the INEC chairman, who of course you have interacted with, who has also told Nigerians and the world that they are ready for this election. So by and large, we are good to go. And I'd like to use this opportunity to assure Nigerians that on the security front, we are good to go on all fronts. Well, I do not need to tell you how we will do it. But all I'm telling you is that we will do it, and everyone will have the liberty to exercise their franchise. This is part of the assessment we've done, and the general assessment is that yes, we are good to go. And we've made contingencies to address those peculiar areas.
And what's your message to those that are planning to cause trouble?
They better have a rethink, because they will have a bloody nose.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's Friday, February 24, 2023. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We're coming to you from New York City. It's one day before the election in Nigeria, and we want to have a conversation on what's going on. I want to talk to people at home in preparation for tomorrow. We were supposed to be live at 11, but due to circumstances, we couldn't. But I'm happy that we're able to come on live. So let me bring in our people who are here. Let's begin the conversation. It's very interesting day we are facing. Dr. Chidebere. Okay, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm very okay. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Igbo Basics, welcome. We can hear you. Janaba, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Njaki, Damages. Good afternoon.
All right. Madam Pat, welcome. All right. I will see where that is coming from. Not by power, welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
Okay. Janaba, welcome. Madam Pat, welcome. I didn't hear you. Oh, you are muted, just to make sure. We're happy to have you. I think I'm seeing you for the first time. All right. Unmute yourself, Madam Pat. I can't do it from here. Okay, you're unmuted. Hello. Good afternoon. We still can't hear you, Madam Pat. I think it's from your own end. No, not yet. All right, everybody, welcome, and let's start. We are one day away from the election, and I just want to know what everybody's what story are you monitoring? What are you hearing? Let me start with you, Dr. Chide Eberechi. Sorry, Eberechi. Go ahead.
Yeah, so mine has been to monitor what is going on in the southeastern part of Nigeria, to see the level, if any, of compliance with the so-called sit at home, and how that might impact the election. From the little I've gathered, it will appear that the sit at home is having some effect in the rural part of the southeast, but much less so in the urban part of the southeast, especially Imo State. So if that holds tomorrow, then that is going to be a bit of worry for those who are hoping to rack up numbers in the southeast for the Labour Party. So that is that has been my focus, and a little bit concerned with with what is going on in the rural part of the southeast.
Okay, thank you. Igbo Basics.
Actually, I've been looking at a few things. My organization is actually anchoring a 24-hour situation room with the lawyers in Nigeria pertaining to this election of tomorrow. But nonetheless, a few things come in mind. I think I'm just going to make my opening statement, and then I go to a couple of things that I have sent you a video link as to be forewarned was to be forearmed. I have sent you a video yesterday. Let me say this, counting down, it's just 24 hours they're about to take back Nigeria. Every 4 years is significant, especially an election to usher in a new set of leaders as in 2023. However, the make or mar status of 2023 has more to do with the disastrous failure of our elected leaders since the return to democracy in 1979. Nigerian youths have risen from their years of slumber. Party delegates at the primaries made their choice easier by electing a sick man with a questionable ballot and a serial contestant, Dubai-based Atiku Abubakar, as APC and PDP presidential candidates in 2023. The emergence of Peter Obi, to use the words of Charlie Boy, would have left us with a choice between Otapiapia and Sniper. PO represents the future Nigeria the youth have created for themselves. That's the passion, financial support, and zeal you feel on the street for POB. The Tinubu campaign was confused from the beginning and still confused till now. He refused to campaign on the 8-year scorecard of APC. Now he has teamed up with APC governors to fight PMB, that's President Muhammadu Buhari. Moreover, after 8 years of health-challenged presidency, we can't replace him with an even more challenged person. Atiku Abubakar wants to rule Nigeria by all means. Party delegates at the Ego Square can testify to it. PDP instituted corruption in Nigeria, and Atiku is an epitome of that corruption. Moreover, in a country as diverse as Nigeria, a Muslim Fulani wants to replace a Muslim Fulani after 8 years in power. That is what we are looking at currently. And as we warned several days ago, a lot of things are happening in the background that is not to the surface, people are not seeing. When they talked about downloading Hopus Odinma's people in the Southeast, which is specifically what I'm talking about, I sent you in a video where a group of so-called personnel went down to Ibiasobe in Imo State and actually gathered some young men, took them away, but that wasn't enough. They went after the security cameras, the satellite cameras that the town had installed shooting the cameras one by one to cover their tracks. To me, frankly speaking, much as Igbo leaders have gone around and advised all other towns to take those kind of measures, it seems to me there's a monkey hand in the soup. Those people didn't quite look like official security people. They seemed, you can see the last one that went to grab the camera. You can see that one wearing his sneakers and then covering his face, climbing all the way up to the pole to drag down that camera. So it don't share. Time is up. And for those people who have been walking around saying there's no election in Igbo land, let me repeat again. The security chiefs have already spoken. The president has spoken. Say if you won't get bloody nose, make you go out there and make PIM. But I still wonder what is going to happen as far as that is concerned with the situation that we've been having with Mr. Ekpa released and not released. So our appeal as it stands now, how many way they go kill? You go there for inside house, hunger go finish you. You go there for inside house and they will go to complain for the next 4 years or more. Our appeal is for our people to get out in so many places, like in my hometown, there is peace. People have gone home to go and vote, and they will vote relatively. So to the people in Imo State, we are appealing to everybody to come on out and let's face our people one by one, have a conversation in the bars or whatever, but we must allow our people to exercise their franchise.
All right, thank you. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Doc, good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone in the studio. Doc, I was a bit worried. I said, has these people reached your side? I tuned into the show and you were not there. Your chair was empty. I got worried.
It has never happened before, but yeah, leave that matter. It's unfortunate, but I'm here now.
Very nice to see you. Well, it's the eve of the election, and I am on the field. Fortunately, I am working as an ad hoc staff
of INEC,
and I am, yes.
Okay. So what are you doing today?
So, we're about to proceed to our rack centers. We've been here since the afternoon. I came all the way from Enugu town. I'm not in Enugu town. So for those saying sit at home, I saw them propagating, I don't know where they made those videos. Everywhere is bustling. People are moving about. It's crazy that when I saw the videos, I couldn't help but laugh. Come on. Who are they trying to fool? Nobody is sitting at home. People are hungry. And you can't tell a hungry person to sit at home. You either keep him getting his bread or you give him bread. So there's no sit at home anyway. I came all the way from Enugu town to this place, and here is bustling. There are a lot of people here, all of them coming from very far places, as far as in Soka. So if they were sit at home, how did they get here?
Is INEC
Yes, they are. I said that I've had anxiety disorders with security personnel since 2020. But this time around, look, on my way here, I saw military men in combat regalia. They were camouflaged from head to toe, and I was not scared. This is a first for me. I was more concerned with non-state actors than I was concerned with the military people I have come to fear over time. But for the first time all my life, and especially since 2020, I saw them today and I felt safe. They are all over the place. They are not smiling. They are not smiling. They are having a feel good day to speak. They are going about I don't think there's an English word for amansi. They are okay. They are displaying their strength, trying to show their presence, and they are just all over the place. That is just the truth. And it's not just me. The people that I've spoken to.
All right. Ngozika. Go ahead. Ngozika, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I said some people are wary, quite all right. I am wary. knowing the history of civilians and military people in Nigeria, but the weariness comes nothing close to the relief at this moment. It's getting dark and I'm already looking out to see if I can see any of them around. That is how safe I feel today with them around. And yes, reasonably, INEC is ready. We got here on time to check our polling units. And everybody is about moving on. The vehicle to convey us is here. The people is about to start sorting the materials. Yeah, everything is going on well on my own end.
All right, thank you so much, and we'll be talking to you all through today, tomorrow, if possible, and down the road. Not by power. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What can I say? This is the D eve of the D-Day, and the die is cast. The fact that this long-awaited presidential election, is a make or mar one for Nigeria. The existence of Nigeria cannot be possibly overemphasized. And we for some funny reason, we'll have Buhari to thank for the situation we find ourselves, situation that Nigeria has hope that tomorrow may actually bring to birth a new nation. Why do I say this? Buhari's unmitigated disaster, the unmitigated disaster that has been Buhari and the APC for the past 8 years, has brought Nigeria to a low that even those who have been having election apathy, those that have not been concerned with politics, suddenly woke up and said that if we let this band of criminals continue running Nigeria, they are going to ruin the whole place and we're not going to have a country. The youth have waken up, and we're going to thank Buhari for that. And also, more positively, we're going to thank Buhari, very grateful to Buhari for signing the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act, which I suspect was put in place to stop Tinubu possibly and install Buhari's preferred candidates, but it has opened a doorway for the third force to come in and separate these two behemoths that is called PDP and APC. Regarding the seat at home, I am a little bit worried because I know there are several forces at play that would want to scare people away from voting, especially those who want to see votes in the Southeast suppressed, aka the sit-at-home merchants, the Simon Ekpa, and also the rivals to Peter Obi in the presidential election. They also have a vested interest in seeing that the sit-at-home works. Even if there is no one to enforce it, I mean, the fear factor might make people to actually sit at home and not come out. But I'm also cautiously optimistic that the hope that people have in an Obi presidency would overcome the fear of the people enforcing the sit at home. So Obi is in Agolu today, right now. I saw clips of him arriving at Agolu, and Agolu is rural part of Anambra State. It's a bit semi-urban, not very far from your place, Rudolph. And I think it bodes well to see people moving around, not sitting at home on the eve of the election.
All right, thank you so much. Not by power. Let me go to INEC official somewhere in Texas. Ovi.
Oh yeah. Thank you for recognizing my title, Dr. Rudolph. Tomorrow is the D-Day. We are here on ground trying to coordinate our 8 million votes that will take us to the next round. So that's what I'm not just monitoring, I'm working on that. Yes, so we are setting up the situation room. As I said, 8 million votes is what we are expecting tomorrow for the first round of the election. If you recall, Dr. Rudolph, I was the first person that make that call that the election is going to go to runoff. And people said, and I go out they smoke. Now make me they think like that. But it's becoming clearer by the day that the incoming president, again, let me use the opportunity to actually, I hope you guys are preparing, that the incoming president is Dr. Rabi Musa Konkoso. His administration is not going to be friendly with the cabals or the elites. And yeah, that's the situation right now.
All right, Ovie, thank you. I hope you will.
I'm also monitoring Arise. You know, tomorrow I'm going to spend my time watching Arise. I'm looking forward to their stammerer by tomorrow, just the way CNN did during Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. By the time the result will start coming in from the north and the southeast, in particular, people like Rufai and Ruben Abati, they will start stammering, and they'll be looking for words to use to describe what is happening. I promise you. So tomorrow is that it's going to be. We are going to see Konkoso and Tinubu moving to the second round with ease.
All right, thank you. We'll be here. Let me go to Charles. Charles, welcome to the show.
Thank you, God. I don't know why Ovie is interested in the result in Southeast. Your man is not
because PDP are going to do very well in the Southeast.
Your man is not at play there. I don't know why you are interested there.
No, I think PDP is at play there. PDP is at play there.
No. There are only one candidate in Southeast. Only one candidate. Thank you, Doctor. But this election, the campaign period, please, next time I think they need to re-amend it. It's too long. The stress is too much. 8 months we're on this. So if you make it like 3 months or 4 months, this 8 months for me is too long. The stress is too much. So tomorrow is the day we have been waiting for. So there will be election everywhere in Nigeria. And Obi will become Obi. Obi, do you have office in Nigeria? Because I will send you Obi picture, the one you will hang in your office. Please, if you have office, just contact me.
All right,
thank you. So tomorrow we are waiting.
Charles, thank you. Sydney, welcome to the show.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Dr.
Sydney, speak up a little bit or hold your mic.
Yeah. Okay. Good day, everyone, and thank you for the time. Yes, I mean, I think everywhere is tensed. Most people that you're calling, they are ready. I think this election, Nigerians are ready. They're ready to do the deal. So, in the last 24 hours, I've noticed that there's a massive influx of fake news, spreading audios. Everything is, I've never seen it like this in Nigeria. Both it's coming from both within and outside. So it's very intense. But I think the indicators are very, very good. I mean, especially with the youths I've never seen Nigerian youths as ready and ready to do the deal tomorrow. I think Obi has a very massive chance tomorrow. He has a massive chance. Forget all this honor politics business. Obi has a massive chance. I think tomorrow the Southeast will make a very clear statement. The people of Southeast, I've been talking with a lot of family members down in the Southeast. They are ready. They are ready. They are going to defy everything to ensure that their votes count, because they feel that enough of this mess. They've never had it so bad. So I think in that respect, we must give it to them. And like I said, my dark horse for this election remains Atiku. I just feel that he has the North is going to rally around him. So it's going to be a tight election, but I think Obi has a slight edge in this election.
All right.
He has a slight edge.
Thank you. Paul.
Yeah, thank you. My take now, let me talk about where I come from Delta State, precisely the Warri houses. I'm talking now Warri South local government, Udu local government, and Uwie local government. So some months back, we get to understand that they gave Tompolo this massive contract to check the oil pipelines and the likes. But another way around, it's like a militia group that APC is using to take that state. I am telling you, the lacking of soldiers and everything, because the problem with soldiers in Warri lasts like 12 years. Somebody like Ovie knows about it. So right now, the Tompolo thing, very many years, months back, everybody's thinking the oil. They are using them heavily with somebody like Omo Agege. At force, they want to take back that state and everything. So it's a problem in that area. I would like you to beam your satellite around that area and let's see what is going. Because the guys are already coming out and the things people are hearing and everything is strange to them because this is like a coup. You understand? The information is just coming out as of today and the election is tomorrow. You understand? At least we didn't hear that they give any vigilante group or militant group or security like they're doing with the road transport associations. So I don't understand where these guys are coming out. The APC is just trying to force themselves just to take over the state. I don't know. And I felt they want to come out heavily, because at least somebody like Ibori, the Okowa, who happened to be the governor, is strong. So they are coming out a way where Okowa understand that, well, you can't even do anything because if you even ask your police won't even listen as at this time because the police still take order from Abuja. So when I get these information from a couple of people, first 2-3 people that told me this, I count it like one of those things, but I started getting more and more and more. I called, my cousin is the local government chairman, is way my younger brother, this respect of in America. I also talked to him. He said, oh, no. But from what I'm getting, it's like that because he himself too is a PDP person, is the local government chairman, is going for State House of Assembly. So when I get this information, it's mind-boggling. And so please, I hope nothing happened in that area. I also had to Simon Ekpa, one side threatening, and meanwhile, APC too are doing their own. It's also funny. That's Nigeria for you anyway.
All right, thank you. Madam Pat, welcome to the show. We can't hear you, Madam Pat. So let's see. You have to mute yourself. It's not from this end. Press the unmute button. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Try to speak. Let's see who can hear you. No, we still can't hear you. We'll come back to you. Janaba, you can try to join again. Sure.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. We are here again every 4 years. We are expecting a change. Change is no anywhere, and there will be any change when the change is supposed to start from us. I understand people say we have to start from somewhere. The somewhere is you and I. The notion that a politician or any religious leader or any traditional leader who have hold their people captive in one way or the other for their own greed and their own benefit will bring change to Nigeria. It's a mind-boggling when I hear it for so many people who call themselves intellectuals and well-informed. It's a mind-boggling. There is no change coming to anywhere until you and I begin to approach things from the very foundation that we, the people, can make a right choice within our own family value, and then we can extend it. And if you fulfill your own part, I fulfill my own part, then we can have a better society. There is no reason to inject religion or a tribal and that bring a change. And there is no reason why any Nigerian, or no reason to believe that one Nigerian is better than the other. And for the reason of your geographical location, make you a better human being than the other. All of this is a setup that has taken us backward. And none of those intellectual people that come here or those around the world have done anything to improve the quality of our election, our belief system, nor our moral value. It's all about caricature. There is nothing is going to happen tomorrow that change anything. Rather, it set us apart based on tribal lines or religious base. And that is what we're going to get tomorrow. After tomorrow, police and soldiers will be on the street. Whatever the INEC do, we will take it like that. And this is the people that we believe that we go and worship, whether in the church, in shrine, or as a politicians, you go after one of your brothers to get a contract because you have fought so much for them. No change is coming, we will see.
All right, thank you. Raf, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. How's everybody doing today?
You guys, Raf, hold on. Can you guys hear the professional way Raf sounds? You know, he shows that he's a podcaster, for those who do not know, unlike all the people that speak with surrounding nonsense. Go ahead.
Oh. Yeah, Rudolph, you don't have to rub it on their faces like that. You make Paul now go and buy. Paul has money. Paul will go and buy surround system and all that. I'm not going to challenge Paul like that. We don't want Paul to get in trouble. But greetings everyone. What's the topic? Are we raising money to go and build Simon Ekpa, or are we raising legal?
Well, that's another thing we are going to get into. Update.
Okay, I'm just checking. I wasn't aware, but I just joined, so I don't want to stray off point. So
no, we're just looking at what are you looking at when you I mean, the election is tomorrow. Have you had anything from home, and is there anything you are monitoring?
Well, I don't want to raise people's blood pressure or anything like that. Our sister back home, it's up to you guys now. We are in the end game. It's everything we can talk all we want to talk, but what will happen, what I believe in stoicism, what will be. Last, it don't happen already. But at the end of the day, I was listening to Audrey's or Carlos interview where he said he cannot endorse the APC gubernatorial candidate against his own blood brother, but at the same time he cannot endorse his brother against APC and all that kind of talk. So there's just is entertainment everywhere, and at the same time he's complaining about Naira.
But he endorsed Tinubu against his blood brother.
Yes. He said when they asked him about Obi, he said Obi is my friend. We go to the same church, his wife and my wife. I said, my brother, this guy just like digging hole for himself. Why are you digging hole like this? I love him and I love Atiku. You love everybody, but Tinubu must be president. And there are many people who talk like that. We have them who have come on this show. I just, the best choice. You know what is good for you. And all I tell you is you can look in the mirror. You've seen the people who are crying the most about the policy of the day, the government of the day. It comes from the same party. You have options, So, yeah, you know who to vote for tomorrow. And if you still need me to be telling you less than 24 hours to the election who to vote for, I don't think you're serious. You're not suffering. That's the point. So, yeah, but let's see. But if anybody need to raise money for a lawyer to handle legal fees, I'm down to start a GoFundMe. Send the money to me.
Ralph, I'm in charge. I'm in charge of collecting the money. Send that to me.
No. You're a Kwankwan, so you never believed in Simon. I've known Simon a long time. We won't stay. He liked one of my podcast posts on Snapchat the other day. So I know he listens, even though in the background he'll be acting like he's doing something different. So yes, and so I'm applying Audrey's or Carlos style. I cannot endorse Nigerian state against Simon Ekpa publicly, but I cannot endorse Simon against Nigeria state, like Audrey's or Carlos said. But I can endorse you to give me the money to go and raise funds for Simon Ekpa, so send it to me. Pounds, sterling, euros, dollars. We don't want Naira. We don't want old Naira, especially old Naira. 200 Naira, we don't want that. Don't do that. You're a bad person if you do that. Only new Naira. All right.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Ngozika because it's dark where she is, and I wanted to make sure. So for the rest of the night and tomorrow, what's your plan, Ngozika?
Well, the presiding officers have been called. They're going to take delivery of the materials. I am working as an APU, and we're just outside. If it wasn't dark, I would have shown you the buses that would be conveying us to our rack centers. We're just basically waiting to be conveyed to our rack centers for the night. Then first thing tomorrow morning,
Are
we
you
all move out.
going home tonight, or are you going to stay somewhere? What is the plan? What's the plan?
I think we'll crash at the rack center. We're just basically going to crash at the rack centers, except for people that live around. Quite a number of people live around. Those are the fortunate ones. For people like us that came from a distance, we're going to make do with the rack centers, whatever we see. Nobody came here to get comfortable. I came here for the experience, and this is something I've wanted to do for a while. And it's not been bad so far. I had my heart in my mouth when I was coming here. I'm not going to lie about it. Since we got here, my eyes have been darting everywhere. It's the local government we are in is very huge. I don't want to mention the local government. It's very huge with a lot of structures, and there's just a lot of space for people to hide and do stuff. So I am just basically darting my eyes everywhere. But like I said earlier, unlike me, and for the first time in my life, I feel comfortable with the presence of the military guys. I feel comfortable. So any moment from now, if they can get out, we'll be moving. So if we move, I will have to go off, but I'll come back. I'll come back.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika. So we'll be talking to Ngozika all through tomorrow, anytime she could, and we'll talk to several people who are on the ground. We have a lot of people we'll be connecting to. The Blackstone, welcome to the show.
Thank you, good evening, everybody from here.
Blackstone, yeah, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
What are you watching about Nigeria today?
I've been monitoring. I've been taking close observance in the election in Nigeria, just to talking with friends, talking with people, what's going on. Right, and just as everybody knows that everywhere it seems to be tense. Some areas are not as tense as some area. And from what, like I was talking to a friend today, I said there will be violence in some areas, right? And some areas will be free of violence. And since the two major political parties are working, doing everything possible to get to be elected. So, like today, I saw a leaked audio video of Apatiku, Okowa, and Lawan talking how we're planning how can they able to beat the BVAS, how they can ring the election.
The Blackstone, that's not a real video. It's not a real audio. So.
Okay. So, and some other things like that. And then today, I also heard from them in the Arise News that Simon Ekpa been released. And one other very interesting information was that it is like a counselor in one of the areas in Finland, which I've never heard before. I've never heard from anybody, but I heard it today from the Arise News, you know. So, and they were trying to find out if is a counselor enjoying democracy in Finland, why must he be instigating violence or trying to destroy the Nigerian democracy and so on and so forth. So all this, and also there also an information today that the IPOB spokesperson also have denounced the sit-at-home, that IPOB is not involved in the announcement of sit-at-home and other ebook groups and so on and so forth. So that they have actually denounced that everybody is free to go and vote tomorrow, that IPOB is in support of the election, everybody should go and vote. So that's some of the information I got today from the news. And so I still monitoring and still talking with people and we'll see how it goes. Tomorrow is a D-Day.
All right. Thank you, the Blackstone. All right, let me touch on this Finland and Simon updates and they sit at home. Anybody has any update on Simon? I see that he's tweeting. There was a small protest in Finland by people who support him. I am trying to get the video to play for you guys, but he's out. He's apparently out. How is the sit at home going? I know that, I'm sure that I know that Angozeka reported. Hold on, that yeah, okay. Yeah, I know that from information I tried to reach out to some people in several parts of the southeast. It appears as if people are moving around and doing things. I don't think there is a massive kind of boycott or people staying away from activities. Okay, so any update on Simon? Anybody? If you have anything that any information.
Well, all I can say is that Simon Ekpa is ready for the primaries. Remember,
Obi, we're getting.
Yeah, I'm hearing feedback. I know it's not coming from me.
It's from you. Yeah, it's from you. You are the only one. But try it again. Let me see. Try it again, Obi.
Hello.
Okay, good. Maybe it's John.
We can consider now. We the Gidigba. We know we are not obedient to our network. Yeah. Remember, Dr. Rudolph. I said it months back that Obi needs to win primary first before the general election, and the primary is between him and Simon Ekpa. I said that, and people they say this guy, you don't know what he, especially the obedience. Oh, Simon Ekpa is insignificant. But today we they see. So I'm still standing on my ground. He has to defeat Ekpa first before he can go into general election. That is this my say is still standing, and we can see what is happening. But and again, what baffles me about all this is that the Southeast pride themselves as a business people. Obi is proud to be a trader and all that. The fact that they could not see Simon Ekpa in that line is what baffles me. He's a businessman. He's a serious businessman. Right? Just as Raf is trying to joke around, we should donate money. That guy is getting paid heavily. Whoever, I cannot tell. But this is all about the Benjamin for him. But he's a serious guy too, in terms of he's using the resources well. He has a lot of men on the ground. He has Navy. Everything is working for him at this point. And as I earlier said, everything is happening fast for him because he didn't expect it to just come this sooner because of Nnamdi Kanu. So it's for people to start taking him serious few hours to the election is what I don't understand. So as far as I'm concerned, the damage is done, but we'll wait for a few hours from now to prove me wrong. But to go back to what Paul was saying earlier on, he made a very, very significant point about the contract that was given to Tom Polo. Right? Everybody was like, wow, how much is this? Now we begin to see why. But again, people should go back and listen to Tinubu's visits to Rivers. He actually shout out. He holla at what's his name, the other lord within the Joy area. Ralph, your distance cousin.
Dakubo Asari.
Yes, he actually shout out to him while he was in Rivers. So I think Paul is actually saying something that none of us is paying attention to. So that's another interesting thing that we are going to see. For the fact that Ibori too is kind of having back and forth with PDP. So we'll see how that will turn out. But as far as I'm concerned, Ekpa is a factor in this election, and we need to defeat him first before he can contest the general election.
So you think he hasn't defeated him?
No, he hasn't. He can come out stronger now. No, he hasn't.
All right.
He hasn't.
Ralph.
All these things are waiting for to happen like maybe 3 months before now. But nobody take him serious. They think he cannot do anything. They think no. So it's a business season for him, and he's going to capitalize on him as much as and he's going to go far as much as he can.
All right.
Yesterday I was listening to see how men they come, even if the guy come out today, men they will go take over his space. I can hear, is it Chichi or the other guy that was very strong in defending Ekpa. As if Ekpa, we don't know him. As if they fall from heaven. As if they, nah, all of us know him. So, but that's to tell you how far the guy has gone. And again, Chichi was saying something that yesterday that this sit at home is going to go as long as it can. And that's where I draw the correlation between them and Ambazonia. Sit at home in Ambazonia, it's been going on for over 5 years. People should go and pay attention to what Ambazonia is doing with sit at home. They will go into school, strip kids naked, flog them and all that. It's been happening for over 5 years. And there's already collaboration between these two people already. So it's not a joke as much as we want to see. Some people regard him as a cross-dresser and all that. He is not a joke. It's somebody for us to take serious. But at the end of the day, nothing more knows we do.
All right. Ralph, you know Simon.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with this, Simon. If it's not Peter Obi that needs to defeat Simon, it's Buhari. Buhari is the president of Nigeria, not Peter Obi.
Why is going back to Dora?
Wait, my guy, not interrupt. We allow you talk. Buhari has been in power when Simon Ekpa rose up, not Peter Obi. So I know you love to defend Buhari all the time, but it's a failure of Buhari that gave power to Simon Ekpa, and it's a failure of Buhari's foreign ministry's efforts that allowed Simon Ekpa to exist and to be doing his thing up till less than a week to election before you finally use your foreign powers. You finally moved and got to Finland to do their thing. Now, Rudolph, you know the person who you put in contact with me, and I showed him something which the Blackstone just confirmed about Simon. And the funny thing is, it's public information. And I showed him that you just have to do a simple Google, and I showed him where it is. And the person can confirm it. How many days ago I showed him. And Nigerian News was just talking about it yesterday, like, oh, Simon is a local councillor. And I said, how do people not know this information? It's out there in the public. But Nigerians, you people are too lazy to just go and do that simple search, and you see that this man is there. And that speaks to Nigeria's failure. You have a foreign minister who should have been shutting this guy down from day one. Now, the thing is, if you shut down Simon, I'm sorry to tell you, there's nobody as strong as him in that movement. You might have a different person come up who might come out with a different style. Simon is Simon. I know Simon personally. He has his own charismatic beliefs. He has whatever, but Simon is Simon. He hasn't trained another person to take over from him because number one, he's not ready to die. If he was ready to die, he would be in Nigeria. So don't come here and be saying Peter Obi needs to defeat him. I know you don't like Peter Obi, but don't conflate two different things. Peter Obi is not running a government right now. It's Buhari that's running a government. And another thing you keep forgetting is that Simon is benefiting from being in a country where there's actual system in place. So, and I told someone, like our group where we all got to know Simon, myself, Simon, all of us became friends in 2006, 2007. Some of us were texting yesterday when they arrested him. Actually, somebody did not even know Simon had been on YouTube all this time. She just found out yesterday because she sent the text like, why they arrest Simon? Why they arrest Simon? And I said, I don't even know if I have time to explain to you, but I will tell you later on. She lives in the UK. And I told her, but the only thing that will help Simon is that he lives in a country that's the right country, because he will have to go through a fair trial before he can be extradited to Nigeria. If he was in the wrong country, the guy would not catch ninth plane. He would have been in Abuja. Then you have to explain to Buhari, your name is Jubril or not. And we all know that one. You all know, but you're in the right country, so you have to go through that legal process, and then they will bring evidence, and then by the time all that we go through, election is over, you'll be humble. And you saw how he was talking. After he came out of the police, he was humble. He was humble because he didn't claim I kill anybody. I was putting photos up of the naked women, the traitors. That language didn't come out. He was humble. And that's how you get them. There's a difference. When you're on the video, you are calling people traitors. When you're on the video, you have this, you have that. Your mouth is sharp. But when you came out of police station, humility, and because Oyibo around you, and that's how many of us are. When you see Oyibo, you become humble. You can't talk. We know who can talk when you see Oyibo, but your power just disappear. It's not Peter Obi. Peter Obi don't need to defeat him. He can't stand with Peter Obi. The person that needs to defeat him is Buhari, and Buhari should have smashed him long time ago if Buhari was serious. But Buhari never took him into consideration, and that was Buhari's weakness. He has been weak on the foreign front for a long time. It's only like it's Boko Haram that he just focused on, but he doesn't see threats from far away. He doesn't see minute threats. He doesn't know how to. He doesn't understand foreign policy. It's only like Nnamdi Kanu that he made a move for, and he waited until Nnamdi Kanu was in Kenya, and he did what he did to was the guy that he kidnapped from the UK in the when Buhari was military head of state. Was that guy that he kidnapped in the 80s? Umaru Diko. That's literally what he did with Nnamdi Kanu. If you know, that's a repeat, but it was more legal with the style he used. So if he had the opportunity with, and I'm pretty sure that there were some people waiting for Simon to make one trip outside of UK, because Simon likes to travel to UK, but he has not made a trip to Africa since he started doing this thing. He stopped that going out of the UK, Finland axis. He only stays within countries where there's freedom of speech, there's freedom, there's rights to, you have a right to representation, you have legal rights. Because once you cross, like he defends Putin and defends all those places, go to Russia. Russia will hand you over quickly. Bye, you're gone. Go to Eastern Europe, they'll clamp you. You're gone. So he was all the things you can say now. It's not Peter Obi that he is fighting. It's Buhari. Because when Buhari woke up and said, "Okay, we are coming for you," Finland clamped him and arrested him immediately. Finland had been keeping quiet all this time, but the moment Nigeria lodged that protest, which every country has the power to do, and they brought evidence, which if you only use the BBC documentary where they had proof of these guys collecting money, well, my guy, you could have clamped him a long time ago. They could have clamped him. It was easy case, easy shot done. So if people know all the basics here, if somebody came to me and said all the stuff you guys have been texting about, and this guy admitted to stuff in our private text, I'm not the type that sells people, but I could have said, "Hey, this is how you go to this city. You will find him there. You will see him, and his personal lifestyle." Many of his followers here don't know him. You don't know your person you are following. Yeah, people are finding out that he's a counselor in Finland. I could have told you that years ago. I could have told you that all that, but I said, you go and find out on your own. He's LinkedIn. He's on LinkedIn. Go and look at what is on LinkedIn's page. There's nothing about Nigeria on his LinkedIn page. Nothing about Nigeria. He's not representing Nigeria, but on YouTube, he's telling you Biafra. There's no Biafra on his LinkedIn page. And people will come here, and once you just say Simon, they start fighting. Yeah. Why is not reporting Biafra on his LinkedIn page? Why is everything written in Finnish? Why is everything written about he's on the committee for tourism in his city, where I stayed when I went to his visit him, where he put me, he paid for I stayed in his house, I chilled with him, all that. None of you who follow him have done all that. You don't know the man. I know him down to the bone. So it's funny. And but he has political goals, and that's when he was doing the political, he's following his dream, and then something happened, which some of you are still following to this day, and it's something that affected Nigeria in 2015. The person who did it admitted it at Congress, on Facebook, the fake news, all that stuff. Simon is a victim of it, to be honest. And that's where the change began, and then he created a YouTube channel. I went with it. So it's unfortunate, but Buhari should have cut it short a long time ago. It's a failure on Buhari. It's part of the APC failure, and we have to live with it. So it's not Peter Obi. Don't bring it on Peter Obi. You can hate Peter Obi, come up with factual stuff on Peter Obi, come up with sensible stuff, but that is Buhari who should have shut this down. It's just like the Yoruba guy they shut down in London. you should be shooting down this type of stuff. If you are serious about one Nigeria, then shoot it down as soon as possible. Don't wait until it grows into a large movement, and then 1 week to election, then you now shoot it down. Why are you wasting time and money on people's lives on stuff like that? Do what Jonathan said. Nigeria is not what people dying. Don't kill people. If you want to keep Nigeria, but don't kill people over that. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you even understand where Ovia was coming from.
Yeah. If you don't mind,
it
doesn't look. Let me just drop my last submission before fire me.
There's so much noise.
Okay.
It doesn't look. I was kind of trying to respond a little bit to what Mr. Raphael just said. It doesn't look like you understand where Ovia was coming from. Ovia, I guess the obvious point is that in order for P2B to defeat Atiku or Kwankwaso, he has to first of all defeat Simon Ekpa in relation to the sit-at-home order that he has declared. So it didn't mean that in the sense of Mr. P2B having the executive power to have dealt with Simon Ekpa all this time. But he's saying that as far as this election is concerned, in order for P2B to even defeat Kwankwaso, that he must deal with obvious Simon Ekpa's nuisance in the southeast. And I think that's a very good point. And there's no way around it.
All right.
Dr. Rudolph, I want to leave. Can I just respond to that? People will not fire me.
Okay, go ahead.
What I was saying I was politically speaking, right? I have not said made them carry combat, go for no. Politically speaking, your big goal is to get every potential voter from a region to come out and vote. That's the goal. Anything that will stop that, I will try to push back on that, should be something of concern. You don't want to face other candidates coming from a disadvantaged point of view. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying they should go and find him and take him out. No. Now you are saying Buhari should have done that. No, this is political season. Of what benefit it is to him and the candidate? You're talking about it's not understand the foreign policy and all that. I laugh. No, Ekpa is not, just as you said, Ekpa is not something that important that the president will give him attention at that point. You use the example of the Adeyinka and the rest from the Yoruba land. That is Tinubu's handwork. You have to go for any team that will give you that hardship to face your opponent. You have to go after that immediately. Yes, you can say Tinubu is lucky because, of course, almost all his boys are in this government. They can press buttons. That's by the side. Obi should have done the same thing, using his kingsness or whatever power that he has within himself to actually show that guy or reduce his power before now. If you are waiting on the federal government to do it for you, as the way Nigeria is now, it's not going to work. It is not going to work. I think, as I said earlier on, that we know they pay attention to Buhari's speech. Maybe because we don't like him. I know they defend him. I'm somebody that predicted 2014 that is going to set us back 30 years if he's elected. And when they give a ticket, did that. So I know they support us. But again, my mama say who they cry, they see road. Buhari, I said it earlier on, that what we are seeing going on, not just within Nigeria, around the world, is about race supremacy. Every race are competing. And I said it before, if you don't have an agenda to conquer, you expose yourself to be conquered. So if you think that Buhari, at this time of this moment that we are in our country, election time, that he's going to go after that man, no, it's not going to work. Do you think he really want to become the next president? The answer is no. So anything that will weaken him from that angle, you go look the other way around. So what the federal government is doing is looking the other way around. I don't know what they are doing. So I'm speaking politically. For you to actually have an advantage or stand a chance, you have to make sure your base is clear of anything that will give you problem. Just look around other candidates, what they are doing within their region. Just look around. So it's not about when I say Obi has to defeat him. I'm not saying you take war to him. No. But you should have gone before now to make sure that sit at home does not stand. Do everything within your power, because guess what? Even if it's not going to happen, your political opponent are using it as a rhetoric against you. If you pay attention to the North, they talk say For this, they will put it very indirectly that for some part of this country, people have been holding to sit at home for the past 6 months. That is a message they are sending to their own base. So it's not about say, oh, yeah, they must go fire and fire. No, that's not what they are making. You have to make sure you don't lose any votes.
Make a respond to Ovie quickly.
I just want to ask her one question.
He said he wants to leave, so I want to respond to him.
All right, Ralph, go ahead first. Ralph.
Ovie remind me of people who read one book and they know they give up on that one book and they just believe all the knowledge of life remains in that one book. So it's not Buhari's responsibility, it's Peter Obi's responsibility. But at the same time, all we are hearing is APC governors complaining about Buhari trying to sabotage them from winning the election. And then it's Peter Obi's fault. It's Peter Obi that should have defeated Simon Ekpa. But it's like every time you come up with something new for Peter Obi to do. Meanwhile, on your own program, Northerners will come on your program saying Peter Obi is popular in the North. But you are saying the North is saying Simon Ekpa's sit at home is the thing that is stopping. They are worried about the East. Look at the East. They are sitting at home. Meanwhile, it's you only that's pushing this sit at home agenda in the East as the big problem. I don't know. It's like you just pick one. You keep moving. Like I always say, you always move the goalposts every time. On your own program, Northerners are not using it as the agenda, as the thing that worries them about the East. Like I said, it is the responsibility of the federal government, which, according to the Nigerian Constitution, is supposed to secure Nigeria's borders and external against enemies from within and external. Simon Ekpa is a threat externally. But you are saying now it's Tinubu that gets the credit for stopping the Yoruba guy that was threatening Nigeria. But it shouldn't be Buhari it's not the responsibility of Buhari, it should be the responsibility of Peter Obi for Simon Ekpa. Like, I don't know if you're listening to yourself making the point. You are shifting.
Ralph, there's what they call contest. There's what they call contest. Contest? No, you are mischaracterizing what I said. I'm speaking in contest. I'm speaking based on this election. I am putting contest to it. If you don't understand my English, this guy actually understand. We are speaking politically here. This is politically speaking.
You're speaking politically.
Yes, I'm putting a contest. This is 2023 election. That is what we are talking about. It's about the election.
Let me use your language so you will understand.
Okay.
When you want to make your point, then let me use your style. I'm speaking strategically. I'm using
contest to it. No, contest. Put contest to it. What contest are you responding to?
Okay, guys, we have a long
In
day.
what contest are you taking my point from? Put contest to the 2023 election we are talking about. We are not talking about Nigeria. We are talking about 2023 election.
I hope I can still ask Ovie just that one question.
Hold on.
Ovie is afraid of where I'm going, so he has to quickly.
It's okay.
No. Me. You don't know me did that. Me afraid. You don't know me did that.
Do that. That's why you start interrupting.
All right.
Ralph.
Ovie, hold on. Let me welcome Lucky and try again to see if Madam Pat can hear us. Lucky, welcome to the show.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay.
My contribution is this. I just want to let the Igbo knows that this is their chance now. The marginalization we are talking about, which they have been clamoring for, and this is our time now to unite together and make their brother be in that power and let us see what they have for us. And the issue of Ekpo, I don't see anything about that man. He's somewhere enjoying his light, enjoying everything over there. As somebody I've just spoken about that, I was very happy about that because I don't need to go into detail about that one. If you not compare Simon Ekpa with Obi, so we are all supporting Obi, and I can see that there's a chance for the Igbo to showcase their people. And so that we will move forward, because all these talk go up, talk go down will not save the situation. So we just want peace and want that Nigeria to be repaired. You can see that all over Nigeria, both Muslim, Christian, pagan, and all, they are all for Obi. So we should give them a chance. And I urge all Igbos to join together, join other people, and make that man come 29, whatever which day is going to be sworn in. So we all stand by him, and I will pray God help him out. And for the audio video we hear concerning about Bubakar and his second what they call is a partner. So I heard about somebody say something about it, and you Mr. Damage, you debunk it that is an old video. How we show it's an old video because anything, sir.
Lucky, I didn't say old. I said it's fake.
Fake.
Yeah.
But that voice is a Abubakar voice now, and it's command.
You can make your voice and say some things now, and you'll be surprised.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, it's a warning. Even though it's not his voice, we have to. I think we have to look closely because I always tell these people they are coming there for their own selfish interest. They are not coming there for Nigerians. So that is the only point I can make for now. Let other people.
Actually, yeah, thank you so much. I actually want us to discuss that, not in the sense of whether because it's easy there will be a lot of things that will come out in the next 24 hours, and it's easy for people to believe things. There are ways that you have to analyze anything. First of all, do you think that if Atiku and Kowa and Tambawo, they want to discuss something like that, they will be speaking in English in a place where everybody will be hearing? Think about the situation and what they are saying. And the English they were speaking there is not the kind of English that, anyway, let's leave that. Madam Pat, welcome to the show. Madam Pat, welcome to the show. Can you hear me? Unmute yourself. Let's see if... I really want to hear from you. I know you're joining us for the first time, and no, we can't hear you. There's something wrong.
Maybe she should disconnect her headset.
Yeah, if you have a headset,
she's using AirPods, so she might have to disconnect it.
All right, we'll try again.
All right, Rudy, let me talk now.
Okay. Hold on, we had a... Go ahead, Madam Pat. Go ahead. Remove the earpiece. We had you a little bit when you removed it.
Oh, you heard me?
Yeah, good. Nice.
And I can't hear you now. Your voice has come down. Your voices have come down.
Okay,
anyway,
just speak to us, yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I really don't have much to say. Good evening, every one of you. I've been listening to you all this while. I just decided to show my face today.
Thank you.
Rudolph, you've been doing so well. Your patience, and really, you are a very patient man.
Thank you.
I really want to thank every one of you because this is the real, you are all the real Nigerians. You are all the real Nigerians. Wherever we are, that Nigerianness is in us. And whatever is happening in our home, we really want to know about it. Like today when I came, I was a bit sad. But when I heard Ngozinka, hello, you can still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Wow.
We can hear you.
When Ngozinka said that they are moving freely around, she to move from one place to the other, I was happy. Because, like when this guy, you see what, though some people want to debunk prayer, but prayer works. Nigerians have been praying, praying for a good leader, praying for a good governance. And God has brought one to us right now. And then to crown it all from Igbo land, you know, so it's a thing of joy. And you know, the way God did it is that every other person is supporting this man. And I cannot say all Igbos, but some of you guys, some of the Igbos are not supporting him, which is very strange. It's really, really very strange. But I'm so grateful to God that everybody is supporting him and we are waiting for tomorrow. So I'm really happy to be among you guys and let's see what happens.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Pat.
you. Thank you. God bless you.
Let me talk. I have to go. Sorry,
Even though I cannot hear your voice.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Janaba.
All right. Dr. Rudy, this is the thing that I'm trying to say to you out to this platform all over and over again. If we have this narrow-minded talk about, first of all, we start that it's Igbo. Even those we have few hours, people will still be turned off. When we want something, it's a politics. And politics demand that you play politics. It's not a business as usual. And if you saying all Igbo, and even somebody to say is surprised to see that not all Igbo. If all Igbo support Peter Obi, and all Yoruba support Tinubu, and all Hausa support Hausa, what is the Nigerian is all about? We are not running Peter Obi is not coming to be a president for Igbo or for Biafra. It's coming to be a president of Nigeria. And if for that, if you're going to campaign on his behalf or trying to use this platform to ginger the base to come out to vote for him, you say all Nigeria. This is the sentiment and the tribal issue that bring all of those things that we are all going to suffer years after years and after years. And it's going to be a long walk to freedom if we keep this kind of rhetoric and we keep that of sentiment that divide us by the elite over and over. If Christianity and prayer work that much, the country we live is I live in America, and I have been to other parts of the developed world. God is not politics. God is not a politician. So politics is go and vote. And then the prayer is a spiritual journey. If you believe that the Muslims have their own belief, a Christian have their own belief, and both of them can see cross path to vote for somebody that is not Christian and that is not Muslim. So if we have this kind of mentality, we are going to lose end of the day. I hope my brothers and sisters all over the world look at this, that, okay, this is the fight for a change that you believe. I don't believe in that change. I don't think that any change is coming, especially when you and I cannot start that change in our own home. And the value that we believe that when they say that do good to others as you wish yourself, that we make it a tribal issue. And then you cut off with the minority and the politician and the elite and the religious leader, they know how divided we are. And they'll keep taking advantage of us. And the Nigerian you are clamoring for is a long walk to freedom. You will never see it. And moreover, as I conclude my saying for now, why I give away for someone else to come in, I told you yesterday as I was wrapping up, Ekpa is going to be out. It's not going to be a big deal. But the damage, and you are saying that Nigerian people should have done it. It's not in the interest of Nigeria or the government in power politically. It's not a threat to them. It's a threat to the region. That is what Obe is saying. It's a threat to the region. It's an Igbo guy. You guys should have a negotiating power. Just like I said yesterday, Shetima is from Borno State. When the Boko Haram strike in Chibok, he has to find a way to negotiate with them. But since the Westerner and all the Easterner, you guys are too big for each other, and you know you are very educated and you are very eloquent, you say, no, you let go. That is what Shetima did. He brought them to himself and said, listen, we cannot do this here. Please. And he negotiated with them. I see that even the Christian is calling him, he is a Boko Haram chief. That is the power of negotiation. They had a dialogue. And they come down, of course, they are not as powerful as they used to be. You're going to have a dialogue with people. If you cannot even have a dialogue with your fellow Igbo man,
that is in a foreign land. He has his own agenda completely. I don't doubt you know him very well and all of that. But in this case, you needed to talk to him months ago, not 3 days before election. And now you think he has no impact. Thank you for having me. One love. I'm going to go and get my medication in case tomorrow come. I didn't go what I say. I can take when I sleep so that I don't die before my time because of Nigerian politics. One love.
I wish you can stay and listen to my response to what you just said.
Sorry, if you give me the time, if you respond to me, I'll respond to you. It will take so long. I'll listen to you on the YouTube. Dr. Damages, is always a pleasure. I'm John Abba.
All right, thank you, John Abba. Before we respond to John Abba, let me welcome H.O. to the show. H.O., welcome to the show.
Good morning, sirs.
Yeah, how are you?
Not good.
Okay, so are you watching your children?
Yeah, and I'm worried, really, really worried.
Why are you worried?
The by force, by fire of APC and PDP, and for my children not to really think of the pain they are going through and think of another 4 years if they collect rice and beans now and decide to rig the election for them. Because the rigging is not done by these people's children. It's not done by those who benefit directly by them. The rigging is done by us that are suffering. And for how long are we going to allow them to make us an orange? Nigeria, wherever you are tonight, before you think of rigging election tomorrow, go and buy an orange. Soak it. Tell me what you do with what is left over. If you rig election, that is who you are. The politician will just use you for their benefit. Some of you have their direct phone number. You are happy. Like Atiku has promised some people contract. I don't know what Tinubu is promising you people. But the only thing I can tell you is this. When you allow them to use you, don't worry. Your children will not go to school. They will remain at home for you. So do not, for once, think that your brothers and sisters in diaspora, they will continue to be your ATM machine. Never. We won't be your ATM machine. You will eat the food you cook if you allow them to use you to rig election. Especially the mothers. That is even what breaks my heart. You are a woman. Your child has finished school, or your neighbor's child has finished school. No work. Your own probably is dropping out, or is still going. And you think there will be work if we don't get it right? Make una rig election, una go eat the food very well. Thank you. That's what I have for now.
All right, thank you. Let me play a video because what Madam H.O. was talking about, there were several instances of things being shared in this last week.
For TVC now, they will give up.
Nobody said that.
Tinubu Gari, they said it in Alausa. Tinubu beach. 8 years. They came to Alausa office. So share Tinubu be. Don't go better for the people and consumer. They came to allow us to share the no wahala. Oh yeah, see it
Can you just see?
No.
Here, it's not that there are no poor people on the street. But when you go to food bank, they give to you with dignity and respect. They don't throw things at you as if you are goat and dog and chicken. And somebody that is treating you like a chicken that you throw corn for before you slaughter her. You can't think so that person now you supposed vote for. Any of you, when you waka with your leg, go do that. You already cost yourself and your generation unborn. How could people treat you with this kind of way? And you think it's normal? Here in US, there are people on the street. They call them homeless people. But you know what? They still treat them with dignity and respect. If they are sick, the ambulance will carry them to the hospital like they will carry me. If you are giving them food, you don't give them leftover. You cook the correct meal. And there are places if their clothes are dirty, they go there, they take their shower, and they take new clothes and dress up and enter the street. In the night, there is places they call shelter that will open door for them, give them warm meal, and they will sleep. It is only a house, an apartment of their name that they don't have. But every other things that I enjoy in my home, they enjoy it. And you see people treating you that way, and you will think of voting for them. Nigeria, wake up. You have choices. You get better choices. Did you understand me? And if you miss it, if you cry to Baba God, the blood of the innocent and the spirit of the innocent that has been spilled in that land will haunt you people day and night.
Thank you.
Mr. Damage, can I reply? Can I say something about that?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that woman has made a good point. I pray may God keep him alive and keep him healthy. The question I want to ask you, Mr. Damage, as that woman is giving this message across, how can he reach the common man on the street? Because you and I can able to buy data, pay monthly, and we are living fine. We have life 24 hours. How can your message get to the poor masses on the street so that this woman message can get to them? Because actually, it is a pity that even the women, they are the most people that support people. They are the most of them are the most people that support all these politicians. I can tell you that 99% of their children who finish school, they are there, they have no job, just as he said. So my pain is this. I don't know how this message can get to them on the street. You can see the way people are, they are throwing food to people. Okay, tell me now. Those people, they give that those bags or whatever they call it. Then they will, as a result of that, I go and vote for the guy tomorrow. Then they will go there and suffer for another 8 years, another 4 years. Please, there's a funnel they have to create to make sure that this kind of message get to people on the street. And number of them, they cannot even write. They cannot even write. They are being brainwashed. You see, and they are being given a tip. I don't know how to call it. So it pains me that even as we are saying something now, and it's only us that can get this message. My question again, Mr. Damage, how can we get this message across to the street of Nigeria so that they will know what they are facing?
Thank you, Lucky. I don't know if I should answer or if you submit. Let me say this. I think that what we do here, people pass it on. There might be 500 people watching. If they talk to another 500 people, that's 1,000. If they talk to one person each, that's 1,000, and that person will pass across the message. That's one. But I have issue with some of the things that HO said, because we personally, we are abroad and we have these privileges that people at home do not have. I don't like talking down on people at home. If we are as desperate as some of them are, we probably will do the same thing. It's important to find a very good way to pass the messages. If someone has nothing to eat and somebody's offering them something, it doesn't matter what you preach. We have social networks, certain things that we are sure we can benefit from. In the worst case, HO mentioned food banks. Where are the food banks in Nigeria? Where do you go and get food if you don't have any option? Well, they don't have it. So we have to start from somewhere, and we have to also do things. Sometimes we wait for the government to do everything. There are things that were put in place by individuals, not the government, in wherever in the world we are. So it's a discussion we're going to have after the election. But for now, tomorrow is a big day. We can't stop them from.
So, Mr. Rudolph, so let me also just today I also saw a video, another strategy from APC in the north. So they have a special package. They have a packet. They load things inside it and give to individuals. And once they do this, they will collect that person PVC and write their names and their PVC numbers. So my concern is this: what are they going to do with that names and their PVC number? So they write it and give back to the person. They give you the packet, so you can see it. Once you open it, you have just some few items in it. So I don't know what is the reason why they are copying people's PVC number and PVC and their names. Did they have any insider in INEC that they are giving this information to, either to use it to defranchise these people or one way or the other? So these are some of the concerns, not even the food they are giving, but if you collect somebody's PVC details, the name and the number is very important. The VIN number is very important. With the VIN number, you can be able to search the database to get the person's information. And if you have a right to write and to write and copy or delete right into the system, they can be able to delete that person's information or fingerprint or facial print from the BVAS. And so that person will get there that day. They will not find his identity.
Yeah, thank you, the Black Sun. That was an old video. We don't know, but
no. Let me say something. If I'm hungry, the Nigeria that we know we came from, if I'm so hungry in Nigeria, and I know that this food they are giving to me is poison, will I eat it? The answer is no. We know very well that this is always their strategy. First of all, they make us to be poor so that we don't think for ourselves. Then on election day, they will give us poison. That is what I call what they are giving them now. They give the poison, and they now collect that poison to vote for them for another 4 years. The Nigeria that I know, we all came from. When we know that this thing is poison, we won't take it. If I thought we take it, my mother would tell me to throw it away. So therefore, that food will not last them for 1 week. But we are talking of 4 years of suffering.
Echo, we are not going to debate this now.
No, I'm not debating, but I'm only just letting you know.
But I just want to
let I'm insensitive to their pain. No.
I just wanted to let you know what Peter B said. Peter B said, if they give you money, collect it. That's more realistic strategy. When you think about people who have nothing, I don't know where you see poison written on the food. If someone is hungry, he's hungry or she's hungry. It's not poison to them. It's Gary, and they know nothing will happen to them if they eat it. As far as physically,
But it's for them to do their bit.
Okay, let's welcome other people. All right. Hold on.
Rudolph, before you welcome, you still haven't allowed Not by Power and Sydney talk all this time. Just reminding you.
Even Igbo basics, I see them. I know, but they, that's why I'm trying to slow down on people going back and forth so that everybody will be involved in this conversation. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Yeah, go ahead. Ineme. Yeah, I can.
Inem. Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Brilliant. Thanks, Rudolph, for getting me into the show. I think my comment is broadly on what Madam H.O. said. Personally, I have been there before in terms of, when you come from a very, very humble beginning, and poverty has a way of really, 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 really dragging you, and sometimes your sense of reasoning, just twisting your mind, and that's why I want to echo the final comment that you just made there, that a more realistic strategy is perhaps, if someone gives you money, collect it, because when you tell someone that is really hungry, that hasn't eaten for days, perhaps maybe he's looking for money or maybe for food for his family, and then someone comes and offers him something, and then you're telling him it's difficult for that person to say no. So perhaps a more realistic strategy would be to collect it, but still do what is right. I think the Nigerian system, from the statistics, from what we had, over 130 million people are in poverty, and that is huge for a country that will have over 220 million people. So it's quite significant. So I think for me, I cannot really stress this enough. If we are able to vote in Peter Obi into the mix, it will signal a change in the direction of travel. I am not saying that Peter Obi is going to save all the problems, but at least it would signal a new course for the country, and it would perhaps give back the power to the people. I think one. Sorry, go ahead.
You just said something that something crossed my mind. You don't think people have been saying this? He's not going to solve all the problems, and I wonder, do we use that metrics to now say that maybe Buhari solved some problems? He didn't solve all of it. I don't think we extend it to everybody. This assessment now that we know that Peter Obi, if he comes, he will not solve it. Most people don't go and look at Buhari's term and say, I think he solved some of the problems. He didn't solve everything. You know what I mean? Yeah. It just crossed my mind because we say...
Yes, exactly. Because, I mean, to be quite honest, 4 years for... Sorry, I can't... You're mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I said 4 years for a presidency, you would not expect the person to solve all the security problems that we have, all the economic problems that we have, and the poverty in the land. And obviously, he's talking about moving everyone from consumption to production. You are not going to get 100% of that in 4 years. So, but I strongly, for the first time in my life, I am so deeply involved in this election. I have been campaigning. In fact, if I had planned properly, I would have traveled back home. But I think maybe in the next cycle, I would do a proper plan and probably travel back home. That's how important this is for me. And I know I've invested my money, my funds, for the first time in my life into a Nigerian election. So I think that's huge. If nothing happens in this election, if worst case scenario, it doesn't win this election, at least it will signal a change in the atmosphere. So that's what I wanted to just come in and just make a comment.
All right, thank you. I'll come to you, Thomas, but let me go to Madam Pat. I think she wanted to say something maybe associated with. Go ahead, Madam. Well, unmute yourself. You are muted. Unmute yourself. Okay, good. You muted yourself again. Just once, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that even though even though there is so much going on in Nigeria, like what HO said, yes, many things are going on, but the truth is that so much has happened within these 8 months that Obi joined. So much has happened. And this issue of them giving money, giving all these things, we continue for some time. But like if there is a good governance, gradually these things will die down. So those ones that are going to collect, now majority of the people have known the truth. But you still have some buckets of them that are still struggling to even survive. So any little thing matters to them a lot. Like our brother was saying, we are over 200 million. So these little ones is like unreasonable amount compared to how many people have come to join politics now. You know, many people, the young ones, the old ones, have come in to pursue one goal, you know, to have good governance. So I think we have to just kind of be patient with some of these things that are going on, because a change has come. A change has come. And tomorrow, by the grace of God, even though we are not at home, we will see the change.
All
So
right.
that's all I want to say. Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Her contribution is very, very, very important. But the point is, we have to kind of be patient with ourselves. Even those ones still collecting, it's not, a lot of them are no more collecting. Many people's eyes have been opened. But this handful of people, they will still continue until that good governance is pronounced in the land.
All
That's
right.
all I want to. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Pat. Thomas, you're next.
Good morning, everybody. From Melbourne in Australia. The video you just show us now. Then before I start, don't come for me. This is my opinion. Thank you, Rudolph. The video you just shared now. Let me digress back a little bit to when I personally speak against this stupid policy that was introduced 99.9 hours to the election. When Tinubu came out, speak against it. They are holding fuel, they are holding petrol, but we vote. I'm speaking against it then. That this money's policy is going to expose people to more.
Now.
Okay.
Bye, later.
Thank you, ma. God bless you, ma. It's going to expose more people to vote buying. It's glaring in our face now. Nigerians are suffering, and this is election, and somebody is offering you money. It's only Rudolph, it's only you and me on this platform that we are elite, we have brain, and we have something on our table that we will not collect this money or collect this. Look at the Gary, look at the Ekpa. Those people showing that Gary and beans. Why do they collect the beans? Why do they collect it? They were complaining, but they collected it. So this money policy that they brought 99.9 hours, it exposed Nigeria much to vote buying. People will collect money for this election. Rudolph, listen to me. The people that can share money, that can share beans, that can share Gary, the people will collect. One of my friends, they can't even get their money from the bank. They have been at home with the kids almost 2 weeks. But when Tinubu came out speak against this stupid monetary policy, some people think it's going to favor their candidate. It's not going to favor your candidate. He exposed more Nigerians that doesn't have brain, like me and you, that will not collect 1,000 naira to vote. He exposed them. Look at people fighting, pushing themselves. They could be trampling there. People may die on that process. So I think Nigerians, you've got what you want now. Buhari has shown a level playground for every candidate, from Peter Obi to the 18 candidates. So let's see how go there. Let's see how it's going to pan out. And somebody say, collect money from them and vote for me. Immediately you collect that money, you've sold your conscience already. That's the stupid advice, in my opinion. Don't collect their money. Reject it in their presence and vote for who you want to vote for. That is a dignity person. Collect the gari, collect the beans, but vote for me. It's nonsense talk to me. Don't collect it. Still go and vote for your candidate. You can still reject it and vote for your candidate. Rudolph, I will not deceive you. APC and PDP will still be your president. If this vote buying is still there, and I know Peter Obi doesn't have money to share for Nigerians for now, but Nigerians are suffering. They will collect this money and vote for who they want to vote for, and vote for them. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Let me give a chance to people who've been here to say a few things, just something so that I can rotate people. There are a lot of people trying to come in. Bo Basics, it's been a while you spoke, so let me come to you so I can rotate people. Go ahead. Mazam, I can see you, and Nikki, I can see you. I'll come to you. Go ahead.
All right, so thank you again, Dr. Damages, Rudolph. I wonder how you do it, but you are blessed in so many ways with the calmness, and of course, as an old soldier, everything that the way you manage to work on things is really amazing. May God continue to bless you.
Thank you.
I have listened all the while. And by the way, Madam Echo, is this my hair? I don't babam. Because I talked yesterday, so they go back here. Baba tell me make I come out. So here is the thing I'm looking at now. The power of the word. The power of the word, sometimes the power of the mouth, sometimes is more powerful than the gun and religion. We remember Jim James Jones of Guyana. We remember David Koresh. And we remember people who died in Guyana because they were following somebody sheepishly. Why am I talking about that? By the way, does anybody know the hometown of Simon Ekpa? Okay, I asked that question because I really need to know. I understand he probably may be from Abakaliki or something of that nature, correctly? But if somebody can find out what his hometown is from. Let me take it right off course on the Ekpa case. The man was taken into custody, questioned, and released on bail. In the Western world where we live, when you are released on bail, it doesn't mean that you are home free. They will bring you back, they will try you, and if you are innocent, let you go. If you are found guilty, you will be jailed. The question is, what are the charges against the man? Until we know exactly what the charges are, we are all stargazing. And if the government of Nigeria is truly serious about the matter, not only go after him, you go after his accomplices at home. Because you don't work without people who are rampaging all over the place. Let's bring it down to the subject matter that even John Abba and Honor Politics was talking about. Charity begins at home. Of this same situation we are talking about, there is a video going around how the elders in Igbo land have declared that everybody must go out and vote. They have also declared that anybody stopping anybody from going to vote is an enemy of the Igbo. And I agree totally with that. I agree totally with that. Having said that, for somebody to say that it's Peter Obi's issue. No, it's an issue of the entire community to make sure that they ring in their own. When one man cook for the masses will finish it. But if the masses cook for one man no go finish them. The problem is enormous, and I will even touch up on Madam Echo's issue. When we were growing up, what has happened to the dignity of man? When we are growing up, you go take one or cousin, eat for bush, you are satisfied. You think about, you go hunting birds, you shoot one small bird, una they go five, una go there five, share them, and everybody will be satisfied. You go after grasshoppers, you eat the grasshopper, you are so full, you are satisfied. Having said all that, Dr. Damages, let me bring you what I wanted to talk about briefly, please.
No.
It's from Ebonyi State. I think it's important.
Okay, see.
Here is what it is.
I don't think where he's from is important, please.
No, I'm not talking about where is he from. This is what's happening. This is what's happening as the election is concerned.
Igbo basics. Hold on, okay. This for everybody else. For the next 2 days, we will have a lot of people who want to come join us and be part of this conversation. So I think people should let's start practicing, in 2 minutes, say all you have to say, so that I don't like interrupting people. I don't like stopping people. It doesn't look good for those watching at home, but it's not fair to everybody else if we go on, and you don't have to touch on everything. Once we come to you, say in 2 minutes, whatever you want to say, and then we move on. All right. So Igbo Basic roundup, we have to go.
Okay. The information that what's happening in Ebonyi State, that election materials meant for easy local government in Ebonyi State were hijacked and diverted to the House of Easy Local Government Executive Chairman. He said attempts to accost and ask questions and the Labour Party armless and defenseless LGS ESCO members merciless beatings. They further attempt to take pictures and them smashing of their phones, serious wounds, and heavy machete cuts. That is what is happening from one of the areas we are monitoring. So what is the government doing about it? And in rounding up with a quote from Chief Chinua, somebody just sent to me to share with you that Chief Nanga was a born politician, that he could get away with almost anything he said or did. And as long as men are swayed by their hearts and stomach and not their heads, the Chief Nangas of the world will continue to get away with anything. That's from a man of the people, like Chinua Achebe.
All right. Thank you, Igbo Basics. And let me go to Mazam. Okay, Raf, go ahead. Raf, what do you want to say?
I need to go, so I just want to wrap up and bounce. So thank you for having me as usual, and hope everybody hits like and share the video. I'll wrap up by saying I found it strange that people were allocating issues like Boko Haram to the governor of Borno State, saying that he went and negotiated with the terrorists and solved that issue. But I remember clearly that anytime you bring up Goodluck Jonathan on this program, they said he's a weak president. That's why he couldn't solve it, and that's why Buhari had to be elected, because he was a strong man, and we needed a strong person to come and fix the problem. We need to pick one side, be honest about what you want and what it is. If you hate Peter Obi, say you hate him. You are entitled to your opinion. You don't have to make up and switch side and then say he's governor, he's a regional problem. Boko Haram was not a regional problem. It's in Cameroon, it's in Nigeria, it's in Chad. So that's beyond regional, that's international. Simon Ekpa, you are now saying it's a regional thing, but at the end of the day, what did Buhari tweet the other day when he was threatening Igbo people? That was why did he tweet that? If it was just regional, then why did he consign himself? Why did he proscribe IPOB as a terrorist group? He wouldn't do that, right? If it's just a regional problem, then he doesn't care. you guys will say this stuff. You will move the goalposts when it comes to Igbo people, and then you say Tinubu solved Yoruba problem, so Sunday Igbo can exist, and you will use different language. It is you people who are the tribalists. It is you people who are the, it's just weird how this goalpost shifting happens. Say I don't like Peter Obi. It is your opinion. You are entitled to that. There's nothing wrong with it. You want to support Tinubu, Kwankwanso, that's fine. Nobody will bite you. People can only throw insults at you. It's fine. Thank you. Whoever you vote for tomorrow, do it. Nothing is. Nigeria will exist. I'll see you all after the elections. All right. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you. Thomas, what's going on? Go ahead.
So when are you going to let me talk?
I just want to say something so that other people can come in. Dr. Rudolph, thank you for having us. Thank you for having me. I wish Nigerian good election, and people have the fundamental right to vote for who they want to vote for. I can't stop anybody not to vote for anybody. You can just canvass them. You can speak to them. If they say they want to vote for them, there's nothing you can do. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you. See you on the other side.
Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. As long as we are here anytime, anybody can join us at any point. Let me see. Dr. Chidebere, I can see you, but let me welcome. There's somebody I wanted to welcome. Oh, Mazan. Yeah, Mazan, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I heard people saying a lot of things, particularly on collecting gifts from politicians, rice, and whatever. To me, my opinion is that, when you collect something from somebody, there's this attachment, even deep inside your soul. There's something that will influence you if you have conscience. So my own is that people have suffered for 4 years or 8 years. That thing they will give them, yes, tomorrow, whatever it is, money, gari, or anything, or rice, will not solve the problem. I believe in calling a spade a spade. Reject them. If you want to reject them with their own things. Reject them with their money and their gifts, so that they will know that they have failed you. That is why you are telling them, I am not taking whatever you are giving me. That's one. Somebody does, is it Thomas that just said he can assure us that Peter Obi will not win, or APC or PDP? I think a lot of people are dreaming. They don't know that they should go and see the number of people that collected their PVC. I think it's about 90 million people now that collected that are registered. What do they think that made those people to go and queue or go register and collect their PVC? Because people are tired of the same old story. People are tired of that. So they have to make a change. One good thing one thing I will give to the Igbo people. One is that they have now agreed. They have now seen the implication of not going to vote. This is, in fact, some of the problems. You see, you people that don't vote, you are the major problem of Nigeria, because you don't vote. Your vote will be used to rig. They will convert your votes. They will collect they will give electoral officers money to complete that number. So it's even worse than you voting the wrong candidate, because they will convert all your votes to one person. So that's one good thing. That's one good thing you have done. Another thing is come out and vote. Come out and vote. All those people that are saying they cannot be anywhere at the same time, they can't kill everybody. This thing is a war. It's not even, it's a war. Because you are saving your future. You're saving the future, your destiny, and the future of your unborn children or your own living children. So you have to take the bull by the horn. That's how it should be.
All right. Mazam, just leave it at that point. We are coming back to you. Let's get other people. There are a lot of new people that joined us. Nikki, Nikki, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. Thank you for accepting my invitation to join the group, and thank you all for your opinions and your the chat all along. I think for me, I don't really have so much to say about what's going on right now. But for me, I just want to acknowledge every Nigerian out there in Nigeria fighting for what we that ran abroad could not do. Because let's be realistic, we can come online and say anything, but these people every single day, they had to go through everything thrown at them. And we live here in a democracy that we didn't even experience how these people fought for their own system. And for me, I can't beat any Nigerian down. I can't do it. If you like, go and vote for PDP or whatever you're voting for. If I'm in Nigeria, of course, I'm Yoruba and I will be voting for Peter Obi. But the thing is, like I said, we need to acknowledge these people because the condition that this present government put them is just too difficult for any human being. Like, I live in Canada and I tell you to go and vote. Sometimes I don't even have any information. I just get home, I pick a paper that has been sent to me, and I just go to, the address they put there to vote. I don't even know the candidates, but see, I go there to vote because I always remember that back in Nigeria, this is like a war voting. So I think for me, I just want to acknowledge the Nigerians in Nigeria that are fighting every day, to make the democracy a reality in Nigeria. And also, people have been coming and saying, Obi cannot win, Obi cannot win. But I will take us back to 2015. It's not because Buhari is that good that Buhari won. Buhari won because Nigerians were tired. They were tired of what, Jonathan and the people around him did to them. Buhari didn't need to campaign so much for him to win. So if people are coming out to say Peter Obi cannot win, I just want you to remember 2015, Buhari won not because he's even a good person to get in that position, but Nigerians wanted alternative. And this time around, Nigeria want alternative too. And guess what? This guy has brought himself out that I'm ready to do the job. So I think it's now left for Nigerians to see, what is right, to vote for what is right, to vote for what can help them, because at the end of the day, even when Peter Obi gets there, he cannot do it alone. It's going to take the effort of every Nigerian to wake up and say, if I'm an employee at the airport, I'm not going to be a bad employee. If I'm working somewhere that, it's a government place, I'm not going to take bribe, because Peter Obi cannot be everywhere. So we need to stand up, like Nigerians need to stand up and say, I'm going to do the right thing. If not, no matter how much Peter Obi tries, if the people that are supposed to do the right thing are not doing it, still not going to work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Isimile in London. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Thank you for allowing me to speak, giving me the speaking space, and hello everyone else out there, panelists. Thank you for all your contributions. Highly appreciated. And for the fans that are watching, please keep subscribing and keep pushing for this platform to go further so that people would be able to receive the messages from wherever they are, even after the election. It does matter that we checkmate all our activities before the elections and after the elections to see where we can make some adjustments to improve. the panel, and Nigeria as a whole. I'm quite happy with Ngozika's contribution. I'm from Southeast, and I'll always be a proud Igbo person. And I still love Nigeria, even though it's not perfect. And I don't believe any country is perfect in the world. I know that Nigerians are patriotic, but when we are outside Nigeria, we possibly see Nigeria in a different kind of spectrum compared to when we were actually inside Nigeria. And that's why we're here to make our voices heard with all our ideas, to bring positive voices together to see how the country will make a change. Our voices will travel far, and we'll still be on the internet for a very long time for any of the politicians, both old and the young upcoming ones, to harness, possibly to use for a better outcomes. I'm happy with what Ngozika said earlier on, that people are coming out. Not because they are disobeying Simon Ekpa. I'm not against Simon Ekpa. He's my brother. Any Yoruba is my brother as well. My sisters from Yoruba land, from the north, all over Nigeria. But I want a change in Nigeria because we want to be one Nigeria, and I believe in fairness and equity. I'm not saying it's Igbo's turn. I have heard from some people in other platforms that an Igbo person can never ever be a Nigerian president. And I thought to myself, are we not one Nigeria? Is there supposed to be a word never? I am aware and certain that one word you should never use is never. Never say never. Whether this time Obi gets it or not. So I'm happy, my people. Please go out there and vote. Simon Ekpa is not in Nigeria. He's out there enjoying himself. I'm not against him. He has his voice, but you have your own mind to make your choices. You are in Nigeria. Please make it count so that people will have better chances in life in Nigeria. Go out and vote regardless. Sorry, I have one thing else to say, Dr. Damages. I'm so sorry. I saw on YouTube about a man, a particular chieftain in Nigeria, who is telling some people around Lagos that if you don't vote, you cannot do business in Lagos. If you don't vote APC, you're not going to be allowed to continue to harness the goodness of what Lagos brings. And I would ask people, please do not listen to the divisive voices amongst us. Please follow your conscience and let's make Nigeria a better place for everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Kolata Yanes.
Hey, Rudolph, glad to be here. I'm sorry, I've been in meetings. I just joined, so I don't know what the topic is. But before I say, Rudolph, you have the best game face ever. You just keep a straight face, no matter what people are saying. I'm like, what? How is he doing this? You just keep a straight face. Anyway, I mean, I'm hearing some unpleasant things. People talking about ethnic group, this and that. Guys, stop doing that. It's very trivial. We don't need to be like going into all this parochial sentiments. The Yoruba people, a lot supporting Peter Obi. There are Igbo people, a lot supporting Tinubu. There are many Igbo and Yoruba people supporting Atiku. Please, let's stop this nonsense. It's not going to get us anywhere. All of you guys go and vote for your candidates. It doesn't matter. One person will win. The most important part is the transition. We need a peaceful transition. So everybody has campaigned. That time has passed right now. If anything you need to do is to get out the vote, get people out the vote. This is not the time to say Bala Blue or Peter Obi is pedestrian or Atiku is a thief. That time is gone. It's gone. It's gone. This is the time to go out and vote. The selling is done. Now is the time is get the people out to go and vote. So I just don't appreciate all this last minute dividing ourselves up. There's no point to it. Sometimes it's almost like it's low level intelligence that we just resort to all this nonsense. But people should just go out and vote. Go vote peacefully, get some food, get some drink, stay in line, get an umbrella, vote. I mean, it's your civic duty. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. And I just wish the country luck. But to the politics of it, I'm looking more about some battleground states that are surprising battleground states. Chief example is River State in the South South. I don't know who's going to win River State. It may be Tinubu via Wiki, it may be Peter Obi. I don't know. Cross River State is also a battleground state. APC is super strong right now, but it's traditional PDP, but you also have obedience factor. Cross River State is also a place that I want to see. Benue State, that's another battleground state. We want to see what happens in Benue State. We don't know who's going to win Benue State. Edo State, surprisingly, is a battleground state. PDP and Labour Party may divide their votes, but Edo North always votes for APC. So it's something interesting to see tomorrow. The Northwest in its entirety is battleground. They're going to divide it amongst three people. What's going to happen there? So me, I'm not voting, but as a political analyst and a lover of politics, I want to see what happens in those battlegrounds. So for those voting, please be peaceful. Don't abuse each other. There's no point. Politicking is over. Just go and do your civic duty and pray for your candidate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Ismail, what do you want to say? I want to catch.
I just wanted to briefly respond to Kulata in a polite way. Like when we talk about intelligence, how do you measure intelligence? Are you talking about political intelligence or social intelligence or economic? What kind of intelligence? Everyone is intelligent. Let me finish. I did not
I don't want to hijack the
Give me some
conversation, but
respect.
let me quickly go there.
Give me some respect. I know you place yourself so high, but let people place you. Okay. I do not care anyone's level as long as we all get along and everyone is respected equally. We're not here to talk about whether your intelligence is you're higher than Trump or anybody. We don't give a damn. Okay. So every intelligence matters. Who measures intelligence? How do you use your intelligence? Is it only going to school that makes you intelligent, or producing some kind of statistical data makes you an intelligent guru? Please don't place yourself in that pedestrian. You cannot tell yourself that you're intelligent. Let people attest to that, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. What I'm saying about intelligence is some people resort to primordial sentiment. Before rather than sit down and think, they just start calling tribe this, tribe that, tribe this, tribe that. We're past that. We all went to school. We're all friends. What's the point trying to tear each other down by saying this person doesn't love Yoruba, this person doesn't love Igbo? Sometimes it's just laziness and sitting down to just think things through rationally before you fall. Don't fall into the easy.
That is relationship issue. Please remove intelligence. Please, it's okay.
That's your reading. Don't fall into the easy decisions. Yeah, we're one country.
See, I have Yoruba friends. You're my friend too, isn't it?
Thank you.
You're my friend. I'll use your makeup.
All right. So for those who are watching at home who are confused, sometimes there are people here who meet in other platforms. So they carry their battle. What's going on?
Their beef.
Why are we looking at? They carry their battle to other places. So all right. Where do I go? Because Sangozi is in Nigeria. I know, Sydney, you've spoken twice. Let me get to people who are here.
No, I've not spoken. You abandoned me for almost an hour.
Seriously?
It's all right. Let him go.
I'll come to you. After Ngozi. Yeah, Ngozika.
Arudo, I wanted to just come in very quickly, if I may. Just very quickly,
no, don't come quickly. Stay there. Ngozika.
Please, let Sydney speak, please. I know how it feels to wait on the queue. Please let Mr. Sydney speak.
Okay.
I second to you, Ngozi, because of you are giving us situation report. So I think it's best you go ahead, then I'll come in. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, it seems I miscalculated. We are still here. We've not moved, and it's quite worrisome because some people's ward is not really near, so there are concerns about transporting them to that place this night. People are fidgety, and rightly so. Fortunately for me, my own ward and polling unit is not too far, and it's still within the axis where the local government is. I wouldn't have to travel far. They are still sorting As I'm speaking to you, I'm chatting with my SPO and my PO. They say they are getting the materials ready, and as soon as they can load them inside the bus, they will call me. I'll come join the bus and we'll leave. That is the situation now. I'm just thinking there's a lot of people here. I'm thinking God should just preserve them and get them to their stations safely. Seeing that it's night, I'm really, really concerned knowing the situation, the security situation, but we'll be fine. Hopefully, we'll be fine. Once there's movement
Yeah, you
now,
will be.
once they finish sorting everything inside, there should be movement. It's taking way longer than I had hoped. I don't know what the hold up is inside there.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ngozika. Sydney. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you,
Sydney. I
and
thought you said.
well done. No, well done to Ngozika. I think, like I said, INEC is on trial in this election, and that is the most troubling thing about the election. With respect to um, using of materials to entice people, it's going to be in our election until we have real leadership. So I've been talking with a few people on the ground, and somebody mentioned something to me. He said this situation is a very he's a senior citizen. He said this situation is similar to the war situation where people were struggling to even get money to buy food. So that has been weaponized. However, vote buying was already a pre-planned thing. So I want to disabuse any mind and saying, oh, it's because of the Naira thing and then they're doing, the political parties had planned to do vote buying. And then coming to battlegrounds, most of what Kolata is saying as battlegrounds, I may not agree with it because a battleground environment, or what I would call a swing state, are not traditional states like rivers. I've lived in rivers all my life. I have people there. River State is fully obedient. There's no, you can't even go around that. Benue, obedient. Where we need to really look at are, interestingly, states like Katsina, what will happen in Katsina. Interestingly, states like Kogi, we have to look critically at that area. If you go into the southwest, Tinubu has a battle for Lagos, and I think he will edge it, but it's not going to be easy. The last election, it was almost 50-50. The question is with BVAS, and a lot of people are not looking at it. There's this issue of the LP logo. The current LP logo on most of those things do not have Labour Party. It just has the logo and underneath. So that can be a challenge for people that will be voting Labour Party. So that's something that they need to begin to find a way to regulate, or the obedience must push their narrative correctly so that it goes through. So I think most traditional areas in the northwest, in the north central, and all that will hold sway. This election is four-man election, and normally, if it's a two-horse race, then it's easier to predict. This is closely a three-horse race, and the only candidate that has two zones on lockdown is Peter Obi, no other candidate. So he needs to see how he can turn some certain areas in the north, some certain areas, especially in north central, and see how he can navigate his path to victory. I still maintain the dark horse is Atiku. I have this unearthing feeling that the North will realign. I just feel on the last minute the North will want to back their own. And that is where I have issues already with it. So, in terms of that political landscape, the South South is not a problem. Um, Funny enough, there's been this narrative that the Igbos will not come out. I've talked with many people on the ground, especially Eastern Nigeria. They are ready to vote. is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I've never heard that before, because most times people are indifferent. But I think most Easterners, I want to even predict here that the highest number of voters in this election, in terms of the number of percentage of people that will vote in this election, the highest will come from the southeast. In terms of people that actually came out to vote, with respect to the collection of cards, the highest will be the southeast. Surprisingly, it will shock people, because people, they will die only once. The people are already tired. So let's not, my only hold is like what Colata said. People go out there, vote, and see how we can have this election peacefully. I was evaluating the discussion or the statement of the president 2 weeks ago about the Naira and what his angle is. And I think he's a president that realizes he needs to leave a legacy, because what will he be remembered for? At the end of the day, what will Buhari be remembered for? And I think it's something he wants to leave as a legacy, that at the end of the day, I gave Nigerians a chance to elect who they want. So if they want a Tinubu, that's it. He has released the army. The army is in most strategic places, especially Lagos, because that's a flashpoint. Kanu, flashpoint. River State will be a flashpoint, but it's not a swing state. It's just a flashpoint, because we don't know. Wike has not played right. So that's the flashpoint. So these areas are things we need to look out for in the elections, as we pray that we have a proper transition. That's the most important thing. There should be a proper transition.
All right. So, Rudolph, I'm leaving now, but when I come back, I can try and come back in an hour, but I would like to flesh out this battleground, because I totally disagree with what Sydney is saying. So I'll be back in like an hour. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Shegun, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. Morning, afternoon, wherever you are. And it's a great opportunity to be here. Well, I'm just going to say my points, probably in bullet points and sharply, straight to the point, based on everything that has been discussed. First thing is, I think for Ngozika to tell us people are, moving towards at this time is really a great concern, because of their safety on the road, and the on gunmen or on unknown men and all that. So really wish them safety to wherever they are going for the vote. I just want to I'll pick the things at random. Dr. Damage, you talked about, I think somebody mentioned that he knows that Peter Obi can't do everything, and why can't we extend it to somebody like Buhari? I think Buhari doesn't enjoy that favor or sympathy, because he's done worse in everything. Security is worse than what he meant. Economy is worse than what he met. Corruption is worse than what he meant. So I mean, we know no president can come in today and fix the whole problem of Nigeria. And I am of the opinion that no matter how good the president is, with the current state that Nigeria is, it is going to get worse before it even start getting better. That is, if it gets better. We are hoping that it gets better with whoever wins the presidency. So that's just one thing I wanted to say. On Simon Ekpa's arrest, yesterday when the news broke, my first fear was, I hope there won't be violent reaction in the southeast. And except if I'm missing something, so far, even though he's been released on bail, but even between the time he was arrested and released on bail, there hasn't been any violent reaction. So hopefully that's a good sign that he's not being too held up as a god, in which if anything happens to him, there's anything that would happen in the southeast. And the truth of the matter is, I think this arrest or this intervention by the government at this stage should have happened a long time ago, because I mean, he's announced this sit at home for a long time and nothing really has happened. So that's one side of it. The other side is also that I think obviously everybody is entitled to agitations, everybody is entitled to self-determination. But I think the effect of sit at home needs to be reevaluated. If the sit at home is hurting your own people and not hurting the people you are agitated against, then it makes no sense. I mean, you can't bring the battle to your own front to fight. You take the battle to your enemy. And that is one thing that I think IPOB needs to, or whether Simon Ekpa and his team needs to reevaluate whatever means and strategy for engaging the agitation should not harm your people in whichever way. For the election that is happening tomorrow, my greatest fear is violence. My greatest fear is unrest. So we're just praying and hope. Well, what else can we do? We're just praying and praying that everything goes on well. Yesterday, I mean, there's news in Kano of 15 people being killed and all that. So again, Lagos is a flashpoint. Port Harcourt it is. So many places in Nigeria will be a flashpoint. We can just hope that everything goes all right. But again, for me, Peter Obi presents to us a great opportunity to redefine politics in Nigeria. Again, I borrow the words that he's not going to do everything, but I think he's going to be a stepping stone to greater things in Nigeria's politics. Because if Peter Obi wins the election, I believe he's winning the elections on people's votes. Now, that increases my confidence in the electoral system, that our electoral system is getting to stages that it can throw up good people. And when we start having many good people in power, then the hope, the dashing hope, apologies, I'm not using renewed hope, but the dashing hope will start coming back to life again. So people should go out, vote. I don't know if everybody here has registered for IREV. I did register for IREV, so hopefully I'll be logged on from 7 a.m. till whenever the results start coming and start monitoring results. So that's all we can do from this end. But we just wish that everything should go on right. One other thing I'd like to say finally is yesterday, forefather mentioned something about slavery, about African people forming their identity. I know this is not related to the current topic, but he was mentioning that African people, and he mentioned Yorubas, formed their identity during slavery. I think that statement wasn't right. If he's listening or anybody's listening, if you go on Netflix, there is a documentary movie called African Queen, and it's about Queen Njinga of the Kingdom of Udongo in the present Angola. It talks about how the slave masters came and tried to enslave her people, and the various sacrifices and alliances she had to enter to keep her people safe. And one of the things that she did was to accept Christianity and build Christianity. So we as a people have and still have, I believe, our identity even before the sojourning of the foreign people into our land. So I think that's an information, and that's something I think is worth exploring if you want to know the history of slavery in Africa. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Shegun. EJ, you're next.
Hi, Dr. Damages. Good evening. Thanks for letting me in your show. I've been watching previous months and weeks, and I'm really happy to be in this platform. I'm just going to echo what every other person has said. This is the first time in my life that the political system in Nigeria has really shaken up a lot of people. You see, young people are very involved in this because everyone has woken up. There's this sense of exhaustion that has encapsulated everybody in Nigeria. Everybody is tired of the norm. And I think what we have in Nigeria is a fundamental problem that has eaten down even to our children, even to the unborn. So that's the painful part of it. We that live in England or America or Australia, wherever we live, we come into the country, and when you see a queue, you just get into the queue. You don't want to know who is the Oga I know behind. I have more rights in a normal train station in England than I have in Nigerian embassy. If I go to the Nigerian embassy, I am treated like an animal because I don't know anybody. So Nigerians are tired. You're in your country, but you don't feel safe in your own country. So that's why when I look at how people are enraged, how people are eager for change, and they see this change in people like Peter Obi or Sowore or these young people that give us hope that Nigeria can change, that we can be proud of our country, because we could see that we have so many intelligent and innovative people in our country, Nigeria. Look at the entertainment industry. That there are things that come out on that industry that you look at and you're proud of, and you go to work and people say, I watch Nigerian movie. All those things are things we want to live for. So I am hopeful, I'm praying, I'm scared, I'm terrified of tomorrow. These are times where I wish I would be in Nigeria to be able to vote. I've never voted, and I feel like I would have loved to vote, but I'm still terrified for my people that are down there, praying that they are able to exercise their civil duties without fear of being killed, without fear of being trampled on. That is just my fear. So this night is just going to be clinging to prayers and hoping that a miracle happens in Nigeria, because we're at that point where we need a miracle, because everything, Nigeria is just at its limits, like everything, it seems over. But I know that tomorrow would wake up and whatever we see, we take. I just pray things don't boil over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EJ. We appreciate you. The priest of priests, you're next.
Thank you. I think tomorrow is going to be a very, very huge day for every Nigerian. And I believe that Nigerians over the past 2 years since NSAS has invested emotions into the issues bordering Nigeria. They have invested emotions. So, but for me, it shouldn't be about emotional stuff. It should be a practical stuff. This election coming, we've been praying, God, give us somebody to lead us, not somebody to lord it over. And the person of P2B seems to be the right choice. Sowore, for me, if I'm not being biased, Sowore, for me, is my candidate, in quotes. And I'll tell you the reasons. He is not from the cabal. He's not the cabal. He's an outsider coming into this political stuff over the last 4 or 5 years, practically. But P2B is a beneficiary of all the emotions Nigerians are having at this point. So, but the thing is this: if push comes to shove, the Nigerians that have invested so much at this point, are they willing to defend these votes, their votes? Will they make their vote count? That has been my fear, because over the years, our votes have never counted. The last time I voted was in 2011, when Jonathan was elected. That was the last time I voted in Nigerian election, and I vowed that I would not. Right in front of me, because I was in Abuja then, where I was living. They were manipulating and tabulating the voter register and everything. So I'm like, why am I voting then if this is how it is? So I saw something, going on somewhere in Anambra State. PDP sharing gas canister those small gas canister that you can fill maybe like 5 kg, 5 kg, and these women are singing praises to the person that gave them that. And I'm like, how long is it going to be for people to receive sense, receive common sense, in the sense that if you take this gas canister, it is empty regardless. And then after 4 years, who is going to give you the money to fill this gas canister? You are going to fill it in yourself. And you're going to feel the pinch of what you have done. I was so like, what is going on with our people? When are we going to, you know, integrate our people into understanding that 4 years is a little year, but it's huge. 4 years is something very huge, but when you look at it, it looks small, but it's huge. So when you look at this thing, it is not emotion for me, but we need to be more practical as far as I'm concerned. Regardless what is going to the outcome of this election, I pray that it will be peaceful. I pray that the youth will be able to defend their vote and make it count. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. I know that people have all the people in the studio. You all have a lot of fans on the comment section. So sometimes they will come and try to tell me that I've left somebody out for a long time, and sometimes I wonder. It depends on when you come in. They think that if you come in an hour ago, you may think that somebody has not said anything since you came on. Maybe they said something before you came on. Anyway, let me go to who. I'm looking for somebody who has not said anything. Okay, yeah, Ineme, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thanks. The last time I spoke, I think I was just piggybacking on what somebody said. I'd not really, it wasn't really my turn. So I think this is my turn to say a few words, really. I think, firstly, again, thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for giving me the opportunity to be part of your show. I've always, most times when I don't come in, I tend to be on the background. I just listen to what's happening there. And I really appreciate you for how disciplined you are in terms of putting kind of organizing everyone. So thank you very much indeed. So I have a few things I want to mention. So the first one is just to kind of just echo what Sydney said. I think I grew up in River State, like you, Sydney. I think you mentioned you grew up in River State. I was born and bred in River State. Although I'm from Akwa Ibom State. So in terms of the battleground state, just to echo what Sydney said there, I quite agree with what Sydney said. I think River State is not a battleground state for Obi. Is definitely going to take the bat. Obi has locked down southeast and south. From my own perspective, from all the conversation I'm having on ground, there might be, but within the southeast and south, there are some states that are not as strong as you might want it to be. For example, Bayelsa is not as strong for Obi as you want to. And also, I think my state, Akwa Ibom, as well, is not as strong because the PDP presidential campaign chairman, Udo Mimano, who is my governor there, is the campaign chairman for Atiku. So Atiku might get votes there. So, but I in terms of the South state, Edo is one of the strongest South state for Obi. They are radically obedient. I know that River State, to majority of River State people, Obi is going to get a lot of votes from River State, and Delta is another strong state for Obi. He's definitely going to get a lot of votes there. Then I mentioned Bayelsa. Obviously, Cross River is strong, but not as strong as the other ones I've mentioned. The weak states in the south that maybe Atiku might get some votes from will possibly be Akwa Ibom and potentially Bayelsa. The rest, but in the broad sense, Obi is going to win the whole of South. I have no doubt he's going to win the whole of South, and he's definitely going to win the whole of Southeast from my perspective and from all the all the surveys and all the projections that everyone is making are just, I think that's my own conclusion. I think from my lenses, the battleground states probably might be the North Central. The Northeast and the Northwest will be divided between, will be kind of split between Tinubu and Atiko, but Obi will still get some votes there. For example, Kaduna, I know Southern Kaduna is quite strong for Obi, and I know that Borno as well. Surprisingly, Obi will get some votes there to get some spread there as well. But in terms of the middle belt, I know Obi is strong in the middle belt. Obi is definitely going to take Plateau, 100%. I'm sure of that. Obi is going to take Benue State, 100%. Going to take Benue State, and then he would kind of Niger. He will struggle in Niger because I think Atiku and Tinubu might split that. In Kano, I know that this guy Konkoso is going to take Kano. But obviously, Atiku is going to kind of almost, get some point there. But I see Tinubu being number, coming third there in Kano, and then potentially will be coming fourth there. But I think broadly in the middle belt, Obi is going to do quite well in the middle belt, win majority of the middle belt. Taraba and then Nasarawa. And then he's going to get some spread there. At least he's 25% there. So that's where I see it in terms of the analysis.
It's funny because in 24 hours we'll be hearing the results, no longer projections.
Yes.
So that's very good.
And yes. And then the second point I wanted to make, I wanted to just come piggyback on.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'll come back to you next time.
All right, no worries.
I wanted to catch BQB before he goes off again. He's off and on. BQB, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hello, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Nice to see you. I don't think I've seen you before, but if I have, forgive me.
Yes, I've been trying for some time now. Everything to log in. This your show is is a town hall different from any other kind of show.
Different from any other town hall. Go ahead. What are you thinking?
So to get in is actually very, very interesting. I'm happy to be on your show this night. I'm calling you from Jagaban State, Lagos State.
Wow. No, you're serious. You're in Nigeria?
I'm in Nigeria. I'm calling from Jagaban State. I'm calling from Alimosho local government.
Whoa.
The largest local government in Lagos State.
Wow, good.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So
We'd
I
like
just
to hear
said
from
I
people
should
in
put in
Nigeria.
some different perception to this abroad monologue pattern, because I see some pattern in the analysis of most people abroad.
That's what Hamburger does, Uniform.
Yes. So
go ahead.
For me, quite fortunate. Lagos is peaceful. At least I've moved around 3 local governments today. Alimosho local government, of course, my local government where I stay. Been to Ikeja local government and Koshofe today. Negotiations like we are moving around, doing what we know how to do best. Everybody minding their own business. There's no problem. Everywhere is just calm and peaceful. So, but coming to this election, I see some, from my perception of after interaction, some form of tribal leaning when you interact with people based on who they want to vote for. If you talk to any Igbo Southeasterner, they will tell you they are voting for Obi. Absolutely. If you talk to a Yoruba man, I'm sure the Yoruba man will tell you that he's voting for Tinubu. That the same thing they did to MKO Abiola in 1993, that they are trying to do now to Tinubu. Then we have some few outliers. I know so many people here, very educated people, will have done simple statistics, normal distributions. Majority of people are in the middle, but there are some few outliers. So the few outliers are people like maybe INEC in Canada, trying to understand what is happening in Lagos than we that we are in Lagos. I'm telling you what is happening in Lagos, not what you are posting on your WhatsApp or Telegram group, somebody's saying. So this is reality. So, you know, the demography of Lagos is, if you drive, you need to do something in your car. There are some set of people that are going to interact with to fix something on your car. So when you discuss about elections, you know definitely what the discussion is going to lead to. So that gives you something like an objective stuff. But you have some few Igbo, let me use it as Southeasterner, that are part of the Jagaban establishment too in Lagos in a way that are benefiting. So those ones that are benefiting from the Jagaban project are actually the few ones that are in support of his candidature, if I put it that way. Obviously, if you analyze it very well, you can't take so somebody, the concept of Nigeria, I don't understand. Are we tribal before we became Nigeria? So everybody were either Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba first before the amalgamation in 1914. So something in everybody will tell you that, even if you tell me that Jagaban is shaking, his hand is shaking, it doesn't still, it's not enough reason for us to look at it that he can't do the job of being the commander-in-chief. What some of us know, which I know now, is that Muhammad Buhari is the standard. Any presidential candidate among the 18 people will definitely do better than Buhari. That's according to my perception, according to my assessment. Any of them, either Peter Obi, anybody that you can mention, will do better than Buhari based on performance.
Hold on, BQB. Are you saying that there are no people who might be Yoruba who are voting for Tinubu not because he's Yoruba, but because they think he can deliver? I've had people say that they
Yes,
want to
sir.
vote
Yes,
for him because he do what he did in Lagos for the whole country. But it looks as
yes,
if
that's
you
what.
are. Okay, go
No,
ahead.
no, no, no. There are so many school of thought. The older people, is the younger people that in the thinking of Nikke, younger youth, so that they want to, but the older generation, people like 45, 50 above, they're like that. They think of those more of one past glory. If you talk to an average organizer Yoruba man or mechanic Yoruba man, a 50-year-old man, you will not tell the person that Peter Obi will do better than Tinubu. The person will just be looking at you, what are you saying? How
Okay.
would you tell a Yoruba 55-year-old man that Peter Obi? It's just now that they are hearing about Peter Obi and nobody knows anything about Peter Obi. This is the reality that I'm saying. But I've been following this platform for some time now. So and I know that the majority of the audience, they don't usually want to hear something different from what their emotions tend towards. But that's the reality I'm telling you. So, but that doesn't change the fact that people can vote for whoever they like, and people can vote for him and he can still win. But that is the reality.
All right.
Just like
Thank
if you
you.
go to the core Southeast too, if you talk about Tinubu to some of them, most of them will not know who is Jagaban or even Kwankwaso or any other candidate. So this is the reality. Talk to an average 55, 60-year-old man, a Yoruba man, and ask him about Peter Obi. They don't know anything about Peter Obi. This is just social media exaggeration from he did this, return one school to missionary. He did. Tinubu did more of those stuff too in Lagos. That's what they know. That's what they see. So if you are
All
talking
right.
about records, they want to tell you that this same record you are painting, Tinubu has those same records too that he can use And he worked with so many people that are still in the political space today. Who are those people that Peter Obi worked with then? What are they doing now?
All right,
Where are
thank you.
they? What is the institution that he built?
Thank you, BQ.
So those are those are the factor.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Dr. Damages, for giving me this opportunity. You know it's late night and we are planning for election. I have my
Yeah.
PVC. We are going out tomorrow, so that we can
And
have
you can
some bets for tomorrow.
if you can join us tomorrow too when you finish voting. We'd like to hear from you. Nike, go ahead.
No, of course, definitely. I'll give you some.
Yeah. So
updates
Dr. Damages, I'd just like to put in something. Let me start by saying I'm just 2 years from 50-year-old. I'm no baby. Yeah. So just to get that clear first.
I'm sorry.
Then second, no problem. I take care of myself very well. That's why.
I'm sorry.
Then two, I'll take you back to when Obasanjo was contesting. See, I live with a father that voted for Obasanjo. And I told him, no, I'm not going to vote for this man. I did not. I'm a Nigerian. I'm not going to vote for somebody because they are from my... if Tinubu is my father today, I'm not going to vote for him because that guy needs to be on bed rest. He needs somebody to be taking care of him on bed, like feeding him some good food. We can't continue this way. No, we cannot. We need somebody that is competent. I don't care whether the person is from some village in Kogi State. I want somebody to make Nigeria work. That's all we're crying for. I don't care whether somebody is my brother. If he's not competent, he's not going to get it. I'm not going to vote for the person. So don't bring in this, and this is what you people do. You see, the internet is a level playing field. That person that sits in the village that can use the internet, they are reading information about a government in another country works, and they want the same thing. Nigerians are not asking for too much. We just want good roads. We want safety. We want water. See, I live in a city where we have all the infrastructure, but recently they've been having safety problem in the city center. And they have all the things there, but businesses are moving away from the city center. So they are focusing on the safety. Let's be realistic here. Nigerians are suffering. And no, it's not, I'm not going to go with somebody. Even if I grew up in Lagos, I'm from Ilaro, Ogun State. Even if the person is from my village, my brother, I'm not going to vote for the person if you are not competent. People can stay in Lagos and say, oh, they gain something from Tinubu. That's not going to work this time around. We want somebody that will not be selfish, that, okay, because I'm going to get something from you, that's why I'm going to do something for you. That's not how nations work. I live in a city where my mayor is an immigrant from India. And most people in this city are Caucasian people. Guess what? They voted for him because they know he's going to do the right thing. I'm not telling you to vote for Obi. I'm not even in Nigeria, so I don't have the chance to vote for Obi. But I'm just saying that I've read all the information. You can't tell me that Tinubu did all the things they are claiming he did in Lagos. Lagos was Nigerian capital before. What did he do? That people are shouting, no, he did this in Lagos. He bought all the businesses so he could be getting money for himself and his children and his family. You can vote for Tinubu if you have gained something from him, if that works for you. But you remember, you have your cousins, your children, you're going to have grandchildren. What are you going to leave for them? What do you want them to gain after you have gone?
Let me just respond so that I leave the stage, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm not on this stage to campaign for Tinubu because I don't understand why this normal emotional attack or rattle usually comes from obedience. Like, I'm not on this stage to campaign for Tinubu. I'm only telling you the situation report of what I perceive by interacting with people. If I ask somebody that you want to vote for Tinubu, why are you voting for Tinubu? That is what they say. So it's not about directing it to me. I'm telling you categorically, guys, go on the street of Lagos, meet an average 55, 60-year-old man doing for organizer. Ask him. He doesn't know anything about Peter Obi. That is the reality. It's not about I'm saying Tinubu is sick or not. That is totally different.
Yeah, but you were
conversation.
addressing me. You were saying, young people like Nike.
No, it's good.
That's why.
You look.
And I'm sorry if I seems to
So young. I'm
attack you.
sorry.
I am not. I am not one of those people they call. And when you people keep saying obedience, realize that Nigerians are in pain. They are in pain. They are not talking like that because they are some kind of worshipping Obi. They are in pain and they are expressing it, and you people can see that. And you keep calling them obedient.
No. We are living in the same Nigeria. I mean, the same Nigeria. I mean, Lagos State. I mean, Alimosho local government. This policy of cash swap or cash denomination, all this, it's affecting me the more. So you can't live through that pain more than me that I'm in the state. I went to the bank. I have money in my account. I can't get the money in my account. So what pain are you feeling more than me that you now tell me that even if I now decide I want to support Tinubu, my decision to support Tinubu doesn't make sense to you?
No,
I
didn't say that. No, sorry, I didn't say that. I didn't say your decision to support Tinubu is wrong. Yes. I'm making my own. When you were referring to, you were saying, oh, Yoruba people, young one like Nike, and I had to come in and tell you why somebody like me will not support Tinubu.
I'm sorry, you are not part of those people I refer to. I mentioned a normal distribution, which is a common statistical method of analyzing information. You see some outliers. Those outliers are those people I'm referring to. But an average 50-year-old man, 55-year-old man, that is what they say. And I've made an analogy of going to repair my vehicle too. That is the same an uneducated spare part seller will say too. He's voting for Peter Obi. It's not really that he's really educated enough to know all those policy, all those things that you are saying. It's
Please don't be condescending here, please.
Stuff.
That's rude. Don't be condescending.
All this social media hype too.
It's not being condescending.
This is not about. I'm telling you fact, reality. I'm not in support of any candidate.
No, please
avoid me. Avoid me.
Let him own his opinion and express it. Let him have
what?
Do you think you are more educated than Pierre Parcella?
Okay.
Do I think I'm more educated than this issue is not about level of education.
Hold on, guys.
I'm just telling you that a 55-year-old organizer. I can answer everybody. Just one question or the other. I'm in Lagos.
All right. So let me restate this. It looks like I don't want people interrupting. Sometimes I encourage one-on-one conversation like Nikki and BQ because they made a reference. I encourage that, but I don't want several people getting involved in any conversation until I call you. Okay, it has to be formal. Otherwise, I'll just pull you in the what do you call it?
Send bin.
Yeah, BQB. Round up 1 minute, so we can move on.
Am I on?
Oh, sorry, I muted you. Hold on.
I'm not coming across to you based on level of education. I'm only telling you that if you meet somebody that is not educated too in another tribe, he feels that he's voting for, he's supporting him because he's his kinsman. Not about level of education. So that's why I made an analogy of a 50-year-old organizer, Yoruba man. When you tell him, he doesn't know the person. The only people the man has been hearing of, June 12, struggle, all those things, it's still the same Tinubu. He's the one that made this plan to make. That is what they sell for people, and that is what people buy.
Okay,
So they
thank you.
bought into, and that is how the guy is getting the kind of support he's
Okay,
getting. So that is the reality.
okay.
I'm not going to use this emotional rigmarole to harass people and tell people that it doesn't build Lagos. He did this, he did that, he did this. Most of the transformation we see happens during Tinubu. I'm from
No,
Lagos. I was born in Lagos. It happens. It's
no,
not about Tinubu was there
no.
before.
I think he has
All
spoken
right, all right.
Can I come in,
Yeah,
please?
that's it. No, hold on, Mazam. Hold on. Let me say this. I just
Sorry,
for the
let me just say one thing.
no,
Just one thing.
one man. Hold on first. Let
Just
me
one
No,
thing.
you
hold
can't
on.
just
Just
come in
one
and just
thing.
say
One man.
one thing. You just can't come in and start talking.
Wait for
You
your
have to
turn, one
respect
man,
people.
please.
Let me
Everyone else was
let me say
interjecting,
something.
so I can't die.
I'm trying to stop everybody. Yeah, okay. So this is the point. BQB, thank you so much for you. I like to hear from people in Nigeria. You know, I don't care where they are and their position. It's good that tomorrow is the election, so we don't need to do much of these projections and campaigning is over. Really, tomorrow we start seeing the result. But one of the things I would have loved to hear from BQB, which is the kind of thing I like to hear from people. Sometimes you think I'm giving people more time, not because I like them more than other people, but they are bringing in something. So for instance, BQB, if we are still at that point where we're discussing this in details, I would have liked to hear, you were on a good point, which is that maybe you have a study or based on your own people you interact with that 60 people who are in their 50s and 60s and up, that they tend to vote in a particular way. They tend to have that opinion. I would have liked to hear from you that this is the percentage of voters, registered voters in Lagos who are within that age. So we can use that to be more important information to us to say, based on what you are seeing, if people who are 50 and above are thinking this way, that means that if they constitute this percentage of the voters in Lagos, that means that this will, that kind of thing, that we want information that will benefit people. I'm not really interested in one particular outcome or not. The important thing is we are bringing credible information, new ideas, not repeating the same thing we've had before, so that's the direction. But the good thing is that tomorrow we are going to start seeing results, not about who did what in Lagos or in Kano. Thank you. Let me. No, can I hold on now? Ndubisi has not said anything. Ndubisi is here. Dr. Eberechi has not said anything in a while. Please, I see everybody. And there are people who want to come in. So, but let me go to Mazim. The reason I do this sometimes is that I may want to get him out because he's been out here for a while and he's been talking, so that we can get somebody new. And then I'll come to the new people to also say something. So there's kind of method to the madness. Mazim, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Doctor. I want to respond to two people, BQB and Sydney. BQB, just like Dr. Damage said, if you talk about statistical data, I would have loved for you to tell us the percentage, particularly of young people who you have conversation with, and how was their response? What is the percentage? How do you think, or what is their perception about the voting distribution? Another thing I want to say again is that the same way those people in Lagos are saying that it's Tinubu that they know, that's how some people in Kano are saying this is what Kwankwaso did. That's how some people in Anambra State are saying they saw what Peter Obi did. So these people have done different things in their own places. And to convince Nigerians across board is what makes them, what makes the one that will emerge a president to be the president. So that is just Lagos, and Lagos is just one fraction of Nigeria. One thing with Sydney, you said something that about Port Harcourt, that you don't know what will happen there. I'm from northern Nigeria, a northeasterner, from northeast, Yobe State. I can tell you I have lived in Port Harcourt for 11 years. I've lived in southeastern part of Nigeria, Abakaliki. So I can tell you I've gone around Nigeria because of the nature of my job. And I can tell you Port Harcourt vote will go to Peter Obi. Forget what Wike is saying. Even people were supporting Wike because they thought that he was going to support Peter Obi in the end, because that's the only soft landing he would have. He has problem with the APC, and he has vowed never in his life to support APC. So the only soft landing for him, people thought that is going to be Labour Party. And you see Edo State, because of the nature of their politics, we know that the problem between Wike and even the Obaseki camp is Shaibu is planning to contest, and they are looking at you came in and we gave you we absorbed you into our party and you won. Now there are people in the party that are waiting, so you have to allow them to take that position. By the time election comes, that's why you see that movement. I'm telling you, the strength of Labour Party in the entire South, there's no state that is fully obedient than that Edo State that you are seeing. Go to Northeast now. Atiku has never won the entire Northeast. Atiku has never won the entire Northeast. Even in the last election, Atiku was able to deliver Adama. That was the first time he delivered his own states. So Borno and Yobe is fully from ANPP to from APC, APP to NPP to APC. They have never, that one, Shetima will bring that one, that vote for Tinubu. I know that one. But you see, somebody talked about ethnicity and religion or whatever. These are the foundation of Nigeria's election. And we in the North, we are divided according to Christians and Muslims. That's why you saw that they said Muslim tickets. Muslim ticket can only work when they have somebody from the North with somebody from the South with somebody from the North. They are both Muslims. They refuse to give a Christian vice president. That is why you see Babachi, David Lawan, and the rest are saying we are not supporting you people. So if you divide the North into four, which I will say that Northern Christians can bring one vote if you divide it into three, but let me not be selfish. Divide it into four, and Northern Christians would bring one block. Konkoso is Kano and Jigawa. That one is undisputed. So the other states will be battled between. That's the Northwest states will be battled in between Atiku and Tinubu, and even the Obi will win some part of those states. So if you come to the middle belt, Plateau, Benue, that one is Taraba, Plateau and Benue, that one is fully this thing. Because of you can't disenfranchise people based on religion and don't expect them to act the same. So
right.
And like you said, there's no presidential candidate among them that have the guarantee of one geopolitical zones, and Obi has two geopolitical zones. You can't tell me to Tinubu, even in Lagos, Tinubu will struggle to win Lagos because of NSAS. Atiku has never won Northeast. So what are we talking about?
All right, thank you, Mazam. Let me quickly go to Chidebele, Dr. Chidebele, before I go to new people that join, because by the time I go there, he will stay a long time before he speaks. Go ahead.
Yeah. Over the last couple of days, two verses in the Bible have been on my mind. One is the part that says, the fathers have eaten the sour grape, and the children's teeth are not set on the edge. The other one says, only the soul that sinneth shall die. In political terms, and in this part of in Sen climb, like where I live, it has always been the first. That is to say, the moment the father eats the sour grape, the children's teeth are automatically set on edge. And that is to say, when an incumbent party performs so poorly, it doesn't matter who is campaigning to come in, whether the person is an angel or a saint. People make up their mind and they vote in anger. They just vote you out. In fact, like I said the other time, if APC were to be a party in America or in Canada and had performed this bad, they would not even be elected as dog catchers. It's that simple. So what I'm looking forward to the next tomorrow is to see what really applies in Nigeria. Is it, would people vote? Will people transfer the anger that they have against Buhari's government on Tinubu, which is what would have happened here, or would they say, you know what, it was Buhari's sin, and therefore it is Buhari's that it doesn't have anything to do with Tinubu. So that is one part. And then Lagos State, really, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in Igbo-dominated areas of Lagos State, because that will shed light into how Lagos is going to pan out. If you wake up tomorrow and begin to see disruptions in Alaba, in Okota, and those areas, then you would quickly know what the final result in Lagos State is going to look like. Finally, as we approach tomorrow, my biggest concern is less about whether P2B wins or not, because I believe win or lose, he's already won in political terms. But my worry is that may be the end of the third force, especially at least for the next maybe 20 years. Because I do not see the only way that third force actually, I mean, this is the closest that the third force would really come close to winning an election in Nigeria. And so if that crumbles, the Nigerian youth and those who champion this cause will be so demoralized that it will take maybe another 20 years to even contemplate another serious bid. And I'm not even sure. I don't know whether will be another P2B in the Nigerian political landscape, because this man is one man that is, I mean, he stands apart. Even those who do not want to vote for him would concede that this man is one of a kind. So if he's gonna lose tomorrow, by what margin, and what would be the implication of his defeat on the desire of people to break the hegemony that the two big parties have perpetrated in Nigeria. Those are my few comments.
All right, thank you, Berichi. Thank you, Dr. Berichi. Thank you so much. Kene, you are next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Anike, I don't know, she already left, but I want to thank her for standing her ground to making a good decision, regardless of tribal affinity. But this is it. Mr. BQB, you know that you're a spinner. You came here with your bias point of view, trying to confuse yourself. Well, we've known your type long ago. But let me help you a little bit here. You're talking about old people in Lagos State, the same Lagos State that we are part of. Don't know, Obi. Man, I don't know where you're getting this from. But this is the registered voters according to age groups. In Lagos State, 18 to 34, approximately 40% registered voters in Lagos State. 35 to 49, approximately 35, let's say 36%. Then about 19% of the age bracket 50 to 69, 19%, compared to 40% of the age bracket 18 to 34, and then 30% of the age bracket, 35 to 49. Now you do the numbers. Then 70, we have less than 6% between 70 and above. So the 19% don't know, but the same 19%, the old population, we are on the street of Lagos State. Where's that state close to Lagos State? Ogun State, calling out Tinubu, calling him Ole. Ole. They made other statement that I don't understand in Yoruba, but I know what Ole is. Ole Bonyoshi criminal, right? These are the same people that you are referring to that are telling you that they will vote for Tinubu. The same people are calling him Ole. Why would they vote for Ole? Talking about going to meet Falknizer. See, the way people lie, we use Falknizers in Lagos every day, so we know whom they are voting for. So stop coming here to lie to us. Regardless, notwithstanding that we don't live in Lagos, we know what is happening there. Now,
Can I hold on? You know, I think I have
just
to
coming here to gaslight as usual. You live in Lagos. You know what's
Rico,
happening.
don't respond until I talk. You don't have to. You don't. Any opinion here, I can talk to somebody next door to me. Whatever opinion I express, you don't judge that I'm lying. How do you know? You know, you don't say that. There could be somebody who thinks that way. So it's not necessary. Make your point. Leave the analysis, personal analysis to that. Just make your point. You were on track by saying these are the statistics, which I don't know. I wanted to know that, you know. So you go and make your point. You don't need to start telling somebody he's lying. And also come out and tell. Now hold on, okay. When I go back to him now, he could come and say you're lying, and then that's what we're doing now. We're discussing whether you're lying or not. How do we know who's lying? But it's not important. Go and discuss your point, and then we move on. So please, can we agree on that?
I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy that you've heard the statistics. Now you can go online. It's there. INEC website. You can find it there. So now, BQB. You know, so some of us. Hold on. Some of us, we don't know how to sugarcoat things. We are not politically correct, so you have to bear with us. We are learning now how to be politically correct. And I thank you, Dr. Damages, for giving us this platform to, trying to, kind of sugarcoat our utterances. But this is it. But this is it, right? There's one particular. Yeah.
Can I hold on? It's not about being politically correct. It's about the proper way to have a debate in public. I'm not saying where you are what, but this is the proper way. You're not attacking. That's not what we're doing. Okay.
Thank you, sir. That is why you're a lecturer. And that is why But this is it. Yesterday we talked about PVC that we found in somewhere in Anambra State around Nnewi South. And I know what some of us were insinuating, that I could be IPOB or ESN that made away with the PVCs and dumped them in their bushes. But I don't know if we are following up with the recent development where the people, the Nnewi people, especially the Akamili area, they have taken those PVCs to INEC, questioning them, how did this PVC come here? And you remember, the INEC chairman, or whatever he called himself, has already proclaimed that some of those areas, that the people of those areas were not interested in participating in the voting, and those areas were cancelled. The polling unit in those areas were not included in this tomorrow's polls. How would you do that to these people? You took their voters' card. Some politicians or scrupulous politicians from that area that know that they are not going to win the election made away with this in collaboration with INEC, made away with this voters' card, and you immediately canceled those areas. Now coming up to tell the whole world that the people are not willing to vote. These are the same people that they've organized themselves and shared the voters' card to the real owners. But the unfortunate part is they will come out tomorrow with their voters' card go to that polling unit. There will not be INEC officials that will them to in order for them to cast their vote. You see what we're talking about, differentializing our people when it comes to elections. You don't want us to partake in the election. And then when some people say that, oh, we have to go, you say you don't have to go. You don't want us to partake in the election, and you don't want us to have our own country. Let me put it that way. What are we in Nigeria then? So INEC should be called out. Let them explain what happened to those PVCs in those areas.
All right. Can I thank you for bringing.
Let me just respond for like 30 seconds so that I will leave Dr.
Okay,
Damages.
30 seconds, but can
okay. Yes. When I started my making my points, I'm telling you, making my brother, I'm telling you what is happening on ground based on just some small sample of people I interacted with, and I make some specific examples that if I move from this place to a particular area, that place, they are voting for one particular candidate. And I just took small sample of another ethnic group to tell you these are the situations. So I'm not going to come here to just tell you everybody I met on the road said they are voting for Obi so that you can be happy. No, I'm not here to massage your ego or your happiness. If you are not happy, that is up to you. So having said that, this statement about Tinubu's Lagos or Tinubu's Lagos, if you are really in Lagos or if you have stayed in Lagos, the Lagos that we have today, I'm not talking about Lagos of National Theatre, Lagos of Apapa International, Apapa Wharf. I'm talking about the way Lagos is moving and the way Lagos is structured today. Started in 1990, when Tinubu came in as governor. So that is what they mean by the architect of modern Lagos. The way government runs, the structures that they built. When Fashola started something, Tinubu started BRT, brought rapid transit. Fashola continued. Sanwo-Olu is building on it. So they are integrating that transport modular system now into light rail, waterways. So the man put a blueprint that anybody that is coming in should maintain and continue on that path. That's what they are saying. They're not telling you that it's Tinubu that built Muritala Mohammed International Airport. The structure that we have today is Tinubu that set it in motion, and it's still going on, and it's still going, and it's still running. What structure was in Anambra State? Since Peter Obi left, everything broke down. Obiano was tackling with insecurity. This one there too now started his own. It's just a disorganized state. Lagos has continued to be in that very stable, forward-going state that any other state are proud to even see that there is one state that they are doing something right. That is the point. So if you want to compare the two candidates, Dr. Damages, you can't compare them based on the records. Where somebody moved from WAEC 25 to 1. That one, we know how that one goes. There are so many special centers that's responsible for those numbers. You can't compare them based on the records. You can say now that comparing both of them now, physically, Peter
He asked me
Obi
a question.
is
Give me 30 seconds to respond to him.
physical state. It's not a question. I'm not asking you a question. I'm just analyzing for you the way it is. So Peter Obi is younger. Is physically fit compared to Tinubu, but not on records. There's nothing that Peter Obi did that Tinubu did not do better. So if it's on record.
You see, that's the thing. DQ said just 30 seconds. He has taken over 2 minutes or 3. And then Kenneth wants to come back. We want to get everybody involved and be part of this conversation. And I want to welcome Simba. Simba, welcome to the show.
Yes. Sorry, I'll be leaving.
No, Mazam. That last time, that's what you said. You were
Thanks
leaving.
for having me.
Simba, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent. Hi, everyone. This conversation is going pretty right.
Sorry, I have to get Ndubisi out. I think we get this feed from him. And
Hello?
Go ahead, Sim. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is quite good information. Sometimes it's good to hear from both sides and look at the general picture. Very soon, we cannot campaign for anyone, whether it's Tinubu or I think that's over now. People have made up their minds. People actually camping now to vote. So it's just good to look at both sides. I spent some time in Lagos before Tinubu came into power, And when I was in Nigeria, when I was younger, I remember sometimes NEPA stayed longer, and we had running water from the was in Ikoyi, and I remember the Ministry of Water or something like that. And based on what I understand, is there running water in any house in Lagos at the moment? BQB?
Is
Anyway,
there
hello,
running
can you hear
water?
me?
Is there running water in Anambra State?
I'm not talking
Is
about.
there running water in your
I don't
house?
care
Is there
about that.
running
That's not
water?
what I'm
I don't
talking
know.
about.
I don't
It's not
understand.
about yet. Whataboutism doesn't bring anything here. I'm just talking about general facts. Water is a necessity. It has nothing to do with Peter
Okay.
Obi or.
Right, hold on. So moving forward, just to help us move on,
Mhm.
let people just make their statement. You can say don't
Okay,
invite somebody to, because that would
understood.
make fault. Yeah, so that we don't.
Understood.
Yeah,
Understood. Sorry about that.
people are
Okay,
sick.
I'm just saying general points. But regardless of whoever wins, sorry.
I said people are still campaigning, even though people are lining up to vote. So go ahead.
So, irrelevant of that. So, regardless of whoever wins, the question is what happens next. And BQB, I have nothing against you. I'm not saying something against it, or what can I say? I'm just saying there's a key factors that we can put into play. If Obi wins, for instance, you have to ask, okay, what does he focus on? If he builds something within, I don't know, within 8 years, will it crumble down afterwards? Is he going to focus on building institutions that will cope without him? That's the kind of question you're talking about. So I think the key factors we have to push, and we have to be there behind him to push him in the right direction. Whatever happens tomorrow, we'll have to find a way to survive. And I hope Nigeria runs in the right direction. It's a bit disheartening when I hear people picking tribes and everything. I mean, we should be thinking past that right now. So it's sad, but many people fall into that category of picking tribes, and through propaganda, sometimes you can move people in different direction. If people can't think for themselves, you have to push them in that direction, I guess. And the media can help in that part. But I don't know. It's a very, very confusing thing. And I just hope our country moves in the right direction, regardless. And we have to follow it up, because even if Peter Obi wins, then what? He can save some money, put some infrastructure. Is he going to run the whole country through decree? How is he going to fight corruption? Because corruption is a different beast on its own. I'm sure he has some plans, and that's something I kind of have a problem with Sore, to be quite honest, because Sore talks a lot. I'd rather have him keep quiet and keep his thoughts to himself, specifically what he's going to do, and just speak to the specific issue. And you don't have to say, "Oh, I'm going to arrest you. I'm gonna." You don't reveal your strategy to the person. They're never going to let you in. So I don't know. It's a balance game that one has to play, and I think Obi is playing a balance game. I hope he's playing a balance game. I hope he's not going to call PDP back in or something, but we'll have to see what happens. So I'm kind of neutral because I cannot vote at the moment, but that's the situation. Thanks anyway.
All right, thank you, Simba. Your opinion is valid. Femi, you're next.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I would take it from where Simba just stopped, and in speaking to that, Dr. Damages from the very onset, I believe the second week when I first was part of this town hall, like someone has deemed it fit to be, I'd mentioned the fact that my own perception has always been that if only we were prepared to go with the option of actually sitting together around the table. I mean, we've had all kinds of interactions or consider conferences. Unfortunately, like some people will say, the people that own Nigeria, whoever those people are, don't seem to align with what the generality of people would want. That would have been the most ideal situation, because whether we like it or not, as is often said, we are first we are a nation of tribes. I'm first a Yoruba man before I am a Nigerian. That is if there is actually something called Nigeria as it stands. But that's on the side. Um, Again, as to whatever happens tomorrow, somehow, I don't know. There's just something unique about our Nigeria as it is. Somehow we've continued to survive, but is this how we want to continue to strive on? Well, it's on all of us. My own concern is about the fact that we continue to do the same things over and over again, and we expect that there's going to be a different result. Um, well, I can only wish us well, but we cannot continue to cry on God. We have to do things. I mean, we have to make things happen ourselves as well. And with respect to the tribal inclination that this thing has taken, it's taken a tribal connotation that's even worse than what we would ordinarily have imagined. No thanks to the likes of Buhari himself, because it only got worse when he came into power, unfortunately. It's just the reality. I've had conversations with a lot of my family members, a lot of whom are older than I am, and I can see where BKB was coming from in a way. I could see the sentiments. And one of the questions I typically ask the likes of one of my very close uncles and one of my very close aunts, whenever they try to spin up this tribal thing, one of the questions I ask them is where the fairness is. Because if there's one thing that's missing in Nigeria, it is fairness. So if, like I often said, and at the risk of sounding repetitive, if our own kind of democracy is supposedly federal, and which is akin to what Switzerland, which I always bring up often, seems to practice, and which is why you have relative peace in Switzerland. It doesn't just happen, whereby you have through federalism, in the sense of, okay, when it should be turn by turn we want to do. Once it's the French part of the country has had its turn, then I think the German speaking part, I know they have three different what's it called, languages spoken there. So they have that true regionalism, whereby one region that's probably mostly French has its turn now and then. If that's what we really want to practice in the circumstances that we find ourselves, then it's only fair that the region does not produce the president, because that was originally my own that's always been my own what's it called, opinion, that if we're not prepared to practice true federalism the way it should practice, then we should actually be fair. And in the absence of being fair, if Tinubu, for example, wins, would that stop the agitations by the Igbos, no matter what anybody? Because the kind of feedbacks I get from certain people when I talk to them, it just amuses me, because my question is always, how about if it was you? Would you not feel the same way? Is this how we want to continue? I mean, I'll keep it that way for now, but I wish Nigeria well.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Femi. Ade, you're next. Ade?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Nice to have you.
Yeah, Dr. Damiji, thank you for the platform. I just want to raise some points about whenever we come on this type of platform. I think it's a place where we should listen to one another and learn. Is a place where we can be educated and also contribute to whatever we have, so that any other person who wants to learn can also learn from us. It's not a place where people like Kene and other people come and insult other people with their opinion. You have right to your own opinion, and whatever anybody thinks and they say it, I don't think that should be the basis why you should attack anyone for whatever they feel or how they feel about anything. I don't have to come here to say that I'm supporting Peter Obi. As a matter of fact, I live in the US. I'm not going to vote. But whatever we want to say should be based on facts. And we should stop attacking one another's tribe or reasoning. When we come here and talk, we should always know that Nigeria will continue after tomorrow's election in Nigeria. And people who live in Lagos, Igbo people who have their businesses in Lagos and they live in Lagos, I don't think they want the place to go up in flame after the election. So those of us who live abroad, we should stop sending wrong signal back home and making and causing problems. And that is just what I want to say for now. Because people are in Nigeria now, they don't know what is going to happen after the election tomorrow. And people have businesses, they have investments in Lagos, and some of us are here giving wrong signals. Like Lagos is going to go up in flame after the election if Obi did not win. Whether Obi wins tomorrow's election or not, Lagos, Nigeria will remain. And that's my take for now.
All right, thank you. Thomas, I will skip you. I know you. I'll come back. Yeah. Hold on.
Can you allow me to correct Ade, please? He just made a very wrong impression here right now. Ade, please, I would like you to point out whom here that I've ever attacked, other than criticize that person or even call out the person and maybe outrightly tell the person that he's lying. Is that an attack? Have I ever insulted anyone here?
If somebody tell you, if somebody tell you that.
Hold on.
If somebody comes here to lie, it is.
Okay. You don't tell people that they are lying. If anybody
if you
is coming
lie,
up with
you
an
lie.
opinion,
I will tell you that you lie. When you lie, I should tell you that you lie.
I was born in Lagos. I have always lived I lived 35 years of my life in Lagos. And for some.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. There has to be order. There has to be a way.
Please let me respond to him because he just made a very bad impression here right now. I've never attacked anyone here, and I will never attack anyone. If you lie, Ade, if you think that you come up here to lie to people, I will call you out and tell you that you are lying. Is that an attack? If I lie, please call me out and tell me that I lied.
And then we are going to have this side.
And Dr. Damages, he has said something about that. He has made comment about that. So I don't know why you're coming up with that because of your obvious hatred.
If Dr. Damages has raised a point, if Dr. Damages has said something
Dr. Damages, he has addressed that already.
If Dr. Damages has said
some other people, some other people
enough of the back and forth. Enough of the back and forth. Enough of it. Enough, please.
Let us stop. Let us stop. Let us stop attacking one another because of somebody's opinion. You want to attack them.
All right. It's only tomorrow, 24 hours. I hope after this, people will calm down,
Other people talk.
Yeah.
I can't wait for this election to come and go. It has turned a lot of people into what I cannot recognize.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is tension or I don't know what it is, but people are just something else these days. Going back and forth all night.
All right, man of prestige, welcome to the show.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, Nigeria, America, wherever. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know why we are all here quarreling, calling people liars and all that kind of things. I mean, if you are ruling for any party, try to, play a narrative to cover for some vote. It's too late right now. The election is tomorrow. I mean, by this time, the result will start coming in. So there's no kind of debate is better, Obi is better, Kwankwaso is better. It's not going to play. Everybody already made up their mind by now. I would say at least 99%. I'm confident about that. So let's not go there. That's not relevant. But anyway, having said that, I'm just going to make a little bit of narrative before I pivot to what I want to say about what BQP, I think that's his name, said. I don't know why people are bashing him. He made some good points. I understand the point he's talking about because I've been following a lot of polls. I'm talking about live polls, particularly in the Southwest. Most of the Nigeria, but most of them was in the Southwest. So what he said was true. More of the older people are not educated. Let me say Yoruba or Igbo. They are voting for their own candidate. So you can't say the guy is lying. He's not lying. His narrative is probably accurate, but he may have pivoted a little bit because he's a bad supporter. So there's nothing wrong with that for him to kind of make a narrative supporting his person. I don't say, in my opinion, from what I've been seeing in the Southwest, maybe Southeast and some other parts of the country. Yeah, particularly in the Southwest, which has a lot of live poll, not online poll or whatever. most of the people supporting Baha, you know, like he said, about 48, 50 or whatever, you know, some of them are, you know, I can't say uneducated because I don't know their education level. They don't really speak English. Yeah, they are supporting their own kind. That's applicable to the Southeast everywhere. So there's nothing that he said that is wrong. So just stop bashing him. But anyway, what are we talking about? I don't even know what the subject was. I just
Yeah, you use man of presence. You used up your time now. Let's move to Alex. We'll come back to you.
Wow, that's not fair.
You don't know what we are talking about, and you spoke for 2 minutes.
I know.
Alex, welcome to the show.
Okay, I thought this time.
Unmute yourself, Alex. Unmute yourself. Okay, Alex cannot unmute himself, so we are moving on to Ngozika. Is there any new thing that happened? Let's see.
Mute. It says that you muted me. You muted me.
Okay, go ahead, Alex.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good morning. It's actually morning where I am. So I was watching and I was reading comments of the people that were not in the video section, and somehow I almost started crying. The reason being that we are not getting the picture. I feel that from my own perspective, we're not really getting the picture of what's going on in Nigeria. I live in a small country of less than 4 million people, and they have no respect for a Nigerian. I'm not saying respect in this I'm not demanding for respect because I'm from a big country where we are up to 200 million people, but respect that you're doing well in their country and you're a black man. They have no respect for you and it's not an individual problem. It's a problem that we have inherited from our leaders. And I sometimes I tell some Nigerians in Nigeria that an average Nigerian person suffers from Stockholm syndrome in the sense that they accept everything that is wrong. Last time I went to Nigeria, people break traffic lights. I say, it's normal. This is Nigeria. People hit themselves, fight, make all sorts of noise. It's normal in Nigeria. Now, it's time for election. We're not asking for too much. We're not asking for too much. There is no way you would torture me, beat me, rape me, and do everything. And tomorrow you will ask me to rent your apartment, and I have a choice not to rent it, and I will still demand that you be my landlord. APC and PDP, I'm not saying P2B is the best person in Nigeria. We have not tried them, so we can't say. But is it not democratic for us to just try something new, a bit of fresh air? I lived in Lagos all my life. I studied in Lagos. In fact, the guy that was talking about Tinubu paid my school fees when he came. Yes, he paid school fees. But the problem with Tinubu that we don't see is that Tinubu is a monopolist. It's not democratic that in a country, I have never seen a democratic country where an ex-governor takes glory for every new development of the state. There is nowhere. Most of the presidents and governors you find in the US and in other civilized countries, they've been governors somewhere before, but nobody talks about the present achievement of a state and accredit it to the ex-governor. It's outrageous. We don't see it. You can't be anything in Lagos State without Tinubu's feet or hand in it. He's a good man. Yes, he might be a good man, but he's not a Democrat. We can't live like this. For God's sake, we really can't live like this. In this campaign, I have watched this campaign. It's like we that are outside, we study things that are going on in Nigeria more than the people in Nigeria. My parents, we don't have good health care. I had to fly my daddy from Nigeria to the smallest country close to Nigeria, Benin Republic, to have a proper treatment, a proper scan, not even treatment, proper diagnosis. We don't have like 200 million population country, no light, no. The house I have in Lekki, the water is red or pink. I don't know what color it is. And we are here talking about, listen, I've lived all my life in Lagos and I'm an Igbo person. And I will tell you one thing, an Igbo man will rather vote Buhari for third time than to vote Rocha Sokorocha and not use Okalu as a president. We don't care. We really don't care. And I know many Yoruba people. All my childhood friends are Yoruba, both Muslims and Christians. And many of them, I chat with them on WhatsApp. They say, "Oh, they are voting for Peter Obi." It's not because Peter Obi is the best man. It's because at least if I've tried my father, and my father is a bad man. I've tried my mother is a bad man. I will try my friend, somebody else that I don't know. Let's forget about the angel you know, the devil you know is better than the. It's not true. It's not psychological. No psychological healthy person will go back to where they feel pain. I'm suffering. I'm in Nigeria and I have 2 houses where I live, but I'm suffering. Even as a Nigerian, my wife is white. I can't bring her to Nigeria because I'm scared. My friend goes to Nigeria, they kidnap him, they take all his property. A guy doing well in the UK becomes a taxi driver in Nigeria. Like, we don't know the damage. We don't know how bad Nigeria is. We don't know, and we are here bringing sentiment. What is the problem if Peter Obi comes and let's try him and then we know that we've made a mistake? At least, I'll tell you, election in Nigeria, 90% or most times are rigged. But we know few times that we've had successful election, apart from Abiola's time. When Buhari became president of Nigeria the first time, 2015, Nigerians, I told my dad that I'm not going to send you money anymore if you will not vote for Buhari. Because we wanted something different from Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan is acting like he's a saint. His government was corrupt, but because we didn't have any alternative, and we thought that Buhari in his old time, the story they told us when I was born, just imagine, today I'm 37 years, and I was just checking. When I was born, Buhari was the president, and I got married, and I'm about to have a child, and Buhari is still the president of Nigeria. And Tinubu is about to go there. Who doesn't know that Tinubu is not healthy enough? Healthy. My dad just had prostate cancer, prostate surgery. It's old age. He's not an alcohol. He doesn't drink alcohol. He's not a person who sleeps. But it's old age. It comes with old age. There are certain things he will want to verify. He will call me. Tinubu, you can see that for sure. He's not even running himself. Somebody is running him. People are there whisper. Sometimes he goes off the board and say, you know, he will say, leave me alone. Let me talk because I see him like my dad. He's like a child. And the Bible says, woe to a country that the king is a child. And let's forget about the drug case that he had. Maybe it was when he was a bad man. I lived in a country where I was promised to, when I go there, I study, I can actually have education and job. And I went there, I paid money, I got there. The course I wanted to do was not offered to me. There was no job. I had to get involved in something, not knowing I could get into trouble. I got into trouble. Today, if I want to run politics, somebody might bring up that, and I will defend it every time. But that does not mean it justifies my action. My action has happened. Some people will not accept it. And you have to know that opinions are relative. You might see Tinubu as a bad person, another person might see Tinubu as a good person. We can't really justify, but let's look at the fact. He's too old. He has a drug case. We don't know his real age. We don't know what state he is actually from. Some say he's from Osun State. Some say he's from Lagos State. We don't know who his parents are. We don't know who is. How is it that you don't have a primary school living certificate? You don't have a secondary school living certificate, and you have a Chicago State University certificate? Come on now.
All right.
Me as an individual, I'm a victim of Nigeria. Not even I'm a victim of being in Nigeria. The passport. I went to Iran, just coming to Dubai. They stopped me out of everyone just because of my passport. We just need a new face, something new. Let's just have something new.
Thank you, Alex.
I'm sorry for taking much time, but that's what I want. Do I have to go? I can stay here.
You can stay until I decide. You can stay.
Okay. Dr. Rudolph, you're not in there.
Hold on, everybody.
That guy's make up. Okay. You only get a few minutes.
Why is everybody speaking now? Right? I've not called anybody's name. Why is everybody speaking?
Finally, let there be light.
I want to hear from.
I'm in the light.
Yeah, okay. I want to hear from Ngozeka, please. Go ahead, Ngozeka.
What? We were about heading out. We were in the bus and we were about heading out. Then they said we should alight, that they want to make sure each unit was complete. Just went through that now. And my unit is complete. Some people, they're lacking 1 or 2 APUs, so it's a mess. I don't know what time we'll get to the rack center. But the good news is that those people that their rack centers are further apart. They've left before us. Some left as far back as 30 minutes ago. I hear ours is not too far, so they can delay us all they want. And then I heard somebody saying that we should come to a point in our elections where there is no sentiment. At least, let's be real. There is no way you separate sentiments from elections. People are always going to vote along certain lines, along tribal lines, along religious lines, along so many lines. The thing I have issues with is people being harmed, threatened, or disenfranchised because they identify with anybody or a particular group. Some time ago, some people called obedient bullies, but I can tell you categorically that most of the fatal attacks on political party leaders in the last 2 months, the Labour Party has suffered the worst casualty. The most recent being the murder of the senatorial candidate in Enugu. That is where I draw the line. It should never resort to violence. Personally, for me, that is where I draw the line. Have your opinion. I might hate you for it. I might not speak to you ever for it. But when it comes to you harming me or me thinking of harming you because of your opinion, no, then there's something wrong. Everybody is tensed. Everybody is tense. Although some of us are doing a better job at keeping a poker face like Doc, some of us are really, really tensed. It's one of the craziest thing I've ever done. Oh, somebody was asking if I was okay that the place was dark. Yes, parts of this place is not lighted, other parts are lighted, and the parts that are not lighted, when you are standing there, in the back of your mind, you're like, what if this guy is enter here? Where will I run? Where will I run? And you just start looking around. I can put head here. I remember the way you put head here, you can't run faster than a bullet. But that's just by the way. So please, let's stop deceiving ourselves. Everybody should vote their choice. I'm going to continually hate some people for their choice. I don't have a choice. I'm going to. Their choice is nonsense, but it is their choice. I'm going to hate them for a long time. I'm going to love some people for their choice for a long time, but it should never, ever, ever be a reason for violence. That's just what I wanted to say. And I might go off for a while after this because we have to go back to the boss after they are done verifying that each unit is complete. In my unit, for example, we're supposed to be 3 APUs, but we were allowed just 2 APUs. I don't know how it's going to work tomorrow. Somebody is saying that the polling units that have low voters will not have APU 3. And the work of the APU 3, for those who are not aware, is queue control and then PVC identification. They are saying if we get there and things get a bit rowdy because we don't have an APU 3, we can make do with the security people. I don't know how that's going to work out because these guys are not smiling. They're not shining teeth for anybody. They even nearly used Koboko to flog us when they were calling the ward. They were calling ward for us to come and broadcast. If you mistakenly enter line, and they would also remove Koboko. Everybody's like, on top of how much INEC work that you want to flog me. So the tension is really touching everybody and anybody. We pray the election is successful. I hope no lives will be lost. I hope people keep their tempers in check. And I hope everything goes well tomorrow.
All right, Gozeka, thank you so much. Ndubisi, welcome to the show. I know you've been coming in. There's a problem, Ndubisi. Let me just clear this with you. I don't know. I know you're in Boston. I don't understand why your internet is operating this way. So you come in and it goes off, and you come in and it goes off. So I feel bad because I know you should have been able to speak long ago, but it keeps going in and out. So go ahead.
Can I explain that?
We can hear you very well.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, go
ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I said it's my phone. My phone is loaded with so many messages coming in and out. So that's the problem.
on my phone.
Okay, so what's your contribution? Oh God. Okay. We may have to leave you now and go to somebody else. I can't hear you. Black Amor, welcome to the show.
Hey, Dr. Damages. Hello, people.
Yeah, how are you?
Very good. I was just gonna say it's very hard to be a Nigerian, man. How come we're still here to choose Tinubu, Atiku, Obi? Like, we want something different. These people ran the country to the ground. All right, they're not gonna be the one to fix it again. The only reason why I tend to gravitate towards Obi is because he's the hope that in the future, if the powers that be like the PDPs, the APCs do just the way they're doing, they will have to know that yes, these people can come up and be like, yeah, we want something different, but choose somebody outside PDP or APC. Obi is that hope. It's not because he's a saint. He's just outside of what we're used to. And that is what we are crying for all these years. So to be here and see some people be like, oh, Tinubu did this, Tinubu. Yeah, he did, no doubt. He was a governor of Lagos State. He did what he did in Lagos State. But right now in this condition, nobody in his right mind will believe that this man can still be a president. I don't know about you guys, but for me, I'm only here in another man's country because Nigeria happened to me. If Nigeria was what I wanted to be, I wouldn't be here.
Where are you? Black Ammo, where are you?
I'm in New York. I'm past New York. So yeah, that's the truth.
Okay. I just want to know. I'm laughing because you're in New York. Yeah,
So we are victims of Nigeria. Nigeria happened to all of us. If Nigeria is what we want it to be, we'll be home. We'll be successful at home. I don't like it. It's fucking cold here. I don't even want to be here, first of all. I can't even go nowhere. So to be here and be like, Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, APC and PDP shouldn't be asking for our vote at this time. They should be coming to apologize to us for what they have done over the years. We are sorry for NSAS. We are sorry for the economy. We are sorry for joblessness. We're sorry for youth delinquency. They should be apologizing to us, not asking for votes. Except they look at us to be stupid. We want something different, and Obi represent that different that we want. Not because it's a saint. If after now Obi doesn't do good, we look for somebody else that is different as well. Not the PDP, not the APC. I hope someday Sowore becomes the president, or someday he becomes a candidate I can really, really identify with and support. Right now, I think his chances are very slim, but I would love him there. I really will. Because to be sincere, we don't want this our beloved country. If you love Nigeria, you won't want this. Just be honest with yourself. Forget how much you got paid. I see a lot of surrogates come on here. They'll be like, very good spinners. I don't want to mention names. I don't want to fight with nobody. But then, how can you in your clear conscience be saying this stuff? Come on now, man. Come on. Let's just be real. So
thank you.
Yeah, Obi is that different that we want. If he does this and she ends up to be like the rest of them, we choose somebody else the next cycle of elections. We can't be doing the same thing, APC now, PDP next, APC now. Then we expect a change. It's not going to happen. It's not a miracle. If miracle works, if all these things works, Nigeria will be the most successful country on the face of the earth because nobody prays like we do. We pray more than even Israelites. So it's not a miracle. We're going to do something different to get a different result. Or we keep circling APC, PDP, APC, PDP, and we'll be even worse than we are right now.
All right. Thank you. Let me go to, before we go back to the gladiators, Kene and Ade, let me go to Thomas. Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. You see this painting, black, blue, bula baloo, black. I'm not up for that. Someone said Obi is the new. Are we Nigerians? Are we just forgotten? Obi was in PDP 8 months ago. Nigerians, you are not ready. If you are ready, you will go for Sowore, you will go for Adewale Sowore, you go for the SDP guy. It's just I can't wrap my head around it anyhow. So Obi is the new one now. Have you forgotten Obi was the vice president for the same Atiku you guys called thief? If they won that election, will Obi not be the vice president of Nigeria to a thief? Nigerians, you are not ready. I am rooting for the SDB guy. All these three juggernaut parties, I can't vote for any of them. Have we forgotten? Now Obi is now a saint, is a lord. In a tinkle of eye, in the middle of the night. Is Obi not in PDB 8 months ago? So now it's a wine, it's a big one. Let's just say I'm voting for my clansmen. And there's no crime in that. So I don't buy it. No. Now I'm not buying it. Anyone out of Showore, Obio, Tinubu, Atiku, Kwakwaso, they are all thieves to me because they have dined and wined with PDP and APC. These four people that I mentioned now, tell me which one are not in PDP and APC before. Nigerians, you have not suffered yet. You have not suffered yet. So that's why me, Obi, 0. Peter Obi, 0. The Jagaba of Lagos is a thief. Atiku, he will sell Nigeria. Kwakwaso, I can still give him a little bit leeway. But they are all thieves. Go with new people. Showore is there. Adewale is there. Vote new ones. That's what I want. That's what I need. That's what I want for that country. And let me say this about the tribal side. Dr. Damages, this election is tagged tribal. Sometimes we like to say, no, don't let be tribal. It's a lie. We are lying to ourselves. Why is BQ, I forgot the name, I'm sorry. He said it's on the street of Lagos asking people. He said average 50, 60 years old man he has as a Yoruba man, they are voting for Tinubu. Average 50, 60 years of women of age of Igbo extraction, they are voting for Peter Obi. Is that a mistake? Tribal is on this ballot. Is it unfortunate that most of people shouting for Peter Obi, majority are from east side? Can I say they don't have the right? They have the right. Is it unfortunate that most people shouting at what they call it, Tinubu? Is it unfortunate that they come from the Yoruba side? My brothers and sisters, tribal is on this ballot. People will go for their own. That is my submission. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you so much.
Damages, I just want to say something, Dr. Damages. See about
Black Armor. What we learned doing this for a year now is that whenever somebody finishes talking and somebody is always fighting to say something, it doesn't end well. Let's hear from others so that you can calm down. And maybe by the time we come back to you, you'll use your words better than Isimile. Go ahead.
Okay, this is not personal now. This is innocent. Okay, so Thomas, I have a question for you. Can you tell us why you're supporting your candidate? Show around this.
No, hold on. Isimile, hold on. Wait, I don't think there's one movie I watched where it's for children, and somebody asked this kind of question to somebody, and the father said, "Don't answer it." So I don't think Thomas should answer it. Not because I don't want to know or it's not important. It's just that it will lead to back and forth. He will answer and you will ask a follow-up question, and that's not why we're here. So Sydney, there's something you posted. I wanted to hear from you. Is that
yes. And I
from
think
what
maybe
source?
Thomas may give us more insight on it, because the SDP is, I think there are about two or three parties that have that are endorsing the P2B candidacy in the last 24 hours. I think
what is the source of that story? Because I can call the SDP candidate and say
so that's what I thought, maybe because Thomas is he mentioned the Prince Adewale as somebody he would like to support in terms if he was there. So I was thinking maybe he has more followership because there was a document that came out that said that the SDP were endorsing his candidacy, Peter Obi's candidacy. Now, when they do this, it's not necessarily that the presidency will step down, but it's that maybe some areas like senatorial areas, like governorship areas, there's some partnership going on. Because I know with parties like Boot Party in River State is doing that, ADC faction is doing that. A few parties are doing that. So I thought maybe he had more inkling into that, what really transpired with SDP, putting their machinery under this because it's happening in the next, I think I'm following a few of them in terms of how they're navigating towards AAC, I think Action, the AAC party has also endorsed Peter Obi, so they've shut down their systems and I think they're moving their people to endorse Peter Obi. So I saw SDP also. That's what I wanted to ask about.
All right. When it's confirmed, if you see from a credible news source, sent to me, and I will try to reach out to the candidates of SDP and see if I can. Let's hear from. Let's see if something has changed. Kene, you first, and then Ade.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages. I hate to be in prison. You actually sent us to the prison, and I was like, oh no, what is this?
No, Purgatory.
Yeah, Purgatory.
I discovered that. It's a wonderful place.
It's a good place to go sometimes so that your head will cool off. Ade, we are not fighting. BQB. We will never fight. See, the thing is this, I just hope and I believe that we all understand ourselves. We are all clamoring for the betterment, for the progress of the country.
We have moved on. Can you go to whatever you want to say?
I
Don't let
know,
us
I
be
know.
arguing now.
I
Let us
know.
learn. Give us what you want. Give us a good thing, please.
Okay. The good thing is this. We are tired of talking. We've been deliberating about this politics, sharing ideas, arguing. Sometimes we fart, buzz, and then we come back again. We are tired. Sometimes, like last week, I came up here, I didn't even know what to say because I was really, really tired. Tomorrow, the election is taking place. If you have not made up your mind whom to vote tomorrow, that is your business. The fact remains that after tomorrow, the winner will emerge. I will be online. I will be online watching. Maybe I will join. I will be on transit. But I just hope that Nigerians are able to make good decisions. Talking about candidate now is too late. If Obi wins, we'll celebrate tomorrow. If Kwankwaso wins, we'll celebrate. Whoever that wins, there must be people that will celebrate. However, the result will, start, telling our people, in no long time. Last time in 2019 or 2015, some people were taking it personal. These same people, some that I know, are out of their businesses now because of Buhari's policy. I hope that will never repeat itself again in Nigeria. That being said, Dr. Damages, I don't know if I should still say something about this. When I'm talking with, the way I talk, you may think that I'm angry. I'm not angry. I don't take it to heart. The only person, I always say it, the only people that I can be angry for, I can even slap them if I meet them, are the Nigerian politicians. But not for anybody here. I will never take anything to heart here.
Don't slap you do. Don't slap.
So, there was a time I was praying, should I ever, like by mistake, meet someone like, what's his name?
There are many
the former
about them. There are many. Pick any name.
Yeah, I was like, let me meet him in a train somewhere. I will just strangle the idiot. See, and all this nonsense.
No, we don't
so we are not fighting.
Anytime.
We will never fight. So please, if you like, vote for anyone you want to vote for. That is the problem. I don't take it to heart. I'm not benefiting anything from them. Though I still have my loved ones back home. I only show concern about the sufferings of our people back home. Thank you. BVQ, if you feel offended that I called you a liar, I withdraw. I did sorry. I did. We know the fight now. Haba. Mama issue. I did not lie. Yesterday I was saying something about.
You for tell me say the first static now 1950.
Hold on now. Hold on now. See.
See, I know
No,
say you
hold on.
don't like that man.
Hold on.
But waiting they
Hold
talk
on
now.
now. Hold on. Let me say something. When I said that they said that it was first produced in Africa about 2 billion years ago, I did that for a purpose. It's online. I shared the link to you. A lot of contradictory information is online. So some say 2 billion years ago, some say 1950. So, but I made mention of that 2 billion so that people will be eager to go online and search. So,
And I
but
make
that
I
is
go
it.
online now to find out
Yeah,
whether because
I
the
shared the
time when
link.
you go, no president don't come.
Yeah, I shared the link with you. You will see it there. Some claim 2
Hello?
billion years ago. But the fact still remains that californium is a synthetic element, not a natural element.
No, but you can
And
get
that's
it
it.
in Africa natural. That is what you didn't find out too. You
It's
didn't
not
know this
natural.
have been doing research.
Synthetic element cannot be natural. Understand
No, it is
that.
synthetic, but in Africa you get it natural from Bonu.
Please,
Go
can
do
I
more
say
research.
something? I want to go off. My phone is
All
about to
right.
go off.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to say that at this point, anybody that claims to be a fence sitter is either lying to themselves or does not want to show the cards. They want to still hold their cards to their chest. Nobody is sitting on the fence. And I want to. There's a lot of news out there. Can we kindly, before we come out and say anything, can we just do the basic thing? Try to verify some news. The kind of news I've seen flying up and down since morning, it's enough to discourage anybody that has no access to credible news source. So I want to appeal to every one of you in the studio. I know most of you are not here, but you have families here. The least you can do is when you confirm this news, you let it trickle down to your people. News have a way of spreading. If you're able to confirm and debunk some of this fake news, and you call you call one of your people here and you tell them it goes like that, a friend will tell a friend and a friend will tell a friend, and from there, that's another way to debunk some of these false news. And it's going to get worse by tomorrow. Some of these fake news and half truths and misinformations, they're going to get worse by tomorrow. I just want every one of us here to do our part to make sure that whatever we're putting out here is credible and it is verifiable. And Mama, I hate you. It's been a pleasure seeing you. These days, me and you know they meet inside studio again. I don't miss you. Please pray for us.
See, you
We are
just shout
staying
something
safe.
now. You press one button when you're not supposed. Say even you go come they see they condemn to where say now bring boo boo. Una no vote for boo boo. One another
Sure,
accuse myself
please,
for bringing boo boo.
Mama hate you.
Leave
Mama
my
hate
son
you.
alone. Leave
I'm not
Owore
holding
alone
him.
this
I
matter.
am
And
not
I'm not going
holding
to take it
him.
lightly with
I
anybody.
am not
Anyone that
holding
voted
him.
for him, okay, he made you vote in 2015, 2018,
He
2019.
did
One
not
and
make
no
me
reject
vote
am.
in
Why?
2015. I
It's
did
not
not
right.
vote in 2015.
Somebody
Per his
left his family,
admissions,
left
per
his
his
children
admissions,
suffering for you, and all of
Mama,
you, you
per his
just come here and
admissions, he said
condemn
this
him.
government
It's
rode on
not
his
nice.
back.
And I'm not going to
He
take it with
said
any
it,
person
it's
that
on
continue to
record
condemn
that
your
the
back.
government rode on his back to power.
Stop
So
lying.
if you
Stop
are
lying
making
against
a
your word.
case,
Stop lying
if
against your
you are
word.
making
Why
Stop
are
lying
if you
not
against
are
your
doing
word
making
there.
a
it?
case
What
for
Stop
him,
2018,
lying against your
if
word
you are
there.
2019?
making
The
a
name
Why
of
case
this
did
for
you
suspect.
him,
people not
please,
reject
Stop
let's
lying
Boo
do it.
against your
Boo?
word.
Why did you not reject Boo Boo?
He said he run
Leave
on the back of
Shomora
Nigerian youth.
alone. Leave him alone.
What's your problem with your
I
word?
am
This your
not
word
holding him.
to be in peace.
Who is holding Shore? Please, who is holding Shore? I am not holding Shore.
Hold
I
on,
am
hold
not holding Shore, please. I am not.
I hope you guys will reserve something to. We have a show the week after
Hi, Jesus.
on Saturday. I hope there's a reserve for something to talk about. Um, oh Lord. Okay,
Just a funny thing for us.
just
Just a
keep
fun.
us informed.
I really need, I really need to go. But please pray for us, and if you can, call your loved ones here and encourage them, especially those in the southeast. Encourage them to come out and vote. Fortunately, most of these people have their polling units close to their house, so there's really no excuse. There's really no excuse not for them not to come out and vote. Evil thrives when good people do nothing. So there's no excuse for them not to come out. The fear mongering, I said it a few days ago, Dr. Damages, I said it a few days ago, that the proponents of misinformation and propaganda are going to go this time around with with fear mongering, and it's everywhere. They are trying everything in their power. They know they are losing this battle. They are trying to instill fear in people so that people will not come out. But we really have to do everything to come out. That is the only way to get it right. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you,
Signing
Ngozi.
off.
We'll be checking in tomorrow. All right. So I like this use of purgatory, it helps to make sure that I was actually thinking, no, I have a setup tomorrow for using Zoom so that more people will come in. But I don't think we need more people. We can't handle 10. If we have like 100 people, it will be difficult, Yeah, Omori, I saw you. I'll bring you up later. I want to calm down. Dewale, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damage, I don't hear you for the comment section.
I
So I
see
won't
that.
vote for you. By the way, why people are confusing? They're confusing me with Sydney. Why?
That's true. I mean,
Somebody
there's no.
kept saying, "Oh, Sydney." Sydney is like Adewale, and Adewale is for BAT. Sydney is for OB. I was like, wait a minute. Why are they comparing? We don't look alike. Do we look alike, Sydney?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Now I'm seeing it.
A little bit. That's why we cannot fight
Maybe you are my
ourselves.
long lost brother. I don't know.
We have to do the. You know what? Okay, I don't want us to deviate from this, but there's a topic that I want us to talk about maybe after the election. DNA, the importance of Africans doing
You
DNA.
want scatter house with that too. You won't break the table.
Not because of that, not that one, but to connect with Africans that left a long time ago. Those that were,
okay. I was thinking maybe,
No, not that one. Anyway, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
They wanted to say something. I just want to, because Kenneth spoke, I wanted that day if Ade wanted to tell us something that he's.
Yeah, I'm just taking it real quick.
Ade, well, hold on. Ade,
Oh.
I'm talking to Ade. I'll come to you.
We have too many Ade.
Yeah, Dr. Damages. I there's one thing I have noticed since I joined your show, and I have seen that the problem with Nigeria is not that we don't love each other. Nigerians, this show has really proved that Nigerians love each other. Nigerians love Nigeria. We all want a one united Nigeria. And this your show has proved that point. Because look at Kene. All he's saying has never been that he doesn't want Nigeria again, if he is still interested in Obi becoming a president of Nigeria. Peter Obi is in Nigeria. Kene, I'm not talking about tribe now. Kene wants Peter Obi to be a president. Other Nigerians from East, from the West, from the North, they also want Peter Obi to be Nigerian president. That means Nigerians are still interested in Nigeria. All we are clamoring for is that there should be equity and justice. And that is the point that this show has proved again and again. That is not that we hate each other so much. We may have diverse of opinion, we may support different people for different of various reasons, but the point has always been that Nigerians, all Yoruba nation or Biafra, it is because my people, if my person is not there, there is no justice. If the person I like is not the president, then it means I am marginalized. That is just the point. The point, the real thing is that everybody still believe in Nigeria. If not, people, the Easterners should not be voting Obi. Nobody should be asking for Obi's presidency from the East if they don't believe in Nigeria again. So I think after the election, whoever wins, but I know that the masses are not going to be the winner this time around. The old crooks the thieves that we have always known, they are still going to win because they have perfected their game. They know the plan. Somebody has just been caught today in Nigeria with dollars, the money they will use to buy votes. Those are the people that will be the winner. And if they win again, this platform should continue so that we, the masses, can always come together again and again. And at the end of the day, maybe we'll be able to win these old crooks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to just point out something. You know what would be funny, and it happened before. There was a platform called Nigeria World, and I used to be there, and we had the message board, and we were having this kind of conversation for many years. And eventually, we met in Atlanta, and people who were at each other's throats many years on the message board, when they met each other, they became friends. So one of the things I hope will happen sometime this year after this election and all these things is that maybe we will travel, take it on the road, and maybe meet some of these people. You see that you don't really, it's not the way it appears on camera and the way people are seeing it. I don't think you meet anybody you've seen here and you won't shake his hand because you argued over something, or you said he lied or something. Anyway, thank you everybody. Dewale, go ahead.
I didn't know I have another brother in the studio with me. This is awesome. I,
Yeah.
I just want to draw attention to something. We've witnessed the military personnel coming into the flashpoint from states. We should be wary of the presence of the military. The sight of seeing those, military tanks, military armored vehicles, shows one thing, that we haven't really taken democracy, the way it should be. What we have is just not democracy. It's a failed state trying to, camouflage like they have democracy. We shouldn't have military presence during our electoral process. But, people are happy because they see the military come into the street just to provide security and protect their life and properties during the election. That shows that we haven't really valued what we have. We are not practicing democracy. By now, what we should be having is, having ourselves to be accountable to ourselves. But we're not talking about that. It might be the last card Buhari is trying to play so that, we show that, I believe the presence of the military is going to disenfranchise some people from voting because of fear of being killed, fear of being, subject to some torture. Because I know some parents won't let their children go out there to vote, if possible. So we should talk about that because it seems the new generation, talking about Generation Z now, they don't really know what the havoc these men in khaki have wreaked on Nigeria before. But what we have, for the past 20 years is what we term democracy, but it's not really democracy. We should condemn the presence of military personnel on our street, an army tank on the street, in the city. That is a terrible sight. But that's what we have. So until we have a democracy, and I also say the trend that democracy is being challenged lately around the world, even in an advanced country, United States where we are, because people do not have the respect for rule of law. Some people believe they are above the law. And when a country that see themselves as, or people in the country see themselves as being above the law, then democracy is threatened. And that is the only thing that guarantees that the voice of the voiceless can be heard. But we should also see that, we've had this democracy since 1999. We should guide it jealously. We in diaspora, we are doing our best, lending our voice for people back home. They're watching, they're listening, but at the same time, we should also know that they are the participant, they are the fact, they are the actor, and whatever we say, they are going to be the one to be the outcome. So we should guide our democracy jealously. The military presence in the cities, it doesn't speak well. Our police officers,
Yeah.
civil defense should have, yeah. Go ahead,
I hear you,
Dr.
Adeola, but let me ask you. When you were saying this, I was thinking if I had people in Nigeria now, like one of the things I hope to do this year, have real reporters down there. I could send them on the street and say, talk to people. What happened? What do they feel about that? Because we want to hear from real people. But if I ask you now, do you think more people would be willing to come out to vote because the military they are out there, or that more people will stay back inside because they are no military? Do you know the answer? I don't know the answer. I'm just asking. Do you think more will come out to
I
vote
know.
because they see the military? Or
Well, I don't know the answer, but for the old fellow, they knew what these folks did uh, during the military. And anytime you have military officers on the street, it doesn't usually end well. Look at what happens during the NSAS. Did it end well? No. So one way or the other, what the police officer can take, the military won't take it. So I foresee some parents trying to stop their children going out there to vote, and even they vote, um, they probably will not be there because and that is where the fraud and rigging will be perpetrated because people will not be able to stay at the polling booth to observe the proceedings. So the whole generation probably will understand, but the younger one that never seen a military officers, being in charge of their life probably won't know what these folks stand for. So that's my fear.
all right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before I go to Ife, let me see. BQB, do you have other than continuing the war? Do you have anything? Anything? We don't want to fight anymore. Do you have anything to say before I go to?
Yeah. No
Go
more.
ahead. Yeah,
Nobody is fighting, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
yeah. We can hear you.
Yes, I did not come on this platform to fight, just to hear my view, express my opinion, and share some of the what I see on ground. So it's not about fight. This election is largely going to be tribal. Most people from a particular tribe will vote for their people. So that's just what I see. So, and in Lagos, as I'm saying, at least in this local government, so everywhere is still peaceful, calm. There is really no issue here and there, and we've not really been seeing the. I think they've been moving around more of Ikeja, all those assets, not really this area. I've not seen the military, but I feel that the military presence is going to affect voters turnout. People that are afraid, maybe the dynamics will be different in the east, but in other parts that is still relatively, our part is relatively peaceful. There, well, at least we don't have unknown gunmen here, so we can walk around peacefully without having bodyguard and armored vehicle. So with seeing now military coming in would scare some people in a way. That's just what I feel. But if some people said it will make people to be more confident seeing military people vote and go. You can imagine how they normally harass people. In fact, you see some of their videos coming online, all these small recruit that just finished now. That
Oh
just
yeah.
finished
Yeah.
training. They are just talking as if
What
you do anyhow,
said, what
do
you
anyhow.
said is B,
So
BQ. I
I'm
like
just,
what you mentioned. Let me play one of
yes.
those videos. I played it at the beginning. I find that very
Okay.
interesting. That
Asiwaju Jagaban, Atiku, Obi. My own na yes sir. Anyone wey you choose come na yes sir. I no get time. If you like, make I go mumu na self choose wrong leader come. My own dey tell me say alpha key. Na one man one bullet, no time o. Yeah.
yeah, it's hold on. I think I have another one that is more chilling. I think when you live outside Nigeria for a long time, there are certain things you see. You just shake your head. Okay, let me say this. This is another one.
On Saturday, the day mama, the day waruka. You will go there on Saturday. Okay, mutunze to do work. I can't you. You will go there on Saturday and constitute nuisance. Okay, do what? Okay, that Ubanka, you will go there on Saturday and do anyhow.
We will chop your father, daddy.
There's certain things you see, and if you lived outside Nigeria in a real democracy, you just shake your head, because this could not be acceptable. But
So you
and
see
also,
something like this, and you hear narrative like this. You even the second one, you see they said the small yas shaking, small yas too want to shake all those small boys because they have the instrument of state now. They can talk anyhow and harass people. So seeing that kind of narratives, and what I feel about them is that they always want to make a scapegoat. They don't usually like for them to be there for the things to go smoothly. They always want to make that kind of somebody a scapegoat to harass and use that force so that to enforce their fear. So which is what normal peaceful area that people will move out freely to go and vote. People will now be you can't go out, or you can't. So I think voters turnout in a way would be reduced, which according to one of the polls said if you have low voters turnout, that will favor Batified. But if you have large voters turnout, to favor Peter Obi. But in all, if you look at all the candidates, for me personally, based on what I see, I feel in my mind, based on what I assess, based on them now, I feel now Peter Obi, among the three major leading candidates, will make a better president. But like I said earlier, Buhari is the standard. Any one of them will do better than Buhari. So I think that's just what I have to say now, Dr. Dami.
okay, hold on, BQB. When you say Buhari is the standard, what do you mean? Who set the standard?
No. When I mean the standard, I mean the level of performance we have now. That means yes, that's what I mean by standard. I'm not saying it has
Okay, I
achieved
just want
something that
I did not
the
say that.
standard means that
Yeah, he has taken it too low.
anybody coming should be able to. He has gone too low that anybody coming in would be seen to have done a better. For instance, if Tinubu's coming immediately, El-Rufai has hinted, will cancel that policy. They will flood money in circulation. So in a way, petrol will come in. In a way, there will be some temporary cosmetic relief among us. So like that, even if Peter Obi comes in, everything will seems to be better than what Buhari is doing. Likewise, Atiku or Kwankwaso. Anybody will do better than Buhari. So that's just
All
what
right.
I feel. Even Tinubu, as shaking as the man is shaking, he's shaking enough that he can appoint quality people to put in leadership. That's one of his good attributes. He can recognize quality people
All right.
and put in
Thank you.
sensitive position to deliver. That's his job as the
Thank you.
commander in chief, to deliver. He can appoint Peter Obi to come and to come and practicalize this consumption to production theory, and Showore maybe Showore to be in like EFCC. So he has the capacity to do all those ones.
BQ, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Maybe after the election we talk about whoever comes in, because there's something that Nigerians have to actually discuss themselves. If you look at Abacha or Yaradua, everybody that comes, I don't even know. Sometimes we wish that the person that after maybe the next person, some people will now start thinking that Buhari will have been better. Maybe the next person that will come, whoever that person is. So sometimes our standard of evaluation and judgment, I don't know whether it's actually based on reality. But anyway, we'll talk about that after the election. Let me welcome Show. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. We are not actually following any. Go ahead.
Sure. Welcome to the show from VQ, VQB. Yeah. So I've watched most of the show today. Thankfully, you made it.
Yeah, I know.
I listened to BQB his initial, submission, and I quite agree with him. I know it might sound offensive, it might sound, like he's playing the tribal card, but the level of politics we're playing in Nigeria right now, we can't do it with that. It plays a major role. Unfortunately, it does, and this is why I welcome Peter Obi's inclusion in this race. It's changed the conversation to a great deal. And when people say, what can he do? I tell them, he's already made changes. The sort of, campaign we've seen, I mean, apart from the fact that we didn't get to have a debate amongst, the leading candidates, especially with Tinubu, who is a major player, as much as we might not, I particularly don't favor his candidacy, but Peter Obi has changed the discussion. Now, people are now researching, people are looking into Pandora papers, people are now digging up stuff, from Tinubu's past. Before, we will see the First Lady frying akara somewhere. We will see Oshibajo drinking Gary with school kids. We will see Dini Melayi hawking peanuts. Nobody's doing that. He won't wash with us. Hopefully, those days are gone for good. So, Peter Obi has already changed the discussion, and I hope this continues. Now, this also speaks to something that I've been thinking about over the last few days. PDAPC. These two parties, I've actually come to the conclusion that they have no incentive to educate Nigerians, the young, Nigerians, because it will be a disadvantage. It will be political suicide for them to get Nigerians educated. You see, if you look beyond what they say, there's a way they brag and pride themselves in the fact that the illiterate Nigerians would always vote for them. They tell you elections are not won on Twitter. Elections are not won online. So which means those who are not educated or buoyant enough to buy data, which I doubt. Anybody can buy 500 data and watch 5 minutes of whatever they want to watch. So they're banking on the uneducated. So what is the incentive to educate Nigerians for them? Now, they say Peter Obi supporters are online, which means they are most likely the educated ones. So someone like Peter Obi has an incentive to educate more, because Peter Obi as an ideology, not just him now, people like Peter Obi who contest would want more Nigerians to be educated, because it means a larger pool to pick from. I've just been thinking, because I think about these things when I'm by myself. I'm just beginning to think. I mean, there's a particular guy on Twitter as an APC House of Rep member in Oyo State. I won't mention his name, but he posted a video a few days ago that turned into a lot of debate because he posted some landlords having a chat, and he said we went to talk to them about Tinubu, and one of them was the one preaching Tinubu to us. And people picked up to say, look at the place where these people are sat. It reeks of poverty. It reeks of underdevelopment. And he said, this is local politics, and people were defending it. And there's a way, these are the people they target, and they have no reason to make them better. That's just my observation. It might not be what you're likely talking about, but I've just come to say, what, over the last few days, I've been thinking about these people. They have no incentive to get Nigerians educated. Dayo Israel was seen about 6 months ago drinking Gary or eating rice. These are the crop of boys they are raising. Dayo Israel sounds intelligent, but the minute he wears his APC hat, it becomes stupid. I mean, for a guy under 40 going to classrooms in the north and drinking Gary, and his boys recording the video. Go and watch the video. They won't say it's doctored. One of his boys recorded the video, was laughing at one of the young boys, like a 7-year-old, that Israel was feeding like a Capri Sun or one of these, carton drinks. It was, why are you feeding a 7-year-old in the first place, like an 8-year-old? Why are you feeding him? And they were laughing at the boy's vein to say, look at the vein. It wasn't 18 Yoruba. Wushon. You're making a mockery. And these are the people that they want to keep in perpetual poverty and uneducated, so they can always go back to them to vote them in, give them food, give them Gary, nobody can come to me now and say, take 10 pounds and vote, like 10 pounds. What's it going to do to me? How does that change my life? You understand? So I've just, come to say that I've concluded the APC, PDP is a no-no, as long as they remain the way they are. And the word progressive, by God, we will redeem that word in Nigeria. Because when you say progressive now, it's synonymous with APC, and by God, that word will be redeemed. It will no longer be synonymous with APC, because there's nothing progressive about what they do. I'll hang around and, try and key into whatever you're discussing, because I know I've totally gone off the radar, but I'll hang around and, join the next conversation.
It's okay. It's very good. It's very good. Sometimes it's good to go to the wider picture of the conversation. Thank you. Let me come to HO. Welcome back.
As you dey
Why
always
you let me talk?
Echo is not
as you-
smiling.
Before I go to bed.
as you dey always dey put me for kneel down as a class prefect. Thank you, sir. Anyway, to my children, you guys have fought gallantly. I'm proud of
I'll
you
come
guys.
to you, not by your name.
You people have fought gallantly. You've realized that your destiny does not lie in the hands of those old cargoes. Finish it up tomorrow by voting the right person that we can hold accountable, because it's not going to just end in the pool. No, it's not business as usual. Nigeria belongs to all of us. And those of us who are in diaspora, we desire to come back home. They say, Ajo dabi ile. We are tired of working 3-4 jobs in the snow. Those who have made it, they want to come back home to establish company businesses that will give us jobs to settle back home. Like Dele has told us, do not die in their war. And Boo Boo, in as much I did not like you, you've done your best to try to provide security for my children. So therefore, children, all those military that don't smoke banya, so not cross their path. Because if you do anyhow, you get anyhow. Now wetin Papa Boo Boo don already talk. So if you love yourself, because you have to love yourself to obey this instruction. If you love yourself and love your mama when you suck in breast, not do anyhow, so that you not go see anyhow. Because if we lose you, you don't add to the number one of the blood, and your own blood not be innocent blood. Because now you use your hand as for warfare. So do not use your own hand to cause your own untimely buying tomorrow. Go there, vote. If you want to be observer, sit quietly and shine your eyes. Victory is sure.
Thank you, Echo. Someone sent me a private message and said, whenever Echo is speaking, don't stop her until she says innocent blood. And once she says that, you can stop her. So,
The blood
Echo, thank you.
of the innocent.
Let me go to not by power. Not by power. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, sigh of relief. Finally, I get an opportunity to talk. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I have a stopwatch
Not by
here.
power. You're next.
I've been timing people, so my time starts now, and it's not 2 minutes. I really want to say something about the usual gaslighting we get about Obi when people say, "Oh, he was in PDP." Was it not 8 months ago? He was in PDP, and what they fail to tell us is that Obi was never elected into any position in PDP. He never held any elected position in PDP. He was an APGA governor for 8 years. Towards the end of his governorship, he was appointed into Jonathan's Economic Council as an APGA person. It was when he finished his tenure, some years later, that he was drafted into PDP and shoehorned into Atiku's tickets. He was actually nominated by some Ohanese people when Atiku came and said he needed an Igbo person. And that's why people like Kweremadu kicked off, the people that have been in PDP for years, donkey years, and said, no, if you needed to consult widely with Igbos, they thought they were the men in PDP, the Igbo men in PDP that should be picked. People like the one that was elected governor in Imo State that was upstaged by the number 4. I forgot his name now. So he's not really a PDP man. If you're talking about PDP, Obi is an APGA man. He's been around the block, but again, You can also cut him some slack because
Yeah.
the much we know about Atiku now, we didn't know it then. I really don't think Obi would have agreed to run with Atiku if all we know about Atiku now was out there in the open. Um, the other thing I wanted to talk about is that we've seen some EFCC shenanigan, kind of the things we saw when the Kitty election happened some years ago, when on the morning of the election we saw them raiding some places, arresting some people, and showing us people trying to buy votes. At the end of the day, nobody was prosecuted, and vote buying was very, very significant in that Ekiti election. I mean, I'm not impressed by all the arrests they are showing us. Oh, this guy have 500. EFCC is EFCC. It is the same EFCC that uh, uh, has been used as a tool in Buhari's hand to hound political opponents and whip them into line. People like Oji Kalu, several people that moved into APC because they had cases, and all they are saying we are wiped clean. So I mean, I'm not impressed. In fact, actually, it makes me worried because this is diversionary tactics for us to go to sleep and think they are actually going after people who are trying to use money to influence the election. The other thing is that Adewale made a very, very great point about the presence of the military. I am not also excited about that. And the reason is this. We've had this military. I mean, if they look the part with all the gear equipped and ready, combat ready. Then we've had this problem of Boko Haram, bandits, kidnappers, and they've not gone to solve it. And they want to come and show force during an election that we know that the government in power has a stake. You see, so I'm not really sure the military is out there to protect me from thugs or to make sure that the election is free and fair. It's a big worry for me. The other thing is, um, Nigerians have not really shown any maturity to handle civil affairs because election is civil affair. It's not war. You don't need the military to have a free and fair election. Elections here in the UK is conducted by local governments. It is local government, local authorities that carry out election. All kind of elections, it's administered by the local authority for each local authority. I've worked for councils here, and it's council staff that oversee elections, and it's handled smoothly. Police doesn't come even anywhere near where the votes are counted, but there are cameras there, cameras everywhere. These are ways to monitor election without any unnecessary show of force. So the presence of the military really is a big worry for me, and I'm not impressed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Not by power. Alex. Alex.
Yeah.
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 Alex.
Okay.
Can you
Hello. Can
guys
you
hear
hear
me?
me?
Alex, you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to just point out a few things. Let me start from his last comment about the military. Okay. Sometimes we, especially those of us outside the country, we intend to forget that Nigeria is a different, if possible, let me put this, a different planet on its own when it comes to politics. You say in UK, election is conducted in local government and police don't come there. In Nigeria, election is do or die. There's job in the UK. You don't buy people's votes. The government does it. It does not mean that the UK government does not have a way of rigging elections. We are not sure of that. If it wasn't Trump, we wouldn't know that there is some kind of malpractice in American election, dead people, voting and all stuff. But in Nigeria, it's different case. Election is a do or die. Every time there's election in Nigeria, people die. People die, not just people in tons. So if people are coming out this time, it's different. When you're when how do I say it? When you want it to be summer and it's the weather looks like it's going to rain, it's not conducive for you. You feel uncomfortable because you want the sun. But when you want it to rain, and it's actually looking like it's going to rain, you have a kind of relief even if you don't see the rain. In Nigeria now, people are expecting a kind of safety because they know that agberos will be there, kidnappers will be there, pickpocketers will be there. It's a kind of tomorrow is going to be like a public holiday from 12 till 6. So people want to be safe, and when they see military in this particular situation, they feel more safer than when there is no military. We have not gotten to that place. I know that we want to be like the US, like in the UK and other countries, but we've not gotten there. Our people are so poor. There is no job. That, I was watching a documentary from Al Jazeera yesterday. A guy from the north was saying that the last time they gave him, the last time that he has sold his vote for 200, the maximum he has sold his vote was 500 naira. 500, and I was thinking 500 naira, that is less than $1 now. Somebody sold his 8 years for less than $1. So you can't compare that country with a country like the UK, like the US. It's not possible. It's dangerous. Now, coming back to the aspect of what is it called? P2B. I want to say something. When it comes to politics all over the world, for a person like P2B, he can be classified as an angel. Showore is an investigative journalist. I was waiting for Showore to bring something because when P2B contested as vice president under Atiku, I was supporting Showore. I even wrote a satire for Showore because he motivated me. I was following everywhere when he was reading out donations, and I was following everything. I supported Showore. But then at one point I found out that because of the level of Nigerian politics where we are, Nigerians don't respect you when you have not held any position at all in Nigerian politics, even if it's local government. Not because you're not qualified, but that's how our minds have been programmed. That if, for example, in the US, Trump won an election from being a nobody into politics. But the truth was that he had to join a party that had a stake in American politics. So if Showore is coming in to do politics in Nigeria and he's coming with his own party, we know that Showore is a decent man. He has exposed so many of Nigerian politics and helped us. But the truth is that politics is also a collective business. If you keep insulting all the people that are seen to be stakeholders, one way or the other, you can't play the compromise game and you can't get votes. If we have a revolution today, Nigerians will prefer Showore as president. If there's a revolution, like the one that happened in Armenia a few years ago, we will prefer Showore as our president because we know he will take drastic measures. But if it comes to election through ballot, Showore will not be able to win election because of his body language. His body language. Even me at this point, I started getting scared of him. He has never posted anything that he has found out about P2B in this election. He has been posting lies that he knew about P2B from other people. And he's not a politician, but he started playing politics because at one point they pushed him to the corner. So this is politics for you. If Showore can work with, if P2B becomes the president, for example, today, and he works with Showore, we will have a good setting for Nigeria. And P2B being in politics, he has given them almost 5 months, and nobody has been able to bring one evidence of any corruption in him. Like he's a saint. He's a saint in that aspect. And then when it comes to governorship, like leadership, when my dad wants to find something out within my siblings, he comes through me. I'm not the first child, but he comes through me because I have this kind of charisma that I hold my family together. If P2B becomes the president of this country, of Nigeria, and he could be, because if you notice him, he's like Mourinho in football. If he gets to final, there's a chance he will win the trophy. He started in Anambra State like that, and from nowhere, Abga that nobody knew, he won governorship. Yes. We moved him. He came back and continued till he finished. So there's a chance that he might win this election. And if he become election, because he's not corrupt, everybody down the line will be scared to be corrupt. And that's the problem we have in Nigeria. Even during good luck time, people were not taking bribe at the airport easily. And I came back in Buhari's time, they were asking you money in the public. And when you give them, they will go and tell the person in the front, that this guy brings small dollar, they will keep collecting. If you don't give them, they will open your bag knowing there's nothing inside. So the corruption is just not on the ground; it's from the top. So when it's
All
from the
right, all
top,
right.
nobody can say anything then.
Alex, thank you so much.
Economic.
Let me hold on, guys. Let me welcome Wayne Bassi. Wayne Bassi, welcome to the show. Wayne Bassi, you have to unmute yourself. Wayne Bassi, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear. Sorry,
Okay.
I did not realize. I said, hello, everybody. I've been off for a while from the show. I think Rudy knows about it. I lost my dad last month. So, pretty much, I had to take some time off for myself and to prepare for his burial. And that's why I'm not in Nigeria right now to vote. I had my PVC, everything ready. Like I told everybody, I was one of those Nigerians who was going to travel home and vote tomorrow. My comment, I want to start with the governor of Delta State. There's a video of him saying that this obedient thing will die out. It will fade away. And it has not. It hasn't. So he was wrong, very wrong on his assessment of the impact of Obi in this election. Having said that, by tomorrow, by the grace of God, we will know. Peter Obi is my preferred. I mean, if you've watched this show, I don't hide the facts. I think, like Alex said, he just has that charisma. It looks like he's the person that can pull Nigeria together. Somebody who can people can really look up to and trust. That's what he represents to a lot of Nigerians. That's why when he goes to any part of Nigeria, he commands respect. So hopefully he does well. If he does not do well, whether he does well or not, tomorrow's election is not going to be a free and fair election. And I knew that before the beginning of this year, before last year started. I knew that. I'm going to quote Alex again. We are not there yet. It's going to take another, maybe 10 more cycles of election when we start to look at election and economics as different things. Yes, it's a do or die because most of Nigeria's wealth is tied to politics. Politics is the biggest industry in Nigeria, and that is to be expected. There are some people tomorrow or by after this election cycle, if their party does not win, if they don't win back their offices, they will start selling their property, selling their land, selling their houses, selling their uncompleted houses. It happens every time. I get those calls. A lot of my friends get those calls and they buy, properties that, were raised at different levels because somebody who was in politics is out of politics and there is no money. And that's why it's a do or die affair until the economy improves, until people can go and do work and then go and vote their minds, until nobody can, insult another human being because it's an insult by buying their votes. So far, Nigerians are poor enough to sell their votes. Elections will not be free and fair. So let's look forward to the future. Election tomorrow. I don't know if anybody has seen that report from Kogi State that some Ministry of Works, they went and dug up some roads leading to an opposition candidate's hometown or stronghold. the woman, is it Natasha? She's alleging that they don't want the ballot boxes to come to our area. I mean, let's see. How can we call that free and fair election? So, but we'll get there sometime in this, not in our lifetime, but we'll get there. United States struggled. If you go look at YouTube videos, you see where they used to dwell. You know, they'll take guns out and shoot themselves. You know, one family would chase the other out of town to govern. It happened here. This is finished product. If we are honest with ourselves, if we elect people who are more in tune with looking out for the country, like Obi has portrayed himself, he's not a saint. I'm hoping he can go there. If he can do 1/4 of the things he has said on the campaign trail, he will be a big success. If he can separate money from politics and then hold politicians accountable, make politics less expensive in Nigeria, I think that's the ideology we need to start first towards a democratic success in Nigeria. Thank you, guys.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Wayne. And this story from Kogi State is interesting. That a governor could do something like this. That is, destroy roads so that INEC will not be able to take ballots.
Well, the excuse they gave is a silly excuse. They said that they are trying to stop terrorists from moving freely in Kogi State, which is a very dumb excuse.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
And people champion people like Yaya Bello, and they follow him and keep behind him. Dumb.
And so people in that area will be locked in. They won't be able to go anywhere because you want to stop terrorists. Even the security people now who will serve them, they won't be able to go anywhere because you want to stop.
Yeah,
terrorists.
but the people have covered the place back. They have overnight.
Oh, okay, okay.
They've been filling it up with sand.
That.
Yes, yeah, they're filling it up with sand. So yeah.
But the idea that something like that could happen and a government could come out to defend it, whatever the defense you put up there, Also, there's a story that Labour Party logo is missing from ballots in some places. Who has any information on that?
I think with that, it's that
the
Labour Party logo is
can you hear
there,
me?
but
Can you hear me?
Labour Party.
It's just the LP that's missing. The LP is the word LP. The alphabet LP is what's missing. But that's from the last I had was it's from the way Labour submitted it to INEC.
Submitted it, yes, yes.
That's
So
the way Labour submitted it. So
what you see is just the logo itself, Papa, Mama, Pekin, with forever their slogan, but you don't see the LP. So, but that was submitted before.
This one is different. I had that one. This one is different. This one is from Ondo State. It's saying that the whole logo is missing in the ballot in Ondo State.
I think it will not be true, because I think if it's a senatorial district, if Labour does not have a candidate in that zone, there's likelihood that their logo will not be on that ballot paper. So I think they didn't just put all the parties on every ballot paper. I think each ballot paper was basically based.
Is that how they do it?
I think in this case, that's what throughout for this election, if we have 18 presidential candidates, so 18, the ballot paper for presidential candidates, we just have 18 parties. Other places don't have candidates, so I don't think they were included in the ballot paper for the senatorial district.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me welcome Omori. Welcome back.
Thank you, Doctor, for having me. It's always a delight to be here. My greetings to fellow panelists. Thank you for your wonderful contributions.
So what are you thinking about? Are you excited?
Yeah, I was trying to get in before we had that little argument between the HO and the other lady that was lying against Chiwiri. See, people should correct this impression once and for all. There's no need repeating, you don't just give a dog a name in order to hang it. Showore has done so much for most of us. Only in Nigeria that people worship their oppressors, and at the detriment of those that are trying to save them. Until we get that thing right, we'll go nowhere. Showore has done so much for us. Most of us are ready to take bullets for Showore. He might not win an election, but he has been consistent and he has come a long way. For the past 3 decades, Showore has been there for us. So we can't stand here and people will start castigating Showore. We don't take it lightly with anybody. So another thing I want to correct is this. If even the allegation the lady was trying to make is also a falsehood. So what it was in one FM somewhere, he was with a minister. They had a heated argument. He was telling them, most of you political oblivion. You rode on our back so years to power. He wasn't talking about Buhari. And he went further to clarify, to make the clarification that not just me, on the back of Nigerian youth. So, each time people try to come here and try to, I don't know, if you don't have anything to say, it's better to be quiet than to lie against somebody that's not done anything wrong to you, rather than suffering for you day and night, losing his brother, losing his family, all in the name of saving a better Nigeria. So another thing they say is he brought Buhari to how most of these people talking in 1999, from 1999 to very just now, PDP never lost election in their area. It's just now because Obi left PDP for Labour, they're beginning to sing a different tune. We know them. PDP has never lost election in the southeast and the south, where we come from. So the idea of trying to heap every problem on Showore is not a welcome development. He might not win election, but the gentleman has been for over 33 years. He has been there for us, he has been consistent for a better Nigeria. Not for his selfish interest and personal aggrandizement like every other politician. They should leave Showore alone. We love him. Most of us are ready to take bullet. I repeat, take bullet for Showore. He might not be president, but he has done so much for us. No, Showore is only entitled to 1 vote. Most of you will tell you the same way he was celebrating. Tell them to produce evidence they have known. Showore attended where they were trying to, obstruct the result, the result about Udubebe and co. Showore rushed to the conference, international conference center. As soon as they saw him, the jubilants embraced him. Based on the way the work he has done for democracy in Nigeria. Will he have driven them away? Will he have be flogging them? I mean, Showore, 4 years ago, they told us Showore was fronting for Tinubu. Very just now, he's the one that brought Buhari. How? Where does he have power? He has no power to bring himself to power, but he has power to bring Buhari to. Can people just borrow senses? Another thing I wanted to speak on is on the Simon Ekpa saga. And that he has been released. Whether he has been released or not, at least he was interrogated. It shows that something that people are watching. He should know that his right, stops wherever another person's right begins. He has no right to declare the killing of innocent people. It shows that something is happening. He should be aware that he has no absolute right to declare the killing of innocent people in the Southeast. Thank you and God bless you all. For the election of tomorrow, whoever wins, if it's not PDP, if not APC, I will be happy. If it's APC, if it's PDP, we should be ready for revolution in that country. Thank you. God bless you all.
All right. Thank you, Omori.
All right. Thank you, Omori.
Sam, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Sam.
Hello to everybody.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You hearing me?
Welcome.
Yeah, regarding to Showore, regarding to Showore, the Nigerians are so cruel. They don't have any brain. I'm telling you, we need somebody in that country that we actually put these old cargoes into prison. Right beginning from Obasanjo. I'm a Yoruba boy from Ondo State. Obasanjo is one of the problems of Nigeria. If we don't know, they will only put somebody whom they can control. If they realize that they can't control you, that you will not listen to them, they will never support you. That's what happened with Jonathan. He supported Jonathan later on, where they know that things is about to change. He changed it, started writing stupid letter against Jonathan. And to Sowore is a good guy, but none of these old people will want him to rule Nigeria. Now, Peter Obi is here. He's one of the ideal person that can keep Nigeria one. But as far as I've been watching this election, he will try. But I'm afraid. I don't think they will allow him. For instance, like the guy they arrested at River, taking a lot of money and list the name of the people they want to give the money, including INEC. And they say that it's other parties that are trying to bribe. Where are we going in that country? Where are we going in particular? We all ran out of Nigeria because I'm in UK. We all ran out of Nigeria because of the thing they did. I left Nigeria since 87 after they overthrew this stupid idiot that is going. We need.
Who did they overthrow in 87?
Buhari. The time they overthrew Buhari and Ijabon, that's 85.
Oh, okay.
So I left 87. But still, Nigeria is still my home. All my kids were born here, but notwithstanding, home is home. We need somebody that can actually rule that country successfully. They will never allow whoever is trying to be honest to do it because they want to enslave everybody.
All right. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you. Kalata, the way okay, I give you. Let me hear from you before I go to Okoye. Go ahead.
Thanks, Rudolph, once again. So for the elections, which is, I mean, it's tomorrow. So I don't know, last minute campaigning, I don't know where it's going to get us. Everybody just get your people out to vote. That's the most important part. I don't know, send money, logistics for your parents, for family members, go and vote for your candidate. But to the election itself, the reasons, I mean, I'm interested in, there are a few regions I'm very interested in. I'm interested in the South-South. The reason I'm interested in the South-South is because of the Wike factor and the spillover of Wike into states like Cross Rivers and Edo State, where Wike has the Dan Obi faction. So what exactly is going to be the result? Because everybody is expecting a blowout performance for Peter Obi. I'm seeing the South-South kind of like a very well contested region. I think it's just one region that's perhaps going to surprise all of us. I see a lot of competition in the South-South. The North Central too, there's competition in the North Central. There are obvious states like Benue and Plateau that Obi will play well, and Abuja. But there are other states, Kwara, Niger, Nasarawa. Which other one is there? Kwara, Niger, Nasarawa. There's one more. And well, anyway, there are three. Okay, they're all six. There's six. Those states, it's going to be a war between APC and PDP. But with Kwara, it's not that much of a war in Kwara. But Nasarawa and Niger will be dragged. I think Atiku will put up a fight. In the Northwest, I think I think Katsina is fast slipping. Atiku may end up taking Katsina. I won't be surprised if he takes Katsina because there's a lot of resentment for APC in Katsina. Sokoto too, it's a favor Atiku. So Northwest will be a battle. But what I want to find out in Northwest is how far does Kwakwanso's impact, how far does it reach? Because everybody has localized him to a Kano man, and they're even saying that Kano too is competitive. So I'm interested in seeing what happens in the Northwest because I think it's a battle between Labour doesn't have play in the Northwest, so it's a battle between three parties. Northeast, Borno is one of those states where APC will harvest their votes because it's a cannery state. And there are a lot of IDPs. States that have a lot of IDPs, it means they can control. The politicians can have control on the voting patterns, because people are concentrated in one place, so they can harvest a lot of votes in the Northeast. So the Northeast, from a numbers perspective, Yobe and Borno will be lopsided, but there are other states where Atiku is just probably going to run gangbusters like Bauchi and Adamawa. So basically, Southeast, and nobody's taking that one from Obi. Southwest, nobody's taking that from Tinubu. The rest, they're all competitive. They're all competitive. So it's a very interesting election. The closest to it is 1979. We know how that went. So let's see how 2023 goes. 79, 2023, let's see how it goes. It's a Wazobia election. So it's going to be entertaining. So everybody get your popcorn and your tissue paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, popcorn is the one I need to get. I think I should make that call. Okay, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. Good evening. I don't know your time. I think you're still in the afternoon, probably.
Yeah.
In New York. Yes. Good afternoon. And before I start, I see Kenna here. Kenna, I have to apologize for our passports yesterday. I wasn't having a go at you. I was just, discussing the issue and debating the issue because I feel passionate about how, the bloodshed in the Southeast doesn't actually make sense to me. So that's why I was that passionate about,
we're good, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry as well. So I didn't take it to heart. Ended yesterday.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. So I think with regards to tomorrow, I don't think we should beat ourselves up too much. Actually, I'm actually nervous. I think I'm more nervous than the people in Nigeria because I really want things to work, back home. And I'm really, filled with a sense of apprehension, excitement, and, what else? I probably wouldn't sleep tonight, until tomorrow to see how tomorrow pans out. And in terms of how tomorrow is going to go, it's really a difficult one to predict. I don't know if I can be able to live with Atiku or Tinubu. As good, I know there's people that support them, but it's just not the right people. They're not the right people at this time in Nigerians, history. These guys, their time is far gone. We don't need this kind of, like the one we have in Cameroon. Your presidents will be peeing on themselves and they wouldn't even know that they're peeing on themselves. Sometimes they will forget where they were, and then, all these things, tarnished image of a nation. As if we are all like stupid, or we cannot, choose a better leader to lead us. But I understand Nigeria is a bit diverse and complex. We have the tribal side of things, we have the religious side of things. People always sort of, vote according to, their tribe or religion, especially more so in the north, where you have, a vast majority of people that is quite uneducated, that cannot really, make it, make an informed decision apart from what the sheikh in the mosque told them to do. So that also will play a part. Although Obi has, come a long way. When he started, nobody gave him a chance. Nobody, thought that he's going to go anywhere with, how Nigeria is constituted, with the two main parties, with the money bags and all that. So he has done so well, and I have contributed quite a lot to his campaign. And He's shown that he really, really wants this job. He really, really wants to be the president of Nigeria. He has been almost everywhere, at a personal risk. Yes, I think he has taken so much risk that, I start to pity for the man, because it's just not that he really, want to become president, to be able, to add it to his CV like all these old people are doing. Because Atiku and Tinubu is just to add presidency to their CV. That's all they wanted to do. They're not really, agile or, energetic or, or even creative to, take this country forward. They might, okay, appoint good people, but a president has to lead from the front. You cannot appoint people to, to lead from the back. You have to lead from the front. You have to show energy. You have to be, in three places at a time, like Obi is doing now. The guy will be in Lagos, Zaria, Borno in one day, just shuttling up and down the country. This is the kind of person we need. We can see that our president is working so that people also can work. People can also that can look up to him and work, because that's, people learn from drought. You learn from looking. Young people learn from looking. And if we have this kind of President Buhari that we have to beg them for anything, when the country is in crisis, you have to beg Buhari to come and make a statement to the people. These are the sort of people that, that you have in Tinubu and Atiku. Once they get there, they just, wouldn't care, because they are old. They'll be looking at you as if, you're too small. They've always gamed the system, and then they got, rewarded in a way by making them president. What do you expect them to do? They will not become answerable to anybody. They will not care. They will just get there and maybe go to a foreign nation and spend 6 months there, taking their ease, call it medical leave. This is not the kind of thing that Nigeria needs at the moment. Nigeria needs somebody that is, energetic, creative, has the capacity, the competence to move this country forward. And I so much pray and so much, urge, every Nigerian to, just leave your tribal religious sentiments to the side. Just vote this guy, Obi. Just see what is going to happen. Just give him a chance, because I believe he's going to take this country to a better standing in the world, and in the League of Nations. And if we miss the opportunity, I don't know. It's going to be another uphill struggle, another you know insecurity ongoing, and you don't know whether you're going or coming. There's always excuses. There's always going to blame, because what is going to happen now is that whoever, if Buhari, if Atiku or Tinubu comes in, you always find them blaming Buhari's regime, like Buhari regime is blaming the PDP. All this will happen for the next 8 years, and they will achieve nothing. So we really need to, get our act together, go out tomorrow, elect a guy that will move this country forward, and that way our country will, look forward to a better day.
All right, Okoye, thank you so much. Can I?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Mr. Okoye, my brother, I'm sorry yesterday for my outburst as well. I just he didn't go to anywhere, man. I didn't take it to heart. It ended yesterday. Thank you, bro. But this is it. Somebody raised I think Mr. Dr. Damages said something about Labour Party's logo not included in the Ondo ballot, right? Mr. Sidney, I think Dr. Damages was right. Those areas in Ondo, the Labour Party, they do have representatives there. Actually, they have 7 Federal House of Representative candidates there. And unfortunately, Labour Party's logo is not included on the ballot. So, and right now, the Labour Party is calling for suspension of election on those areas until the right thing is done. You see, this is what we are talking about. INEC is supposed to be an independent organization, but I think they are compromised. And this is really, really annoying to see people championing or touting that they are going to give us free and fair election, while on the other hand, whatever the activities are is indicating that they are compromised already. I just hope that they will be able to do the right thing. Talking about military, the relationship between our soldiers, the military with the citizens. These people are human beings. Those military guys, they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our fathers, they are our mothers. They are not devil as we see them, as we think they are. You can actually come out tomorrow and cast your vote peacefully and go home without causing, becoming a nuisance there. I don't think any right-thinking soldier would pick up his gun and kill you when you are doing everything right. Go out there, cast your vote, and go home. Even if you want to stay back to wash your ballot, be peaceful. You can actually, I don't know if it is rainy season in Nigeria now or dry season. I know the weather will be hot. Get them some sachet water, pure water to drink. They are there for you. They are there to protect you. I don't think they are there to kill you. Especially in my place where some people are calling for election, that the election is not going to hold. I think the military are there to enforce to make sure the election is held peacefully. And also in Lagos, where we have touts trying to go against whomever that is not supporting their candidate. I think the militaries are there to maintain peace and order. So you can actually come out tomorrow. Do not be afraid of military. They are not going to chop your head. Come out and vote, but be civil, respect yourself, so that you will not receive koboko. I don't know if we still have time to campaign for any candidate. I think the campaign window is closed. So what we should be talking about right now is to encourage our people to come out in mass, vote for whomever they want to vote for. Here, campaigning now is not going to change anything. The winner is already on his way to Aso Rock. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Okija, are you there? All right, BQB, you're next. Oh, okay, Okija is back. Hold on, okay. Let me get Okija back. Okija, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know some people have Ekpa, and Nnamdi Kanu as their, God. I didn't know that Showore became God too. Some people, they don't want to hear anything bad about Showore. And just like some people are saying that they are fighting for us. They say Showore is fighting for us. Showore should first fight for himself and bring himself out of prison before he start fighting for other people. I don't know why people always assume, people fighting for someone. Did they ask you for fight for me? You're not fighting for, you're fighting for your relevance. You're fighting for your pocket. You're not fighting for me. So stop all this nonsense about telling me Showore is fighting for me. What has he, since then, what has he achieved? He fought for how many years? What has he achieved? The one thing he fought, gave us, he was there in the revolution now. Then youth came and did an NSAS, and the NSAS ended, why he was there, and I don't want to belittle him. I respect Showore, to be honest with you, but I don't like when people come to, tell me all this nonsense about fighting for me. And also when people, I started having problem with Showore is like when he started saying things about P2B without substantiating anything. I thought he was different. Last election I supported him. I thought he was different. But I don't know why he just he's not supposed to be like in that mode. Like old people mode. Saying things that he cannot substantiate. Making accusations, things like that. So that's the only thing I have about it. I have against him. But he's a good person. He's trying. But anyway, Kulata, he made his analysis. He's talking about some state that will be competitive. He's talking about it. If P2B, if he loses Obi, if he loses Edo, that means his wife didn't vote for him. So that's what it is. Edo is in the bag for P2B. Edo, they are more obedient than a number of people. So anyone who's telling you, it's gonna be. Nobody knows what is going to happen. It's going to be based on turnout. If the youth, if they turn out, and most of them, not all of them, most of them are for B. So if they turn out, P2B will win the southeast and south, and possibly compete very well in Lagos and some other parts in Southwest. And but in the north central, he's gonna do well in north central, Plateau, even Kaduna. He's gonna. I mean, it might not win Kaduna, but probably do very well in Kaduna. But he's going to win Plateau, Abuja, and Nasarawa. Do well in Taraba. Adamawa will be competitive. He will do well in Adamawa. And the people are saying talking about Borno. I mean, talking about Kulata was talking about IDP. It depends on who is in the IDP. If they are Christians in the IDP, what do you think they're happy? They're in IDP. They will vote for Buhari or Tinubu. Who made them? The guy he brought made them to be in IDP, and they're gonna vote for him. Because they came to IDP to talk to them. So no, it's gonna be a lot of surprises. Nigerians are angry, and I hope tomorrow they will just show their anger. Anyone who wants this administration to continue, I mean, no, Nigeria. I want Nigeria because one of the things I liked about, even though I didn't like Buhari so much, but one thing I was happy that he won Jonathan because one thing, Nigerians, any government, if you don't perform, vote. Even if goat is the alternative, vote goat. Vote them out. That's what should be happening in Nigeria. If Peter Obi wins, if he doesn't perform, vote him out. Bring somebody else until we get it right. It doesn't matter even if it takes 200 years, but let's stop. Get them out so that other people will come and they try. So PDP, they've tried. They didn't do much. We have our instability. We have we don't have power. APC, they were giving them 8 years and they did everything. Which all they had the assembly, the National Assembly, they had the presidency, they had the court, they had everything, and they couldn't show anything for it. So why would they continue with them? We should vote them out and bring some other people. So we are here, and what I've done this evening is just to call my people at home, give them encouragement, just stand there, be careful, look around, but stay there, cast your vote, and stand there and make sure your vote is counted, make sure everything is tabulated and whatever, and then go home. Well, we're going to be here and wait and see what is going to happen. It's going to be a lot of surprises.
All right. Thank you, Okija. BQB. I know you're in Nigeria, so I see how I'm giving you.
Good morning to all of us on this platform. It's the election day in Nigeria. At least this is 12:08 now, 12:08 at this moment. So I just wanted to say that we have something in common, which is that we, all of us, irrespective of our political bias, views, want the best for the country. So we have two set of people. Those people that there's nothing you can say to them. They will vote for Atiku or they will vote for Obi. But I think if we have some people like Okoye, that guy would have done a lot of with the way he speaks and with passion and stuff. This is one reason for some of us that were in the middle to have been supporting Peter Obi. To say that we are going to cast our vote for Peter Obi. But most of the obedient supporter or speakers that you see online, they are usually coming kind of aggressive, harassing you and even like threatening you. So far, no, they tire you. They don't know the person, whether if the person is really better than them. So the kind of rhetorics and campaign, the narrative they brought up has really not pushed some people to now want to use some sympathy votes for the opposition. So another thing I said we have in common is that I moved from one continent to continent of Africa for like 3 weeks ago to cast my vote, like so many people online. So like this now, this is my own PVC. I'm not just staying abroad. I plan my vacation and stuff to make sure that I'll be around during this election to vote tomorrow for Peter Obi. For that singular reason, Mr. Okoye raised, because I understand that kind of being outside your country and your president addressing somebody, that kind of issue that happens to the president of Cameroon is something that will put anybody, any right thinking person to really say that I don't care, even if you carry American passport, you are still in Nigeria. You commit a crime, you will now know they will profile you. Is a Nigerian something. You even see this Nigerian boxer. If you commit a crime, they will profile him to that Nigeria. But if you win world champion, they will invite him to Buckingham Palace for award and British boxer. So that is, even if you have any passport, it doesn't change the narrative that your DNA, your mind is still in that country. So those two things are what we have in common. So Dr. Damages, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. I'll try and report my situation in my own polling unit if the soldiers are not there to harass us. So I will try to just brief. If I have opportunity to enter the studio, I will report the situations for us. So the one thing I want us to know is that anybody that is saying something critical about Obi, it's not that they are not
Yes.
supporting Obi. Can you hear me? Am I still audible?
Maybe you get out there. I don't want to be in trouble.
No, of course. I will check of course. This is Lagos now. We'll check the situation on ground and see if it's possible. We'll do it. But if it's not possible, then we'll. So some of us that are critical of Obi, it's not that we are not supporting Obi, but the emotional ones are those ones that anything you say is just positive. Anything you say is just negative. You are coming with negative bias. You are coming. No, it's not like that. We are campaigning on this person now. This person now is mentally fit, physically fit, and can do the job and can represent me as a president. Not on his record. If you want to campaign on records, Tinubu did so many things in Lagos, which I can tell you personally I benefited and so many other people benefited. So if you are talking about personal benefits, I went to a medical school in Lagos without paying. He even gave us scholarship every year. So if you talk about those records, while he was governor, so if you talk about those records, he did well too. He built school, he built Millennium School. So we are not talking about that. We are not campaigning like Ikene said. So, but now, the person now is not the kind of person I would like to be called my president. We will go to conference in New York or anywhere. You cannot understand the situation now. So based on the situation now, I feel that Peter Obi, Gregory Emilokon, ask my vote tomorrow. So once again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to
thank you, BQ.
Contribute my quota.
BQ, on the private chat, I sent my number. You can have it so that tomorrow, if you're able to, anytime you're able to join, just send me a text on WhatsApp. I will let you in. I want to hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do that.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thanks thanks for having me. This is Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel. I guess it's the last day now. Some people are a little bit nervous. For me, it's just one of those days because I feel like this struggle is going to go on even after tomorrow, no matter what happens. The only concern I have is events in the next couple of days and weeks that leads to some instability. Whatever happens, the ones that want to do the right things by the country, we all remain steadfast because we have to wrest control from the people that have been, putting us in this state where most of us are overseas, and that's all of us. Most of us here are overseas. We need to have a country that we can be proud of and people can be proud of living in, not surviving in and looking for a way to escape every chance they get. For me, that struggle is where my mind is. Tomorrow is a milestone, and it's a great milestone because it's going to afford Nigerians a chance to make a change. That there are other ways it can happen that is very devastating to many people, and they should not take it for granted. Personally, I feel like if you have the opportunity to vote, use it. don't think that your vote doesn't count, because every single vote you cast may deny the opponent the opportunity to get 25%, and it gives your candidate a chance to get further. And even if you don't have PVC and don't think that you're entirely useless, get somebody that has PVC to go and vote. From what I gather, not 100% vote. I think it's about 30-40% go get out to vote. So don't think it's too late just because you don't have PVC. You can get people with PVC to get out there to go and vote. And realizing that this is a long slog that we are in. And if we think this Naira issue and all the shenanigans we saw recently is difficult, it's not. And I really think that many of our men should be ready for the challenge. If we are going to change this country for good, there's going to be a lot of difficult times ahead. And it's not always going to be smooth, because the people that are holding the country hostage, they're not going to let it go. Don't think because you just campaigned for an election and you were here 24/7 or coming here every Sunday or Saturday, then you've done your job for the country. You haven't. There's a lot still to be done. And the P2B wins, a lot to be done. Emiloku wins, maybe a lot more to be done. This is Atiku wins, God help us. Still a lot to be done. So we all have to be prepared. This is a slog until we are able to go to Nigeria and be able to flaunt whatever wealth we've got without worrying about somebody coming to knock our head off. We have to be able to walk in our country, feel proud in the middle of the night, and feel safe. There is no reason why that shouldn't happen in our lifetime. And I believe in Nigeria does well. There's a lot of people looking out for Nigeria to do well. You know, the importance of that PVC, people don't know, it goes far. It's not only just Nigeria. There is the greater diaspora watching. There are Africans watching. And then there is other people that don't want us to do well watching too. And most of our people have the power in their hands to really deal a blow to people that don't want us to do well. And at the same time, give hope, a lot of hope to a lot of Africans out there, and a lot of people out there that want Africa and Nigeria to do very well. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Forefathers, and thank you for yesterday. And hopefully, as we go along this weekend, anybody that can help, because I want to be live on as much as we can and hear from several people. Share Life, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, good evening, everyone. My greetings, and I loyal to everybody. Actually, for me as a person, I want to especially appreciate Dr. Rudolph. You have done well. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Actually, for me, I'm a supporter of Showeri. Come rain, come sun, comes anytime, any day. I'm a supporter of Showeri. And specifically, I have nothing against Obi. I love him as a man. I love him as a Nigerian. But then, I don't believe, if he wins, I don't believe anything will change. I don't believe it. Because the same people who have helped Jonathan to fail is the same people who come to APC. They have helped Buhari to fail. It is the same people who have also, one way or the other, converted to his political campaign, and they will also help him to also fail. Simple as ABC. That is Nigerian for you, and that's what I think. And I might not be right, but that's what I foresee. If at all, Obi still win, he will try his best. He might have a good tension for Nigeria, but these people, Kenneth Okonkwo, those types of people, they are the same. Bell the same feather. The same Kenneth Okonkwo who was campaigning for Buhari 2019. I know what he was saying. But then, tomorrow is the day. We have also called our family back home to vote according to their conscience. I'm not directing anybody to vote this time around. Vote as you are led. But play safe. Don't, so that at the end of the day, no one will be victimized or become a victim of any violence or political shenanigans. And please, with due respect to every other person also, who also believe that without Obi, no Nigeria, without Obi, nobody else.
is no, no, no. After election of tomorrow, there is life and Nigeria will continue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shinoda. Thank you. Emmanuel, you're next. After Emmanuel, we'll take a break and then we'll be back.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for. I'm busy. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for letting me in. I feel so passionate about this election because it's a very crucial one. It's one that I have been looking forward to, and it's one that can actually set the tone for a new Nigeria. Well, unapologetically, I'm a staunch supporter of Obi, not because of ethnicity, nor of religious sentiments, nor of even just track record, because out of all the forerunners of these elections, all of them have track records. All of them have done well at one point in time or the other. But um, there is something about Obi that speaks of uh, power coming to the people. That is what is more. That is what is more. I don't know how to really express it. That is what is more important to me. Obi is not running for presidency by himself. He is running for presidency through the people of Nigeria. And finally, I see this election as an opportunity for Nigerians to have a country to call their own. Because we have in Nigeria as a country, but we don't have Nigerians in Nigeria. So it's either you are on the divide of the elite or you are on the side of the masses. So, and the masses has been disenfranchised from every resources that has to do with this country. I speaking here, I am supposed to be non-partisan by my status as an officer in SYG, but I cannot hold back when I see the level of impunity that goes on in this country. So with a person with this track record, who has displayed honesty, transparency, and a will to serve, most especially because he does not see presidency as an entitlement. He sees it as an opportunity to serve. So I am supporting him, and I urge as many people that are going out tomorrow to vote for him, so that we can retire career politicians. We don't want people to take politics as career, because one thing I have discovered is that once you take political power away from them, they just automatically become nothing in society. And that's why they fight tooth and nail to hold on to power at all costs. And in that kind of a skewed environment or setting, it's a recipe for corruption. It's a recipe for impunity. It's a recipe for anything that can get in the way of democratic process. And that's why there's no observance of rule of law. We are just in the country like there is no country. But this man Peter Obi has the unifying quality in him. While others were busy selling, projecting money bags here and there, he was selling ideology. For once, we need a Nigeria that runs on ideology that can sustain the economy. And that is what I see in Peter Obi. So I urge everybody, but definitely everybody cannot know my line of reasoning or my own philosophy. But at the end of the day, I'm rounding up anyway. But at the end of the day, we all know what is right. Even though I may lack expression now because a lot of thoughts are going through my head, I don't even really know how to channel them as much as I would have loved to. With all respect to others whose thoughts may differ from mine, but at the same time, I know that in our heart of hearts, we know what is proper, we know what is good, we know who the crown fits, and well, may the odds be in the favor of the best candidate. May the best man win. But for me, I urge everyone to vote for Peter Obi because I know he has the factor to take Nigeria to the next level. Thank you so much.
Emmanuel. We put in 6 hours. With the help of some of you here, we can go another 6 hours. Another 6 hours. We want to hear from many people. I want to see people waking up. I have some people in Nigeria when they wake up before and when they go to vote. We want to hear what they are thinking. As soon as they go there, we hope to connect to them as they go to the polling stations. So it's going to be a very long day and night. Help and assistance from you.
Yeah, face me like Facebook. I go see Lisa, and I go see a chameleon.
Time don't come for us to wake up.
My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah, leaders, we don't tire. Yeah, this situation, we don't get you.
Them say, the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you dey invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, we say, and I talk, we say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the time, we say, no shishi for bribe. We say, no shishi for bribe. We say, no shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say, good roads, good health, and education.
Them say, the way you lay your bed, that's how you go lie on top.
They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you know say your future for chichi.
Them go surely take a back with profit, now you go suffer.
Suffer, Naija. Monkey go dey walk, bamboo go dey shop. Say that's what we go dey.
Make you not sell your photo.
No shishi for bribe.
If I do my part and you do your part,
no shishi for bribe.
Make we play our part and we build this land.
No shishi for bribe.
You say
no shishi for bribe.
You say
no shishi for bribe.
Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, you could still got us. Who want change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk, nobody want do the work. Nobody want die there, I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new oats. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then waiting we gain. My brother, waiting we gain.
I don't go sell your future to some criminals who don't get the conscience. Don't be say we go just do the fun vex and still allow nonsense for another 4 years. Cause my people still dead jobless. Every day my people still they die in hundreds. So make we shine our eye, cause not be only 2 bad choices where they the contest. Give me one more verse, please.
I'm talking to you precisely. You day school office or they do NYC with your PVC. You can vote wisely, even when the offer they bringing is so spicy.
No shishi for bribe. If you talk, we say, and I talk, we say. No shishi for bribe. Make you play our part and we build this life. No shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better. No shishi for bribe.
If I do my part, then you do your part too.
No shishi for bribe. You talk and I talk. We all the talk. No shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe.
Don't say your vote. Don't say your vote.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. So it's 12:31 in Nigeria, and it's already election day. We are getting reports, materials moving to places, and we'll be tracking it. What I'm asking everybody here, if you have people in Nigeria, we can send you information on whatever is going on, even pictures and videos. We try to share some of them online as we get them, as long as we can confirm what it is, where it's happening, because sometimes we did this at other places and people send things without telling you what's going on there and where it's happening. As much as possible, if we can confirm what is going on and where it's happening, we want to share with our audience. Man of Prestige.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much. Are we doing a rant or just go ahead and talk?
You want to rant today?
No. Okay. No. The reason why.
No, if you want to rant, you can go ahead. Yeah, you can.
Because you truncated my time the last time, so I wanted to have more than time required. But anyway, let me go ahead.
Okay, go ahead now. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Let me talk about the military presence in this election, because some people here are kind of theorizing that the presence of military will self-contain, is a form of self-containment. I don't believe that. I think it's kind of it will be stocking up. It's gonna stock up more people to come out and vote. That's what I believe, because I don't think it's self-containment in my regard. In form of, what I mean by self-containment, suppression. But having said that, the reason why I say that is that if you look at certain part of the country, maybe not everywhere, like River, some part of the north, east, Lagos, particular, there have been certain kind of violent or fearful of maybe all this about foolishness, or in Lagos where there have been violence, APC has been trying to suppress people's votes. So the presence of the military, will give people boost confidence to come out and vote. So I see it contrary to what people here have stated earlier, that it's a form of suppression. No, I see it opposite. So it's a welcome development, in my own opinion. It's going to make people to come out and vote in a large mass, because they know they have a safe guide when it comes to the military. So, but I hope military doesn't go overboard and use their time to, their presence to scare people away. But I'm hoping everything is going to come out right. So having said that, there's nothing much to say. It's almost time. I think it's about 12 something over there in the morning right now. So in about a few hours, the people will come out and vote. Hopefully everything will be peaceful. I mean, there's nothing I can say here to narrate that is going to change anybody's mind. I'm thinking about 99 point something people already made up their mind. Maybe less than 1% we go there and decide who they're going to vote, but I doubt that. So everybody has made up their mind. Let everybody go and cast their vote. And by the time we come tomorrow, I'll be ready to come up to this platform with my coffee, Dr. Widow, and we are here be analyzing what's going to come out. So thank you very much. Having said that, let me say something to Kulata. is my body. Kulata, if you win with your own projection, I'm going to send you a bottle of wine. But you said you're going to send me a tissue. I know it's not balanced. It's not equal. So I will take your tissue and I will send you a bottle of wine, Kulata. Thank you.
I'll get you the softest
right.
tissue in the market.
All right. Sure. So go
Okay.
ahead.
Yes. So I think it's all been said and done. There's not much convincing to do at this point. The people we need to convince are probably sleeping right now anyway. But if there's anyone watching who's probably apprehensive, especially in the East or Lagos where you have heavy military presence, I think it should be the opposite. I personally believe that should make people confident, especially if you're not planning to cause trouble. If you're not planning to cause trouble, the presence of the military should bring you peace and comfort. So I would encourage people to go out and exercise their franchise, vote for the people, the candidates you think would help your life. Like Oshibaju said, you cannot love this country and vote for someone you don't believe in. So, let people go out, exercise their franchise. And for those who are probably in the West, this panel who've raised concerns about heavy military presence and try to compare it to the UK or to the US. What I would say to that is we're at different stages of our democracy. It's madhouse in Nigeria right now. EFCC, wrong or right, true or false, they intercepted a guy, allegedly a PDP guy in Rivers, almost $500,000 in cash. And another one later in Lagos, 34 million naira, the 1,000 naira notes that everybody's looking for on EFCC Twitter page. So I won't come and tell you what's some hearsay. It's on EFCC Twitter page with the pictures, 34 million naira intercepted in Lagos. So we're at different stages. There are people who've been commissioned to go and cause mayhem tomorrow. By who? We can never tell, but that is already happening. We saw a Nigerian politician saying, speaking to Kabaka, go out there and intimidate them, if only for 10 minutes. These are top guys in our political, system saying go and intimidate people. So for those who are to be intimidated, you should celebrate the presence of the military. The UK is different. The US is different. They went through their struggles. They're where they are. We would get there, hopefully. Not too soon, because I always say that our case should be easier. We should do copy and paste. Some people have already done it before, so it's easier for us. Not exact copy and paste because it's different, but we can see what they've done, the mistakes they've made. It would be foolish of us to go through everything that they went through. They've already done it, so we can see, the mistakes they made and quickly arrive at the same destination as they have done. Also, the Nigerian politics is also different in terms of it's so juicy. The reward is so crazy. If you look at the salary of an average Nigerian senator, it's about $1.7 million. That's the legitimate, not the stolen. The stolen you can't even quantify that. The legitimate is $1.7 million annually. I know in the US, but the basic salary of the US senator is about 170, but by the time they add allowances, it comes to about 1.2. Now, I know politics is politics. They're all crazy and useless, for most of the time, but the work the average US senator puts in, if you compare that to these guys who just go there, anytime anybody is saying something reasonable, they shut them down. There was somebody who raised the motion saying that anybody who's here should not have a child going abroad to school. I'm not sure if you saw that video a while ago. They all shut they shut the person down. So, for this guy being paid 1.7 million, one was touting, we're allowed 70 million naira. It's too attractive. If we can make it less attractive, that would help us in the long run. But for everyone who's watching, if you're still awake, please, if you can send in super chat, what you can do, and the alternative is to like, subscribe, share the video. It helps Dr. Damages, and it helps spread the word as well, because if you like the video, it's one of the most liked videos. The YouTube algorithm, that's a word that's become very popular in the last few years. It would recommend it to other people. The fact that you like it, and it doesn't cost you anything, they don't charge you extra. So just click on the thumbs up, like the video, share it, subscribe. Okay, thank you.
Well said. If I wanted to say anything, you are muted.
Uno well done. Oh. My name now Will
Oh no.
I be the
Thank you,
Oga
thank you so much,
American
Show. I appreciate that.
Lagos.
Let me play a little bit of this. I
The
think it's
election this
interesting.
year, now February.
Hold on. Oh, me? I'm not. Hold on.
America no get candidate for this election, oh, and we no get party where we like pass. The thing where we support for this election, na fair democratic process. We go show waiting Nigerian people who like. Make we all put body for this election. Any party where you like, make you there, your vote matter. Man, woman, youth, adult, make you carry your PVC. Go. I take God beg una.
And that's the kind of stuff that gives me trust issues.
I knew Forefathers was going to have an issue with that.
All right.
Straight,
Did he?
when I saw it this morning,
Forefathers.
on the right TV,
That's the kind of stuff that gives me
honestly,
trust
when I said
issues.
that,
I was quite lost as to what the guy
I was
is trying
watching
to
it and
say,
I was thinking of
honestly.
you. I said Forefathers would have an issue with this.
It's crazy.
Man, I don't know how these people live with themselves, you know. I really don't. They just want, you know, these people, in the last 2 years, they gave themselves over $20 trillion worth of loans. And Nigeria spends barely 40 billion on its budget with 200 million population. These were wicked. If you know how wicked they are, it just annoys me. They will pretend as if they care about you, but they do everything to mess your people up. These people have distorted our mindset so much that people that are not aware of it just buy into it without even knowing. It's just awful. If these people cared one thing about Nigeria, we will not be here at all. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That is how bad it is. How can you be a friend? You call yourself our friend. You be our friend. And the money you spend on your country every single year is more than 100 times, 200 times more than what Nigeria spends on itself. And you say you're our friend. And you make sure the little money we have, you take it from us. And then our educated people, you steal it from us too. And you don't pay tax. So, you know, we don't have tax treaty with America. So all our people that are working for them is glorified slavery, really. They take our people from Africa and they go and work for them. And these people want to tell us about what is good for us. Their last election, they literally almost took down the state.
But we should realize, my brother, that
3 days. 3 days. There was no government release. There's no security release. When
we get election tomorrow to Niger. We get election
tomorrow. Tell
tomorrow.
us anything. May them mind their business. They are they've caused too much trouble.
There's nothing wrong with encouraging people.
They are the one causing trouble in this third world, so that we people can be running it down here. They are the one causing trouble.
There's nothing wrong.
You know what
There's nothing wrong encouraging people to vote.
You know what he's doing by encouraging us? He's implanting himself into our minds as if they mean well.
They like us.
Can you imagine an arsonist coming to your house and say, you know, I'm going to encourage you to buy a fire extinguisher and all the rest of it? That's horrible.
All right. Can you guys hear me now? I had to change my system. I think my computer has been on for a long time. Okay.
It's a lot better now.
Okay, yeah.
Just a quick one. Has anyone seen CM? Do we need to arrange the Wi-Fi for CM?
He comes around.
If there's need be.
He comes around on the comment section. Yesterday, I think he tried to join, but the same problem. You know, it was not very good. I have to set up the studio for the show for tomorrow and other things. So I don't know who can help. You're saying bye-bye to me, Ade? Is that what you're doing? Oh, you wanted to say something?
I want to say something, Doctor.
Okay, go ahead.
Doctor, I think the other time I was saying something about Peter Obi. If the last in 2019, when Peter Obi and Atiku could not emerge, it was at that time that Peter Obi came out and said he was dumping PDP and he started the movement right there and then. The story today would have been a different one. No matter what, either Tinubu or Atiku, even if both of them are coming together, there's nothing they will have been able to do today. And where I'm taking this to is that just like this, your platform, I think it should not stop after the election tomorrow. Your platform has been able to bring people with great minds together. Brilliant Nigerians have been able to come on your platform to hear their views, and people have come up with fantastic ideas. And after the election tomorrow, this conversation should just continue. And we never know what your platform can give to Nigeria by bringing people who have great ideas. I'm in New York here, and I see a 25-year-old guy who emerged as a House of Representative member from in Florida. And I've seen younger people emerge, even without anybody, without having a Tinubu, without having a godfather, without having anybody, a 25-year-old person, people like our own Alexander Ocasio from New York here, single-handedly from New York, without any godfather, was able to go to the House of Representatives, and she has been making impact. And even on this platform, we have great Nigerians who have brain, who can make serious impact, only if this platform is not going to die off after tomorrow's election. And that's my...
Right. Thank you. I just want to assure you that it's not dying off. We are going to be here. As long as you guys keep coming and keep talking, we will be here. So it's not going to die off. And I want to welcome Jude to the show. And CM, people have been looking for you. They are actually starting a GoFundMe for you to see if they can
GoFundMe.
help you. So
you hear me?
Wi-Fi. You can hear him. Oh, that's wonderful.
It's just your platform. I go to other platforms and I'm okay. I don't know why it's always on your own. I go to other platforms and I'm okay. I don't know why. No, it's true. It's true.
Other people can come in, but you can't, and you're in the UK. How could it be the platform that's the problem? You see?
But no. The thing will be, why do I perform well in other people's platform? When it gets to your own, then this virus will start. Anyway, if you are hearing me, let me just drop a line and then disappear. I don't know.
No, don't disappear. Don't disappear.
So that I go and sleep.
No. Oh, okay. Yeah. You are night.
Okay. Anyway, tomorrow's election has got a lot of consequence for Nigeria. I pray they get it right. Like Peter D said, who is the candidate I'm rooting for. Take your anger, all the atrocities, nepotism committed by this regime, take it to the polling booth. Usually in the Western world, the question they ask people is your life better off today than it was 4 years ago? If it's better off, then continue. If not, you know the thing to do. Do the necessary change. So tomorrow, I believe Nigerians will show their anger at the polls. I do not advocate violence of any kind, no matter the provocation. Keep your cool. Use your PVC as your AK-47. Stand by. Be the returning officer. Be everything. Wait till the votes are counted, you record it, circulate it, just feed it into your WhatsApp group. Before you know it, it will get to us. We help you to amplify it. We have our result ready even before we will announce. Because the way Nigeria is no longer in those days where we vote. The 90% incident, we feel incident form, and then you know how it ends. So tomorrow, there's no one candidate is a predictable bet. Given the suffering of the last, particularly the last 3 months, I mean, it's unprecedented. That should give them the courage to say enough is really enough. We can't continue to be messing around. We can't continue to be described as a giant with clay foot. Nigeria has come of age. We must work hard, right the wrongs of the past, and then chart a new beginning for everybody. Those of us in the diaspora, we have a lot to contribute, even if not anything but moral regeneration. And then try to talk to our people on the right thing to do. Discourage them that everything is not wealth. Thank God Obi is coming with this gospel. There's no more wealth. There shouldn't be wealth without enterprise. That's why he told somebody in my local government that you are an industrialist, yet you are not a billionaire. But a politician sitting in Abuja in an air-conditioned office under 2 years becomes a billionaire. That is to say, the likes of Ike Kweremadu. No enterprise, but he's a billionaire by every standard. While somebody who opened the pure water industry along a Benin Asaba Road or somewhere in Ado Ekiti is not a billionaire, but Ike Kweremadu is a billionaire. So wealth without enterprise will stop. That's why I'm going for P2B, because we are going to change Nigeria and give the people the chance so that a professor will earn more than a politician. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Jude, I want to hear from Jude.
Hello.
And then,
So, sorry, can I ask you something? I think it's something he released that he said that they intercepted people taking money, that's using vote buying money. Do they release the party that is behind it?
You mean the one in Port Harcourt?
There's one in Lagos that I'm reading too.
So the one in Lagos, it's not been linked to any party, but the one in Port Harcourt that I saw this morning, it was the River State police Twitter handle. And they said PDP. No. PDP. I think that's linked to PDP. The one from this morning in Rivers is linked to PDP. The one this evening in Lagos was not linked to any party. So I see someone on this place, Country First. I mentioned it the last time. It's becoming a bit of an obsession. Or she's coming with the rumors. Why would I don't write for this Twitter handles. I don't work for them. I'm not a social media manager. I follow these accounts on Twitter, so I can see breaking news. Check the Twitter if you don't believe me. I've posted
how do they not know whom the person they seize the money from is meant for? They must know the party official.
Investigate now. That's the
they should be releasing it before the vote. They should be so people know that there are some parties doing these things. I think it's also important.
I wish I had the answer, but I don't have the answer. Just to put country first in mind, I don't investigate. I can share news that I see, but I can't tell you any further.
All right, I think that was Julius.
Oh, sorry. I'm just a lot of things. I've been receiving today from Nigeria for what is going on. There's avalanche of things going on over there, all in an attempt to rig the election. Now I hear that there are plans to use all the, most of the returning officers, polling the people that will be at the various places, the polling agents, to rig the election. So, but then for the obedience out there, please make sure you charge your phone if you have light. If you don't have light, use your neighbor's own, please. Get all your phones charged and go to the polling booth with all your phones. As soon as you get there at the polling booth, just snap whoever that is the polling agent there, both the returning officer and everybody there that is stationed there. Just snap them, take the picture, save them very well, so that should anything happen at your ward, they will know who to hold responsible. This time it's not going to be INEC, because INEC, you can't see them to hold responsible, but those people that will be conducting at the polling booth, most of them will be from your kingsmen, from your area. At least you people can hold them responsible at the end of the day for being agent of destruction and agent of darkness. And so at the local level, all these people will be held responsible, including their families, because this is a fight to finish. This is a fight of the life of, this is a fight of the soul of Nigeria. This is a fight to have, to avenge the blood of the innocent that have been smeared, that have been, spilled all over Nigeria by these evil politicians, encapsulated in the person of Tinubu and Atiku, with all his all the senators and governors. The blood of the innocent they have been killing and they continue to kill will be avenged through this election. So nobody should whatever thing you can do, no matter how little, go ahead and do it. Carry your phone, get it charged, and then go there. After casting your vote, please stay by until everything is ended. And as they are doing, if you see anybody collecting money, video them. And please don't let them see you. Video them secretly, and then keep them. They shall all be instruments of evidence at the end of the day, because they have planned. Okay, there was a video that was just circulating, almost what I said the other week, and somebody was asking me, where is the evidence? Where Atiku, Okowa, and other people, but I mean, they said is doctored, but I don't know how that could be doctored. Well, anyway, we all know that there's nothing that is impossible in Nigeria. Anything is possible in Nigeria. As long as it pertains to this election, these people know that once the power is taken off from them, they are more or less useless, and they don't want to give up this power by all means. So tomorrow is going to be a day of decision, a day of reckoning, a day that will remain a very memorable day in the history of Nigeria, a day that will determine whether Nigeria will continue to be one or everybody will go their own way. Tomorrow is going to be that day. Many people are hanging on, who otherwise have lost hope in Nigeria, in the enterprise called Nigeria. But because of this new revolution or new era of relief that is coming up through Obi and that is campaign, people have said, okay, let us give it another trial, and tomorrow will be the end. Whether that trial will continue to be, or whether everybody will resort to the many people that have been agitating for breakup, somebody like me, whether we'll all resort to say, you know what, to your tent, O Israel, let everybody go their own way. So tomorrow will determine that. As long as these evil people continue to, plot to keep Nigeria under, a country that God has blessed so much with all resources, both natural and human resources, a country that people have no reason to go to bed without a good meal, a country that people have no business to go begging. Now we have resorted to beg. I look at somebody a video that is circulating of one lady in Canada that was begging, and Oyibo was making caricature of her. I mean, it's very painful. But if Nigeria were to be good, if the leaders are to be good, I don't think such a thing could have happened. Well, people should know that this is the end.
All right, thank you, Jude. Kulata, you're next.
Thanks, Rudolph. Well, this election is not going to be perfect, but I think everybody can say, to the best of intentions, is going to be as fair as Nigerianly possible. I use the word Nigerianly, the word doesn't exist. Because we have BVAS, there's cashless policy, there's soldiers deployed. So, I mean, in essence, whatever result comes out of these elections, that means it's the will of the people, and we all have to respect it. So whether we like the result or not, we just need to respect the result. On the flip side, 3 possible people can enter. All of them will be better than Buhari by any stretch. All of them. They all have different philosophies. If we have Atiku, we're going to get capitalism on steroids. We're going to get crony capitalism. It's going to increase the wealth gap. Poor people will get poorer. Rich people will get richer. That's just his policies. It's nothing against the man. That's the policies it's selling. If we get Peter Obi, we'll get a very prudent government that will cut costs. his government, he may struggle with the house and all that stuff because people will resist change. But at least you know it's going to cut costs. It's going to do some incremental things, and it's going to give his best attempt. And he will listen. He'll be a listening president. We've never had that. I don't think we've ever had that. I don't even know whether Jonathan listened. I can't remember. But he'll be a listening president. But don't expect too much because of the Nigerian factor. It's just the way it is. And if we get a Tinubu, our debt will balloon. It's going to tax people. It's going to try and grow the economy, and we'll borrow. We're going to borrow if we get Tinubu, and he's not going to listen. He's not going to be a listening president. So which of those three ones the Nigerian people choose, that's their will. That's the Nigerian character. Who we vote for tomorrow is us. So don't blame it on any leaders. Don't blame it on anybody. That's the wholesomeness. That's the entirety of Nigeria. That's our wish. So I just plead for peace. Nobody should go and don't fight with your friends because it's not supporting your candidate. Don't do whatever. Let's just, whatever the country chooses, we go with it. So good luck to everyone. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Kolaka. Okoye, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor. I think we're not expecting anyone to perform miracle. We know how democracy works. We know that democracy is slow. Things are very, very slow in a democracy. P2B probably will not do, much in terms of people seeing, the dividends of, his leadership. So we're not overly sort of, out of our heels in terms of what we expect from P2B. For us, that's a positive. We know, how things works. We know that in a democracy, nobody is indispensable. If he goes in there and start misbehaving, we'll come here and then tell him in his face that this is not right. This is not what you promised. This is not what people expected from you. So that said, the Obi factor is something that Nigeria has not seen before. I suppose so many people have spoken to that tonight, and we really need that in a country like Nigeria because we can't keep doing the same thing all the time. The same old people, the same old sound bites. That is quite irritating and jarring. Like Atiku and Tinubu and all these people. You needed somebody that can actually challenge you intellectually. These guys are not really, where people are at the moment. It's just, two old men try to, add some, presidency to their CV and then retire. Why would people want to go to the to the Aso Rock and retire? We know that age doesn't count when it comes to leadership and stuff. But in our case, Nigeria is still very, 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 very young. In terms of our institutions has not been built up. Nothing has literally been done in terms of you can say we can elect anyone and the institution can still run itself. So we haven't got there yet. So we still need that sort of urgency in our steps. We need that spring in our steps. From at least from our leadership, from the first citizen of the country, to going to the last person. You can have a lazy, leader, that drags his feet, that changes his nappy, and then you expect, the other people to, to just sort of rush around him. That would take so much resources and time. Nigeria will keep paying, for flights for people to come to whatever foreign country to take medical holidays. The government will still spending money unnecessarily on things that doesn't have any effect to the people. So, we have to really, really consider things properly as a people and know where we're going with regards to our democracy. It's not about what we're going to eat or what we're going to, get for ourselves. It's about the common good. It's about, building a social security for our people. We all need this. We need social security for our society to actually, have some kind of security, because not everybody can fend for themselves. Not everybody can compete. Democracy is not about winner takes all. It's not about you do me, I do you. There's an element of tolerance. We're still not tolerant enough in that country. Also, we're still very much, angry. Everybody's, very, very angry and insubordinate. Everybody's, going out of their heads all the time. There's a lot of things that need to be sorted out. But I believe with the discipline at the top, that will bring to the leadership, a lot of things going to fall into place. Because once you correct that, a lot of people will look at it and say, okay, let us, change our ways. Because there's so many ways Nigeria can generate revenues and things can get better in the country. We're talking about manufacturing, and Obi is talking about from consumption to production. There's tourism also. We have vast, miles of pristine beaches, and this there's this landscape between Nigeria and Cameroon where you have elephants roaming, and you have good vegetations in the north central. You have a lot of things in the country that can make money, and we just got to get the leadership that can be a bit more creative and have some kind of security for the people, have social security for the people, so that people that is out of work can actually, still make an ends meet, can still meet up with some things, can still, eat, even if it's a one day sort of meal, so that people are not constantly, chasing after their tail as to what they're going to eat. Because the majority of what we suffer is we cannot feed ourselves as a country. Nigeria can still not feed itself. It's a problem. I don't know how a country like Nigeria cannot still feed itself. We end up importing so many things like food, wasting our money importing food, and our foreign exchange goes on food. All these politicians, all they know is just eat and, import wine, import champagne, and go to all these useless clubs and spend money on girls and sleep with them and all these stupid things. So we got to have this discipline at the helm. Once we have a discipline, somebody at the helm, a lot of things falls into place. But once you have a weak person that that cannot sit down for like 3 hours and talk to people, and then marshal out a plan that can be in 3 places at once, then you're still having the same problem that we've been having. We still have that problem that a democracy, you cannot delegate some things as a leader. You cannot. I know people think, okay, leader would not do it all by himself, but there's some things that you cannot really delegate as a leader. There's some things you have to do by yourself as a leader. You have to stand there. You have to be there. Obi has been to these IDP camps. That shows leadership. That shows somebody that can be at a place where he is needed. He's been to so many places. The nook and crannies of that country. He has been there. All these people has not been there. They don't want to go there. They are too old. They cannot be there. They need a lot of things before they can go there. We need somebody that is agile, somebody that is somebody that can put some springs in our steps. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Okoye. Thank you so much. Okijan, you're next.
Yes, Jude, in this election, you have to, everything, the information you get, you first have to, analyze the information and criticize it before you accept it. That audio of Atiku and Okowa, that's false, that's fake. It was made up. So don't believe it. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of, somehow relieved that, this thing is going to come to an end tomorrow, because, it has preoccupied my time a lot. I've engaged in Twitter and some other social media, trying to pass on the message. Kulata, I'm happy. For once, I agree with you. But what are some other fears I have about Atiku? It's not only the, his capitalist nation. Selling Nigeria to his friends, and he said it during the last election that he was going to make his friends rich, and then he has about 38 kids. And from the video released by what's that guy's name again, Michael. and you see what some of the kids said, and we don't need such, and they have it seems from what I've never met Atiku, but it seems from what I've been able to gather, it's this kind of person, liberal, free, with things, like giving. So he will allow his kids, his friends, to go haywire and take things from Nigeria. No one is accountable. He doesn't even have much of an idea, of his own, and so it's gonna be, it's gonna be a big mistake. Also, I have some of the same fears, with Tinubu, being we have to say the truth. The man Tinubu, 2023 is not to Tinubu 1999. A lot of things, a lot of things, have changed, and the job is going to be stressful. This job is going to be stressful because if you want to turn Nigeria around, it's going to take a lot. It's going to need a president that works like almost 24 hours a day, going from one place to another also. And then Tinubu is not healthy. What is going to happen in the next 2 years? He has from I'm not a medical expert, but that it looks like Parkinson and some amnesia. So but he is going. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 years. What is going to happen? What if he deteriorates and what's going to happen? And then since he cannot order his thoughts and his actions, like the one he was I don't know, do Wakanda or whatever. What happens? Like in a situation whereby who are we going to entrust to Nigeria to another cabal that will take over? Implement policies. And I don't know. And then he fell out with Osibanjo. I don't know much about, but I think Osibanjo was a technocrat when he was in Lagos, when he was Attorney General. He came up with some reforms. So I'm not sure what he's going to, if Tinubu comes in, and there's going to be like, since he will be incapacitated somehow. The war between cabinet members, among cabinet members, they'll be fighting, and his son and his family also, they're going to take. So it's gonna be a lot of problem, these two guys. So but I picked up, we have seen, like he's just a prudent person from his lifestyle. He's not like party person. I've met people, people who've done business with him. So, like at least, like we have to say, because Nigeria so much, so we are losing so much from, bloated government. Not even that the government is bloated. People don't like take. Okay, all of us, I don't know, most of us will remember during the Obasanjo era, they was trying to pass a budget, and the Minister of Education, the people in the ministry, they forced him to. They told him, this is how it's done, and they inflated the figures, and then it found. So this is just even small. I've told the story. I've worked in that's another story. Lagos doesn't have water. I was an IT student. I worked for a company. We drilled borehole for Lagos Water Works in Ikorodu and Shomolu and Ikeja and some other places. The water works. And I mean, the indiscipline in Nigeria, among Nigerians, not even the government, we drill a borehole, and they use what you call screen. The screen is when you put when you get to the water layer where the water comes in, and they sell the screen. You're supposed to have two screens, 120 meters, two of them 240 meters, and then they will put one and they sell one off. People in the factory, they sell one off. I was just a student, I couldn't do anything. And so like 1 month or 2 months, the borehole will pack up. The borehole is supposed to feed the waterworks, to feed the waterworks so that they will pump water, they will treat the water and take, take to these other places, to cities. But this is Nigeria, so we like someone who said it. I think Peter Obi is going to have a lot of problems. But I think if he wins, what we have to do is make sure we hold him responsible and make sure we back him. If people are giving him trouble, we come out and and call those people to order. And if we have to protest, we have to protest. But Nigeria, we have to start being responsible, not only to vote and then go home. We vote, we come out, and I mean, to be honest, if Peter B wins the next day, I'm in opposition. We have to hold him accountable. Make sure he performs. Because we're not getting Nigeria. I remember, to be honest, I grew up on Onitsha. When we were small, we used to have this, like what do you these people, sanitation officers, they come and spray our gutter, with to kill mosquitoes. They used to come and do that. We used to play football. There was one woman, she used to work in the what do you call it, social welfare. And every woman, if every woman that had a baby in the street, they never bought Similac or the baby formula. She would give them from, and they used to give her, she come back and we, kids would pack it for her and she give us, we play soccer, they pouring Similac on top of our head. That was Nigeria. I mean, I wish I could, see Nigeria, like similar to that in another, like 20, 30 years. But so we have to not only after this election, we have to still come here and then speak up and then encourage people back home to speak up to hold whoever wins accountable. But it's going to be an uphill task. But let's hope.
Thank you, Okija. So I want to hand over things to Mrs. Prime and Forefather. They've just been promoted to administrative, so they can actually do what I do. Let me go and prepare for tomorrow. I have
Doctor, can I speak briefly?
Yeah, Nduwisi. Yeah, they will let you speak, Nduwisi. You want to tell me something? Go ahead, Nduwisi.
Let me speak before you sign out.
Okay.
Sorry, each time I wanted to speak, it's like messages come to my phone and it distorts my the volume. That was the problem.
Okay.
Well, I've had everybody from when I joined much earlier today. It is a new dawn that is about to set in our country. Let us all pray that it comes out fine. Everybody knows that the country is really sick and is on the edge. Things are not looking good. And P2B is the bright hope among these candidates to deliver because he has a track record and he has never wavered from his record. I just pray that things will go well. I urge Nigerians to turn out massively across the country to come out and vote and help to usher in a new dawn for our people. If people come out massively to vote and majority and they turn out massively and vote the LP candidate and his running mate, there will be no way it will be rigged. It will be so overwhelming that the riggers won't even have a way to do whatever they want to do. Then above all else, INEC and the security agencies should do their work properly, be neutral, unbiased, and be objective. Then there are some states they should pay particular attention to. In the southeast, all states in the southeast, in the south Rivers, Bayelsa, sorry, not Bayelsa, Delta, because the running mate of the PDP candidate is from there. Lagos is a place to look at. Kaduna is a place to look at for. Kogi State too. At least all states should be given attention, but these states, you have to give them extra attention. Ego Eye security officers should be there to deal with troublemakers and people trying to buy votes or rig election.
Okay.
We pray we'll get a good news tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah. I just spoke to the Ego Eye security officers. They said they had you and they are going to pay attention to what you said.
It's for everybody.
Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Finally, I'm back.
I can see.
Yeah, we hope tomorrow go well. I just hope that whichever way, if the party that I wish to win don't win, that will not make me feel bad. But I will feel so bad if we lost a lot of lives and properties. That would make me really feel bad. I just hope things go easily. Somebody was talking about this election. I remember the last election they did here in November. I did early voting. I'm coming from work. I dropped that thing in my car for like 4 days. One of the days I just went to pick my daughter in the school. I just remember, I just dropped it there by the library. That's how I vote. Easily. You understand? It takes me another 1 week or thereabout before I even have the code to even check whether you understand whether they receive it and everything. That's how easy it is. So if anything, people will talk in the election that they did here. People are just talking about their parties, talking about the contestant and the likes, not this fear of lives and property, this threatening and everything, calling people names. I just hope things will go well, and that will make me really, really happy. That's my fear. I know I said something about some of the things that is going on in Delta right now. I just hope things will go well. I hope the government will come in like the way NWC is saying to manage it, because the way we don't know how far Okowa can go with this thing, and that can be a lot of trouble. So I hope everything go well. That's all I will say for now.
All right, thank you. Echo.
I want to say that Damaji, thank you for a job well done. It is not an easy one.
Thank you.
The time, the energy, for tolerating us.
I am in Jordan.
Thank you so much. And just like every other person has said, the journey just begins after the election tomorrow. So we have to keep the conversation on until we fix our nation. And to all my brothers in this platform and my sisters who are here, I say thank you for being part of this history. We've made history for the first time in our election. And I hope we keep it up so that we can get it right. And once again, to all Nigeria who are at home that will vote tomorrow, do not die in their war. As you cast your vote, safeguard your own life. Because it is only when you do that you will reap and enjoy the dividends of this democracy you fought for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, H.O. Where are we going to? John, welcome to the show.
Doctor, you know, since I did powerful, as I talk in a low tone, it will follow me.
Doctor,
Yeah,
good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine. Good evening. It's nice to be on this platform, and I really do thank you for giving us Nigerians the opportunity to be able to say our minds on this very platform.
Thank you.
I'm speaking all the way from Dublin, Ireland. I've had so many good topic today, and people spoke their mind in regardless of our tribes, ethnicity. One thing that we all have in common is we all have the love for Nigeria. Nigeria is our country, and that you can be an American citizen, you can be an Irish citizen, you can be a British citizen, but the fact remains that our roots is Nigeria, and we even when we speak, the passion of that we have that in our mind that we're all from Nigeria. That's what keeps us going, even though we are out here.
I hear you. Go ahead.
A quick one. There's something I read online. I just want to find out how true is that. Saying there was a trailer of a truck of people being stopped today that was coming into Kaduna. They said they were from Chad, 1.5 million with about 100 trucks. I don't know how true is that. Does anyone have that story?
So this is
clearly false.
It's a very good story, yeah. So let's look at it this way. When you see a story like that, first of all, think what's the population of Chad, and how did they get 1-something million people to take off from Chad and to head towards Nigeria? You know, when you see all these stories, like the one about Atiku and the audio conversation Atiku and Kowa, you know, you just ask yourself if you find out that it won't stand, it won't be true. Also, check a credible news sources. I know I mentioned it at the beginning of the show. Somebody was saying there's no credible news sources in Nigeria.
There is.
There is still some, news sources.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
If it's not published there, then most likely, because they saw what you are seeing. Just remember this is how to think about this. By the time you get any video or picture or story, all the editors and all the papers have received it. And the reason why they've not published it is that they've not confirmed that it's true.
Okay, then.
They also want to publish it because it's interesting to you the same way it's interesting to them. So if they didn't publish it, they have not been able to confirm that it's true. And that will tell you that you shouldn't share this story. Anyway, I want to thank everybody. I will leave it to, I know you are still talking, but you continue. I will leave it to Scribe and Forefathers. They can take it from here. Let me prepare for tomorrow. There are a few things I need to reach out to some people. And Jude, yeah.
Doctor, no eat pizza or go eat ofaku.
Oh, you know me too much now. This is it. Yeah, Jude, what do you want to say?
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that regarding what you just said now, that because maybe one of the reasons why some of this videos should not be taken as authentic if the medias have not published it. Which media are you talking about? Are you referring to the medias in Nigeria like Channel TV and all those other ones?
Yeah, the traditional, what you can call the established.
Okay, the traditional, you are talking as if you are not in Nigeria, as if you don't know. I'm not disputing the fact that those, like that article, this may not be fake, right? I'm not disputing that. Nobody is sure. But to base that on the fact that the medias in Nigeria, the traditional medias in Nigeria have not published it, it makes me look at you as somebody that is an alien to what goes on in Nigeria.
Okay, Jude, let me explain something. I'm in the media in Nigeria. Let me explain something to you. Nobody wants to be the first to publish any story more than people in the media. You understand? If it's a big story, they want to publish it more than you. You are just sharing it, but this is their.
When I mean media in Nigeria, not you. I'm talking about all those
I know.
you're talking about. Many of which are in the pocket of these politicians.
I know, Jude. I know.
They easily give them money and shut them up for any of those things from publishing. Understand that?
Jude, I know. Hold on, Jude. So this is what I'm saying. The important thing is this: there are multiple. We have so many media houses in Nigeria. If the channels TV, if they won't publish it because their Oga will not, I understand what you're saying. Their Oga will not like it, and Arise will not publish it because their Oga will not like it. There is Premium Times, there is People's Gazette, there is Sahara Reporters. It cannot be that there is a story that is so big, so important that all these media houses, nobody will publish it because somebody is connected to somebody they all worship. You understand what I mean? That's how it is. Even in America. So the point is this, we have to have, you don't have any responsibility. You can share any story you want. But these media houses, they have responsibilities. They can be sued. So that's what is missing in the world, not just in Nigeria. You can share anything you get, but the people who know their responsibility, we have to check before they share it. So that's what I'm saying. Try to, if you don't see anything if you go to the major 5 newspapers in Nigeria or online media and you don't see a particular story, don't share it. It's still not true because you are not the first person to see it. They saw it. The reason why they have not published it is that they did not verify it. Okay? And they all don't think alike. I understand what you're saying. They all don't worship the same God. So one of them will like to publish that story, whatever the story is.
It's only Sahara Reporter I have faith in. So
Jude, for example, for the 8 years, almost 8 years that Buhari has been president, Punch newspaper never called Buhari President Buhari. They call him General Buhari. They did not believe. It's just like the way Fox is treating Biden. So Punch is completely going against that government. So any news that will break, that will work against APC, I can beat my chest for you. Punch will report that news. But if they don't verify the news, they will not report it. I'll tell you some funny things. I have big people in the media in Nigeria. Sometimes when they get some of this news, if that news will cause them problem or it will be a threat to maybe the editors and everything, some of the news that you see Sarah Reporter post those things, they'll send it to Sarah Reporter. They'll send it to Premium Times.
Can I ask you a question?
So which means indirectly, they'll still pass the news across if it is verified, like Doctor is telling you. But if it's not, they won't dare into it.
Okay, Paul, let me ask this question. Why is it that all the media in Nigeria, no one has ever called Buhari a terrorist? But all the media in Nigeria were very quick to call IPOB terrorists when IPOB has not killed anybody.
Please, please, let's not go through that. Let's not go through that route.
All right.
I mean, we are here to talk about.
Yes, we cannot go through that. Don't shut me up. I can prove to you 100% the fact that Buhari is a terrorist. I can prove that.
Let me go. It's about time before they take my license. Thank you, everybody.
I'm not take your license.
Forefathers.
I'll run away from facts.
Right. Thank you so much. But Jude, you know, one day we have debates like this. It's very important. I'm not dismissing you, but like you said, okay, what you just said now, think about this. But it's a longer conversation. Think about this. You know what's happening in between Ukraine and the rest of the world, and how America is saying that some people in America is saying that Putin is a war criminal. Okay, but there is nothing anybody can actually do to Russia because of the structure of the world. So no matter how you think about a president of a country, no matter what you personally think about it, there's a definition of terms. If the law says this, that's what the law says. If somebody has the power to do this, it may not be fair. The world is not fair. That's how it is. So you are not going to expect somebody who has a credible media organization in Nigeria or even outside Nigeria to call the president, what did they call him again? A terrorist. You know, that's not, you may do it as an individual because you have nothing to lose, you know, but you don't expect a media house that is credible, you know.
So they don't close their shop, right?
No, it's
so
not.
Jude, another thing you are getting wrong. President Buhari declared IPOB a terrorist organization. United Nations buy into it. You understand?
United Nations did not buy into. Are you kidding me?
Hold on. Reputable organization in everywhere, because the president declared that. When you see medias outside Nigeria, the so-called CNN, other big media, Al Jazeera, because the president can report a terror group, this thing, and they buy into it, they call them that. You understand?
Okay.
You might say United, but hold on. You as an individual cannot declare the president's terrorist organization. It doesn't work like that.
I need you to withdraw that fact. UN did not buy into despite how many billions Buhari used to lobby that the international community, including UN, should buy that IPOB is a terrorist. They did not buy that because they know that. How can they buy?
Okay, Jude, let me ask you this now. Jude, let me ask you this. Those
at the time they prescribe them.
Let me ask you this. Those EFCC officials that.
So Jude, why is IPOB crying that they call them terrorist group? If all these reputable organizations, Transparency International, United Nations, USAID, and the likes, if every one of them did not believe, why are you crying that they call it terror organization?
Okay,
my brother, if an individual go to United Nations, in United Nations and say something that says these people are not a terrorist group, it is different from the.
Do you know how many IPOBs that are all over the world?
Hold on. I think I can see my hold on. Can you hear me?
Which means
no one hearing me.
I am a terrorist.
Paul, come on, calm down. Hold on. Come on. Let's not do this. See.
Come on now.
Jude, let me ask you this question. Those EFCC officials that confiscated cash from the so-called vote buyers, would they be considered criminals and robbers for taking money from those vote buyers?
I mean, it depends on what they take. It depends on how, if they take it and then they put it in their pocket, like EFCC.
Oh no! If they submitted it to the national, submitted it to the national, this thing, that's their headquarters, and
of course that is their responsibility.
Okay, now you understand that there's legal, there's legalities. If a president does something, it's not the same thing as IPOB. Nobody empowered IPOB to do what it is doing.
Okay. For the fact that a president wake up and then brand some people brand a particular group of country, a particular group in the country, terrorists. Does that make it right?
That does not make it right.
Look
That
at
does not make
how long it took Buhari to recognize, even when the international community, everybody except Nigeria, knew that Boko Haram and Hausa herdsmen, they are terrorists. And they were.
It doesn't matter whether it is right. He has the power to do it. Hold on, Jude. We can't just keep talking over each other. It doesn't matter whether it is right. He has the power to do it. The point is,
the fact that he has the power to do it, does he make it right? That is
like I said. I just said it. That's what I said first. It's not about right or wrong. It's about constitutionality or legalities. If it is legal.
If in America here where we are,
come on, Jude, you can't do this. You can't do this. If somebody follows the legal process to do something, it is legal. If you say
the legal process, tell me the legal process they follow.
The legal process is the process by which we all operate. Is the legal process is by which this so-called
does Nigeria have a legal process? Does Nigeria have a legal process?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. Yes,
they have a legal process. Why is Nnamdi still in jail? Why is Nnamdi still in jail?
So Jude, now that you're talking this thing now, I skip my mind a little bit. I can't remember.
If they have a legal process that they obey.
Jude, you are in America. You are in America when former President Trump pulled out of the what is it called? The globe. What is this name that they did in Paris? I forgot the name. About the global warming. About the global warming.
Climate change agreement.
The climate change. Yeah, the Paris Accord. You are in America when President Trump pulled out. You are in America right now when Trump joined. That's how it works. Don't worry. If your person comes, he will play your own. I'm not saying your person as an Igbo man. You understand? That's how organizations work. One person will do your bid. The next person may not do your bid. That is politics for you. The things that Republican is giving us now, Democrat is not giving us. What Democrats will be giving us, Republican is not giving us. It works like that.
Yeah, I think it's very straightforward. Jude, come on, man. Jude, come on.
Can I talk? Please, when I finish, you can
it's not fair now. Some of the things you are saying is just not right at all.
Mr. Jude,
out of line.
Hold on. Mr. Jude, are we here to talk about what IPOP did or what IPOP not did? Or we're here to have a sincere conversation of how our country will get better?
Okay, let me tell you now. You cannot talk about how your country will get better when
I put IPOP aside. No, you just put that aside, please.
Continue to exist in that country.
No, you can't be the only one dragging the whole of us on this platform to all speak about IPOP. This platform was already
about IPOP. By the way, I am not a registered member of IPOP. I'm not speaking about IPOP.
Please.
I raised a topic because I wasn't speaking of IPOP. I didn't bring up IPOP. It's people that brought it up. I raised an issue concerning Buhari. And then people are now telling me that because he's a president, he can say anything and he stands. As if most of us that are saying here, that all of us live in Western world. There are things the president cannot just wake up and say. And people...
But he didn't do that, though. He didn't do that, though. You are being irrational now. He didn't do that. He basically followed the process that determined that...
Which process are you telling me?
He followed legal processes. The power that was given to him.
Which legal process are you talking about?
Buhari didn't wake up from Daura and just label IPOP terrorist.
Which legal process?
What is wrong with you?
Which legal
Nigerian
process?
legal process.
Does Nigeria have a legal process?
Why are you talking like this?
I think you are a little bit. If you are saying that, then we are not.
Nigeria is simply a banana republic. Nigeria has no legal process.
Come on. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
No. You can't say that on this platform. No. You can't say that here.
It's just ridiculous. You can't do that.
Nigeria has no legal process.
No, you can never do that. No. I disagree with you.
It's ridiculous.
You cannot call Nigeria a banana republic. If you are from banana republic, that should be your own cup of tea. I am not from a banana republic. I'm from Nigeria. So please, watch your language.
It is.
See,
It
dude,
is.
you are being
I
very
don't need to watch my
you
language.
are not even being reasonable. I can't believe we are arguing this about
If Nigeria is not a
you are not
banana
even being reasonable.
republic, how many Boko Haram or Hausa Fulani herdsmen has been prosecuted since they have been murdering people, Nigerians? Tell me one single
You want us to show you proof of how many?
So tell me one single one.
Okay. Let me ask you now. Do you remember the jailbreak? Hold on now. See, Jude, if you become unnecessarily disruptive, then it's not going to be appropriate. Let me give you an example. You heard about the jailbreak that happened in Abuja. You heard about how many Boko Haram fighters that escaped from there. Are you aware of that, Jude? You see that he doesn't want to answer. The same person that said nobody has been prosecuted in Boko Haram and all the rest.
I am aware of it. Just go ahead and say what you want to say.
If you are aware of it, then why are you making? How can you know a fact and still make an argument against that fact?
Okay, excuse me. What about the Kuje this in prison that was broken into? Tell me what you want to say about it. That relates to what we are saying.
That Boko Haram members are being jailed. You said a moment ago, name one.
How many of them have been tried and prosecuted? Being jailed.
They are in jail. That's why they have been prosecuted. Oh my God. What do you think they are doing in prison? So they are going for summer break in that prison.
Really? Okay, who break them? Okay, how was that place broken into? How were they set loose?
No, you are
Said they have been set loose. How many of them have been arrested?
You said they were not being prosecuted. How were they put in? How did they end up in jail then in prison?
Oh God of mercy! So all
the people, tell me now, how did they end up in prison?
Okay, so excuse me. So all the many thousands of Igbo young men that are languishing in jail in Nigeria. How many of them have been prosecuted? They have been brought before the court and judged and said they are guilty. How many of them?
Many of them have been. You haven't just taken time to.
But Jude,
many of them have been.
That is why Nigeria will never be well because of the kind of mind.
I think
if something doesn't affect you, you look at it as okay. Once it affects some people, it's okay.
Jude, it's quite disappointing. It's quite disappointing.
Jude,
it's very
I am really disappointed because you are supposed to be a father.
Very disappointing.
And I don't know how people like you who call themselves a father cannot be a good example.
A good example, right? Because I am speaking about equity, about fairness and justice.
What's equity here?
Buhari, in collaboration with Uzodinjo, have been murdering innocent Igbo youths for how many years now? And then Boko Haram are there being forgiven, a repentant Boko Haram. Which country in the world have there ever been terrorists captured by soldiers and put in jail? And they now say they are forgiving them and they release them in which country in the world has that ever happened?
Nobody released them. The same way they had a jailbreak in Imo, when they had a jailbreak, when IPOP people went there and break the jail and release many of the prisoners, but how many thousands escaped? The same that was still happening in Abuja.
Excuse me, how do you know it's IPOP?
You see that? You see what Jude is doing here? There is no reasoning with him. There is no reasoning with him. These are the extremists. How can you say that? Even Niger Delta youths were forgiven. Niger Delta youths were forgiven and sent overseas. What are you talking about? That has not happened in Nigeria before.
I don't know. He's talking about the army killing IPOP people. What about IPOP people or whatever, non-government, killing policemen?
Killing people.
Killing policemen in the east.
Killing policemen, killing army.
Justice.
Killing people who are even going to their own business.
Who are the non-government? Who are the non-government?
I'm here to see the happening in my local government.
Who are the unknown government? That is what you should ask.
You people are just promoting these guys that are causing mayhem in Igbo land. They took up arms, fighting the state, and they said they have to respond. Stop attacking
no, there's no fear. Even in America, there where you are. Even in America, hold on, Jude. Even in America, where you are, if you take up a gun and you go against the state will come full force on you. No state will keep quiet for you to allow you to run riot in that state and make them look weak as if they are not there.
My time was so messed up.
Okay, please, can we go to another topic and leave that one alone?
Let's leave that topic. I think Jude, just will lead us in a different direction. If anybody agrees with Jude, they can speak up so that it doesn't look like we are shutting them up.
Okay. Also, Supreme Court put him there. Okay, why not just strategize? Remove him next election. Yeah, you think that time? Yeah, 4 years. It's a short time. America, they've had they liberated the blacks. They give them freedom. How many years ago? But still, every day we are still fighting. Every day in the war from then till 1960 something, where they have civil rights, and up till now we are asking for voting rights. Fight for change. Don't just because things didn't work out your way. Just okay, everything burn.
But
strategize and take over the next time.
Is Uzodimma not an Igbo man?
I just don't understand this thing, this thing, complaining.
Because we keep on blaming Fulani. Uzodimma in Imo State killing you people. Is he not an Igbo man?
An Igbo man?
Why did you channel your
give us
have you ever people come to this platform to talk about Uzodimma killing you people?
I do not support any person. When your own people are killing you, you don't talk about it. Uzodimma is Igbo. He kills you people. How many times have you people protested against him? How many? And when you people even talk, it's like other people from other tribes that are being killed, they are not human beings. Other people that are from other tribes that are in prison, they are not human beings. Obasanjo raised the Zakibian. This happened in Nigeria because they kill soldiers. The same thing, the Biafra agitators or non-government, the same thing they are doing. To stop killing policemen. Stop killing soldiers.
So this okay, let's move away a little bit from the election, because this thing that Jude brought up is something that a lot of our Nigerians, and H.O. touched on it. When it's our tribe, we empathize more. It's not like we don't have the ability to empathize. So why is it that we lose that ability to? I guess we don't see others, Nigerians, as our fellow human beings, which is a bit of a shame. Because if you truly understand the world today, you basically have to see almost the entire sub-Saharan Africans as part of you now. And does it take intelligence to get to that level? Because is it that we are just low IQ that we can't seem to realize that, the world is bigger than the tribe we are talking about? Because I don't know how Jude, at this day, he's been online for a very long time. He's spoken to a lot of people. I've spoken to Jude. He's a very reasonable person when you get to know him. So, but sometimes he comes up with this type of stuff, equating a president that is operating with legalities and constitution, empowered by 200 million people, that passes a rule like that, and you are saying he doesn't matter. That is a terrorist.
You see, I've decided to keep quiet, but the more you talk, right, the more I continue to think. I mean, to think about the kind of country or the kind of people we are. No wonder Nigeria is the way it is, because of the mentality and the way most of us think. I don't talk about only IPOB. I said many Nigerians that have been languishing in jail. Okay, do you know how many Yorubas have been killed? In fact, as I speak today, do you know how many Yorubas are in exile in another country? Due to Hausa Fulani herdsmen. Do you know that? Okay, when they went to attack Sunday Igboho, what did Sunday Igboho do? If Nigeria is a lawless country operating under law, like people said, what the Nigerian government did to Sunday Igboho, are they supposed to do it? That is number one. Number two, before all these things, can somebody ask themselves a question? Before all of these killings in Igbo land started, when exactly did this start? Was it not after the arrest of after the kidnap of Nnamdi? Okay, if Nigeria were to be a lawless country, would they go and kidnap somebody and then bundle him to Nigeria? Even when the international community, even when the UN, to which they are signatory to, have ruled that they should release him and they should even pay him compensation, they still hold him.
The UN is a lawless society.
Nigerians have converged on that. Nigerians have accepted that it was wrong. That the rendition of the judiciary, they said it was wrong. So listen, they have power, but the thing is, you guys, want to adopt one strategy. Yes, let them keep it there. Let us plan people who have conscience come to see how to get those people who do all these lawlessness out of power. But you think
that is why we have a platform like this where we can come together, sanitize ideas and vote out these people by tomorrow. We can vote them out from power.
Let us make it happen.
We can vote them out from power.
One at a time.
That is what we are praying today. That is why the election.
So let's talk about that.
Is very, very important.
Nigeria
we are saying the same thing. Okay, sorry, please.
There's no need of force a lawless country when everybody.
God, Jude, we know we have problem. They said the day when Chris Percy knows saying get problem. Now that they start to they get in cure. We know we have problem in our country. But are we going
to face me like Facebook? I go silly sound, and I go sing a chameleon.
Time don't come for us to wake up.
My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah, leaders, we don't tire. This situation, we don't get you.
Them say the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you they invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say
the way you lay your bed, and so you go lie on top.
They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you no say your future for chichi.
They go surely take them back with profit. Now you go so far.
Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shop. Say that's what we go there. Make you not sell your photo. No shishi for bribe.
if I do my part and you do your part.
No shishi for bribe. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe. We say no shishi for bribe. We say no shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, you can still got us. Who won't change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk. Nobody won't do the work, nobody won't die there. I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new oats. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want to give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then wait till we gain. My brother, waiting with
brother, don't go sell your future to some criminals who don't get the conscience. Don't be say we go just did the fun vex and still allow nonsense for another 4 years. Cause my people still dead jobless. Every day my people still they die in hundreds. So make we shine our eye, cause no be only 2 bad choices where they the contest. Give me one more verse, please.
I'm talking to you precisely. You day school office or you do NYC with your PVC, you can vote wisely. Even when the offer they bringing is so spicy.
No shishi for bribe. If you talk, we say, and I talk, we say, no shishi for bride. Make to play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. Nigeria go better. No shishi for bride.
If I do my part and you do your part.
No shishi for bride. You talk and I talk, we all go talk. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. Don't say your vote.
Somebody mute your mic. Hello? You can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Just
hear
nod.
Yes,
All right, perfect.
yes,
So
yes.
yeah, I think Stripe probably put that on to calm everybody down, and let's move on to what is happening tomorrow, because there's a serious. It's today actually. It's already there now. So say the result comes out, and what would you advise Nigerians to do, even if they feel strongly against the outcome? So I think this is an important question, because that is one of the concerns we have, that sometimes maybe a candidate will lose and everybody will feel like they have been cheated or something. So what would you advise Nigerians to do in case they disagree with the results? So I will start with, let me start from this time, from ground up. Let me remove this so I can get the names right. Okay, NWC, you can go first. Yeah, you are muted again. Okay, good.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now?
Oh my, yeah.
Okay. Well, whatever the outcome, we have to be very peaceful. There's no need to spill blood. Any candidate who loses will, if he's not convinced that he truly lost, we always take the next option of going to court. I urge everybody to be calm, because there's no need. A life lost cannot be gotten back. The best option is just to calm down, let the party that lost, or those that lost, go to court and see how it goes, while we remain calm and explore other options to deepen the electoral system, because it's not perfect and it can never be perfect. So, but everybody across the country should remain calm, particularly the not well informed, because they are the people that will likely even take up arms. Arms, I mean, like stick, any weapon they find, and look for targets and all that. So everybody should just remain calm and let peace reign, because we still have a future ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds like a sound advice. Don't overreact. Just wait for the processes to complete. And so next is sorry, I missed your name. John. Okay, go ahead.
Well, for me, no one's life it's less or more important. So I would advise all Nigerians to go out there, vote their mind, vote whom they appreciate. For me, whom I have in mind is Peter Obi. If I was to be in Nigeria, that's whom I will vote for. But if at the end of the day he becomes the president, as I foresee problems for him, that's my own take. I don't know if other people see it that way. Tulumbu will go to court, and they will want to make the country ungoverned for him. But if it turns out the other way around, that Tulumbu becomes the winner, they announce him as the president, Nigeria is doomed. While I say it so, it's because we're going to have three different, or should I say, different point of call in Aso Rock. You have the faction of Tulumbu ruling from one side. You have the one of faction again from the son, Sheyi, ruling from one side. Then you have the another faction again from his wife, Remi Tulumbu, ruling from one side. So it's going to be all out. If you have seeing the son of recently now, Sheyi, when he was coming down from a private jet, and look at the way security men, police, and SSS were just following him, and you could see that even though they've not even entered into power, the urge to become an important person has already started ringing in his head. So I see that. But if it turns the other way around, that Atiku becomes, they announce Atiku as the president of Nigeria, that will be another dark cloud for Nigeria. We are saying that we are in minus whatever debt we are. Atiku will punch us more into debt, because in the first 4 years, he might marry about 2 or 3 wives to add to his number of wives. Then use the Nigerian economy to enrich them. By the time he does another second term, two term, he must have been able to sell Nigeria out to his girlfriends, friends, and well wishers that will come to him for contract. He will give them that. So we are crying now that dollar is 700. Nigeria is 700 to a dollar. By the time they punch the economy of the country down, we don't know what it will look like. It's a pity that most of us have children here, but someday somehow we all have families back there. You might be eating 3 square meal here and feel you're okay. You send your family maybe 1,000 pounds or $1,000 or 1,000 euros. When the naira keep depreciating, your 1,000 pounds or your 1,000 euro or your $1,000, it's nothing for them to eat back home. So the suffering still comes back to you. So my prayer is, let none of the two of them. I pray from my inner heart. This evening I went to church, and I believe that God is a God of mercy, because if you watch Obi, the aura around Obi, this movement is not all about Obi. This is like a divine movement. It's a cry of the masses of Nigerians. Maybe some say that God hear our cry. He's trying to use Peter, like the Moses of our time, to lead us out of the land of Egypt. Nigeria, the way where we are now, we are all in just like we are in Egypt after so much pains and crying, and one person that God has ordained to bring us out, and that's the way I see it. I just pray that none of these two come into it. That's my take, and I pray that by tomorrow we all can beat our chest and say, yes, a new dawn begins from tomorrow in Jesus' name.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Amen. Amen, brother.
Did Kolakbo just jump queue? Okay. Yeah, you can go. Kolakbo, welcome.
Yeah, forefathers, Okija, everyone, good to be here. So the question was, if they need to go to court or something, or
the question was about because there's this concern that after the election, some people may feel cheated because when they get the initial results, and so that they don't overreact. So what would you advise them to do? And sometimes they will be put up to it. Let me just finish. Sometimes you have people instigating it, that like they have been cheated. So that's why we're asking this question. What would be the kind of advice you want to give them on how to behave after the results are released?
Okay. Definitely, I think that is going to happen. Either they call them 4 major players now. Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, Kwakwaso. Whoever is announced winner among them, especially if it's not Obi, the obedience definitely they will or they will try to react. But what I will say is, like Dele Farutimi said in his book, is their war. It's not that you won't do something about it, but fight it with your sense. Know when to retract. Don't just take to the street here. We are protesting, we are burning tires. We can see those teenagers that they've given guns to now, those military guys. They are ready to gun down anybody. Not in the way of, yes, we are settling things. So during NSAS protests, people died. Has it changed anything? No. So if you think by just facing crowd, I will do this, I will do that, it's not likely to change anything. But it's still something anyway, but people should just do it with sense. That's what I would say. So don't put yourself hard forward there. If you can, like, you can share videos, street protest. If you need to join, if there's any, I hope there won't be. Still apply your sense. Remember, if you die, they will live their lives. And probably the person you think you are fighting for, I'm fighting for Obi or fighting for Atiku, one way or the other, they have meeting points. They will settle their case by themselves. Like some people, I don't know how true it is. When Atiku lost in 2019, some people said he got all his money that he used to campaign back. The APC government gave it back to him. It might not be true, but they know how to sort themselves out. Just don't put yourself in the line of fire. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Jude. Yeah, what do you advise Nigerians to do when the results are released? And some of them are maybe happy and others are not.
Well, what I will advise Nigerians, especially the obedience, I don't pray that it should go otherwise, because if Nigeria were to conduct a very credible, fair and clear election, I don't see why Obi should have a problem in winning. Labour Party should have a problem in winning, the party, the election. But as it is now, there have been all kind of disenfranchisement, all kind of things they have done to disenfranchise people, including the way that some places that they don't allow them to take their voters card, and voters card being found here and there, in the bushes and so on and so forth. Whereas in some areas of the country, the agents or the INEC agents are going house to house, handing these voters cards to them. Just the same way they are also distributing the new Naira note. In some part of Nigeria, they are going from house to house in some rural area, giving them these new notes. Whereas in some part of Nigeria, it's like, whatever happened, that is your business. Because we live in a country that is not fair, a country that is, there are one rule for a certain particular part of the country, and there's another rule for another, a separate rule for another. Well, I will advise obedient. If anything goes contrary, you have the right to protest, but don't destroy anything, any property. But you all have the right to go out there and protest until justice is done. That's what I'm going to advise them. So let nobody destroy property or begin to kill anybody, because we have had a lot of killing. A lot of Nigerians have died for these past 8 years, so much that each time I look at it, each time I remember, my heart bleeds. Why would people be dying this way? And people, those ruling us, they don't even care about it, as long as none of their children is involved, are involved. So it's okay. So we have had enough killing, and there shouldn't be any more, especially tomorrow. But we all have the right to do whatever it can, legally protest, if this thing goes otherwise. Even if it will result into revolution, that is even what I'm praying, because we need a revolution in Nigeria to sanitize that country. If this election doesn't go the way many of us or the majority are expecting it, or the way the will of the people is, at the end of the day, will be thwarted. If it leads to revolution, amen to that.
All right. Thank you, Jude. So next person is speaker. Is Ne. So you heard the question, or do I need to repeat it?
No, you don't have to repeat it.
Thank you.
I'm just going to, for so long now, I don't come to this program anymore, because there's always argument, complain. But I'm just going to drop 3 things. First of all, I just want all of you to know that Obi is going to win. There's no 2 ways about it. If you guys just pay attention to all the omens that is happening, Obi is going to win. And somebody said the people who are fighting for Obi, None of you is fighting for Obi. Actually, Obi is just the head, but all of you are fighting the battle because the bloodshed in Nigeria is too much. The land has decided to yield. There will not be any other person today in Nigeria that will win that election other than Obi, for all the people that have lost their lives for no apparent reason. John, I just want to let you know that if you say you pray, please have a little faith in your prayer. Obi is not the one running. Obi is just a figurehead. We all
Yes.
Nigerians are running this election. Stop.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes, I know that.
Hold on.
And I have faith.
Stop giving credence to evil. That country needs to come back to us. There's
I agree with you.
So many things that has happened. And when Obi wins today in Nigeria, there will not be anybody that will stand up to contest it. Trust me on that. Quote me that this INEC said this to you. No other person will win that election. The bloodshed in Nigeria is too much. The universe has answered our prayers. Please just have faith. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paul. Paul, are you there? Paul has gone to prepare some food, so I'm gonna move to the. He's a very responsible person, and he's taking care of family. Paul, are you there? Okay, let's go with HO. Let's go with HO.
Paul, when you finish cooking the dinner, we are here waiting. Oh.
Yeah, he's there being a metrosexual man now, doing a job. Doing well. Okay, let's go, HO.
The truth is this. Whatever happened tomorrow, let us not spill more blood. Let us go back to the drawing board and do the plan and know how to fight. But if we start immediately, the soldier on the street, they will not spare life. So whatever happened tomorrow is not the fighting day. Tomorrow is to go back home and relax, and let's strategize on the way out. So please, do not fight in their war, according to Pharaoh Timi. Let this be on our head as we go to the pool and come back home. God is not sleeping. God has heard our cry, and we will have victory, and the nation will definitely move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, HO. Yeah, Okija, welcome.
Yeah, I don't know. I am not going to vote, so I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna tell people who voted, what they have to do. If they feel that their vote was not counted or there was some hanky panky, they should protest. That's an option in democracy. So we heard that in is it Ondo State that the INEC the voting material, they don't have an LP. So if somebody wins, what do you expect LP people to do? To just keep quiet? Say no, it's unfair. So either you have to do something about it. You have to remedy the situation. So it's up to the voters, what they want to do. I'm not going to be in the comfort of my home, with all the paraphernalias of I mean, not a good life, but at least normal, if what normal should be. and tell someone who is suffering, whom mosquito bit, like, till daybreak, and tell him that, his vote didn't count. And he knew that, his polling booth, whatever, polling station, that there were 50 votes, but they reported as 70. You tell him to keep quiet, so I'm not going to tell him to keep quiet. I want, whatever he wants to do, let him go ahead and do it. So that's my advice to Nigeria.
So what if say they want to go out and start burning buildings, and because they feel aggrieved, what would you
No,
say?
of course, you should not go be violent. I mean, there's protest, there's in democracy you can protest peacefully, do your protest, and go to court and do your protest, and yeah, that's what they should do. Nobody should be violent.
Thank you, Okija. Scribe, I take it that you have something to contribute to this.
Don't have much to say other than we're looking forward to tomorrow. We're hoping everything's going to be peaceful. So we'll see. I hope Peter Obi emerges the winner. At least that I know. Like, I think that's the safest option. And I say this because I don't want innocent people to
Are you worried that if PWB doesn't win, then some of his
yeah,
supporters
more innocent lives will be lost. But if Tinubu wins, I just feel like at least people will protest. Obviously, they'll show their displeasure, but I think it will fizzle out fairly quickly. But the NSAS is still there. The spirit of NSAS is still there, and
exactly.
And I think you'll be shocked at the energy it will come out with if Obi doesn't win. So, I mean, I'm not a fan of Obi. I mean, if you've been watching this show, you know that I've plugged holes into his campaign, into everything. I'm not exactly thrilled by his candidacy. I don't even agree that we should even go to elections when we have a constitution that clearly would restrict even an Albert Einstein ruling Nigeria. So that's my stand. I stand with Afe Babalola and just saying, look, there should be an interim government, and us transitioning, calling a sovereign national Congress, and deciding, putting it to a referendum if we should stay in Nigeria or not. The Biafran question it's a metaphor for citizenship. So if you do that, it will encapsulate Boko Haram, Yoruba Nation, IPOB. The whole question is all about equity and citizenship.
Okay.
That's my view. Yeah.
Okay. I take your point. I think in democracy, from what I've observed, it doesn't always elect I think even in the industry, the most intelligent, in terms of academically intelligent people, are not necessarily gifted with leadership skills. Leadership skill is a special skill that I think we want to learn that is slightly different from academic or scientific or technological skills. It's very hard. You see a professor being president in many countries, or doctors or Nobel Prize winners. Albert Einstein didn't make it. In case you didn't realize, he didn't even come close to winning any political office. Because that is meant for special kind of people. And this is why leadership, sometimes we devalue leadership in democracy because of the way it has been practiced. We devalue what leadership means because of the way the conditioning that we have. Leadership is a very, very powerful position. It's a really powerful. They save lives every day. Just being a leader, you save lives because you are in control of the society.
Do you mind the rebuttal on what you said?
Yes, yeah.
No,
Can I say something?
I don't mind. This is not a.
Let me just.
This is not a dictatorship. You
It's not a dictatorship. Let me just clarify what I mean by Albert Einstein. I mean the best of us. So maybe that kind of went a little bit. But also, let me quote Plato. I believe Plato never believed in democracy. He said democracy is supposed to be a congruence of the learned. And the learned were supposed to, because he had that fear that non-learned people at the time, this is ancient Greek, right? Non-learned people could be swayed unnecessarily by irrational or razzmatazz, So that was Plato's position. So if we are to toll what you are saying, uh, leadership is about somebody being able to convince a set of people or people buying into somebody's vision, and the person is able to then go ahead and implement it.
True.
We have a very strong political design in Nigeria. The political design, you have to go back to Viscount Harcourt, where he said the promising and well-conducted youth of the North is now to be given an allowance. Note the keyword, an allowance, to have now to come into an alliance with the Southern Lady of Means. Let the I'm paraphrasing. Let the union be fruitful and the couple constant. Nigeria was designed not to be a great trust, but to be a great federation. Now, this is the word of the guy who issued the license for Lord Lugard in 1914. This is the fundamental statement that defines the political structure and why some people would argue that the North, in terms of political will, are superior than everybody else. But there's an argument to be made that they were given the upper hand up front with 29 seats in that was corruptly given to them as a result of the 1953 and 1956 census. That is why you can drive for miles and you can't find the local government area. So my point is that by saying that the ideal proposed solution for Nigeria is that we do not even go to elections. We go and renegotiate our union, knowing that now we know clearly that our union is not balanced from 1914, whatever, 1884, name it. We've never had this balanced setting. Even the Willings Minority Report, everything you can name it, the Macpherson Constitution. I can give you so many references. So that is my position. But as it may be, it's never, and nothing is perfect. An Obi presidency signifies, when you come to the Biafran question, you look at the likes of Simon Ekpa, they are just Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu, they are the Malcolm X and Black Panther movement. And then you now have somewhat of an Obi who is more on the side of an MLK. So that is the situation we have in our hands. And that's my rebuttal to you.
Regarding renegotiation of any state, I think what many forget is that no matter what you negotiate, there will be factions that will be against it. It will never still hold. Because the reason why it wouldn't hold is because we are suffering from a problem of missing what the key things we need to do are, because the issues are besides the constitution. Like, we have different nations out there with different types of all kinds of flavors, and they are still able to function well beyond us. It tells you that something else is going on, because no matter what constitution you negotiate, you're still going to have people that will like, over my dead body, you create a new type of canon that will be like, no, that's not going to happen, and you have another agitation because you missed the actual diagnosis of the problem. The real problem we are a people that have been bleeding, and we have not put ourselves in the world as a people that are sovereign and independent, able to determine their own destiny. Whatever constitution you want to write is going to be tilted towards the people that have power, and most of those people, they are not in your country. Because tell me one industry you will say any black nation on earth controls? Not
Okay.
one.
No, wait. Let me go back. You're from Edo, right? Good.
Yes.
So the
I'm
Edo
not from
kingdom.
Edo.
Wait, Pinto. Wait, I'm going to
I'm
use
not from
history now
Edo.
to reply you. Pinto, when he came to Edo, he described Edo to be greater than Lisbon. Pinto, when he came to Edo, what he saw was, he said that Edo was greater than Lisbon. Go and read his words. Now, this is what we fail as black people, and this is why I agree with you that maybe black people don't are not controlling industries or nothing. There's something you need to understand. Black people, okay, let me just say, Edo and Igbo, at least I know that, right? Igbo is now known, it's being studied, and we know in Yale that Igbo is now known as the most purest form of democracy that ever existed on earth, because we had a decentralized system, right? Now, these native constituencies already had their DNA before 1440, when the advent of the pink man. I don't call them white men. Now, we were now given, or sort of like by conquest, we were now made to now derail from our natural paths. And then we were now given a system that wasn't our own. That
an alien.
Coupled with slavery and everything. Now, let me tell you, imagine if the way Pinto came, and Benin Kingdom were sending emissaries to this thing. Even the King Louis of Portugal, the first black people that went to this thing is the reason why you have the name Guinea. Guinea is a Portuguese word for black. That's why you have the country called Guinea today, because they found gold in that area. And I forget the name of the king, sent the first set of samples of black people so that King Louis, there will be presence in the court of King Louis in Portugal, right? Now, so imagine if the black, or our unique, the Wolof, the Dahomey, the Edo, the Oyo, the Afonjas, name them, the Kanuri, the Jokuns, everybody was allowed to now evolve as countries. But then as they iterated, they now, as the world became, imagine the world just coming, I'm going to do an infographic about this so that it's clear. Where as we were moving, we will begin to become more aware of our surroundings, just like the internet is making us aware of our surroundings, just like television made us aware of our surroundings. Naturally, the natural thing is that we will evolve, right? Imagine a state where that would have happened. You would not have a Nigeria. You would not have these kind of things. You would have a natural, non-feudalistic way. Because remember, when Pinto, go back and read what Pinto said. He said, you will not see a thief. That stealing did not exist. Because in our ancient traditions, we were so, I'm manufacturing this word, we were so deitarized that there was fear. There was, so my point is that we had our own systems, right? And then now, why are you then blaming us? When we're trying, according to Fela, we're trying to now do democracy in the way that is masked from European feudalism, if you know your history properly. And then you're now trying to bring it on top of us, and you're now blaming why, you're now saying why the things are the way it is. I don't think this is what is happening is wrong. It is only as a result of we going on iterations, trying, if you look at it now, there is no mistake that right now a lot of African practices are coming back, even from the Black Americans. You can see Black Americans are becoming Ifa worshippers because they've tried it, they've tasted it. It doesn't work for them. It's not part of their DNA. It's not who they are.
Yeah,
but
when
you taste what is yours, my point is that when you taste what is yours, it feels natural. So what we are, if we are in conflict with what isn't in our DNA, don't necessarily come and say that is, don't, you know, it's like an exam that is not meant for you. You're now examining me on it. How does that make sense? I'm supposed to be a doctor, and then you go and bring a philosophy exam. It doesn't make sense. That's my own theory.
What happened is that Europeans too, they were inflicted with civilization too. Sometimes we forget that human beings, things change all the time. They all experience the same thing. The clothes they wear today is not what their traditional clothes were. They too had to change to get to whatever they got to. So, but Jude, you wanted to say something quickly. Do 1 minute so that Bello can add to the conversation.
What I wanted to say is that I wish we can have, you know, maybe as we go along, you know, today, because we cannot exhaust everything about the election because it hasn't really, the voting has not really started. So if we can devote some more time, before the vote starts, we'll start talking about the election, to talk about our constitution, because no matter who is going to become our president, that constitution is of great, should be of great concern. There is need to change that constitution. There is need to convene a national constitutional conference whereby everybody in Nigeria, just like Scram mentioned, whereby everybody in Nigeria, and when I mean everybody, representative of every group, every tribe, every language in Nigeria, from people from everywhere. If we have, for instance, 250 languages, I'm just saying, for instance, our tribe, there should be representative of all of those 250 tribes in a table, round table, whatever you may call the table, come together and we'll all decide, fashion out people's constitution, how we are going to go moving forward. Okay? And in fact, first of all, discard completely whatever we think we have as constitution, and then the people come together, because whatever you are involved in bringing, whatever you are involved in producing, you will have a vested interest.
Let me ask you one simple question before we go.
Does not have vested interest in Nigeria.
Let me ask you one simple question before. I'm going to take you're going more than 1 minute, but I'll be generous and ask you one simple question. Do you think after everybody agrees, there would not be anybody that would disagree with the new constitution?
That is human nature. We can't begin to postulate that. Human nature is that even if
So they will hold on. Do you admit that? No, I need a straight answer. Do you agree that they will disagree?
There was somebody that will not agree. That does not.
Then what is the point of changing now?
Okay, the point of changing is that, number one, the constitution was not for the people. Nobody was there when the constitution was made by the military junta. Okay?
So they were there. Come on, let's not do this. They were there. You always say these things as if they are
We
facts.
were there, but we did not participate. You just,
why do we do this thing?
How many people were there?
We all participate.
How many people were there when the constitution was made?
People came from all states. People came from all states. I was in Nigeria then. People came from all states in Nigeria.
Abdul Salami
wrote the constitution. Come on. People came from all states in Nigeria to contribute to it. Come on.
Which one are you talking about? I don't understand. We're talking about the constitution Nigeria is running on today.
Wait, please don't be agitated. No, see, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying that I just wanted to put that keyword into what you're saying. We were all alive. I was in I just wrote, I remember very, very well because I was living in Abuja. I was living in and around Asokoro at that time. So I know that period. I know that period I was very vivid. I was very alive very much that time. But what I'm trying to say is that participation, that's what I'm saying. Nobody participated. What actually matters.
That is what I'm talking about.
I just wanted you to, because if you're saying that we were not alive, because I remember
I didn't say we were not alive. I said nobody was there. When I mean Nigerians were not there.
So no, Nigerians were knew that there was a new constitution being brewed, but
which constitution are you even talking about?
There was no participation. There was no participation from key stakeholders, at least from the three major tribes. Let's just say that, which is even the three major tribes does not make sense, because you're supposed to go by the Willings Minority Report and follow the dictates there. For the what's that guy that recognized 300 and something ethnic groups? At least one person from each ethnic group is supposed to be present to participate in the making of a Nigerian constitution, so to speak.
You see, when a constitution that will be autonomous, that will be for the people, right? For instance, if it's going to be done and they want to do it right, and we want to get it right this time. For instance, the Isoko group in Nigeria, right? Those people have to. I'm just using them for instance. They have to organize a kind of, whether it's campaign, whatever, they will have to come together and vote and elect if in that constitutional conference we want 3 or 2 people to represent each tribe. Then each tribe have to do due diligence to select somebody that will go there, and they will be sure that that person is going to represent them. And once that is done, and that can take many months to get it, and then once that is done, then before they will now assemble all of those people selected from all this major group, and then we'll all come together. And as they are coming together, they are going to bring along the will of the people that have sent them there, what they are going to represent, and they'll put it on the table, and everybody will discuss it. At the end of the day, they will do a vote. Okay, they will do a vote, and then they will harmonize everything, and then whatever every majority agreed on, that becomes the people's constitution. So in that situation, you can't expect everybody to agree in total. Then we are no longer human beings.
Do you know that there are people that will argue everything you just said just now? There are people that will argue the opposite in any constitution. So they will argue that, these people that don't know anything about the state are the ones involved in writing the state. Look at what they are saying. We should be marrying many wives. There are a lot of people that will still complain, and in the end, the complainers will keep the nation from moving forward. But you are complaining now. That's the problem. My problem with people that complain all the time is that
we don't even have a constitution. What we have is not a constitution.
You see, but you are deciding that it's not a constitution. When other nations have had even less participation in terms of forming their own constitution, yet they are doing very perfectly fine. Even the UK that came here.
Can you mention such a nation?
I can give you one. One of them is the UK, where I sit right now.
Oh, please
hold on. Can I finish my point? The country I sit right now colonized you, enslaved your people, and controls your country right now, and controls most of the financial system in the world without a proper constitution that is put in one document, not even one document. So when it's like they were just making it up as they went. It tells you that you are missing the point. If you say that is the core problem of Nigeria,
go and study of UK.
Are you telling me that they have one constitution paper document? They have no.
Okay.
It's a straight question, so that we don't keep going round and round.
Okay. When you are comparing, you see, when you are
not answering it. Let me let some other person speak, because it's a straight question. If they have one document,
you can't compare UK to Nigeria, for crying out loud.
My point is that you are arguing over something that is not at the core of Nigeria's problem.
It is.
Look like that is at the core.
It is.
You can write a constitution that is written by even heaven right now. If you don't deal with your problem, it's not going to solve it for you. Paper is not the reason why your country is not functioning. It's people that are causing the problem. Like, you refuse to accept even simple logic. Like, a president cannot be designated as a terrorist. You don't seem to even agree with that logic. So let me let this in Bello Babs this thing have his say regarding the idea was that when people vote, a lot of people feel passionate about their candidates. A lot of people feel passionate about Peter Obi. Some feel passionate about Tinubu. Others feel passionate about Kwankwaso and Atiku. But when the result comes out and they find that the result is not in their favor, what would you advise them to do? Because the concern is that some of them will feel like they have been cheated and they want to go out on the street and cause mayhem. So what would you advise Nigerians to do based on that question?
First of all, good evening, good morning, wherever you are, everybody. My own take about the reactions after the election is just just hope. I mean, I understand INEC is not going to be perfect, definitely. But after election, constitutionally, we have, means where is already prepared to hear our grievances. Probably the court of law or even just normal protests, not the violent ones. And most especially, I would like to talk to people who feels it's only their candidates or nothing, or probably if their candidate is not winning, then that is the end of Nigeria. I mean, people need to stop and treat things softly. It's just an election. I mean, we have had elections in the past. Things have happened. Sometimes we've seen violence, but at the end of the day, what happens? Nigeria remains. The ones who does not remain are the victims of the aftermath of those violence. So, I mean, I think politicians and needs to respect this peace accord, and at the same time speak directly to their followers. And I think the peace accord, the ones that constitute the peace accords committee needs to make the politician, I'm talking about the top ones, speak directly to their followers that after election Nigeria will continue. And that is it for that. Briefly, I just need to address Mr. Judin issue. Not even coming from somebody who don't even believe in Nigeria, because I've listened to him speak, for quite a while, and the way it sounds, is not really a believer of Nigeria. I mean, people are entitled to their opinion and everything, but at the same time, people should not, because of the fact that they have data and the opportunity to be able to come to the public and just put anything outside, just as if the listeners things that is not supposed to be putting out in the air. I mean, there are certain discussions that's supposed to be limited. Just supposed to be like a parlor, a bedroom discussion. All this because the kind of idea you are bringing in, Nigerians don't have constitution. For crying out loud, we are Nigerians. Wherever you are in the world, before you become a citizen of wherever you are, you go with the green Nigerian passport. So why should we talk ill about it? Some people are still going to travel probably on Monday after the election. They're still going to use the same passport, no matter where they come from in Nigeria. We need to be able to respect our country. Even if we are a citizen, regardless if we are a citizen of another country. But there's only thing I just agree, with him about is our constitution might not be perfect. And I agree with that. And I think, we're not really going to have an outright change in the constitution. But what I feel is probably going to make things better for us is that, when I look at the American system, it's not perfect too. But at the same time, it's like America is just it's just like 50 states in one country. And how do I mean? The state that I live in, they have their own constitution. There are state laws. There are city laws. There are county laws.
Sorry, 50 countries. 50 countries.
It's just like 50 nations 50 countries in one nation because of the constitution.
It's a 50 countries. So the president is just what they call a fall guy.
Well, that is why you see that during Trump, what do I mean? During the era of Trump can say something today. An ordinary mayor of a city will say, no, in my own city, that law is not going to work. And it happens like that. That is why we have sanctuary cities, we have sanctuary states. Okay? So in the same country. So I feel like in Nigeria, You know, Nigeria is we are a country, but we are not the same people. We are different people. You know, because if it's a country like America accommodates the constitution of, you know, country like America accommodates people like Mr. Juden. All he just needs to do is just move to, you know, if the law of the state, if he doesn't like the law of the state, he can actually move to elsewhere where he feel comfortable with their laws, you know, and he wouldn't have any problem, you know, arguing with who, you know, so probably somebody that lives in another state whom it doesn't agree with, you know, the laws, you know, that is banning them in that state. And I think if we do that in Nigeria, I'm telling you, we are going to be a
Bello
perfect people.
Babs, Bello Babs, is there any sound coming from the background? From your background, it's distracting from your what you're saying. Or is it
Me, I
scribes?
think somebody's TV is on.
I think it's scribes. Let's see. Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
So,
It was me. It was me.
So in conclusion, let me just bring it conclude on this. So in conclusion, because Nigeria, we are different people, no doubt about that. And since the inception of Nigeria, something that I observe is this: the Hausas and the Igbos don't get along. You know, Igbos, Yoruba, you know, somehow, you know, sometimes we accommodate ourselves, sometimes we fight. But I think the most, you know, the two tribes that have the most issues in Nigeria are the Igbos and the Hausa. And in the, you know, I think the way how we can actually resolve this is that Hausas, many of their states believe in Sharia. Let them enjoy their Sharia, right? Let them have their state laws that encourage their Sharia. Let them live it. But anybody who is going to their state, if I'm a Yoruba man, I'm going to live in that state. I already know that, okay, this is what they practice. So whatever it is, I won't have the effrontery to complain like, oh, you know, no, this don't work with my own faith or something like that. No, you already know whatever they are doing there before you go there. So don't try to teach them how to live. And Igbo people, they have their culture, they have their everything. If they are doing their festival, they are doing this, and an Hausa man say, oh no, bro, you can't do this. No, you have to go back to your state, or you know, the laws in that state will catch up on you. And same as well in Yoruba land. And I believe that is how we can live, and we we can have a peaceful Nigeria. I submit. This is my submission. You know.
So Bello, let me ask you a quick question. Do you know the genesis of the what you allege to be the distrust between Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba, Igbo? You know, between us?
Well. That is the situation. I really don't know, but that is the situation.
Okay, let me tell you a story.
Okay.
I was privileged to work with the Ministry of Justice in the UK, and I met somebody that told me, someone who had access to intelligence that told me something, and I'll tell you here. When you can go and research this, when there were two sets of types of white people that one set went to northern Nigeria, and another set, which are more of the people from Cumbria, that went to southern Nigeria. You know, people who are more Puritans. You know, in England, if you study, there was a time when, you know, Catholics and Puritans were you know, after Henry VIII, right? So there's this sort of like a bit of a dichotomy between Catholics and Protestants, right? There's a specific group called the Puritans. Now, this group isn't very strong, or it's very dissolved now, but let me use that to explain something. Now, most of the people from Scotland, you know, in the UK, the higher you travel, the more religious it is. The more the southern you go, the more secular it is, right? That's the structure of the UK. As you go up into Scotland, you see more people saying God. As you come down to London, you see more atheists. Okay, good. Now, those were these are the two types of people that came to Nigeria to work as British people. Now, the cocky ones, most of them were very cocky and very steeped in religion, hierarchy, and all that feudalism bullshit. So that's why in the South, a lot of them, and because of the malaria and what's the name, mosquitoes, a lot of the ones in the South were being taken around in hammocks. Do you know that? So now, what the intelligence officers, the MI16 officers were doing, these guys will go for orientation. So they will separate the people from the north, the white people going to the north, which are of a certain creed, and the white people going to the south. But they will travel in the same train, and they will travel in the same ship to go down to Nigeria. The only thing, those who recorded what the conversations that were going on, they were programmed to argue within themselves. Now, when these people now went into these hinterlands, what do you expect that structure will give to them? Because these people were teachers, missionaries, and everything. So now they were jealous. The northern people will be yabbing. The northern white people were yabbing the people in the south that they were being taken in hammocks. There's a statement to this by one a relative of Prince Philip's. I remember her name. Now, if you look at this structure, this is exactly how we were programmed to now question each other's thing. But you forget. Now, for example, Iweka in Igbo. Where did Iweka come from? It came from Bini. Why do we wear white and red in Igbo land? We have more in common. Iweka is a Bini word. It's definitely some kind of trade brought them into Onitsha. And Eweka and Iweka is the same. I can even go down to many other names in Igbo. The same thing. If I listen to is it Oni of Ife, right? Ogun, the Oba of Ife, yeah.
Ogunwusi.
Ogunwusi. Yeah, I listened to him. He said that he said that the Igbos were sojourners. That this is what his ancestors told him. The Igbos were sojourners. That they lived there. When you go into their inner shrine or something, there's a symbol of what the Igbos left when they were sojourning through that part of the world to get to where they were. This is what he's alleging, right? So my point is that, when you look at, for example, when you look at the school, the reason why when you go to Lincoln University, you will see Kwame Nkrumah, I think a hall to Kwame Nkrumah, a hall to Nnamdi Azikiwe. The Gaviite movement is the precursor to nationalists in Nigeria. Historically, you know that.
Sorry, how does that address the point Bello is making?
No, I'm coming. I'm bringing story. I'm trying to explain how we got to fighting. I'm bringing it now to.
This story is too long.
Okay, fine. I'll just cut it down. But what I'm trying to say is that now there was a third fight that happened, and I was bringing it down to the nationalists. It was more on the side of who were on the Gaviite side, and Awolowo, who wasn't a Gaviite. And this is playing out today in the reason why Pa Adebanjo is going, who is a Gaviite, a pro NCNC person, and is going against an Adeferancy that is not a Gaviite. You see, these are philosophies and ideologies that now have contributed. That's why I mentioned the side of the British and the side and the influence of where most of our founding fathers schooled. In Lincoln University, you see an Nkrumah was mentored by Nnamdi Azikiwe, but though later they fell out from an ideological part. You could see an Awolowo had to go back to England and study law. There were reasons for that, because the Nigerian Youth League at the time, Zeke came up, he became a larger-than-life person before he now merged in with Herbert Macaulay and formed the NCSC was already on this thing. So these pockets of, differences is what has snowballed to what we are managing today. But the problem is that this is one of the things that history has done to us, that it's only if you have the stamina to go and look back into these things, into these pockets of issues that we had, and then you begin to retrace it. Because when you look at some of the fundamental arguments between Zeke and Awolowo,
Hold on. Has Dr. Damages giving you a slot so that you can explain some of this historical stuff to people?
No, one of these days it will come. I'm still. He knows.
Yeah,
I'm steep in research.
Okay.
I still don't have. I'm still working on a lot of stuff, and I'm reading a lot of stuff that I can't. I need to bring everything together. So it will come with time
because they want to get back on topic so that
But anyways, I hope Bello Babs, I gave you some food for thought. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Even
Okay.
though it's not clear enough.
It's
Yeah.
not clear.
Sometimes when it goes on a bit long, then they lose track of
Yeah,
the
people lose track.
information.
Okay, fine, no worries. But
Can I respond to what Bello said because he called me?
Jude, I don't think you should respond because you always prolong this thing. And then, see, Jude, you know what? I'm going to be holding you accountable now. You like accountability, don't you? Anything you say have to be fact-based. You can't just make stuff up. Okay? So let's hold each other accountable. You can't just say stuff that's not tied to reality.
For don't mind Jude.
Can you give us an example? Can you give me an example?
Jude, let me give you one example. When you see people go take chieftaincy title, who give them chieftaincy title? It is not an ordinary man that give them chieftaincy title. You understand? For example, you see a king, you see a top chief who make somebody chief. This is the same thing. So Buhari, if Buhari is leading the country, Buhari can prescribe a group anything he want to call them. But an individual cannot prescribe Buhari. That is how it works. And remember, punishment come in different ways. They can punish you while you are alive, and they might punish you while you are dead. You understand? It comes in different ways. So when you exactly, so I don't understand when you talk about this IPOB thing. You yourself, you understand. In as much as you want to claim to be an IPOB, I feel for your pain. You might be those good one in IPOB, but you remember people will always naturally
Every Igbo
take
man is
an
an
advantage.
IPOB. Every Igbo man for
You
the record.
You don't speak for everybody because
let me correct you. Every Nigerian is a Biafran, and I said it. The Biafran question is a question of equity, justice, and citizenship. Okay, I think
correct.
That is what you are trying to say, Jude. Don't mind. I just don't want to let everybody.
No, Scribe, I beg to differ in that definition of Biafra because when you talk about equity, there are people that came even before the pursuit of Biafra in terms of equity. And Paul, you are there. You know of Adaka Boro that was pursuing equity.
Yeah, great Isaac Adaka Boro.
If anything, the Biafra this thing usurped the South. So I don't know why when we say why do we do this?
Did you listen to
this?
What
Also cracks my head.
A metaphor. Now,
okay, good.
Figurative.
I like the metaphor part.
I said it's a metaphor. I'm not trying to use it as a tag. That's what you're saying. You're trying.
Yeah, but that's how I picked it, and I'm sure a lot of people will pick it like that. They will say it's part of this thing.
Tag. No,
but even as a metaphor, it's a serious statement to tie a movement for nationalistic stuff to equity. Like you basically
let me ask you a question. What it means. Let's build it. Okay, do you know the first successionist in Nigeria's history? Who was the first successionist? All right, tell me.
Adaka Boro.
No, you're wrong. It was Sardauna. Because remember, the British had
which
Sardauna of Sokoto was the first.
When was this?
Was the first agitator.
When?
Yes, when the British were trying to bring everybody together, Sardauna said no, that he didn't want to be part of the union.
When was this?
No. But that was
he wanted to succeed.
No, Mr. Scribe, they don't want to be part of the union, not succession.
This is all
no, they don't want to be part of the union, not succession.
Yes, exactly. Now remember, the amalgamation had already happened though in 1914. So by the treaties that were signed between northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria, Nigeria existed under the British, but not under an independent nation.
Yeah, not under Nigeria.
That didn't have the Queen as the head of state. Understand the two these things. So the first in our history, the first person to move for succession was the Sardauna of Sokoto.
No, Mr. Sky, that's a political statement when people want to use.
No,
because
Nigeria wasn't even created then.
Nigeria was not created
Nigeria
then.
already existed.
What happened?
I mean, as an independent nation, it didn't exist then.
Okay,
as an independent nation, we were not ruling. No, Mr. Sky, we were not ruling ourselves then.
That asked for
did it happen after 60? Was it after 60 that Sardauna said so? The answer is no. You understand?
Exactly.
No,
We
yeah,
are
yeah,
not.
I agree with
They
you.
don't
No,
want.
wait
They don't want to be
now.
part of us because of
Timeline.
the cultures, religion. Everything is completely different.
Okay,
That's
Chairman,
the thing that we are saying.
you are correct. You are correct. But now I widened the timeline. Am I
You can't
correct on
just
that?
widen it when it's inaccurate.
Am
When
I
we're
correct?
talking
No,
about
it's not inaccurate.
independent
You cannot say
Nigeria,
it's inaccurate
who
because I
was
can
the
back it
first
up
to
with
want to
data.
secede from
Chime,
Nigeria?
I
I
can
hope
back
you're
it
not
up with data.
referring.
He
I
said it.
hope
It's
you're not.
written. It's in our history. He said
See,
it.
the,
It's
the
in our
southerner
history.
of Sokoto, well, I don't know who he said, that person didn't have the power to break away from
No,
the
he was the
control of the
premier. No, he
British.
was the premier of the North at the time. So
He
he
was
Yeah,
the
has
but
the
premier of
was
the
he
North.
power.
advocating
He didn't
that the
have the
British
power.
should leave them in here? He didn't have the power, so that is not even
No,
close.
no,
We're talking
the
about
planning.
the people
No,
in Nigeria
remember,
itself.
no, forefather. What Mr. Scribe is saying, because the amalgamation is already there, but still we don't have our independence. You
Yeah.
understand? That is, they already bring the North and the South, the protectorate. We're already
Okay,
together.
let me ask you guys another
You
question.
understand?
If the amalgamation is not to count as the period of Nigeria's existence, then why did we have to do mark the centennial in
The centenary.
2014? In 2014, the 100 years, where the contracts, the treaties that brought all the constituent communities into
Okay.
that union
Okay.
ended.
Scribe, I
Answer
think
that
what you are
This is
question.
the
describing. Hold on
amalgamation
now. Let
now.
me answer it. Let me answer it.
Time.
Let me answer it. I think
Time.
there's a lot of confusion going on. Hold on, Scribe, you are causing a lot of confusion.
Look at
The
these
See,
people.
what he is
amalgamation of the
describing here,
southern
no,
and the
That I'm
Jude,
northern
trying.
hold on, Jude. I
protectorates
need
in
to explain this.
2010.
Jude, let me explain what he's doing because I don't want us to spend too long. We need to get back
Let
on
me
topic.
Forefather, go. Forefather,
Yeah,
go. Then I'll take it up from there.
what
Go.
he's doing is he's conflating Nigerian history in terms of the amalgamation from when we got independence. What I was talking about was when we had independence, who was the first person to want to secede from Nigeria when we were given the right to rule our country, or when we were granted it, or whatever you want to
It
describe
was
it.
Isaac Adakaboro. You're correct.
Exactly. So that was the point I was making. So if that was the case, and to change it to mean that Biafra now is the kind of metaphor for this in the marginalization and all the rest of it, I wouldn't accept that because that was not the core
Let me
of the
try another spanner
Biafran
in your work.
pursuit.
Let me try another spanner. Except Paul wants to go before me, but I'm. This is really juicy. I want to try.
Okay,
another
go ahead.
spanner
Go
in your
ahead.
work.
Go ahead so that I
Let me try
will
another.
add all together.
Let me
Go ahead.
let me try another
Spin.
spanner in your works.
Spin again.
Let me try another spanner in your works now. Okay, so if you say that Biafra isn't a metaphor, right? It's not good enough, right? So you want to go with the Isaac Adakaboro situation, right? Okay, fine. The Isaac Adakaboro situation, would you describe it as, was it a real, what would you use to describe his thing? Isn't that more of a solo man, a man just running, a little bit out of his thing, with respect to his agitation? But at that time, wasn't this just something, a squabble between him trying to fight for some kind of personal relevance from the history that we have?
You see, now that is
So
the
how would
question.
you then justify that? How would then,
Did
if you
you
were
just
to
hear
weight
what he
it?
said? Did you just hear what he said? I think this is why we have problems in Nigeria.
No, I'm trying
You
a
just
question
hold on
now.
now. Hold
Come
on
on,
now.
wait. You need to
Okay,
understand
Mr.
me.
Scribe. Mr.
I'm
Scribe,
not
you want
bringing
to
any
make us go?
conclusions.
Mr.
I
Scribe, let's
just
play
threw a spanner
politics
in
with
your work.
Isaac Ajakaboro. If you want us to play politics with Isaac Ajakaboro. Isaac Ajakaboro schooled.
Are we not going off?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, pardon.
We're going
Sorry, I
really
think we are
off track here.
marginalizing quite a lot of newcomers.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying, Ed. What was
Yeah.
that
So,
then?
I mean, I felt like we're going really way off topic. We're trying to create a new topic, and
Yeah, I
not
think
giving
Scribe
all that.
took us in a slightly different direction. He's a
Yeah.
special member here, so he does have some privileges.
I mean,
So that's what we are like.
we'll never get to the end of this topic about
Yeah.
Biafra
I think
Listen,
Scribe,
and
I
let's
apologize.
start some
It's not
discipline now and get
intentional.
back on
It's
yeah,
topic.
just
it's very
sometimes.
emotionally charged.
So yeah, sometimes.
Whenever you talk the Biafran thing, it becomes emotional and
It's hard to control that topic.
it's very, very
Don't
hard. And
worry.
sometimes
Very, very
no
hard.
matter
So
how
I
you try to
apologize. Sometimes you get
micromanage
lost in these kind of things.
anything you say, it's
And,
just hard
and,
and
and in a way, I'm sorry, I'm going to extend this. It kind of gives some justification to his characterization of Biafra as a metaphor for Nigeria. because whenever it comes
No,
to
hey, wait.
Oh, you are going there again. I thought you were supposed to.
no. Let me just
You are getting caught by the dark side.
no. I'm just trying. Okay. Let me cut that off. Get
Go
back to the
ahead. Go
topic.
ahead. It's just
No,
a
no, no.
discussion. It's a
I think
conversation. Go ahead.
this topic is
No. I
interesting.
don't want to. I don't want to be cute.
No,
I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
as
I don't
far
want
we
to
are
be
not cutting
guilty.
ourselves, I would love
I
to
don't.
learn.
No, I
Yes.
don't want
I'm
to.
telling
I don't want to
you,
be
as far
guilty of the
there's no
same
cost.
thing I've denounced. Don't worry. Let's just leave that. Maybe we'll have another time,
bros,
another
don't be
opportunity.
annoyed. But I just wanted you to be very clear about what I'm saying. If you're saying Nigeria, right, it is a total different connotation. I was very deliberate in using the word equity, justice, and citizenship rights. I didn't say Nigeria. Nigeria is a sovereignty. So it's two different things. You can't mix it. And that's why when somebody now says something and you're interpreting it differently, that's why it's not like kind of flowing, right? So it's equity. Nigeria could even be another name. Nigeria could be what's the other name they proposed for Nigeria? United States of Arab or something of Africa.
West Africa, something.
Yeah. So Nigeria is just a name Flora Shaw used to encapsulate an area that the British had conquered. You know, we are not really Nigeria at the moment because we haven't had a sovereign national conference. We're still Nigerians by conquest, historically speaking.
And Scribe, can I take you on this question because part of
do this. It's crazy how we do this.
Scribe, can I take you on this question? Because part of the things that really got me into this conversation was a statement you made about the way Nigeria is currently constituted does not accommodate our Africanness or our African idiosyncrasies. Was that what you said?
Well, Fela, I would just use Fela to explain that.
Okay, the reason, but even in our Africanness, don't you think we are also a very distinct set of people? For example, if we're just to look at the system of government in the northern part of the country, it's more feudalistic, whereas the Igbos are Republican. So, is there an African paradigm that defines us as Nigerians?
There isn't.
And how can that be incorporated constitutionally?
And that was the second intervention that I made, and I was now abstracting. I now said, okay, what if all the the Wolof, the Junku, everybody was left independent, and everybody evolved, and as the world and as each person became aware of the other person, that then they now evolved. That was now more of an abstract desire or thought, right? To then sort of like it's very interesting to say how would this have evolved? Maybe that would now lead to a unified African sort of like way of democracy. But to your question directly, no, there isn't one. I genuinely believe that the only way, because when you look at the way I was talking to a Rwandan, the way they marry their wife in East Africa and the way we marry our wives in West Africa is literally the same. It's just given different styles. So most of our ideas, our institutions all came from Kemet, from Egypt, right? Came from the Nubian, times with famine and all those kind of stuff. So everyone now sort of like, it's alleged though that everyone broke out from there. It's alleged. I'm not sure. So the idea is that maybe we would have evolved into if we were left alone, if 1885 never happened, or maybe other things, right? They never happened. And also, when you talk about the North, there is a strong argument to be made, because of Usman Danfodio's conquest, that the North wasn't originally feudalistic. It was as a result of the conquest of Usman Danfodio that feudalism technically came in. Right, so the Kanuri.
I think we can go around this over. Let's not go into the rabbit hole.
Let's go.
Let me shorten it. Let me shorten it. I think we can keep spinning and spinning. The truth is, evolution happens. You think you were onto something, but you just keep skipping it. It's almost like a record that just refuses to play a specific point. Have you played those vinyl? Then they just keep skipping specific points. Because you are getting to is like maybe we will evolve, and then if you think about how we actually evolve, you find out that it's through conflict, through conquest. This is what happens.
And,
How
and,
do you
and
think
further,
nations are
that's
created?
where I strongly am different
You
from you,
see,
because
this
you
is,
always
that's
want to
the
go
thing
into
now.
that conflict.
Hold on now, because I don't understand why people do this. You think it's a flower sharing ceremony that nations come together? That is not what
But you're
happens
right.
in
Conflict
history.
would happen. There is
It's
that
conflict that
possibility.
nations that create nations, and
Yeah.
then you create empires from there. Nigeria is evolving, and what we call Nigeria today is an evolution from that we just experienced.
Yeah.
Yes, as one by the Yoruba people never called themselves Yoruba until the transatlantic slave trade. Because we evolve. You have to adapt to this current situation you are facing. And now we are in this century. We have to adapt to deal with the challenge of this century. Otherwise, if we keep harking back to times that have passed, that's what they call the gangster paradise. But this
No,
time
you're
it's
right.
past time
I
paradise.
avoid that.
It doesn't
side
exist
of,
anymore. We have to move
Mr.
forward.
Scribe, I just think sometimes we because of certain aspect of our life as an African that we failed, we try to easily do the things that kids do. We try to find blames here and there. Oh, British colonized us. British is the one that caused all this problem. The Britain left.
Yeah.
The Britain left. I argue this thing all the time. The Britain left Nigeria in 1960. They left Singapore 1965. Look at Singapore. Look at Nigeria. Multi-ethnic group, multi-religion, and every other thing. But still, we want to blame the Britain because in certain ways, we don't know how to cut deals. We still, like what Father will always say all the time, we still want to go back to that original people that we are. We can trace ourselves back to history, but we don't need to go back to Stone Age to say that works for us. No, it's a lie. It's not working then. You understand? There is no technology, there is nothing then. It's not working for us. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We fail. We can come back and how better we can better off ourselves. You just imagine the problem that went on for many years before they came back, West Germany and East Germany. Today, they are growing strong in Western Europe today. Just imagine if South Korea and North Korea will forfeit their differences and come back together as a nation. That would be a strong country today. And every other thing, naturally to some extent, let's say it, they are one to some extent. Yeah. That's how we ourselves will bring ourselves together. When you talk about even ordinary the Yoruba race, do you know the fight the Oyo Empire punished the Egba people? You understand? That the Olumo Rock, the story of the Olumo Rock and everything where they call that place Abeokuta. The Egba people run under those rocks. That's why they call it Abeokuta. They run under the rock. The Oyo Empire torments them together for many years. And guess what? Something forefather always say all the time. The punishment that the Egbas people take from the Oyo people, when the Oyo people also handle power, they punish the Ijebu. Make sure not to give the Ijebu power, because power, you don't just take power easily, you fight for it.
Yeah.
You understand?
And to your point, Paul. Sorry to cut you. You can keep going. I just wanted to quickly extend your points to the fact that when we talk about marginalization today, it seems like everybody says they are marginalized, and we shouldn't play that down because there are real cases of marginalization. But it seems like what people are actually asking for is power. So for example,
Edie, sorry that I'll go back to it. The word marginalization, I hate to say it, does not even exist in Nigeria. Because if you use marginalization, it escalates that everybody suffers the same thing in a different way. How do you want to explain to an Hausa man that Fulani is controlling them and Fulani is only 6%? They are marginalized. You understand? How do you want to explain that? Then I will tell you, so when you look all these things here and there, when people talk all this type of thing, the Igbo, who happen to be among the 3 majority ethnic group in Nigeria, is crying. What will you say in me that they are taking all the oil in my backyard? And we don't get anything. What will you say?
That's the point.
Do you want all of us to start crying like barbarians? Who will listen if every one of us start crying? And who are we crying to?
No,
You
but
and I know that.
but we can't. You see, that's where I differ a little bit. It's part of our human makeup to not just cry, but to seek ways to make our lives better. So you can't, we can't just say, oh, because everybody's marginalized, then let's not do anything about it. And
No,
that's
that's why
where
I use the
think,
word. There
hold
is no
on.
marginalization.
Can I,
There's just failure of leadership. And
Ah,
for
you
us
see
to
now,
learn.
I think my this thing is making a point there. The thing about marginalization is that there is objective marginalization, and there are various objective truths out there. I mean, because some people will say, "Oh, my truth is I'm marginalized." The other person say, "My truth is I'm marginalized." But what is the real truth? The real truth is based on rules. If you say, "Okay, everybody, when we have 10 naira, we share 10 naira among 10 of us," and everybody gets 1 naira, and they are still complaining about being marginalized, that is not objective.
True.
That is selfish, because the one person is looking for 2 naira. And so, but
True.
so you have to measure it based on an agreed formula. If the nation now is meant to function in a certain way, and once I just keep saying, "Oh, we are marginalized," the question you have to ask yourself is why? Like when the Southeast say that they don't have national projects, maybe there is truth there. So you want to look into that. But if you look at some parts of the north, they don't have it too. Are they? Should they be complaining too?
There you go. Tell me any national project in Delta State where they make all this oil. Tell me any one in Bayelsa State. Tell me any one in Akwa Ibom State. You understand? So when you go like that, then I understand certain things. For example, the Delta State we call today is under the old Benin. You understand? Edo, Benin City. It used to be Edo, Benin City. Just because of IBB married to an Asaba woman. You understand? Carve that Delta State. Delta State today have more local government even than Anambra State. Delta State have 25 local government. Have more local government than the so-called Edo State today and every other thing. But guess what? Did it make any difference in Delta State? My brother, the answer is capital no. It didn't make so this fight that we fight that Kanu, Jigawa was one state. They create Kanu, give them 44 states. They give Jigawa 30 states. Did it bring any wealth of opportunity in Jigawa nor Kanu? The answer is capital no. Until we start recognizing ourselves and let us pursue a common goal. I know for father, we talk every day. I've never seen him before. He has never seen me before. This is how these our politicians they do when they want to cut this. They talk to themselves like they know themselves. Ojuzo Okano will tell you that my kids lived in Tinubu house for 2 years when I become governor in Abia State. Did they school together? Did they know themselves before? The answer is no. They know themselves at the top. And if I'm coming to UK now, tell for father I'm coming to UK. I strongly believe you'll come and pick me in Heathrow. You understand?
Don't be sure
but I didn't know him before. And people will think we're so close. No, you will give me that treatment now.
London. Hey,
you go give me that treatment. You don't get option. You don't. I will bring baggy jeans for you.
Of course. You have to bring your key stuff now.
Okay, exactly. So my brother,
Mr. Paul, do you think that?
Go ahead.
Do you think that a case could be made about the seeming half-hearted commitment that Nigeria has made towards true federalism? Of course, you can argue the point that even with the division of states, creating more states to cater to more minorities, things have not changed. But because when you look at the model that we are trying to copy, the United States of America, power is devolved even to the lowest level, and there's also that thing of when you look at America, states and sub-national units are not defined by things as emotional as ethnicity and race. So in other words, there's no ethnicity tied to New York, for example, in the United States. Whereas in Nigeria, for example, there's some sort of ethnic dimension to the way we have been structured at the sub-national level. So do you think that there might be a need to really rework our federalism, remove things like maybe even these old state of origin clause, for example?
Okay, in
brother,
Abuja,
make I greet you as they greet you for worry. Whether you like it or not, God go bless you. This is the question that I'm looking for. And here comes the answer. The America that you are talking about
Lake
today.
has to say something, but so just say something. Go ahead.
Please borrow me 2 minutes. Let me just answer this question because it looked like the answer before the answer was lost. The America that you are talking today, take for example, when we call Newark, what would people say? I don't know whether you live in America. Oh, ghetto. But guess what? Newark is the richest city in New Jersey. Do you know why? That is where they have the airport. That is where they have the seaport. That state is very rich. Why there are so many ghetto? Do you know why? Because they still follow the Bible part, one aspect of it. Don't forget the poor among you. You live in Newark, you are broke, you get all the food stamps. You get all the social amenities that you can get, all the money, everything. So if you lazy, find yourself in those places. You lazy, find yourself in Los Angeles, find yourself in San Francisco. You get all these things. If you are strong, find yourself in a red city, red state. What do? Go work, you go make your money.
Yeah.
So it's like that. So they try to balance everything for everybody. Then another quality thing about that, now you see all these big airports owned by city, not even states. That's why they are doing well for themselves. It's not like one person trying to cut deal, one governor bring one policy, one discipline. City own it. Is that not the English that will say local government?
Yeah, like
this multi-billion dollar project and everything, and it just work well. But we are not practicing it. Where all the governors still run to Abuja with their Ghana must go collect money.
That goes
Local
to the
government
question.
go to Abuja to go collect
that goes
money.
to the question of reworking our constitution.
Yeah, what's the first word? What are the first words in the US Constitution?
Okay. Hold on. Let's not worry about US Constitution. See,
wait.
the idea.
Abuja already behaves like that. I lived in Abuja for a long time, and once you whether you're from Igbo, wherever you are a citizen of Nigeria. Most of the councillors and positions there are very decentralized, where the Gwaris don't have a say. Everybody is equal. Like you will see, you can vote an Igbo man there, you can vote a Yoruba man, you can vote anybody.
Hold on.
Abuja,
I need to deal with something. There's an epidemic of people without camera. Is Dr. Damage okay with this?
It's already late
going to
now.
make a special exception for this in the time?
I think
it's just because of the time.
So, Ed, I just wanted to say that in Abuja that already exists, and if you notice when the Midwestern state was created, that was the dictate of the Willings Minority Report, and that was where things were going until the unfortunate event of there were supposed to be referendums that were going to happen to break up the provinces in Nigeria, but that didn't really technically happen. I was born in Lagos. I have a Lagos State birth certificate, but we all know that I can't vie for governor of Lagos by virtue of the fact that I'm from my name will just disqualify me, and my people will know Omo Igbo now. Lagos
is not like that.
No, my brother, I didn't say it like that.
Not to that extent.
We all
Uche Ibuku Imai has vied to be a governor in Lagos before. Okay.
No. See, my brother.
But the way you get it with the tribal race thing and everything.
The Oba of
Lagos is different. It's not like the
statements that he has been.
No, Bello, when you said that, remember that even though Tinubu had to lie that he's Lagosian, even when he's from Osun, to become governor in Lagos.
You don't have a fact about that. I don't have a fact about that. So, let's just keep, let's
okay, I'm of the opinion.
Okay, can we let Lake say something because
I want to know the topic first because
I think the topic has moved on. The original topic.
I came in. They're talking about constitution, the US.
No, you can start anything.
Lake, throw anything. It's just a conversation.
Okay, no. Come. Hold on. Somebody has to moderate it. We can't just keep going all over the place. Yeah. So, Scribe, you're causing chaos, okay?
No, for let me just say, it's called have your say. So it doesn't.
Is that it?
Yeah, at the moment, we don't.
Can I talk about food? as in have your say.
Why not? Nigerian food, anything, pizza, it's have your say. It's
okay. If it's if we are doing have your say, then we have to understand it. Everybody has to be on the same page. That is have your say. So I guess should I be asking questions or should I not be asking questions now? They just say whatever they want to say.
No.
Okay. So yeah, okay, Lake, you had everything that was being said regarding the nation. I think this stuff started when I said to Scribe about the issue of ascribing Biafra to marginalization, and he went on to what does marginalization actually mean, and some say it has something to do with whether it's objective. I said that actually. Then he went on to whether where we are born affects our ability to function, something like that. When Scribe is talking about how where if he's in Lagos, he's not allowed to be a governor or something like that because he's not from Lagos. So, but what do you make of the discussion so far?
Well, for me, Scribe is he's not from Lagos. I don't know. He's thinking about vying for position in Lagos. I think he can, but for me, if I tell you where my birth certificate, if I tell you my birth certificate, I was born in my birth certificate has this name of this hospital, teaching hospital, Meduguri, Borno State. So then you can imagine me going to Borno State, Meduguri, to become their House of Rep member or anything. But I think the problem we have in Nigeria, I really think that one of our problem is, our constitution. I'm not a constitution lawyer or anything, but from during the past years now, a lot of lawyers and a lot of think tank group have, come up with this idea about, and I think I buy the idea that our constitution, we can't really say we own that constitution. I think I overheard someone saying it. We cannot really say that we own this constitution because I remember when during the 1999, because from the 1999 constitution, people that came for that conference, as we are told, we are picked. It wasn't chosen by the people, because I believe that if it was so, I think the problem we are having now wouldn't be so. We will have been practicing that true federalism, and I don't think we are doing it. And when Biafrans talk about marginalization, I think most mainly they talk about federal character, like the sharing formula and everything. That is I think that is the problem for Biafra. I'm not in support of what the separatist group are doing. I'm not really, that's not my thing at all. But I think when you listen to them and then see what they are talking about, even when you talk about the Yoruba agitators also, you see that there is truth to what they say. And I think we should be going to the towing the path of see how we can really come together as a people and draft that constitution and own that constitution, and everybody can beat his chest and say, oh yes, we were part of the state. I think
okay, you see the problem with this is that I've asked this question over and over again, and I really hope that we are logical people. Do you think there's any constitution that will be written that you will not have people that will dissent from it?
Yeah, even in the US, they amend the constitution a couple of times. You still
now
yeah, but
you are arriving at what should be the solution. Instead of claiming that you have to redraw the whole thing all over again.
Correct.
It's hard to say. It's hard to keep quiet, forefathers, on this. I was going to say I'm not going to talk for like 20 minutes, but let me just say something very, very crucial. The 1999 Constitution is Decree 20. There was
what does that mean?
Wait, excuse me. It was rolled over. It was a set of so you know how you go and you create highlights of what you want.
Yeah,
right? They created those highlights of what they want. They gave it to the people that would go ahead and write it on this thing. So technically, in abstract, a gun was held at the Nigerian people. And
what?
Yes.
No, but that is the truth.
I said
hold on now. Hold on.
No, forefather, hold on for him.
I said,
Okay.
I'm
He's not
speaking.
going to finish on time.
I'm speaking in. I'm going to be very short. I'm abstractly speaking that because you did not call us to the table, and then because remember at that time Abacha had already failed.
Let's not no. Let's not go into stories. Just tell us straight points, and I'm going to pin you down now. You need to account for what you are saying.
I was coming into
Mr. Scribe. Your stories
I was
are
at my
all
peak.
Don't waffle. I'm not going to let you waffle on again.
If you don't, this is one of the things you just want to leave the weightier matters. You don't want to kind of
just tell us how it is not us. Then I will reply to you how it is us.
Nigerians were fed up and they wanted the military out, right? Because of everything that happened with Abacha. Abdulsalami came in, did a rush job, right? Got some people together. There was no conference, and he just shoved Decree 20 in our throats. And that technically, when I speak in abstract, means that because it was a junta, they literally forced us into what we didn't agree to. That is not how you build a nation. That is not how the Republican Constitution of 1963 was given to us. Even the British, the Macpherson Constitution, none of that, all of them, at least they sat in Bodilon.
You see what you're okay? Can I say something? Right. Because you are saying that they asked the leaders to do what they asked them. Like he put a decree, oh, you guys go and write the constitution. Yes, they did, but they amended the constitution over and over again till now. That is what every nation does. America created a constitution that was imperfect. They even literally put it in there. That is imperfect. Some human beings were described as less than human beings in that constitution. And they went ahead.
Forefathers.
Can I finish my point? Can I finish my point? Because they don't, this thing we do, because it's not exactly the way it is with American one. Okay, we take American one. Is that going to make you happy? Or we take the British one? British one, they didn't even have a proper constitution. This thing that we do, where we like, oh, it's not perfect to my standards, so let's tear it up. And the fact that no matter what constitution you have, it doesn't even define how this is successfully high as a nation. The effect of a constitution is not as powerful as you think it is.
It is.
Because most nations have different types of constitutions, and they are all. See, are you telling me all African nations have such terrible constitution that almost all the other nations outside Africa are doing better than Africa? Are you seriously telling me that all African nations have terrible constitutions? That is why all sub-Saharan African countries are doing terribly. You have to be sensible here.
Okay, Stripes. Is that which country, apart from African country, you will see leaders that will lead for 40 years, and even when they are dying, they will still go to the podium, and then they'll be carrying them.
Now you're doing exactly what I don't like. This is kind of stuff that drives me crazy. Why do we do this? Do we have IQ problem? We have 40-something countries in sub-Saharan African countries. Are you telling me all of them have terrible constitutions?
Okay. Are you done? Let's
no, answer me. No, it's a straight question. Are you telling me all of them have terrible constitutions?
Okay, let me tell you what constitution is. What constitution is like. Constitution is like.
I need an umpire because I want to take forefathers on this thing. Forefathers.
Yeah, let me take me on.
I respect what you're saying. Wait. I respect what you're saying.
There's no waffling. I make it very, very succinct. So make your point very sharp.
If we don't have Nakulu today, you see that way I will solve it today.
Okay, good.
What we are saying is we are saying that the foundation of it was steeped in inequity, the exclusive list, things that have been there. You're now saying that the amendments, I did not by the Nigerian people, but when it was founded on a lie, it starts with we.
First, the people. Nice lies.
Wait, Chairman, wait. The same constitution births a system that technically makes us a consuming nation. Those are the things that are on the ballot, those are the things that are in contention. Those are the things that if anybody
Mr. Scribe,
he's struggling now. You see that he's struggling to make a coherent case. Because there's no coherent case there. You forget that these people that did this are Nigerians.
Everybody pause. Paul, can you show your face? I'm picking people who are not showing their face.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Paul said we should allow it. I mean, Scribe said we should allow it.
Let me tell you,
I said it's okay. I said it's okay.
Forefathers, let me say something.
We don't like it.
Guys, let me say something. You see, constitution is like a constitution is like a foundation of any building. When a foundation is not properly laid, there is no matter what you put on top of that building, it cannot stand.
Exactly.
It can stand for a while, but it cannot stand the test of time. And the test of time for any building has to do with one, the weather condition. That is why you see some building, any little rain or flood, they are carried away because the foundation is not properly laid. The Constitution of Nigeria, whereby the president of Nigeria is the most powerful president in the entire world.
So I will ask you a straight question, and then why is it that the UK? Hold on, let me ask you a straight question. Why is it that the UK doesn't have a proper constitution? Why is it that they are able to function? Why do you think that is possible? It's a straight question.
Listen. We're not talking. I'm talking about Nigeria now, for instance.
Because I'm just trying to point out that your analogy is faulty. To say that the foundation of the nation, is so decisive, and when you talk about constitution, it's not the constitution is a document.
Please, let me come in. Please, let me come in, please.
The foundation is not laid properly. You said the foundation is not laid properly. Nothing is going to work after that.
Please, let me come in, please.
That is false.
Please, let me come in. I will say one thing.
Yes,
Mr. Jude, hold on.
Constitution is not exactly a foundation. The people are the foundation.
Forefather, hold on now. Let all of us talk now. Mr. Jude, I want to challenge you as an Igbo man. There's one very quality and unique thing that I know the Igbo people have been doing all my life. Everywhere I know the Igbo people, they are very strong with this their Igbo meeting. You understand? They do all these their towns meeting, village meeting. Now I even find myself in the West, state meeting, whatever meeting. Guess what? You people still go to that meeting. You people still argue. You people still fight. You people have constitution. You understand? But you people argue over one thing and another. But you people have constitution. You understand? Sometimes some people will pull out, some will come in. It's just like that. But what you must understand, even in America that we're talking about, the Second Amendment that makes them carry gun. You know, today, people may fight for the Second Amendment, but the concept behind it when it started, it was different. You understand? The concept behind black people cannot carry gun. The white people use it to also torment other race. But today now, black people carry gun. Some 40 years ago, black man in America cannot get life insurance. Today, I have over $1 million in life insurance. But hold on. The laws are there. But the law didn't work for everybody. You understand? So which means the concept of that law was wrong. You understand? But they amended. I know what you are talking, the concept of 1999 constitution that Professor Wabweze and the likes, Abu Salami imposed on them, and they make all these things, then they use that word that makes everybody go ballistic, we the people, even when there was no we the people. That is not the whole problem that we have in Nigeria. We are having one peculiar and big problem. Today, leadership, and the cancer of that leadership has become followership. Because now it's not only leadership is the problem, followership too don't even know what they want. So it becomes an epidemic. That is the biggest problem. So you might think that they might review this thing, even lobbying people. How do you want to even get the people that will represent you? Again, now connection. It may not be the right person, even though if they want to do that, it may not even be the right person. And everything. So it's not. I understand your pain. I feel your pain and everything. I know the word that they say, "He that goes to hell, he must go with clean hands."
You don't feel my pain.
Don't work like that.
I don't understand. It's a situation where a constitution mandates or gives enormous power to the president of a country that he literally does whatever he likes, whatever he wants.
But that's what presidents do.
All the governors are under his.
I don't understand. Do you want anarchy? Do you want anarchy?
Mr. Judin, point of correction. Buhari went to the court of law before proscribing IPOB.
And we're not talking about IPOB now. Excuse me. Point of correction.
Yeah.
We're not talking about
No,
IPOB.
Chairman.
We're talking about Nigerian Constitution. Please, we're not talking about IPOB
Yeah,
now.
you can't
We're
get
talking
a
about Nigerian
finest.
Constitution.
You can't get a finest constitution that the perfect constitution. Guess what is a perfect
Order
constitution?
is not
Mr.
going
Jude,
before the
Mr.
law.
Jude, what is a perfect
The
constitution?
law,
Let me tell you
It
a
doesn't
perfect
exist.
constitution.
an expert order is not
It
You can't
exists.
get any
It
perfect
exists.
constitution anywhere.
No. A
There's
perfect
no way you can get a perfect constitution.
constitution exists. But guess what? How it exists? It favors Mr. Jude. It does not favor Dr. Dominic. It does not favor Paul. But it favors Mr. Jude. But it favors Bello. But
Why
it
are
does
we
not favor
arguing
this.
as if, and
So
many of
it
us are in
just don't make
Western
any.
world and see how things are done, and we are arguing this way.
The Western was perfect. I just told you now, some 40, 30 years
I feel
ago,
so ashamed
black man cannot
that
get
some
life
of us are
insurance.
arguing this way. Why are we arguing this way? As if we are okay. Can Joe Biden? Can Joe Biden, as it is now, can Joe Biden stop any state from developing his state the way they want it?
So that, Mr. Jude, God bless you for that word. That is the place that I'm going. Now that you are talking, that is the thing that you're supposed to fight for. Every one of us that you trying to single one region to get that thing.
Nobody
This is what all of us need to fight.
I'm talking about
If we
the
want to
constitution
practice,
working for
if we want to
Nigeria.
practice the American system of government, let's practice it completely. You understand where you understand where a state.
Can I add something? Can I add something? My problem with people like Jude is that they put constitution in front of all the problems facing the country. When the people, in reality, the people are the constitution of a nation, really. And this is why when you put everything, what do you think the constitution was created for? For the people, not the other way around. The people were not created for the constitution. The people are the main ingredients of the nation. And if you want to solve problem in that country, the people can solve it. Like they can choose to amend it. Sometimes they can even choose to ignore it and just solve the problem. They ignore the constitution. Don't we see the constitution being ignored all the time? I don't understand this the way we do when they ask somebody a straight question and he just chooses to ignore it and just carry on complaining about the constitution. We have big problems to deal with. If you keep complaining about documents, you're going to miss the big picture. That's why I asked you.
Jude,
are you telling me all sub-Saharan African countries
your governor,
have
your local government chairman, your governor, your president, every time they fail us, it is not about the constitution. It is the individual who see himself that they can get away with whatever nonsense that they are doing. It is not only about the constitution.
Paul.
The constitution is not the only problem. It's just part of the big problem.
You said something. You said that
no one is saying that constitution is all the problem we have. But we're saying that we have to have a good foundation on which we start building. And that we have never had in Nigeria.
Leadership.
That is all I'm saying.
Paul,
leadership, love of a nation.
I want to take on what Paul said. Paul, you said something about the American Constitution, and you alluded to the fact that the second
Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment had was a valid amendment to allow people carry guns, right? But you are missing one point, and as attributed to the 1999 Constitution, Decree 20, right? It is the foundation that is the two different things. What bettered the American Constitution was the words that all men are done what are created equal. There was a real
my brother. You remember the book Animal Farm? You remember the book Animal Farm? All men are created equal. Go ahead.
How many years did it take to write that Constitution? People came together and sat and deliberated. But remember, the core energy behind it was the distaste for King George in 1776. The aftermath of the war, right? So you need to understand there are two different things, and that's where you people try to shut me up. And I was like, "Come on now, you can't just throw away the."
But you just said you said equal now. But when they create that constitution,
that disqualifies that.
When they create that constitution, black men still cannot carry gun.
All right,
you understand? You're missing the point.
Let me step in for a bit.
Go ahead. You've not said
one thing that when people are trying to compare. Good evening, everyone. People are trying to compare American and Nigerian constitution. I laugh because people don't take into account the historical perspective, right? American constitution works because all the states were independent colonies, all had their individual constitution, and they decided to form a union, right? And not a constitution that helps them to be able to form a federation. And so you can practice a federation because these people were individual and they all decided to have some agreement. And guess what? Release what it is this. Each state had its own constitution before. And so before any state is admitted into the union, the state has to have a constitution. What ended up forming what you call the American system is that what happens is you have a federal government. And so the states will decide to secede some level of power to the federal government, right? And so whatever law is not covered by the states ends up by default going to the federal government. One thing I also wanted to mention in terms of how American Constitution was written is it's written in such a way that there's a foundation in it, like Mr. Scribe described, all men are created equal. And then there are contradictory perspectives, which is saying that, for example, a black man is 1/5 or whatever. And so what that contradiction allowed was in the future, when people were arguing against the discrimination, they could always point back to the foundation. Oh, you say all men are created equal, but then you are contradicting yourself by discriminating against women, discriminating against the black people voting. And so you can make that argument in the court of law or the Supreme Court and say your constitution is very contradictory. And so, but by default, the way the American Constitution was established allows it to be able to continue to be redressed and redressed and redressed for the better. But the Nigerian Constitution doesn't seem that way to me personally.
But yet there has been amendments.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I think.
Why do we do this thing? We know the truth and we just divorce from it.
Listen, I'm not saying that anything is not amendable, right? I think the point a lot of people are trying to make is, what are you trying to amend? Are you trying to amend something that makes sense? Or are you trying to amend something that doesn't make sense?
Yeah,
there you go. Because
they just hate their nation. This is what people do. They hate their nation. They say there's no amendment. It's not fair. You have to set the same standard for all of them.
A lot of people have an issue based on how the constitution was. Even as someone who's let's say I'm ignorant, totally ignorant of what is in the constitution. Just looking at the historical perspective of how the constitution was written, there's no level of involvement of the people, whatever that means, right? It was just a bunch of military men came and wrote what would favor them in some perspective, gave as much power as they can to a center.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So you can, I understand when people make that argument of like the constitution is that fast, and the constitution, quite honestly, does not address a lot of the issues that we have in Nigeria. Nigeria is a very multicultural country, and so if you want to draw
multicultural and multi-ethnic,
it's not meant to. It's just meant to be good enough, like every other nation does.
But forefathers, that constitution is the reason why.
But the constitution has to allow you to be able to amend it favorably. The American constitution allows that, but Nigerian constitution, where would it even start?
Dr.
When did they amend the American constitution last? Nigerian constitution, they just amended it how many years ago?
You guys still.
Did you even know about the amendment? No.
A constitution is an identity.
Has anyone ever told you about the amendment of the Nigerian constitution? This is how American constitution is. I hate the word keep talking about America, but this is how American constitution is amended. First of all, someone has an amendment, and then let's say, for example, someone has an amendment. For it to even get approved, it has to be approved by, I think it's 2/3 of the states, right? And so you have to go to, let's say, Anambra, New York writes a constitution, writes a law, right? New York has to ratify it. New Jersey, so all the states, I think 2/3 has to ratify it. Sometimes it takes many years, and guess what? There's also a timetable for it. For example, when they wrote a law about there was this law about gender equality, something like that. Before it went round to even get approved, it already passed that timeline. So there's a timetable
throw it away.
Approving an amendment, and there's a number of states that have to approve an amendment. So even if you get those number of states, if it exceeds that timeline that they give you, it would have.
So in other words, you are trying to say that Nigerian constitution is easier to amend.
They don't, because the reason why American is harder is because they have to involve people. The fact that each state has to go and read it in their
assembly. But a moment ago, you said you cannot change Nigerians in this constitution. You see that the argument is against itself. Sorry, there's a bit of.
It is not about how the constitution is to amend. It is about how much you can involve people. Because for American amendment to be allowed means that a lot of people have to agree with it. You have to imagine that 6 states in Nigeria. Let's say somebody, Anambra governor draws up some amendments. Anambra House of Assembly has to approve it. He has to go through what is 2/3 of that 6. Has to go through each state and each state assembly.
24.
Rivers Assembly will approve it. You go to Lagos, they approve it. That means that the people are involved, because guess what? Each state representative represent the people. So when you go through the process, it means that a lot of people in the country have allowed it. And so that's how you know that a lot of people agree with the thing. Not just one person wakes up and got a military man writes a constitution. Next thing you know, tomorrow they approve it. How many times have Nigeria amended the constitution?
Oh my God! You see, Dominic, you see what you did just now. We are talking about amending the constitution. You went back to a military doing something. We are talking about democratic government. Hold on, let me finish my point. We are talking about the democratic governments right now that are able to update the constitution, amend the constitution by the House of Assembly members, and we still pretend as if. I think if you hate your country, just hate yourself. You are hating yourself. I think that's what is going on here. Because we are not even the standard you are setting just now. The standard you are setting just now doesn't even meet. It doesn't even meet it.
You're wrong.
You are saying the American constitution. Hold on now. Let me finish my point. Nobody's letting me finish my point.
You're trying to play. Listen.
Let me finish my point. I need to finish my point.
You're trying to run away.
You can't shut me down. I need to finish my point.
The same reason why Aburi never stood.
Hold on. Let me finish my point.
No, wait.
You have to be logical about this thing.
What they made, and that's how they left Ojukwu.
Can I finish my point?
Wait. No.
Before you won't let me finish my point. You brought this discussion up. See, you can't.
Let me ask you one question, and then you can finish.
Okay, ask.
What is the? I'm going to ask you two questions. Is it important for a constitution for people in the country to feel like a constitution represents them? That is the first question. Second question: how do you make people feel like they are part of the constitutional process and they've actually accepted it?
100%. It's very important for people to feel like they are part of the process. This is why I believe that we need to operate a more advanced democratic system that is highly people involved. Most key decisions should be brought back to the people for that decision to be made. That said, to buy a referendum, there are nations that do it. If you look at Switzerland, they use referendum a lot. They have systems of doing fast referendums. You have no, seriously, because Nigeria is so diverse. You don't know how. When we're talking about the decision, we're talking about big decisions here. Like when you want to bring foreign military to your territory, or you want to do, you want to pass gay right law, so things like that. You can't just allow people. You can't just allow people in in the House of Assembly to decide that kind of stuff for you, because they could be bought by foreigners to go and pass all kind of weird laws for you. But the point I was making here was that the example you were giving for the American Constitution, the ability to update the Constitution, and you said that was the good thing about it at first. Then it turns out that Nigerians, hold on now, it turns out that the Nigerian one is actually easier to amend. But then you said that too is a bad thing because they are not consulting the people.
No, but that's not the point. The point, you're losing the point. The point I'm trying to make is the process of going through all that 2 thirds of state and having each assembly go through it actually represents involving as many people as possible, because each state represents the people that live in that state. So for up to what is, I keep saying 2 thirds of 50. What is 2 thirds of 50? For those amount of states to approve it shows that you've actually theoretically gathered the American people to be able to read through. Because guess what? Before each state even accepts it, the people in that state will have to be involved. Some of them will go and protest. Some of them will go and lobby they have that particular state house of assembly. So all that little processes will take up to 2-3 years, and that means there's a lot of generation of argument and discussion in the whole country. And there's a whole.
Dr. Domi, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Forefathers talked something about referendum in our constitution. Is there a possibility for a referendum in that constitution?
There's no clause about referendum. And I will correct one impression Forefather just gave. Using a referendum to change the constitution is a very dicey thing. I'll give you an example. In America, right? Each state, when people do election in each state, even in a national level, they always throw a question: do you want this particular thing to change? And on the ballot, people will say yes. That does not go into the constitution. That just becomes a rule, or I don't know how it's pronounced. I don't know how it's called. It becomes a rule, or I don't know. It becomes a rule that is going on. If another government comes into power, the next voting cycle, they say, okay, do you want to remove this thing? People will vote again. So if people keep going back, one rule, you reject this election, next election, you reject the same thing. But if it goes through the
Oh
process,
my God! I think what you just did just now again is this type of. Why do we do it? We are not having structured argument here. You are changing the goalposts.
No. What I'm trying to
How did you change
I'm trying to make a difference between the
Because he just moved it
referendum and
to
amendment.
because
Those two are
what
not the
you
same thing.
rule if somebody wants to vote for a rule change is different from amending the constitution.
That's what I'm trying
So
to make.
you can't mix
The rule
both
change is
together.
temporary because somebody can come in next election and post that.
Oh yeah, rule change temporary. We have it in Arizona, Prop
There's
125.
one question that's going to break the camel's back.
Permanently go
What does it mean to be a Nigerian?
process.
Can anybody answer it? Can anybody answer this question? What does it mean to be a Nigerian? And we're going to use that to come into the constitution. Answer it. What
No,
does it mean
Mr.
to be a
Scribe, it's a
Nigerian?
definition. It's a definition to so many. It means so many things to so many people.
No, but what it means
No,
to
Mr. Scribe,
what
let's
it
tell.
means to
Let's
be an
tell.
American exists, right? What it means to be a Swiss exists, at least the ones I know of. What it means to be Canadian exists, and I can tell you what it means to be Canadian. That everybody,
Mr. Scribe, Mr. Scribe, leave this thing that you are talking about.
There are so many things it means to be a Nigerian. So let's not go there.
Who you are who is not about who you are in Canada or what how do they say that? It's about what you are in Canada. It's not about so what it is that what it means to be a Nigerian. We've never had the opportunity to sit down. The closest stab that we had to it was
want to sit down.
1959 before independence in Lancaster House. That was the only time we had Nahuru even touched it a little bit, right? He was trying to craft what it meant to be Nigerian. But you forget something, that the reason that this constitution is not deemed valid is because it is not balanced. The exclusive list just shows it is a deprivation.
Mr. Scribe,
How is there no balance? Can you say stuff?
Mr. Scribe,
God.
you are Mr. Scribe,
What
you
kind of
are
stuff
right.
did we just say?
Mr. Scribe,
Because
you
you
are
hate your
right. But
country,
these
you
are
just
the
nothing
things that
balanced.
you.
Let me correct an impression, forefathers. When people
Oh my God.
There's one thing I've noticed in how you
there's one thing
I've noticed in how you express your arguments. You feel as though when people are trying to break issues down about Nigeria and it borders on the negative, all of a sudden it means that those people hate Nigeria. No one here loves.
Some people don't hate Nigeria without even
People are
knowing
trying
it.
to break down on how to
Come on, man. Come on.
If you keep pushing and pushing and pushing, all of you hate Nigeria, all of you don't do it. How are you going to have argument with people? You can't be one-sided.
No. It's not one-sided because
How
they
can
are
somebody
not
hate the
making
country when
logical
he is
questions.
investing in that country?
They're not making. I mean,
How can somebody hate the country?
then you wonder why we are not moving forward. Then because so hold on, let me make my point. You wonder why we are not moving forward because you cannot say you love something and you don't even want to think rationally about it.
I know some
forefather, that's not how it works. People have a right to ask questions in their different ways. For example,
they're not asking questions, they are condemning it.
We're condemning it because it's bad. It's
forefather.
Even when you give them evidence to the contrary, they will still condemn it.
Forefather, you can still condemn it because of you are also asking for something. I have 2 kids. My son is way smarter than my daughter. But my daughter, she's been celebrated in school all along. In school, everywhere, to church, everywhere. But when I tell people that my son is so smart, they don't even get it. You understand? Because my son never looks serious. He doesn't look anything. I will tell you, I say, son, boy, you are just being gifted because you don't do the hard work. You might lose it. But it's like that. So some people criticize because of their asking questions. Some people see problem, they just go in silently to go solve. Some people criticize and it's just like, this is Dr. Dominic as is here. He can diagnose me and still refer me to somewhere else to go get the treatment. You understand? It's a 2 different way, but guess what? The 2 process still work very well. So don't see it like when people criticize that they hate the country. And remember, people will see things in different ways.
I'm not saying I'm not going to say the reason why I put it like that so that it will be clear to them what they are doing. Because if you see something wrong with a situation and you say, okay, this country is red, and you tell them, you know what, there's evidence clearly showing that it's not red, it is blue, and the person still goes on, I love the country, but it is red.
No,
then the person goes on to praise some other country.
No.
Hold on. The person goes on to praise some other country.
Wait.
Which is that same standard that your country has, but hate your own country, but loves the other country.
Listen.
What do you make of that? You hear many of them praising American Constitution here, but when you put this up, that if you set the same standard for their is that not the standard they are using?
You're wrong.
Is that not the standard they are using?
Would you say the SMG?
You're wrong.
What
standard are we using? Are we using the Chinese standard? What constitutional standard are we using? We are using the American standard.
But we don't practice this to the
I'm
letter.
making a clear point. We use American standard as our constitution.
Currently, we are using the America, but we don't use it completely to the letter. We don't. You understand? Because the states still don't have the autonomy that they deserve. But this is where your
different standards for our own constitution
than for
foreign constitutions.
Wait, listen. Does it sound? Would you, forefathers, come out on public TV and say that Nigel Farage hates the UK and you can defend it? Do you think you're going to rate it? Even though that a majority of the people hate what he says, like people who didn't vote for Brexit, leavers hate what he said. But you need to understand that
Nigel Farage wasn't saying that the UK should change.
First others, I don't accept that. I find it very bad that you would accuse, or do you know that some people in this place have big investments in Nigeria, right? And then you come and think that somebody will have a big investment in Nigeria and then come and hate Nigeria where they invest. Do you know
Hold on. Yeah, I know it sounds like that. I'm saying that to jar your mind.
You're wrong.
Take it easy. You are not the only one that loves Nigeria.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not saying I love Nigeria. I agree that Nigeria has problems.
I just Nigerian constitution. Then we don't like Nigeria. All of us want to be.
You never allow anybody to talk.
That is wrong.
You're on this one.
Okay.
They're all talking and say that don't allow anybody to talk. It's
let us let others talk. Let us let others talk.
Say that don't allow anybody to talk.
Let us let others talk. That's why I say let us let others talk.
Because I'm the one, when Judy was talking, everybody was opposing what he was saying, so he has to be able to respond. That's how I too have to be able to respond, because they are opposing what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is that if you are setting a different standard for your own country than you set for other people, then what because the example I'm giving is that they are using American Constitution, say, oh, this is how they wrote the American Constitution. Then I said, okay, this is how Nigerian Constitution is. And in terms of the Nigerian Constitution, you can actually amend it more easily. Then it turns out that the person say, oh, no, it's not good because they don't consult everybody. You are setting different standards for your country than you are setting for other countries. And when your country meets it, you still don't accept it and say your own country's one.
Okay, it's all right. Let's let others talk.
That's not fair. Let me jump in and summarize.
It's not fair.
I think others is misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm trying to analyze the situation of why you can't compare an American system and Nigerian system. That's all I'm trying to do. And I'm telling you, it's harder to amend the American Constitution because when you go through the process, it's a lot harder. It takes more time. You have to consult a lot more people. I'm just doing comparison.
I wouldn't use harder.
Let's go for a quick break.
Just hold on. I think we need to get to the bottom of this. Let him finish that point. It's very, very important point. Let him go because I know why I said that.
Let me finish. All I was doing is because when I got in, I was surprised people are still here, and I was hearing this American comparison. I just wanted to come online and make the coast clear. You can't compare American system and Nigerian system. That's what I've been trying to say. American Constitution, when it comes to amendments, it's a very arduous process. You have to consult a lot of people, but at the end of the day, it looks more representative because of how the process works. The Nigerian one doesn't happen the same way. It's easier to amend, and the way it is done, most people don't even know a constitutional amendment has happened. And so, in a way, you can't say it theoretically represents people's opinion. That is what I was trying to make. Secondly, the American system is different because the individual states have their own constitution. And so what is whatever power the federal government doesn't have automatically delegates to the states. So what happens is if I'm in a particular state in America and I'm trying to obey the law, when I'm obeying that state law and it does not go against the federal law, that state law is valid. But once it goes against the federal law supersedes it. But Nigeria doesn't have that. Nigeria has one federal constitution, and individual states were just created by people, and each state doesn't even have its own constitution. So how can you say the American presidential system is the same as Nigerian presidential system? You can, it is
completely different.
That's everything I'm trying to break down. But
From what I can see here, it says to amend an American constitution, Congress must issue a joint resolution which must pass both chambers or both chambers with 2/3 majority, super majority. At the point, the resolution of amendment to be sent to the all 50 states. And okay, yeah, you mentioned the 50 states, so they have to be sent.
That's it.
But did they say that the 50 states have to approve it?
It has to. There's a particular percentage that have to accept it, and it has to be within a.
No, all 50 states. The 2/3 will ratify.
Exactly, but it has to be within a window period. You can't, like, for example, there was an amendment that was sent, and the last part got approved about after 20 years after. People were like, it's not valid because you have passed that window period. So what I'm saying is, stop comparing things that are comparable.
So theirs is harder to amend, and ours is easier to amend.
It looks more representative because of
but you remember your first argument. The reason why I called you out on that was that your first argument was that we cannot amend our constitution because we have to realize how we got here.
I think this is a good point for us to end this. Let's just go for a quick break. I'm going to play a jingle. Is that okay?
You and jingle.
I don't know, man. When we're having a heated debate, you just switch it to
We're
jingle.
very pleased to welcome
Oh my God.
Check.
Okay.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like queens and princess. Remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you have the right. They say you are brown. They say you have the right. They say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Break down for so long.
Mr. Scribe, that's another discrimination again that you people do. Every time you play Majek, you never play Raskimono. That's not fair.
No, I just follow the rules of the moderation. The kind of music.
When I go to play Majek, I don't go play kimono. You understand? They go hand in hand.
Available for
You notice that he never said anything about constitutional change. He just said the people.
Okay. That I thought I played that thing so that we go chill, so that we can. I'm not saying anything anymore.
Anyway, Scribe. Mention something as I was
Exactly. Mandate us.
Oh, did I? Oh, I thought I was on. Over has mentioned something else that was interesting, and I think it had been touched on before at some point, maybe sometime a couple of months ago, about the UK constitution. UK doesn't have a constitution, and the reason why is because they're a very disciplined society, and they've been having rules over many centuries, right? So when you have an institution, this is where you have to talk about the citizens of a country. When you have a country or a kingdom where people are disciplined, they've been having multiple statutes and rules over many centuries, and the laws have been followed. There used to be a monarchy, eventually got cut down. There's a parliament, things are working seamlessly. There's a bureaucracy. There's this informal rule that sits in place, and people respect it. And so sometimes you don't even need to write a constitution. Remember, the writing of constitution is something that wasn't always present, right? So you'll be having organized societies where things are working well and they've never been constitution. So the UK never found the need to write a constitution if its society has been functioning well with all these statutes and rules they've been writing, including from when they had absolute monarchy, but now they have a constitutional monarchy. So why reinvent the wheel if everything has been working ever since? Add to that point was most of the countries that end up having constitution, there's always a pivotal event or some crazy event that happens, and people say, "Oh, wow, things were crazy before, and we need to make sure things change now." And so there's always a catastrophic event, and people say, "Okay, let's write a constitution." Right? UK never had some crazy catastrophic events, so there was no incentive or push for them to say, "Okay, let us now codify and write everything into a full manual." So that's my
okay. Like the UK, all they need is the act of parliament to amend their constitution. Then the monarchy will assent to it. That's it. And it's a very, very simple process that they use to, and it gives them this inflexibility because the next government can come and change it. Because the next government has majority in the House of Parliament, and they will just change the constitution, and the Queen will have to accept, or the King, as the case may be now, will have to accept it.
Their governors are still disciplined because imagine if. Remember, there's discipline. So guess what? Nigeria.
No, that was the people.
How many governments have we had, and they have that doesn't follow court
injunction
orders or what have you, right? Imagine if UK had the level of indiscipline that Nigeria had, it would be very easy to break law because there is no codified constitution. That's what I'm trying to make. You have to bring this.
You have to be careful when you say UK is disciplined. They are crazy here. They're just a bit wealthier right now. That's why they are behaving themselves.
Blatantly flouting the law. That's what I meant.
They are very crazy. Yeah, the kings here were very cruel to the people. If you know about the serfs, what they treat, they have death jails and all kinds of beheadings. You can't. They used to sell their wives in marketplaces here barely 120 years ago. These people here, they don't mess about. When you give them room to mess about, this is why they create strong systems to hold each other accountable. Everybody is holding each other accountable. It's the people. This is why I keep saying, when you keep hacking on about the document, you are missing the bigger picture. These people don't even have a written rule. These crazy people, they owned half of the world once.
This is where me and you start to overlap.
You see?
This
is why great minds learn from each other. You know, while Jude just obstinately refused to learn anything.
I'm not agreeing with you. I'm saying that what I'm thinking.
Oh, you are not agreeing with me. Okay, I disagree everything with you then.
Nobody needs to tell you this. If there's then you don't need to write everything down. You write everything. Remember, I'm going to give you an example. This is a very cool example. Where I used to live before, right? Now I live alone. Where I used to live before, I had a roommate, and he told me, and I saw the first day I moved in, I saw a rule on the days that they will clean the bathroom. And to me, I've never lived that way. I'm like, why did you guys write this? He said, "Oh, I wrote this so that everyone knows when they clean." Can you guess what? I lived in that house for 2 years. And because of how our relationship was, we all understood naturally. Oh, you clean the bathroom, next time another person clean. We never wrote a rule. So it depends on the interaction, the level of understanding that you have. So the point of writing things down is to prevent things that happened in the past. If you've never had any issues with somebody, or if a country never had major earth-shaking issues when it comes to rule of law, then there's no incentive for you to go and write everything down. Why solve a problem that doesn't exist? Do you see my point?
Exactly, but that is what our constitution is doing. If you look at the constitution, it is finely tuned to what happened in the past in the country. That's why you have those exclusive lists. But people just pretend as if history didn't happen. They give every state guns. Let's go back to doing the same thing again.
No, forefather, the concurrent list, you understand, and all these things that they did that makes the president more powerful. It is greed from colonial, because when coup happened, you understand, you control everybody. You understand that mentality and ideology also contribute to what make Abu Salami make something like that, to still make the center more powerful, and indirectly greed, because the center more powerful another way around is to also assist a weak state. America today, we have so many weak states. You understand? And America today, what you criticize in one state, it is just simple for you. Move to the other state have it for you the way you want it. It's your choice. You understand? Anything you criticize, just move to the other place.
You see what you did there? That's exactly what Nigerians do. We ascribe everything to.
So another way around.
This is an important point I want to make. I feel like
hold on. Let me land. Hold on. Another way around. That same thing to some extent is still applicable in Nigeria, but because of the governors and the ideology with our culture, where you feel I don't want to offend the center. Come on now, what use Okalu fight Obasanjo, call Obasanjo all type of name, I give you 500 million. Fight Obasanjo. We saw what Fayose did with Buhari. We saw what Wike did and everything. So stuff like that do happen. But in the sense that because of they are weak, they are scared what Obasanjo did to Tinubu with his allocation. But in America, it's not like that, because the state even get their money before they even pay tax to the center. You understand? It's not like they are taking from the center. Neither is a weak state that asks for assistance from the center. Certain things that they put, like this weather thing, FEMA will come, assist anywhere whenever there's any problems. So this is just simple. So some of these laws in Nigeria that we cried of, they are good. And some of the things that people break, it's not about the law to some extent. It's just about when people break law, we see it like because of they are so powerful. You understand? But oftentimes, we make these people powerful. We give them the power that they don't really have. You see the way governors are fighting Buhari today.
Can I just respond? Because before I lose the initial point you make, because you went to run away from it, I fear you are trying to trick me. You're trying to trick me. The first point you made was that Abu Salam and our leaders do these things because of selfish reasons, and they want to hold more power to themselves. Sometimes doing the right thing may coincide with assigning power to an office, let's put it that way. Nigeria, the reason why we had the instability we had before was because the center was not strong. I think you used America as an example that they don't have that kind. America has a powerful central state. Nigerian central power is not very, very strong. And if you are living in a world
no, can
I just land my point? Can I land my point?
So when you talk that American center is very, very weak. America, what you don't understand with federal government in America.
You not let me land my point. So how you see what I'm trying to say is that America as a nation is the most powerful nation on earth. No other nation can go in there. Can I finish my point?
No, let me educate you on that.
You're not letting me finish my point.
I want to correct one point because you use it.
Okay, let's say the center is not powerful. Okay, let's say the center is not powerful, but it's the most powerful nation on earth. So
correct.
When you are in Nigeria, where a country that is not as strong as other nations are, and you have a relatively weak center, that's recipe for anarchy. We saw it happen already. So what our leaders did was they felt like if we leave it the way it was before, we are in a country, in a world where we are even weaker than we were in 1960 something. We leave it like that, it's going to even cause more anarchy. Hence, the rest control of all these things. You have to really put yourself in the eyes of these leaders to be able to see how you can keep a country stable. Because all this is we criticize them. We don't. The moment you walk into that room, you'll be advocating for more control. That's the weirdest thing. The moment you sit on that chair, you'll be like, "Oh my God, all this is possible." Okay, let's rein this in. Let's rein this in, because that is what it takes to really keep a country stable. It's not that easy. Tell me one thing the federal government put on that exclusive list, and I'll tell you the reason why.
So, Fofara, will make you understand something now. When you talk about America, why I made the word that American center is very, very weak, because state run their show. The center only print currency and go to war. External, that is where the president is powerful. The president don't need to go to 50 states to approve him to go to war. The president just need to inform Congress and the likes. So the president is powerful when he's doing external affair. Internal affair is a war. You understand? You can't. So this is the thing. So when you talk Nigeria own the greed of power, because as a military, when you take power by gun, you will take power completely. That's why they call it coup. You take the power completely. For example, I did Buhari, they are answering IBB. Even you see media houses called IBB. President Babangida, which election in contest? Who in win for the election? Because he set up the National House of Assembly and never did he contest any election and want to become president. These things don't work. You understand? So they have this power, and the power don't make sense.
Using America as an example, use more
And
like
now you use the word dangerous. So that power
because
don't really
America
make sense.
is the most powerful country in the world. Nobody can interfere with his state. That's a big difference. Because if somebody can meddle with your state, if a more powerful entity can meddle with your state structure, you are going to be more careful about giving control to different regions, because they could just meddle with the regions and create destabilization.
When you said it is better for Buhari to be in power of the rubber that is in my state that nobody is tapping, but my own state want to tap. Buhari said no. You understand? The cocoa in my state, nobody want to tap it. Buhari said no. My state want to invest in our 2 seaports, but it belongs to federal government. And Buhari said no, my state cannot do anything. My brother, I don't think
you want me to give you reasons why. You want me to give you the reason why?
Sense.
Yeah, let's hear the reason.
You want me to give you the reason why?
Educate me.
Because if you have a seaport that you just control without the state having enough people to monitor it and regulate it, you could create another import weapons and give it to the Biafrans, and you have another problem.
This is where you are wrong. This is where you are wrong. I will use America and I will use Nigeria because I have knowledge and I've worked in this sector. In America that you are talking about, city owns airports, but federal government manage the airports. You understand? The people who work there, the Homeland Security, the TSA, they are federal government. They don't belong to state. So this is how it works. In Nigeria,
the federal government, I just gave it that the federal government don't have enough people to do it.
So hold on. So in Nigeria, the seaport is still manned by the custom. It's still manned by Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA. It is still federal. But state said, because this thing belongs to our state, it will create jobs. It will open up and everything. We want to invest. Government said, no, keep your money. It belongs to us. Whatever we want to do with it. Do you know how many years Tinubu fight federal government over the old secretariat in Ikoyi? And
hold on, did you tell me that? Hold on. Did you tell me that the state?
It don't work.
Are you saying that the state in Bayelsa or wherever they've got seaport have money they want to put into the seaport, and the federal government tell them don't put money in the seaport?
What are you talking about? You don't know before. That's how it works.
No, that's not what happens.
That's how it works. Everything federal government own, you can't do anything. For example, when the telecommunication company comes.
No, I don't think that's what happens.
Can I come in? Forefathers, when it comes to water and boundary, it belongs to federal government. That's it.
And that's how it's supposed to be.
It's 100% federal government. If it's water within the state, the state can control it. But at the border of Nigeria, be it border of Bayelsa or whatever, it's federal government assets. That's why.
The UK Prime Minister is extremely powerful, actually. They really have a lot of power because all they need is majority in the House of Commons, and which they whip into shape. They use the term whip into shape. And when they get their vote, they can do almost anything in the country. Nobody stops them.
But the vote of no confidence can push someone out. It's not that.
Yeah, that's why I say now they have their party. The moment their party agrees with them and they have the majority, that's it. They can do whatever they like in the country. They don't even need a two-third vote, like in the case of the US and all that stuff. So there are many nations that have different constitutions. This is why I keep saying this. We have something sub-Saharan African countries. Are you telling me all of them have terrible constitutions? That's why we have problems. It tells you that the reason why we're having problems is somewhere else. And I feel like we shouldn't spend too much time worrying about the constitution because we can easily amend it. If you vote somebody in and say we want to bring state police, the person will make it happen. There's no reason why they are not going to be able to make it happen. And
That
Nigerian
I
constitution
agree.
is actually easy to amend compared to American one. That is crazy
No,
hard.
it's not as easy as
State
you
police
think.
thing, I'm not
But
in support
father,
of that state police.
it's not as easy as you
American
think.
one is way harder. You have
No,
to go
but
to all the states.
even the Nigerian one is not as easy as you also think too. You understand? Because of
How many
interest of race
assembly
and
members
tribe.
that bribe and all those
Papa,
assembly members?
I would like to say something. Please, I would like to say something. It's like you lived
Of course.
abroad so long, you've not been to Africa or Nigeria, right?
I've been to
Because
Nigeria.
because the way you're talking, it's like you live in somewhere in Galaxy or somewhere else.
Yeah, but you see, you can say that. I don't know whether you were renting a property in Nigeria today. I was. So stop going on.
Because we all live in that country. Now look at our names in this platform. Do you see any Fulani there? No.
Okay,
Look
give
at our
me
names.
one point.
I
People
want-
hear
I
him
want to tell
out.
you
Give me
something.
one point that is in another galaxy.
No, listen.
Papa,
I want to
let
tell
him
you
know.
something. No, listen. I want to tell you something. I live and study in the north. Do you understand? So there's nothing you can tell me about Nigeria. I know Nigeria in and out. See, let's tell ourselves the truth because when we sit down here, we just talk. That's why when I listened some times ago to Martin Nadikari saying, we Africans, we don't reason very well. Now we have a National Assembly that is unworkable. Those people are there. If they want Nigeria to work, they will make it work. Because the reason why they are sitting there, I was asking my friend in the UK and I said, listen, when you have a parliament, they sit, they think, they say, come on, this isn't working for us. What are we going to do to make it work? They will reason like humans and make their country work. And I can tell you, even CW waste tomorrow, Nigeria will still be unworkable. Because you know why? Not just the constitution. Because the people sitting in the National Assembly are not the people who are supposed to be there. Most of them didn't go to school. Most of them don't even understand what constitution is all about. When you go to the American Congress, do you see them holding books in their hand? And in the sector 3, 5 of what nonsense is that?
And Graham, some of them didn't even win the election.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
So what I want to say,
dwelling on criticism. No solution, just criticism.
Let him finish his point.
What is the point?
Listen, bro. You see, we in the diaspora, we that are privileged, not because we have the right to be in diaspora or it's our kind of destiny, or we're just lucky to be here. I was in Nigeria a few months ago. I saw, I was crying because the way I left it is the way it is. Now, the earlier we all wake up, the better for every one of us. If we want Nigeria to work, we can make it work. How do we make it work? Let's go regional. And I tell you, and because we don't love ourselves, we don't even love the country. Because when you come to talk about Nigeria, you see some people criticize you. They will tell you, oh, you don't love the country, this and that. We chase shadows. Now, we're talking about constitution that someone wrote. It didn't come from sky, or it didn't come from the British or American. No, we wrote it ourselves. We are there. And we see that this constitution is unworkable. What should we do? We sit on the right table and say, guys, let's make it work. We remove things that cannot make it work and put things that can make it work. But because we're tribalistic in nature, we couldn't allow that to happen. Because we don't love ourselves, we couldn't allow that to happen. So the earlier everyone has to wake up, we're not supposed to have presidential election if we are reasoning very well. Because we, the youth, have the power to change Nigeria. But because we are this kind of people, we love control. We love, privacy, bro, can I help, we love what is pride of attacking sentimental things to ourselves. Like we want people to praise us, like we are something. But we're nothing. So the earlier we all wake up and see that, listen, this country is either we go regional or we put a constitution that can make it work. Our military isn't working. People are dying every day. In fact, I couldn't even go to my village because I was afraid they would kidnap me. So we're coming here to talk about constitution that is unworkable. It's just really, for way to make Nigeria work, we need to go regional. How do we make it work? About us not even coming out to vote anybody. Let us sit at home. Let them go and vote themselves.
Nice.
Look at what happened. Now, look at what happened in Lekki Target. I was in Nigeria then.
No wonder I'm from this thing. I'm from somewhere else. What point did you make now?
No, bro. You're talking about America. You're talking about America. These are the people who understand how system works.
Wow.
We Africans, look at the North Africans. Look at them. They are living very well. Look at Egypt, Morocco, Algeria. These countries are living very well. But look at all the black Africans.
Graham, I disagree with you. You went to North Africa and you skipped the Arab Spring and all the riot and everything. Those are people fighting to make their country better. And you skipped all the Arab Spring and all the
No, I didn't skip you. I will tell you something.
How many of them succeeded actually? More of them failed than succeeded.
Graham, if we go back to regional, it will not work. If we want to practice it to the letter, let's just go back to say, states, go and manage your resources. Don't even go to regional. That it's going to be.
And you think there's something you don't understand about Nigeria. Nigeria was never a country. It was never a country, according to our late Obafemi Awolowo. No, Nigeria was never made to work. So, and I can tell you something, as long as we, the youth, or whatever we call ourselves, coming up, we don't wake up and face our fears. Because now, the only thing, I don't want to...
Graham, I hate this word when people say Nigeria was never a country. I agree, Nigeria was never a country. Igbo was never a race. People agree to be Igbo. People agree to be Yoruba. And so, okay, go back to that level. Don't start from Nigeria. How about that? How about that? Go back to that level.
What are you guys talking about?
Now we're here with the debate about constitution that we know.
He's basically saying, let's not vote. Let's be regional. That's basically what he's saying. Don't vote. Don't be regional.
Listen.
I don't vex for you.
Graham, land your point.
Don't worry, Mr. Sky. Don't worry, I will give you some sun. I don't say so they catch you there. At the Arizona, don't worry.
Let's Graham land his point.
Okay. So
you are in Greece enjoying yourself. Land your point.
What I'm saying is that, you see, we shouldn't deceive ourselves. At first, there shouldn't be an election in Nigeria. That's number one. Because if you look at it, those people that are contesting for this election, no one has anything to give Nigeria. I will tell you, number one, I live in North. I studied in North, both my primary and university. Now, and I will tell you that Obi had just campaigned. Let's wait and see. Because I don't want to say anything until after the election. Because you don't understand how it works in North. We sit on this social media platform, we just talk. But in North, immediately an imam says something. That is how it is. I was a Muslim, so I will tell you. Whatever the imam says, that's how it is. No one will change it. If you like, go there and campaign all you care. If imam says vote Atiku, everybody will vote Atiku. That is how it is.
Okay.
And I want to wait until
what is the solution? Okay, everybody sit at home and drink Gary and Granot.
The solution is there shouldn't be election. The solution is there shouldn't be election. Those people in the National Assembly, they should sit down there and think how to solve their country's problem. That is why they are there.
Wait, Graham.
Graham, you say if you don't do that galaxy, we say for father deal. You don't land the galaxy too.
No.
They just say stuff for the sake of it.
Bro, wait. Because when we look at this, because when we do this election now, we feel that all is well. We feel that all is well. But if we refuse to do the election, if everyone refuses, I am telling you, they know what to do to make that country good. But when we keep on repeating the same thing, oh, let's try this one, let's try that one, the same people, it will never work. So sometimes I'm just like,
So,
Graham,
But Graham, how did your little kids
Kalakpo hasn't
learn
said
when your
anything. You know,
Graham, when your little kids go to school? How did they
Dominic,
learn?
are you the
They
one in
learn
charge,
by
or
not
who is in
knowing
charge?
it.
We need to know who is in charge here, because there's a bit of
Okay.
confusion here. We don't know who is in control here.
Skype came before me, so
wait,
Skype
there's some, no.
No,
Paul, you
Forefather
said
was there
something.
before me. So maybe
Because
Forefather can continue moderating.
he said I was
Okay.
supposed to
I guess I can take
moderate.
charge. Okay, I can take charge.
No. Paul said something. There's something.
Drogba hasn't
Paul
Who
said
gave you
something.
charge? You didn't know, nobody gave you charge. Why are you taking control? Are you planning a coup? You see, this is where coup starts. What kind of attitude is this? I'm taking charge.
It is me and
Constitutional authority was not granted to you.
Guys.
I want to say something.
Kalakbo was here first,
I think
and he's
let
been very
the
quiet.
other people who are just coming, let them have their say.
Me and Scribe have control of this thing, but let me just stay quiet.
How do you think I got here? You were not here. I did it yesterday. Everything moved smoothly.
Is this how America did their constitution? You just
we just came in and muscle me out. This is how coups happen.
Maybe we need to vote.
Okay,
can I propose something, Graham? Please, don't be annoyed.
Yeah.
Please, let me propose something. I think we'll start after Graham. We'll go to Ndubisi, from Ndubisi to Drogba, Legend, to Kolakbo, and then to Okija and Akija, and then Lake, so that at least you guys can have your say. Okay, you have the floor now, Graham.
Why not start with Okija? Why not start with that? Okija and Okija.
Graham has he still has his point now. So you have 2 minutes, Graham.
Okay, thank you. So one thing I want us to say or do is, you see, those in the National Assembly, they are a major problem. It's not even the Constitution. Now, have you followed the National Assembly for the past 8 years? Tell me one problem they have solved. And we say we have a Congress, we have a National Assembly. So for our country to work, we need credible people. And there's no way we'll have credible people, because it's the same people that are assembling themselves and their children. So the earlier for us to refuse to participate for the election, the better for every one of us, so that we wake them up. Because we sleep too much and we're like, okay, let's try Peter B. I'll for Peter B. But I know I will vote for him because I'm traveling tomorrow.
Okay, good.
I will vote for him. But I know he will not win. And I will give you my reasons. Because the INEC, no, listen, bro. We know we are educated. We look at something in a different way from those people in the National Assembly. He will win in the ballot, but he will not be Nigeria president. Mark my word. Because I know those people in the ballot would not allow, those people in the INEC would never allow that to happen. It's impossible. It's a blind dreams. But we'll do our own part. We will vote.
Okay, thank you so much, Graham.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'll just say quickly that impossible, it means I am possible. So let's hope for the very best. I think INEC are doing their very best to.
Hold on. I think we need to restore order here. Hold on. Are you in charge? If you're in charge, let me know
okay,
now.
you can go ahead. No problem.
No. We have to have one order. You can't have people just doing stuff all over the place. It's not appropriate.
Okay, let me say this. Everyone in people of Mr. Popper has been in charge. Raise your hands.
Okay, if they are not in charge, I can sign up. It's not by force. Oh my God, what's that noise?
There's a noise somewhere coming from.
Okay.
Anyways, Ndubisi has the floor now. It doesn't really matter. We can. I already.
What is that noise?
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes. I'll give you 5.
Hold
I'll
on,
give you
hold
5
on,
minutes.
The day
hold
is
on.
far.
I need. See, you are
The
creating
day
chaos
is
here. I don't
far.
know why Dr. Damages did this because he put multiple people in charge at the same time. It's causing confusion.
Forefathers, we are the captain
And
tonight.
You are the
yeah,
captain.
clearly
We are the
everybody
captain
knows that.
tonight,
But
forefathers.
Scribe is overruling me.
And
But the
Scribe
Forefather,
is
if you want to
assisting.
take, if you want to take charge, let us know that you want to take charge. We'll give
yeah,
it
I
to
want
you.
to take charge. I want to take charge because I
Okay,
called
period. Okay,
There was a
okay,
vacuum. That's why
okay.
you saw me
Moderate.
coming. There was a vacuum. If you want to,
Moderate.
if you want to
No,
go
there was
on,
no
go
vacuum.
on.
I did call Kolakbo. You just usurped it. I did call Kolakbo to say something because he's been sitting there very patiently for a long time. And please go ahead, Kolakbo.
Okay, I have a question for Graham. You said people should not vote tomorrow in your own opinion. That the senator and the members of House of Rep, they will do something if nobody votes. You are muted. Graham, you are muted. I want you to, I can't hear you. Graham, unmute yourself.
Oh, you're asking me a question, or you just say your own opinion? Maybe when you finish, then you can
Okay. You say
say
something.
anything.
So you said, in your opinion, nobody should vote tomorrow. Then the lawmaker will know what to do. What do you think they will do? Let's assume nobody turn up tomorrow. What will happen?
Just like
What will they do?
Okay, just like the way ASO went on strike for some time, and the educational system knew what to do. The same way, if we didn't vote, the lawmakers will know what to do. You know, we youth were too vulnerable because we accept anything. It doesn't work like that in the Western world.
They know what to
those of
do.
us
You've
who-
not said anything. What do you think they will do?
They will go back to the round table and understand that this country is unworkable. This constitution is unworkable. Do you understand? Because when you allow people, when you give people the privilege to do something, it's like you are giving them the power to manipulate you. So if we don't vote, nobody comes out. I am telling you, automatically Nigeria will change. Mark my word.
So in your word, that's a way to referendum.
That is it. That is it. Because when you come out to protest, no, I'm coming. Because I'm coming. When you come out to protest, they will send their cheap military to come and kill you. So for you, not for you to save yourself, sit at home. Don't come out. Let nobody come out to vote. Let them watch them. Let them do their vote themselves. The whole world
But
is
me
watching them.
and you know that is not realistic. Even
Okay,
if
what
we
was
decide
realistic?
not to vote, listen, if we decide not to vote, they call APC member, they call PDP member with votes. It means we are just giving it to them to do, like it's all about you. It's
Bro,
like we
I
are
want to
just
tell
like,
you something. No,
that's further
I've just
cheating
made
on
a point here.
ourselves.
No, I've just made a point here. I say, go and vote. At the end of the day, Tinubu will win or Atiku. Because I know Obi will not win. He will win in the ballot. But they will not announce him as a president. That I know.
Don't conclude too early.
Bro, the INEC, listen, Professor Jaga was my professor, and he told me some time ago, and he said that Nigeria will never be good. That was when I was still in my 100 levels, and I told the prof, it's a lie. He said, okay, let's watch and see. He was one of the INEC chairman some time ago during Jonathan campaign.
Yeah,
So
was the one.
let's tell our, yeah, he was our INEC chairman during Jonathan. That's the only time Nigeria did an equitable election and was free and fair. Every other one is manipulated, ranked. So
Anyway, that's your opinion.
Okay,
But
Kolakbo,
that's just
you
the
know you're
question I
using a
have.
lot of your time.
You can go. Yes, yes. I give it because I have a question for him. Somebody
No,
else
I
can.
will vote for, no, like I said before, I'm traveling today. I will vote for Obi, definitely. But I know in the end, he will not be announced as a president.
Can I ask you, what if P2B
Because
wins? What if P2B wins?
he will win. It's not.
What if he's
Obi is going
announced to
win.
be the winner?
He will not be announced. I can
But
guarantee you
what
that.
if he was announced to be the winner?
He's trying to
Have
take
you
a
even
bet.
considered that?
No, that's what I said.
Is your
He
head
will
going to
win, but he will not be
explode
announced.
when that happens?
No, my head.
What is
No,
your plan?
I want to see. No, I want to see that surprise. That is why I want to vote. So I wouldn't be the one that hindered him not to win. So I am going to vote. But I will tell you, but at the end of the day, I will still come back in this platform to remind you that I have voted. But he didn't, he won, but he was not announced. So that's
But
it.
what if he won though? Are you going to be happy?
Why not? But I know he will not be announced as the winner.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Kolabo, what do you have to summarize about his answers?
Graham, all you said that makes me that was so
Paul,
funny to
wait.
me is
Let
that
Collabo
you
talk.
said
Paul, wait. Let the Collabo
sorry,
talk.
okay.
To me, I think his mind is made up, but not made up at the same time. He said people are not supposed to vote, but he's going to vote. He will vote for Obi. He wants Obi to win, but he's very sure they won't announce him. So I don't know which question to even direct to him, but sincerely speaking.
No,
okay.
what I said, what I said, listen, like, you know, when you are looking at people and you don't want to be a kind of a hindrance to what they want to do, sometimes you just watch them and play along with them. You understand? So I've seen most Nigerians, because we don't really know how to change our country. And most of us have lived abroad for over many years, but we don't know how to change our country. We are well educated, but that education does not, you know, kind of transfer into our people's life. Because when you look at our people, they are too vulnerable. You just give them one naira or give them something, they've changed their mind.
Graham, the issue we are having is that you are not sounding like you say you don't want to vote and you will vote.
No, I said I will vote. I didn't say I don't want to vote. I said the only way we can make a change if every one of us have refused to vote, then definitely there will be a rapid change, an instant change.
Okay, thank you.
No,
let's leave it there. I think we don't want to. There are a lot of other people waiting to speak. Please. Okay. Drogba, leg league. I think it's. I don't know. Legend. Oh yeah, I didn't see the full. Yeah. Drogba legend. Are you there?
It looks like Drogba, really.
Yeah, you don't mind it. Yeah, you're muted.
Elizabeth, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I have a soft spot for
Okay.
Drogba as a Chelsea
So I joined the program when you guys were talking about the constitution and comparing Nigeria to the likes of UK and United Kingdom. What I would like to say is there is no point trying to downplay the importance of a constitution because a constitution acts like a blueprint on how a society or a country should run. So to add to that point, right? If you want to compare Nigeria to the likes of US, we need to address the issues with that constitution. From the beginning, you can see that the country is clearly not working and it's visible for everyone to see that the country is not working. So if we all sit here and just argue, going in circles, debating about something that is clearly not working, we are never going to arrive at a conclusive answer or a conclusive definition of what our problem really is. If we compare ourselves to US, we need to also understand the components or the type of people that makes up the US. So even if you bring the US Constitution to Nigeria, it's clearly not going to work. But understanding the blueprint and what makes a nation strong includes justice, equity, not tribalism or nepotism or favoring people from a certain region. So we as Black people, we need to create our own future. We can't change what happened in the past, but we have the power to change, to define how our future will be like. In the next 100 years from now, a lot of us will be dead. Our grandchildren, our great grandchildren, what kind of future do we want for them? So if we come to the table and start having hatred or tribal viewpoints, we are never going to get to the conclusive answer. To Graham's point of no election, right? It's 50-50. I think what he's trying to say is, even if Peter Obi wins, would the system announce Peter Obi as the winner? Because it's this same system that went to Lekki and said soldiers were not there at Lekki in the beginning of the query process. They also said they shot blank bullets. So we don't trust the system, and that's the problem. How do you convince Nigerians to trust the system? So I don't want to talk much, but I want us to understand that we all love Nigeria and we want Nigeria to work. If the country was working first, you won't have IPOB, you won't have people trying to break away. Same thing with the Yorubas, right? So if the country was working, how much is education? Why can't people have access to good roads, electricity? Why is the nation not moving forward? We say, oh, it's not the leaders, it's the people. That's not true. The leaders plays a role in moving any nation. If they don't play a role, then why are they there? So this table are filled with respected people from different professions. We all have to use our voice to pass the message. And when you're passing this message, don't downplay someone else's idea or say this person's idea doesn't make any sense to favor your own idea. We need to come to this table with the mindset of trying to solve a problem, because you don't know who is hearing our message. So your message can actually affect the mindset of people. So that's my 2 cents. And thanks for having me.
Well said. Well said.
Nobody got drummer off. Wow.
No, because he made very good points. You know, we can't argue with that.
Actually stayed quiet and listened to drummer the entire time.
Yeah, because he's making good points. There's nothing to query there. I'm not argumentative. I like people to get to the point, and he went to the points. Who is next? I think is it Okija?
Yeah. See, Alice Okija hasn't talked.
Lake.
I think we have to first of all. I think I have to stop talking to Nigerians who answer foreign names. If you
who are you insulting? Dominic and Andrew.
Paul.
Dominic and Andrew.
If you don't answer, you are. I don't know why.
I'm actually using my real name. By the way.
I came to this country and I realized no one is answering English name. My English, so I threw away my English name. I told them my name is. I told them my name is Ekene, so that's what they call me. To move my English name totally, you know. So and my siblings, they followed suit. They removed the English name because I've never seen Oyibo, as even our brother Cardinal Francis Arinze, upon all his height in the church, no white person named the child Arinze or whatever. So, but we named Peter and Val, and we don't know what they did. The people that Dominic was a slave master. Anyway, so that was what I was thinking when the one that said his name is Graham was talking. You know, he was talking, Peter, they will not announce him. It's not good for people to vote. And he's traveling. Why are you traveling to vote?
No, okay.
You know, you're traveling to, I mean, you are taking all these efforts to go, but why you are pushing people not, you know, it's good that they don't vote. And when you know that Peter will not be declared to win, and you are taking this effort to travel. I mean, it's something wrong with you. I mean, you know, you don't never imagine the problem. If this happens, God forbid, you know, something happened to you, you know, why on the way, you know, God forbid. And then, you know, but I just don't understand. You know, we have to be, what do we want?
Okay, I want to say something. Listen, there's something like, you know, like when you want to make a change, you have something to give. You understand? Now, I see people jumping, clamoring, even the pastors, men of God, and I was like, okay, why don't you give it a try? Because
if you are doing it, you know, come with a positive attitude, you know, to it. Don't add positive attitude, add faith. Add, you know, you are talking, add faith to it.
Like none other.
Yeah, you can't just, you're talking it down, but you are making effort. No, it doesn't work. Faith without work. No, have faith.
I'm not
putting
your
work. You're putting in your work.
What I'm trying to say, I'm not talking that. What I'm trying to say is that now, you see, what's the essence of voting if we know that it's unworkable? But anyhow, I will give it a try, because sometimes in life you have to just give a try.
No.
In the end, I'm coming. Wait. In the end, you can have something to prove. You can say that, listen, I did give it a try.
Graham, today is your first day. Today is your first day, right? Okija threw you a bait. You took it.
No. It's not a bait. It's not a bait.
It was. It was.
It's not a bait. No, he made a point. No. It's not a debate. I'm not here to argue, but he made a point. But I want. No. He made a point.
Martin Luther King didn't say, okay, well, let's try.
You don't need to
Maybe.
respond.
He worked hard. He put his all everything in him into it. So that's what you have to do.
Okay.
Even if it doesn't work, try again.
Akija, wait. I want to ask you a simple question.
Yeah.
Good. Are you for Mazin and the Kanu, or you're against him?
I'm never against people. People can do whatever they want to do. That's their problem. But I want it to allow me to do what I want to do.
Okay, that's first question. Are you against Simon Ekpa or for him?
I told you, if you are.
Sorry. Let's try to keep it brief because Lake has to speak.
Allow him.
You got 30 seconds to round up, please.
You are right. You are right. Stops where another person's right begins. So if you want to kill, maybe kill yourself, but don't kill another person. Kill yourself. That's okay. But once you start to threaten another people, that I have problem with you.
You haven't answered my question.
Yeah, so I'm not against them. They are free to live their lives but Drogba, another Nigerian, answering some foreign name. There's nothing wrong with Nigeria. What is wrong with Nigerians? The people that drive one way, the people that pay bribe, the people that you see something that is right, you don't do it. There is nothing wrong with Nigerian constitution. If every Nigerian, if every Nigerian does something good, does something good, even under the worst constitution, we will still live a good life. Someone was, I listened to this message by a pastor. He was talking about married people. He told them to, act. First Corinthians 13, love. He said if everybody should practice love, marriage should work, 100%. If it's all about, doing good to the other person, forgive, do all those things. If every Nigerian should pick up that, we do that, we love, we tolerate, Nigeria will work. So the problem is not with Nigeria or the constitution, the problem is Nigerians.
But that's mathematical.
And to be fair too, I actually think Nigerians actually love each other and care for each other more than we like to believe. The reason why we are going to what we are going. No, I think I have to go to Lake. I have to go to Lake. Sorry, you will come back to you. The reason why I think we're having problems is because things are tough for us. That's the reason why we have to remove that toughness, and you find that our people care more about each other than other people around the world. Lake, sorry about that. It's been a while. What do you think about what you've heard?
I'm home. I don't have any other thing doing.
So you got about 3 minutes to share whatever you want to share, ask questions, and everything. Before we start going to structured questions again, I just want people to share their ideas.
I think just like Okija said, and you forefather said about the constitution, he said the constitution is okay. Personally, I believe that we, even if the constitution might be okay, we need to have an input. When we don't have an input, and and you say this is our constitution, it is not ours because we didn't have an input. It's just like someone signing a contract on your behalf. You didn't read the contract. I'm not part of the contract, so I'm not liable. You can't say that I'm part of the contract because I didn't sign that contract. Probably I didn't read it. So that is just it. Not that the constitution is bad, but we were not involved in the constitution. That is my point. And when Graham was talking, I wanted, because I think he knew the people on ground, and he was very, very, very smart, to bring down his argument till when he got to the election and no election. I think for us as a country, as a state, after the 1999 election, we've survived this democracy for at least 24 years now, and it's a plus. No matter how we say it, it's something we should be proud of ourselves for us to do it, because if you check from 1960, we've not really our democracy doesn't really last for long. Before you know it, you see a military coup, then go back to democracy for like 4 years, then you see another military coup. So I think we are moving one step, two step to the right direction. And maybe whoever, if hopefully if P2B gets there, he might not get everything right, but we are moving towards the right direction, and probably the next election might be better. I remember when from the 1999 election, virtually we don't really have elections. People don't even believe in the elections. But today, after 24 years, you see people, believing in the elections. That means we are doing something right. Maybe we are not doing it fast enough, but we are driving to that direction. I have a friend that always tells me here in the US, he always tell me about, that we should sit at home and, don't go for election. I say, what do you mean about me sitting at home? Because it doesn't make sense. No matter how you try to speak, it doesn't really make sense. There is no way, if you sit at home today, you must have your representatives, you must have your senators, and you must have your governors. It wouldn't work. And we Igbos, you cannot tell everybody to toe your line. It's not possible. Everybody, we are independent. We'll do our things. So that is one thing with us. And what I hate about the no election people is you trying to enforce it with violence. I don't know if there's any no election people here, but if you are saying no election, you are trying to enforce it. If you say no election, yes, civil disobedience. If I buy your idea, I sit at home, but not you trying to enforce it and then send it to various social medias, and then when you see people being killed and everything, you jubilate about it. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Take 15 seconds to round up.
Yeah. I'm okay. I'm good.
All right then. I think it's Paul now. I think Paul has been. Oh,
No,
NDBC. Yeah, sorry about that, NDBC. Yeah, I think it's. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I've been listening. I'm at work. The day has been fast spent. Well, I think concerning the constitution, it is not perfect. There are so many things that can be done better. Some people who run the system don't want change. Some of us who are younger, the younger generation, who have seen how things are done in some other countries and want the kind of progress other countries have made to come to their fatherland to want that change. So I believe if a progressive-minded president comes in, truly progressive, not progressive like one of the political parties said they are, people who are truly progressive, who want things to change and want the future generation to see a better Nigeria, there are some things that have to be looked at. I don't know how they are going to do it, but I know at some point there will be need for a national dialogue to discuss and move the country forward. But for now, all we can do is to hope for the best. As it is currently, there are some things that are good but are not being allowed by some invested interests to truly operate the way it should be in the constitution. Okay, we haven't talking about the president. What about the governors? How they act as warlords in their states? Just this night, before as we are doing this, I logged into YouTube again and on my office computer. I saw one of the Kogi State senatorial candidate, Natasha Akpotu, complaining of how the governor sent tractors to her areas, about 2 or 3 entries into her area, to create a big dish so that people in that area cannot move out. That is his own way of trying to prevent her from moving around or prevent INEC officials from coming in. So she was shouting at the top of her voice, calling on the IG and the service chiefs to see what this governor is doing, and even the president to call him to order. So for somebody who is desperate to have gone to that level of doing that, just because you want to stop somebody, or you have your own plans probably to do whatever untoward did for whoever you're supporting, it's not good. And this is completely against the law. So there are some things that needs to be changed. Actually, there's so many things. And many have said before that the best way is to hold a national dialogue. But I believe this election offers us an opportunity. We have someone who is progressive like P2B and his running mate. Even if you look at his running mate, if you look at sometimes when he talks, you see that that man is a very serious person. Doesn't like how things are going in the country at all. So, but we just pray that the election goes well. That is that lives are not lost, that the military and the security forces, they allow peaceful election and go after only those who are troublemakers, who want to cause trouble, be it from whatever area they are coming from. But let the people come out fully in their millions. And if the number can be much, much higher than it was in the last election, people will smile, let it go well, and then let us move forward. We will still move forward like the Western world if we have good people who will insist on shaking up the institution and having institutions that really work. I was in the Federal Civil Service for 15 years before I came over to this place. I see the way some of the authorities over there abuse the law. Sometimes they push the rules. The rules are there, but they just circumvent it or apply it based on who they want to favor or whatever. They might come to you, they'll say, oh, please, you must follow the rule. When it is somebody they cannot deal with or somebody who has connection somewhere, they will just look the other way. And we cannot move forward like that. There must be equity, justice, and fairness. I pray that hopefully with Obi, if God says he will be president,
okay, please round up. You've taken more than your time. So just
there
round
will
up.
be hope. Okay, I'm done for now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think something just occurred to me. Let me just say this quickly. While he was talking about people not following the rules, I think the more better analogy for our constitution, because people always talk about it as being a foundation. I think the trick is we have a foundation. It's just that the people in the building are crazy. They are wrecking the whole thing. That is what is happening, and that's what he just described. He basically talked about people knowing the rules and breaking it. And what we know about Nigerians, we know the rules, we break it. This is why we talk about constitution, this in corruption and tribalism and all the. We all know the rules, but we break it. Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Okay, I want to say something.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Dominic.
This is where I go back to a point that forefathers made, and I think the point is valid as well. This is there is no way you can mention constitution or you. Let me just call it law for this country, because for places like India that doesn't have constitution, they still have law, right? The only difference is where you have to codify it and make it into a full article, and then you have amendments and everything. But the point I'm trying to make is this: you have to talk about the people who the rule is supposed to guide, right? If people don't agree to follow the rules and you don't have a sea change or cultural change, then the rule is useless. For example, there's something called Miranda rights. Every criminal knows that if he or she commits a crime and the police officer does not read, you have a right to remain silent. Anything that you say or do can be used against you in the court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you don't have an attorney, one will be appointed to you by the state. If they don't say that thing and they go to court, it sounds very stupid and simple. But if they go to court and the prisoner makes the argument that my Miranda rights were never offered to me, I was interrogated in the police station without me being told that I have a right to remain silent and not answer the police officer. I have a right for, if I don't have a lawyer, for the police officer to appoint a public defender on my behalf to defend me. All those things causes a technicality that person can be set free, even though the person was caught committing crime. But guess what? There's a cultural change. Everybody understands it in the US. Even a small child understands it. It's part of the culture, right? So every law has to have that cultural buy-in. There's what is called, for those of you that study philosophy, something called the social contract. In a social contract, there has to be some level of understanding where the society actually understands and believes in their laws. And if people have a buy-in, they get to obey it. But if you have a society where people feel like, oh, first of all, I don't even know what the law is. America is one place I know, and many Western societies where people are actually very functional, very educated, not educated in the school sense, but even someone who didn't go to school actually knows what some of what the rules are. Pick one Nigerian and ask him, does he even know what the constitution says? Does they even know what the law is? There's a level of lack of education. So not only is there a lack of a civic education on what the laws are, there is no sort of representation whereby people actually understand there's even laws in the country that are meant to be obeyed. And so people will just, like, I mean, think of it this way. You arrive at an airport, an immigration officer, the first thing they will ask you is, oh, God, give us something. Right there, they've broken the law. But do they even know they're breaking the law? No. Because if you go in the market, somebody will say, madam, give us something now. It's part of the culture. So the only way you can make a society that actually obeys the law is you have to consider the intricacies and the uniqueness of each society. So the laws of the kind of law you create in Nigeria are not the kind of law you create in America. You have to take those things into perspective. And so
I think that is taken into account. However, the fundamental point that is often being raised, that the Nigerian's foundation is faulty, is based on the fact that the people, is not the foundation that is faulty. Is that the structure is already there. The Nigerian naira, the flag, and everything is already there. We actually dominate certain aspects of media and music in the world sometimes, but yet we say that the foundation is faulty. The foundation is not faulty. It's because the people within the country are choosing to break it, even when they know the rules. Like the person that I said they should not take bribe, that is taking bribe. He knows, even if it's not a cultural thing, it's just something that has become cultural because of our lack of. See, they are made. People like to argue about various reasons for corruption. I believe that the reason for corruption is because our hard work, we are not reaping it, and we are living in poverty by and large. Hence, why you see a system that is decaying. When you start having people get rewarded by their hard work and they are living a standard way of life, a better way of life, they don't need to be corrupt to earn a living. Corruption will start coming down. In other words, the system will be self-healing.
Like the police officer who's collecting 50, 100 naira. If you pay the police officer, you stop having these nonsense barracks that are not even maintained and have them actually pay themselves so they can actually have their individual houses. Then the police officer doesn't see the need to be staying on the street. You know what I mean? So you have to have incentives that encourage people to actually want to do what is right. But guess what? There are two ways.
But you need resources to have that.
But you have to attack it from two ways. While you are encouraging people to do what is right, you also have to put a system in case you have those people whereby no matter how much things you do for them to encourage them, you pay them the right salary, they always want to be corrupt. That is where the rules are important. So not only do you have rigid rules of people who are stubborn, you also have cultural buy-in, incentives to encourage people. So the police officer that wants to do what is right, you pay them the right time, you pay them the salary. The ones that you're paying the salary, they don't want to do what is right. You have rigid rules for them. Not everybody
in Nigeria right now, you can argue that there is a sense of, you see, people don't notice what is going on in Nigeria. There is movement in Nigeria. You see police officers being stripped of their ranks when they misbehave, and you see EFCC, look at the way they are arresting people all over the place. Yes, it doesn't affect some elites in the country as much. So does it not affect a lot of elites in the West, most of the way they enforce their rules? So there is movement. I think the way it happens is a sliding scale, whereby if you have one person commit a crime and they hold that person accountable, before you know it, his stuff starts healing itself slowly. Because if you pay somebody and you find that he wants to be corrupt, some other person that is paid properly is more likely to enforce the rule against that person that is misbehaving. And there you go. Before you know it, the system starts healing itself. The problem is that we are hemorrhaging so much. Our country is basically destabilized constantly. This is not something that is new. Even Buhari confessed to it recently. For somebody that has been in office for 8 years and packed in a foreign country getting treatment, for him, the last days of his government saying, no, some people want to destroy Nigeria. And he didn't say just some people in Nigeria, foreigners want to destroy Nigeria. So why is he saying all those things? Because he now he understands that there are bigger things going on here that is stressing the nation out. We are a stressed people. And I actually think what we are seeing in Nigeria is what you should expect to an extent. I don't know why people are surprised. How can you walk and walk and walk? Nothing seems to be working. All the oil we are selling is not getting us rich. You send your children to school, it doesn't amount to anything. The reasons why your governments keep getting overthrown or get corrupt or all kinds of nonsense keeps happening. We can't even get 24-hour power supply.
You are going too far. Let me give a simple example.
Please, I have a question for
A
Mr.
country
Lake, because I have a flight to catch.
that has oil, but ships its oil outside to be refined. How does that even make sense?
Please, I have a question for Mr. Lake, because I have a flight to catch. Please, I have a question for Mr. Lake, because he said something, and I want to ask him a question before I leave. Mr. Lake, in your opinion, you said that we are like independent people, as the Igbos, you said, and we are Republicans, and we do whatever we like. And I want to refer you to something. Do you know the history about the Chinese War, how it was built? Yes, Mr. Lake, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I don't know the history of the Chinese War. You can tell me what the history is.
Good. Now, the emperor that championed that Chinese War was Shi Huangdi. And during that time, Shi Huangdi forced the Chinese people to build the Chinese War. Though they didn't like him, they didn't want it, but he knew that this war would protect them from the enemies. And he built the war. Now, I want to say something. The Igbos are the problem to themselves, to ourselves, I would say. During the time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was championing this Biafra thing, the whole Eastern region, they all came out, supported him, followed him, and he lost his parents in the process. Now he's being held in Donjo, in Nigeria prison, in DSS. What are we doing about it? Those people that encouraged him, because we are talking about being a Republican, be an independent person. You don't encourage people to go, you don't encourage someone to go and do something, and when he needs you most, you will disappoint him. So now that's something I want to say here, because you are saying that, oh, if you don't want to vote, don't stop others to vote. I am not stopping others to vote, but I'm telling you that our people, most especially the Igbos, we are the problem to ourselves. Because you know why? We don't support each other. If it's not coming from us, then it's not genuine. Now, Simon Ekpa issued an order that people should sit at home, following Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the same footstep. What do? We counter him, we fight him. I'll give you one reason why I want to go and vote. Not because that I want to really vote, but because I spoke to someone a few days ago, and he told me that your vote may be the one to help Itobi to win. Let's give him a chance. Now, and for someone who is fighting for freedom, they have different mentality and mindset. I am not fighting for freedom. I have never tried it. And when Shi Huangdi, when I read the history about Shi Huangdi, the king emperor of China, when he wanted to defend China, he created a law for himself that everyone obeyed. Millions of people died in building Chinese war, but in the end, the war protected them.
Yeah, but hold on. That is a very interesting point. Stop. But you see, this is the thing.
Contradicted himself, which is, I need to point this out. You have contradicted yourself. You can't say that the Igbos are independent thinkers and Republican in their mindset. Each person having a ability to reason for themselves and decide whether or not they choose to follow something. And then you say, oh, Igbos don't come out and support themselves. You support something that you believe in. They're having the right to support Nnamdi Kanu or not, or support anybody or not. Is what is called Igbo republicanism, an independent thinker. So you're contradicting yourself. Not everybody buys.
Hold on. There's another layer of contradiction there. There's another layer. Hold on. There's another layer of contradiction there. Hold on. There's another layer of contradiction that I need to add.
That's why I want to point that out.
Let me add another layer. I think Dominic just added one. Let me add another layer of contradiction that you just said.
Go on.
The Igbo people are independent-minded, Republican kind of people, and then he used a dictatorship that result from what I gather, 400,000 people died on that wall, and it involved a lot of cruelty, execution, and all the rest. Do you think Nigerians, the way we are right now, the way we behave, we can countenance any level of cruelty nearing that? Abacha wasn't even close to that.
I want to ask you a question, Forefather. Do you know how many millions of Biafrans have died in trying to make Nigeria better?
That was during the war, not any other time.
I ask you, no. And we are still dying up to tomorrow.
That is a wrong question.
And now,
that is a wrong question.
When we
everybody is dying in Nigeria.
No.
I totally is confusing. Who is a Biafran? People keep saying Biafran. Is Biafran an Igbo, or is Biafran the historical people who we are including the other tribes there? People keep saying Biafran. What does Biafran mean?
Listen to me. Just like you have the Dudu-Was, you have the Arewas.
Graham, please don't make this thing about Biafra, whatever. You came from Nigeria, you go to Biafra, you come back to Nigeria. Where do you really stand? Don't make this thing about Nigeria, about Biafra.
Wait.
It's like you have something in mind.
Listen to me, Ndubisi. I'm this kind of person.
And you say you're traveling to go and vote. How many hours to vote now? What are you going to? Are you in Nigeria? You are in Nigeria.
I'm not very far from Nigeria. Sorry.
Ndubisi is traveling to Finland to go and vote for Simon Ekpa.
I don't listen. I don't.
Graham, can I come in? Because you mentioned my name in it. Let me just say something before I lose my chain of thought. I know why I, called. When I was speaking the last time, because when we were talking, you were dabbling the issues, and I just wanted to know your position. But you said something. You said Simon Ekpa issued an order. I don't know if you understand those words. He issued an order for us to sit at home. I mean, he spells everything out. Who is it to issue an order?
Okay, I'm coming.
Let me tell you something. Hold on. When Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was incarcerated, a lot of Igbos went to Asoro to beg Buhari. He denied them. Ohanes and Igbo went there. Some people cried. Our former governor of Anambra State, he was crying. An old man. They were there begging him. He didn't want to release him. So what else? Let me tell you something. I don't support. Hold on, please. Don't be offended, please. Hold on, please.
Okay.
I don't really support Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's way of things. Some things he says here, I might take it, but not wholesome. I'm not going to buy that whole package. There are some things I might say, oh yeah, this one is okay, that one is not okay. But when he was caught, honestly, I was in Abuja then, because I have a small this thing I was putting up then. So my friends there, because I school in the north, I school in the University of Maiduguri. If you notice so most of my friends are outsiders. So the moment he was caught, they were happy. But I felt like, in a fact, I don't really support him, but deep inside me, I wasn't really happy. You understand? So if you said unwillingly, on my own will, I know that, okay, I have this sentiment with him, but he cannot come out to order me to sit at home. Or he says Simon Ekpa is ordering somebody to sit at home. That is wrong.
Okay. No. Listen, bro.
Okay. Sorry. Hold on. I think we can't keep going for. There are other people on the panel. Paul, do you have anything to say, or you want to allow him to say something?
I do have a lot.
Please, I hope we meet again. I have to leave now. Thank you so much, guys.
Safe journey. Stay safe.
Yeah, safe journey. Safe journey.
Let your
Yeah, vote for
So-
Peter Obi. Vote for Peter Obi.
Of course.
This is not
I
a
do have something to
Bro,
say.
make you take a move.
this is not a
If
channel.
we are
He wants to vote for Peter Obi, but he cannot countenance Peter Obi winning. Like it's like, like
I will be here to give you people the letters and the feedback when I come back. Thank you so much and God bless you.
No, bro, take pictures and send to us.
Okay, go catch your flight. Look at your flight. So you want we need that vote. Look at your flights. Look at your flights.
Send pictures to Rudolph. You know, he have his email. Rudolph Okonkwo at
Safe journey. Safe journey. God bless you. Safe journey.
Send pictures.
Definitely. Thank you.
You know the funny part of
Safe
it when
journey.
he said this thing. When he said this thing that he's saying is kind of funny. You say Simon Ekpa issue and order. But funny enough, the same him is going against the other. You want to go vote. You understand? That's one side. Another aspect of it, when you said this thing, see, some people keyed into the so-called Biafran that he's talking about. Let the law, whichever way, work for those individuals, for those organizations. But that organization is not representing the Igbo people. You understand? Does not, because nobody votes Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa may work under Mazi Nnamdi
Less
Kalu.
than 1% of the Igbo people. Less than 1%.
Exactly. So this is the thing. So when you talk all these things and everything, it's just funny. The Igbo people does not work like that.
Yes, Paul, let me even remind all of us about what we learned about the man earlier today. That he's a councillor where he resides in Finland. So he accepts the local election here. Yeah, I was shocked. So he enjoys the local election. He contested enough and he's a councillor. He follows the rules here. Then he's sitting somewhere where they're issuing orders to people to stay at home when he's not even an elected person.
Did he just say that? Who was the councillor?
No, they say he's an elected councillor in a local area.
Yeah, they
in
say
Finland.
it's a councilman in Finland.
Ekpa?
It's a councilman in Finland.
Oh my God.
Then somebody said something. Go check his LinkedIn.
You are not here then. You didn't come outside. You are not here then.
Yeah, so somebody said something. If you go to his LinkedIn, you understand where he give his profile and everything. He did not put anything that is related to Biafran, the struggle of Biafran. You understand? His LinkedIn show him as a professional. You understand? Who speaks very well, talk about him and everything. He didn't put anything there. That is one aspect. So when I see people talk all these things, I'm telling you, I myself, sometimes when I see the thing that goes on from where I come from, I'm from the Niger Delta, from Oi community and everything, struggling here. My brother, do you know how pain I am? Since I've been working, struggling all my life in America, I've never seen somebody from Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, you understand, Malta, this oil country, come here to come and do this struggle job that we are happy that I'm making $32 per hour. If they make me do overtime, then I'll be very, very happy. You understand that I'm making $48 per hour. These are the things. You don't see people like that. You don't see them come here, struggle, use any type of way to get akuko, like as my Igbo people will call them, just to survive. Yeah. They come here, you see some of these guys from Saudi Arabia, they will ship their Ferrari, come here for 2 weeks, and still ship their Ferrari back. Maybe the Ferrari is not even going back to Saudi Arabia. It's going to UK for their next tour where they want to go play. My brother will struggle. What joined me and these people together? Is it not that same oil? But guess what? Their country is working. Ours is not working. And it's not about this tribe, this region, and everything. Look, the biggest problem, like I said, in Nigeria today, we have a leadership and a follower. It makes it all worse. Some countries, they have leadership problem, but they don't have followership problem. You understand? That's why indirectly you still see the country is working. Yeah, you might use another type of word to say, oh, dictatorship and the likes. But the country is still working. Like Rwanda indirectly, oh, Kagame might be dictator, but the people are different from us. But we in our own, the poverty and everything has hit us so deep that we compromise everything. Then another aspect of it, talking.
Can I ask you though?
Go ahead.
Do you think that it's because our leadership, they are not ruthless enough to do the right thing by the people?
I don't want to think so, because first of all, the leadership first, before you talk about root or whatever that they are, you need them to be very, very brutal and everything. That didn't work. They themselves, What did they put on ground that you will say, oh, they did well, they make things work and everything? Individually all the time, when we say certain persons work, maybe that person did well in my own road that go to my own town or my village or my state. You understand? This is what we say. We always say all the time. You
Yeah,
understand? And it doesn't.
why is it that other countries, their leaders can be very brutal? The countries we like to praise, many of the countries we are in, including this one I'm in, they can be extremely cruel to their people to achieve an end.
But for father, I always tell you these things all the time. For example, now we have African Union. You understand? I think we have one office in Nigeria. We have another office where I can't remember these offices and everything. Joe Biden want to talk to 51 presidents, sanction 3 in Africa. Why didn't they ask Joe Biden to come and meet them in their union, their office? All of them moved to America to come and see Joe Biden. But what am I saying with the West? When these guys cut deals and everything, they cut deals. That individual that negotiate this thing does not negotiation that we feel his pocket, negotiation that will favor his state, his city, or his country. But me, as an Igbo man, as a Yoruba man, as an Orobo man, if I cut this on behalf of my people, my pocket don't full. Its interest does not go back to where I come from. You understand? So these are the aspects that I'm telling you that.
Yeah, but is it not because we as a people see we've had good leaders sometimes in Africa, but you find that compare them to like people like Stalin, Chairman Mao, Napoleon Bonaparte, Oliver Cromwell, all these crazies that when they got into office and they feel like things are not where they are supposed to be, they completely clean house. They clean house and they don't care what they have to do to clean house.
I think so. It's shallow and gullibility. For example, somebody like Kwame Nkrumah. You understand?
But which other country can you say has risen that didn't have those sort of brutal leaders? Which other people, let's put the people that's risen that didn't have such brutal leaders? If I would like to hear it.
Tell me all the brutal leaders that they have in places like South Korea.
South Korea.
Wait.
They have it in North Korea.
I said South Korea. I said South Korea. I didn't say North Korea.
Because
South Korea.
in North Korea wanted to do those. America defeated them, and America is a leader in South Korea, basically.
The question I'm asking, South Korea as a country.
South Korea is a contraption.
Because South Korea
because America has defeated. I said America is South Korea.
Do you see what happened yesterday?
Hold on. Let me show you. Let me explain the cruelty that America meted out there. America destroyed 85% of structures in North Korea to achieve what they have in South Korea. There, 85% of structures, like in Nigeria now,
I'm asking
85% of all Lagos,
my brother, which means South Korea cut good deals for America to protect them. That is the question you must understand.
Cruelty,
you understand? South Korea,
heavy level of
good
cruelty
deals.
to achieve that.
Yesterday, as I'm telling you yesterday.
This is what we do. You are running away from the truth. You are missing a great level of cruelty that resulted in that. That is my point.
In what way? Educate me.
I just told you that America bombed North Korea with more weapons than they used in the Second World War put together. That's the weapon they used to bomb North Korea. They destroyed the entire nation. Why do you think North Korea hate America so much now?
The question I'm asking you now, you are the one that is deviating. So if America want to fight another nation called North Korea and South Korea negotiate good deals with America and South Korea as a country, they are doing very well for themselves. Is that not what we are looking for? If our country is so good, we will be crying of all these things. I'm asking you.
All right, Dominic.
I am asking you. Answer this question.
Your candidate will win tomorrow. He will come out smelling of roses, and everybody will be happy. Everybody will win. Tinubu will win. Chorowere will win. P2B will win, and they will all govern together. We all be in peace. That's not going to happen.
But the one thing I will say is, I will encourage people to go vote. But if you feel that it's not safe for you, always put your life.
Please don't.
It's saying this, but if you go out to vote and you see that it's dangerous, please find safety. That's all I'm going to say. If you're in places that historically are meant to where why am I getting feedback?
Like they say in Worry, ask Google.
Yeah, if you're in places, can everybody mute? I'm hearing myself twice. Yeah, if you are in places that historically, including the last election and the election before that, where certain groups have been known to be attacked and votes burnt, just have some level of awareness. That's my thing. I feel sad that I know there's going to be some level of violence and people may die. It always happens every election. So my thing is, go out, vote, support Nigeria, support your country, but please be wise and stay safe. At the end of the day, vote your conscience. If somebody offers you money, I'm of the camp of accept the money is your money and say go and vote your conscience. So that's where I stand.
I just want to answer forefathers this question. He said, which country didn't use some kind of crazy warlord? America never really had one. Canada never really had one. I think I can come up with another.
You mean the Civil War wasn't cruel?
No, they never had a. You mentioned certain people. The commonality between them is they were figureheads that caused some kind of violence.
They had to do terrible things to get where they got to.
Yeah, so the Oliver Cromwells of this world, but
including the enslavement of the Africans in America, the brutality that was involved. They were feeding children to alligators.
No. You don't get to change the goalpost, my friend.
Forefather, sometimes
I didn't change any
goalpost.
I said Civil War. Are you going to defend yourself from the Civil War?
Wait now.
Forefather, when I say certain things, you just try to turn. I tell you again, I tell you South Korea. What about Saudi Arabia? Give me another excuse again.
Saudi Arabia, what does Saudi Arabia achieve? Saudi Arabia is not a great country.
It's a great country.
You are using protectorates of America. Those are protectorates of America.
I don't understand what you are talking about. As a country,
Iran,
as a nation.
North Korea, China, India, those are the kind of countries that are talking about. Russia.
Father, you and this your Boy Scout and Manowar mentality.
Don't you guys look at
those things reflect to external.
Look at forefathers where he looks like cousin of Jerry Rollins of Ghana. Look at him well.
Seriously,
look at him well.
That's true.
Seriously,
that's true.
No, it's true.
Does he have a cousin? I don't know whether he has a cousin.
No,
that's true.
It's
so that's why he talks about this dictatorship.
I don't know. Saudi Arabia as a country, they are doing very well.
I think
they are all the countries you are mentioning are protectorates of America.
Forefather, assume you are
Forefather.
You can't just be.
Yeah, he is.
You don't want to be a dictator here as well.
No,
exactly.
And you keep on muting me. I'm not.
I'm the one.
And you're just being a dictator.
Your TV, you need to turn off your TV. We're getting a lot of reverb from you.
My TV is not on. Nothing.
You have a device that is circulating it. You just watch now. Paul, let all of us mute, and then let all of us mute. And then Paul just talk or somebody else talk. Then you will see the echo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm talking now. So, forefather, when you come up with all this excuse, Saudi Arabia use America to protect themselves. You understand? And everything. This is the deals that I'm talking about. They don't need to grow themselves like as Pakistan did after they left India. They don't need to grow themselves like as India did because of what UK did to them and the way they see all this UK are going. Everybody have their own strategy. And America, in their own self, they come out with their own concept and they are spending their money there. They say, we want to be world police. This is how we want to do. America now is growing. Taiwan. Due to Taiwan, America just increased, send additional 500 more men again to go protect Thailand because they feel China may likely do anything. This is their own strategy. But what I'm talking about,
if I were you, I would have used India.
So when you are using the word protectorate, you understand they are a sovereign state, they are a sovereign country. They are a sovereign country, but they know how to cut this. Your Nigeria that you are talking about, America stopped selling weapons for us. Boko Haram, almost take 25% of the country. You understand? This is how it is. So
We
we
cannot
don't.
be a protectorate because it's like an elephant expecting a sheep to be his mother. It's not going
In
to
what way?
happen. We
In
cannot,
what way?
because we belong to a class of nations that has to be a power. We are in one of the largest continents on earth. We
My
have to be a
brother,
power.
my
You cannot be a
brother, when you
protectorate.
talk
When you say those things,
all these things, this same Saudi Arabia that we are telling you, even make Biden lost Congress. Saudi Arabia catching, you understand, they increase the price of crude oil, you understand, in the name of they start recalling, they start ordering. What happened? Demand go up, price
seriously,
started going up.
every
But listen,
American government
but
loses
but
Congress. Come
but
on, you're being funny about that one now.
yes, because your policy
Yeah, but
does
Saudi
not favor
Arabia
the people.
wasn't
Then the people
involved in
will
the last
punish you
time
for
the
it.
American president lost Congress.
But listen, that same Saudi Arabia that you are talking about, America is protecting them. That does not make them that they are shallow, they are gullible, they are OES member. You understand? They have a deal that is signed and they are working on it. Just like that's Saudi Arabia that you're talking about. America can misbehave, do their prostitutes, go their club, but guess what? In Saudi Arabia, is still in what they call the American quarter. The
Of course, I
Nigerian
know
one,
that. See, I
of
work with
course.
Saudi Arabia.
So what I'm telling you, is that Saudi Arabia, in their own business that they are doing with America, they have right to do things the way they want to do things. That's exactly what I'm telling you. So when you are telling me that, oh, Saudi Arabia do this because of America, you are sounding it like America is controlling them. No, America is making money from that aspect. They sell weapons for you, and another way around, they protect
Hold
you.
on.
That's how
Sorry.
it
I
works.
think okay, let me just explain something. I think the relationship Saudi Arabia has with America is based on power, control, not necessarily managing their religious practices. They behead people in Saudi Arabia. They have all kinds of tough laws in Saudi Arabia to ensure people toe the line. That said,
So did
it
that make
helps.
them a sovereign country?
Hold on now. No, it doesn't make them a sovereign country. See, that's the thing. They cannot decide to do whatever they like. If they just do that, there's gonna be consequences for them. Oh yeah, in their country they can do as they please in their country, but in terms of affecting things around other parts of the world, it's going to be very difficult. This is why they need help with Iran. So, but what I mean by being able to this thing, what was I describing again? Being able to, what was that again? In terms of cruelty, I mean, the country you should have used personally, I would have thought you would use was India. Because India didn't necessarily, you can say, okay, yeah, their people were poor and all that. They didn't have any draconian leader that has come and say, you know what, you have to toe this line, you have to do this. That said, there was a point where the US and the UK, they wanted to attack India. It was the Russians that had the grit to do the hard thing that came to save them. Russians came literally, physically to block the Americans and the British from attacking them. It tells you that in the end, the people that control the world, that's why these people have so much power. The people that control the world are the ones that are willing to do the hard thing. They did the hard thing and they got
So what we are talking about, why do you always believe that for a country to be great is only about one thing, military? First thing, what make a country great? It is their economic power.
It's a very, very straight answer.
It is their economic power.
Let me give you the answer to that. People think there is anything like capitalism, socialism, democracy, dictatorship, autocracy. The truth is, none of those truly matter if you look at history. I think there's an echo. I don't know whether we should mute somebody. The truth is, what truly matters is power. The real ideology in the world is powerism. There is nothing like democracy. If you look at, there's no consistency in the way they approach. The same America is a friend to a country that is beheading people. The same America is a friend to a communist regime, vice versa. All that matters, even going back in history, all that matters is about power. And we are not involved in that game because we keep chasing all these rabbits that they give us, this religion here. No, it doesn't matter. That is why I told you it's a very simple answer for me. And if you look at it from that point of view, a lot of things will start revealing itself, unwinding itself. You start understanding the world for what it truly means. And you start, that's why the way I define my position in the world is based on power. That's what our forefathers lost. We were not technologically advanced because we didn't gain power. We didn't learn how to make their guns. We didn't even know how to learn how to make their ships to gain power. We just traded with them, took their religion, and thought that they were just nice people. In the end, that doesn't work.
Father, do you know one criticism that Trump was criticizing that makes the young military like Trump so much when Trump was in power? Trump complained about the money that only America is spending on NATO. I strongly believe that a country like South Africa would have joined NATO by now. You understand?
You will never let South Africa join NATO. Why would they let South Africa join NATO?
No. They don't have the wherewithal. Their contribution, they don't have the wherewithal to contribute.
Then why did they not let Russia?
Why are they doing Russia? Why are they doing Russia?
Power again.
I am asking you, why are they doing NATO at the first place before? Is it not to conquer countries like Russia?
Then you don't need
before
NATO
China
again.
started springing up.
But
the thing that we're talking about, what makes a country great? Like I tell you, what makes a country great first, my brother, it is their economic strength. When you hear Japa, where would the Japa go? A country where their economy they okay.
Their military,
you understand? And sometimes when we talk this thing about migration, remember it's not about Nigeria. Even though the proliferation of people running to UK that you are today, I don't think Nigeria is the highest. We know the numbers of people that are coming from India, Pakistan, China.
If you name top 3 countries Nigerians go to, they all have powerful militaries.
But it is their economic power. We are not going there.
Is it because of their military that they have powerful economies? When they came to Africa, they may not have had a powerful economy, but they had a strong military and they used it against us. See, it depends on which one comes first. I think it's a sliding scale. It's not an absolute. You can't build a military on zero economy. But are you going to argue that a $500 billion economy is not capable of building a strong military?
My guy, no, Singapore as a country today, they are doing very fine for themselves. Japan as a country today, they are doing very fine for themselves.
Singapore,
South Korea, they are doing very fine.
It's a very strong country compared to Nigeria, militarily.
Of course, but what makes them strong? It is their economy first. If your economy is not so strong, you can't even invest heavily on your military.
That made them strong. It's a military that gave them economic strength. Go back in their history, you see it. Go back in their history. Their leader, they were calling him a dictator. Why do you think they were calling that leader a dictator? Because he was busy building their security, their military and security infrastructure.
No. That's why I don't want to use Singapore, because I know you want to argue in this line. Lee Kuan Yew said when he was doing everything, because he's changing culture. You understand? For you to take people from that level, my brother, I send money to my siblings. You do that, we send money to friends. Sometimes when you see the ideology and everything, you know what they talk behind you, and you too know what you talk behind them. You understand? Because our ideology, our IQ is completely different. We see things very, very different. I have siblings, I have friends who want to advise me how I will raise my kids in America. Oh, don't do this, or don't do this, or don't let your child do this, don't let your child do that. Because I know say we don't have culture, they have culture. And I ask them, tell me anything we wanna do, we wanna invent, where we will come Nigeria come by.
Okay, can I read this to you?
The people that are not well trained.
Hold on, let me read this to you about Singapore.
Things like that.
Let me read this to you about Singapore. It says Singapore's security doctrine is based on the principle of total defense. I said security doctrine, not defense or military. Security doctrine. They say total defense, which was first introduced in 1984. If I'm not mistaken, was that not during the period when Nigeria was busy loaning Asian countries money? Nigeria wasn't doing that. They were not doing total defense then. Then they said the concept of total defense is based on the idea that every citizen, organization, and institution has a role to play in protecting Singapore's security and sovereignty. These things, he said, the 5 pillars of total defense are military, civil, economy, social, and psychological defense.
Okay. You also read Nigeria. You also read Nigeria and see that same thing and see what you get there.
Let me check.
Good night.
Good night.
We'll talk tomorrow again. God bless us.
Yeah.
You also read about Nigeria and see the same thing that you talk. Is this what you are talking is just mission statement, my brother. When they do your CV, like as we will call it, when you are doing your resume, We will tint it and every other thing. You understand? This is your mission statement. You understand and every other thing. But what we are talking, Singapore was doing very, very bad. You understand? As at 65,
Okay, let me
as
read.
at
Hold
70,
on now.
as
Let
at
me read
75.
Nigeria's security doctrine. It says Nigeria's security doctrine is focused on maintaining internal security, protecting its borders, and combating terrorism and other threats to national security. The country faces a range of security challenges, including ethnic, religious conflict, potential instability, and long-standing insurgency in northeast regions. You see the problem of our people. What they said, if you compare that to the Singapore one, it tells you the difference in the way we look at our nation and our people generally. It's so clear, and this is what I've been arguing, and I'm telling you that every nation you see around the world, this is how they treat their people. They are very focused on their defense first. If you look at everything they said, even the 5 pillars, first thing, defense. You have to be able to prevent other people from influencing your way your people think and the way you what is good for you. Because if they can influence it, then you don't have anything. You really don't have anything. You are working for them.
So forefather, how many countries have invaded Nigeria that is making Nigeria, because of they didn't inject a lot that makes so many countries invade
United
Nigeria?
Kingdom. What example do you need? They enslaved us, they colonized us.
No.
And our
After
people are traveling
independence
overseas.
now, after independence, that's how we have our mission statement.
Independence,
After
did you
independence.
defeat them? Did you defeat them? Did you end the victory?
I said
they
after
walked away and left.
independence.
They walked away and gave you key that you should be running the farm while they go away and monitor you remotely. You didn't beat them.
Forefather, the Britain did not leave. You understand this history? Only you want to pretend. We all know the fault. We all know the fault that
they left the farm.
We all
and
know
went
the
to the
fault that
mansion
America who fought for it and everything.
Please let me go to bed.
You can go to bed, yeah. they left the farm. You see, when they start talking about their defense, they all want to go to bed because they don't care about their own defense. But if you talk about tribalism right now, if you're talking about tribalism, you will be surprised how active they are. Like, it's weird. It's really weird.
Forefather, you easily you can insult me like the way you told me the last time that Paul, you are very, very crazy. But
Did I tell you are crazy?
You said so.
Yeah,
you said
online.
So.
Was it online?
Oh yeah, it takes other people to tell you to apologize. You even apologize. But
I
know
did
the beauty
apologize,
of it.
didn't I?
Yeah, you did. But you know the beauty of it. I didn't even take it to be anything. But guess what? If it were to be my mother you insult, I would take exception to it immediately. That is how some of these people will still like these Biafran issues, these the way some of people will see this Hausa issue when you talk about, the way the so-called people from the east will talk about the Fulani, you see people from the north will take exception to it. Then the way you will talk about the Biafran, the eastern people too will want to quick to take exception. They don't want to accept that, yes, some things can be right, some things can be wrong. You understand? I come on this platform all the time and criticize where I come from. You understand? That does not mean I don't like my people. That does not mean I don't mean well. But certain things that they do it very, very wrong. I can tell you this guy today, Tompolo, that you know today, how powerful Tompolo is. Where Tompolo come from? Tompolo come from Warri South local government. Where he come from, his village, they call them Ogbijo. They don't have roads to their village. So they pass through my place to go to their village. As I'm telling you now, if anybody die in that place, these people, they are very rich because of the oil and everything. If anybody die, if they are bringing that corpse, if they don't take that corpse, pass through water, if they want to pass through road or pass through my place, it's 50,000 naira. And I ask my people, is this fair? Like everybody that died in Ogbijo is rich person. So poor person died now, they are struggling to bury that person. They are trying to cut costs to buy a 15,000 naira casket, then they'll pay 50,000 to pass there. You understand? So they come over type of excuse. When the people pass, they say they put leave and everything. Is that not how, before you know, the Ogbijo people started springing, started getting stronger? Luckily for them, now the deputy governor in Delta State, right now as I'm talking, is an Ijaw person. They become stronger every other day. You started seeing this fight and everything. And when they come so heavily, guess what? That's when you will not see the military guys. You will not see anything. Lives will go. I tell my people, you people are wrong on that aspect. they also have their own things that they are doing wrong. But until we learn to take blame where we fail, you understand? We can't just believe that because it's my people that everything that they do is perfect. I don't think so. You tell somebody to sit at home, while you tell these people to sit at home, and the person that asks them that, for example, Opus or Dema ask everybody, if you don't go to work, they will sack you, they will not pay you, they will not do this. Then you actually went and go to work, something happened to you. You want to say that it's Opus or Dema that did it. But at the first place, you are the one that conditioned people that if you leave, anything happen to you, take it in good faith. Opus or Dema did not say so. Even if Opus or Dema in return did that same thing, we still want to blame you because you let Opus or Dema catch on your advantage to use it in his own very wrong way. You know? So why don't you go back and restrain strategy?
I think the reason I think that our people have been conditioned. It's due to conditioning that we have become, because if somebody has to tell you, make you feel bad about certain things about other tribes or government, or that's why they focus on this thing so much. Nobody really talks to them about their sovereignty and their national defense. Or nobody cares. Nobody tells them about these things. And hence, when you start telling them like, oh, that's a new topic, we don't know anything about that. But if you don't start waking up to that, I actually think when I look at the Singapore defense doctrine, I actually think it looks like something Nigeria will benefit from copying from. You know, we have cheat sheets everywhere all around the world, how to copy other people's defense strategies. But Nigeria doesn't. We are busy navel gazing and talking about tribalism and instability and all the rest. It's really, when you read the two sides, you be the one that we the same species of human beings are all. This is crazy.
That's why I say the peculiar problem that we are having problem with leadership and followership. That is toxic. You understand? Because the teacher is not willing to teach and the student is not willing to learn, they'll be very, very happy. You understand? But if its teacher is willing to teach, then few students will be willing to learn. You understand? But if teacher is not willing to teach and student is ready to learn, then petition will start going on. They will start challenging the teacher. You understand? But in this case, it's so barbaric because when we talk corruption now, no governor takes money in cash from Abuja. No local government take money in cash. So it takes a bankers to help them to do all this transfer, clean job. You know, it takes a civil servant to do all these things. How come in Nigeria, somebody will just say, I made all of my money. How do you make your money? I am a government contractor. That's it. And you say you make all your money. You understand? And every that thing, Ojus Okalu say, I made 5 billion. You make 5 billion. The question that I'm asking, so how much, can you show us any receipt of the tax that you pay on that 5 billion?
No, hold on. I'm looking at this, man. You see, you know what? When you asked me this question and I was typing, I didn't go to Google. I went to Chat GPT to do this.
My brother, you don't need thief answer well. My brother,
hold on. No. I went there now. I went there because of the way it summarizes it. It really is impressive. And you look at Nigeria's military.
GPT is the best.
Our security strategy seems to be just manning the farm. And we belong in a country that is so influential. We are the most populous black nation on earth, and we are this is centrally positioned on the continent. We have a lot of influence on the continent and everything. We are not the kind of continent that should be behaving like a caretaker government. If you look at our security strategy, they say military and law enforcement operations, border security, which is basically taking care of defense, counter-terrorism when they come into your country, conflict resolution, making sure the farm is operative, then economic this is development but look at Russia's one. Russia's one says military modernization, territorial defense, counter-terrorism, cyber security, energy security. So if you look at the security policy, it says characterized by strong emphasis on countries' military and strategic capabilities. Strategic capabilities as a focus of protecting Russia's territorial integrity and national interest, and strategic resources. The doctrine has evolved over the years. So if you look at the way they put their own, they put themselves as an important country that they have strategic interests. Nigeria doesn't have that. It's just like,
No,
oh,
not
we're here taking care of the farm. Just make
But
sure
particularly when they tell you say strategic resources, you also understand, and because they also say military weapons and everything.
Yeah.
You understand? Hard weapons, stuff like that. They are making money, and at the same time, they are protecting internally. That's what, like America today, like I said again, you see the president have time to work on the external very well, because that is his duty. Currency, and military. You understand? Any other thing he just
Oh
talking,
my
he just
god!
playing
Oh my
politics.
god! Oh my god! This is why I like ChatGPT. It crystallizes the answer. Look at this. This is what I've been talking about. It says economic defense.
Correct.
Have you ever heard that word before? Those two words put together like that. Economic
Military
defense.
as
Let me read what it says. It says Singapore's economy is a vital component of its security, and the government works to maintain economic stability and resilience through policies that promote trade, investment, and innovation. And yet they use the word economic defense because they see everything as that needs protection. Your economy needs protection. We run our country as if it's free for all. We don't understand that everything you have to protect everything. This is how the world works. Singapore, I keep saying it. Finland, this is what they call it. Switzerland is supposed to be like peace, peace, peace. I was shocked. That one I found out recently that they have 300,000 military bunkers. What are you doing with? You are neutral. What are you doing with so many bunkers?
Even when the world is protecting them, the whole world is
still they are
protecting them.
paranoid. They are one of the richest people in the world, yet they are still that paranoid to do all those things. I feel like our people, in short, let me keep doing this. They really need to wake up to this. Because if somebody was telling our forefathers this, maybe they would have built a ship and maybe made a den gun. Then they would have had den guns when people were coming with musketeers.
Forefather, when you say all these things, Singapore, Pakistan today, they also have this weapon. Let's call the name completely: weapon of mass destruction. They are still poor. India is still poor with all their nuclear power and everything. So, my brother, at the end of the day, you need simultaneously you need to build your economy.
But one thing you cannot say,
to be forced to be reckoned with.
Ask yourself: would you trade yourself for Pakistani position?
Of course, it's just the same of the same.
But you see what I mean?
No,
you would trade to have.
You didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said. It's just the same of the same.
Guys,
it's just the same of the same because it's still a poor nation.
1 hour. We get 1 hour before the next show will start. What do you guys want to do?
Let me see. I think
it's a good place to end it.
What next show again? What next show again?
He's starting another one that he's going to be in charge of.
So the main election monitoring.
I've seen that. I think that one is here. I can see that here. Are you starting it, or I think you should start it? I should go and rest. And
Hold on, guys. Let's. I think I have it here. I'll just quickly end the show quickly.
You see,